disappointing loss. The energy in the crowd just got completely sucked out of the whole building. And then, it was just a matter of, like I said, it is one game, but it was, you could tell Ime wasn't sure what kind of lineup to work with in the fourth quarter. He went with his all small forward lineup of Dylan Brooks, Amen Thompson, Tari Eason at one point with Fred VanVleet and Alperin. Then he took Alperin out and he brought in Jabari Smith and went real small. And he just couldn't figure out what lineup was going to work because Alpe didn't play well in the second half, and Fred VanVleet couldn't shoot for almost the entire game. Jabari was a zero offensively. Dylan Brooks couldn't shoot. Like this team just couldn't shoot straight yesterday. Almost no fast break points. I think they had
37%. 37%. That's unacceptable, especially with Dylan Brooks. Come on inside. 6 shots and 3 of them are threes. Come on. Get Jabari. Are you even playing? Are you 33 minutes? He took 7 shots, 4 rebounds, 5 rebounds. But what the hell? That was extremely disappointing. You don't lose this. See, that's one of the games that you thought that last year they gave away some games, right? And they won 41 games and they gave away some games. That was a giveaway game right there. Right. They were up double digits most of the way, and they just gave it away. Another fourth quarter. How
many minutes did Cam Whitmore play yesterday?
8,
right?
Minutes.
So this is exactly what I was bringing up before the freaking draft started. What happens when you draft a player? Because I'm glad they have Reed Sheppard. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad they did. But the thing that concerned me was, man, if you don't move this pick and maybe a player on your roster for another player, where are minutes going to go for guys? Like, what are you going to do if you add another player who has to play? And you see the results of that, you're going to have somebody's not going to be happy. Like, you keep giving Cam Whitmore 8 minutes, just go ahead and prepare to see an article about Cam Whitmore, see videos of him being upset. You're going to see that. I promise you that. But I don't know where, like, can Dylan Brooks play this long with Tari Eason and with impact players like Tari Eason and Amen Thompson on the roster? Like, should Dylan Brooks ever play more than 30 minutes in a game, in your opinion? I like the defense. We all do. But he's just so limited offensively. I don't know. I'm not sure how he's going to work out these minutes. And I don't think he knows either. And it's not going to happen overnight, though, John. Like, it's going to take some time for Ime to figure out, all right, because I didn't have Tari the whole year last year, basically. So how do we fit him in? Where do his minutes go? How are we handling the minutes for Amen, Reed, Jalen, and obviously Cam Whitmore? I think we're a work in progress for a little bit until he figures out who plays and who doesn't.
Well, and again, the deepest team in the league. And every starter played more than 30 minutes. Every starter was in there for more than 30 minutes.
2 of them had really good numbers. And honestly, it was a good fourth quarter for Jalen.
Who was the second guy that had really good numbers?
Jalen Green and
Jalen Green was 9 for 23, 5 for 15 from 3.
Okay, but Jalen scored almost 30, and he
become this 3-point shooter.
But Jalen took off in the fourth quarter too. He's the one that was keeping you in the game. He and Fred.
Yeah. Great. Okay, play in the fourth quarter there. But Reed Sheppard and Cam Whitmore and Amen and even Tari. And Tari wasn't great, and Amen was.
I thought Tari was just very average. Amen had a really good first half. Really good first half.
But then,
I can't point to a player who played well Jalen Green played well in the fourth quarter, but I can't point to a player who played well in the second half. I can't find one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Was at the game, but you don't have to be at a game if you're watching TV, you can see who the guys are who are playing and who aren't. And it's just, I don't know. It was just, honestly, it was like Charlotte didn't have a care in the world. They weren't playing tight at all. I felt like the Rockets started getting tight. They didn't play with confidence. They were just isolating. And here's Charlotte just free stroking threes. What did their 3-point? I was a producer just now. I had the board up, so I don't have my stats up. What did they end up shooting from 3? Because it felt like they shot about 90% in the second half.
38-5.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is good. 38-5 is good.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But I think in the second half, it must have been really high.
Yeah, the second half was really good. Yeah, LaMelo had 34 overall. He was 4 of 12 from 3. They were okay. Man was 4 for 8. and Williams hit the big three at the end there to win the game. But
I mean, Grant Williams, that was disgusting. By the way, he bullied Alpy. Alpy didn't like it when Grant was really bullying him way out far from the post. I mean, that's where he does his best work, is faces you up and then dribbles you down and spins you and gets baskets. Man, he just didn't want it in the second half. It's like, I don't know what happened to him. I don't know what happened to the whole damn team.
No.
I know I had some gin and tonics, but immediately I'm getting text. Oh, you're the jinx. Not text, but tweets. Okay, it's official. You're the jinx.
You are. So you went to the Texas game. What happened there? You go.
Well, I went as a media member.
That doesn't matter. You were there.
That's different. I didn't go with my wife. That cannot be blamed on me.
No,
I'm not Ted Cruz.
You're the new Ted Cruz.
I'm not the new Ted Cruz.
You're the new, you're new and improved Ted Cruz.
I'm not Ted Cruz. I would have never let this grid situation get to this.
Well, you would have taken a trip to the Bahamas or wherever you went, to Cabo. You would have gone. Yeah, you would have.
No. I'm not I've never even been to Cabo once.
You tried to get out of this city when the one hurricane was coming. You went and you had a bottle of water that you gave to your dog.
Wait, that's because we were supposed to evacuate, John. Well, I didn't try to get out of the city. Houston was evacuating all of Houston.
Yeah, guess what?
That's not a Ted Cruz move. I didn't fly on that. How did you get out of the city that day?
I don't remember. I can't remember that far back. I
don't know how you did, because this was. Did you fly out on that? That was in 2000 and that was when we were at 610. So that was like 2000.
I don't remember what happened that time.
5 or whatever. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ted Cruzed it, but you're in a plane.
We refugees.
And it took me 10. Yeah, that's right. It took me 10 hours to get to. No. Yeah, it took me 10 hours to get to Austin and to find my wife and son. My young son, who was Alec, was only it was Drake and Alec in the car, and Alec was only like a year old. But I'm Ted Cruzing it with a 10-hour trip with a dog and Foster riding in contraflow. Stop it.
Yeah. No, that's right. You were Ted Cruz. That's right. You got out of the city as soon as you could on a beautiful cruise and cruising in your car. That's right. I'm talking right now about Gulf Coast Windows. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Jim Fiume, a guy who's been here he definitely is not. He is definitely not Ted Cruz. There's no question about that. The dude has been lucky as all get out his whole life. Here's the deal. Well, and I'll tell you, he's been lucky his whole life. Jim Fiume, this guy grew up as an orphan in New York and came down here and made a great, great, great business. What a life he made for himself down here. You can still tell the New York accent, but dude has been unbelievable. What a business. What a tremendous success story this guy has been throughout his whole life. He's got the best windows in the market. I'm looking at these sliding doors. I mean, it's not like regular sliding doors. They are primo. Everything that he does, every window that he puts in is done with excellence. Okay. They really pride themselves on the installation, on standing behind their windows, the warranties. It's fantastic. You will not find a better window. They stand behind every window. You've got warranties. You've got their word that it's going to be put in the best. They don't leave until the windows are perfect. Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau means you're the best, okay? And that's what Jim Fiume and Gulf Coast Windows are. You're looking for a window, a replacement window, 713-849-5454 or gulfcoastwindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, let me know if this is any better. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Test. Is that any better? Do we know? I'm messing with the mic now. It's the same? All right. Well, let's see. How's that? Okay. Here we go. That's better. Test. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. We apologize for Dell did not have another battery issue, Jackie, so you don't have to worry about his alternator. You got your car issues are fixed, Dell? You're all good?
Yeah, it'll just be user error this time. Just have to account for traffic being an issue more than I already do. So I'll figure it out for Monday because I won't be producing tomorrow.
Dell is not producing tomorrow.
He wasn't really producing today.
Well, not for the first 5 minutes.
I opened the show, and so this is my record, win or lose.
This is not a quarterback stat.
Yeah, it's a quarterback stat.
I was the opener.
Well, okay. Were you the opener against the Astros, the opener against the Guardians for the Tigers?
Do we do openers, John, now?
Yeah.
We open show. I was the opener for the show?
Producer of record?
That wasn't in long enough. I was a producer of record the other day.
Did you get the 3 batters?
I was a producer of record the other day.
Yeah, you got the 3 segments, so you were the producer of record.
I got
more, but
824. That was my win.
You have to at least get the 3 segments to become the producer of record.
No, well, yeah. No, if you get you do. You have to have.
Yeah, you got to get the. Yeah, those are the rules.
You got the win earlier this week, but you don't get. I don't think you can get this one.
No, but we appreciate you filling in. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just what I do. I'm a team guy. Not a surprise that I filled in and did admirably to make sure that this boat stayed afloat. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You guys feel really quiet when I was saying that stuff.
Shocked by your statement. We're trying to figure out how to respond. So you are a jinx or not a jinx? Not for this show, but for any other Houston.
I don't think so, but I will just say I have a lot of losses at games that I'm cheering for at certain, cheering for my team. My team loses a lot. We'll say that.
Yeah, your teams all lose a lot.
We'll say that. Rockets playoff games, losing. I mean, I've had some wins, but more losses than wins. Astros, playoffs, forget about it. But that's everybody has losing records here if you go to home games.
Yeah. Let's just face it, you're a loser. So when you go to games, we lose.
I'd rather be called a jinx than a loser.
Well, you fought the jinx label.
By the way,
now
how
look
did
at
John
you.
not say Alpie Reese with all those rebounds and tip backs when he wasn't getting real rebounds. He was just getting tip backs.
It was hit. He had 10 rebounds in the first 4 minutes.
That's what it looks like if you don't watch Angel Reese play and you say, my God, 19 rebounds. Dude, it didn't feel like Alperen Sengun was controlling the game with rebounds in the first quarter, and he had 10.
10.
And I was like, what the? Chris Fisher points out to me and goes, he's got 9 rebounds already. This is like with 4 minutes ago. I'm like, 9? That's got to be a mistake. They can't already have 9 rebounds. No, he got the Angel Reeses.
He did. He did get the Angel Reeses.
Also previously known as the Moses Malones.
Yeah, Moses Malone would do that a lot too. It's just one game, but you know what? Memphis is coming. Those are the games that you got to win. Goodness gracious. A shorthanded Charlotte team. The league just begged you to be 1-0. They just here, Rockets, get off to a good start. And then you put that 37%, 36.9% from the field. Goodness gracious. Jalen, go inside. Stop shooting threes. You're not James Harden. 15 threes is too many for Jalen.
That's way too many. And he worked on his 3-point shooting in the offseason.
Did he?
And he had some preseason games where he shot. I think he had a 7 of 11 game from 3.
Well, he hit 2 in the first quarter, and so then he would just said, "Okay."
Well, I think that he wants to look once you aren't shooting like I thought. Fred VanVleet took 11 threes. Did you say?
Yeah.
I mean, 26 threes between those two guys. Come on now.
No.
In that game where it's not going like you got to get the ball. They got away from the post. Like Ime didn't. I didn't think Ime did a very good job yesterday in the second half. He He couldn't find the right combinations. Thought he stayed small too long. They made a comeback because they're staying small. And they're still hitting threes. They started really banging on the boards. Their big started really getting after the rebound total. And it was just disappointing. No, even though it was the offenses had some pace in terms of getting the ball up, they did not have, the Rockets didn't get many. I don't remember easy baskets. I mean, there was a couple dunks and everything, but it wasn't a lot of easy baskets for the Rockets in the second half at all. And frankly, not a ton in the first.
They scored 62 and 45, 40. What? I mean, it was just ridiculous. It was ridiculous what they did yesterday.
Anyway,
yeah, for 60 and 45. I mean,
I hope Gilbert didn't see this because he's going to be pissed.
Yeah.
He called in yesterday, but it wasn't about the Rockets. He wanted to talk about Fernando Valenzuela.
Yeah, we didn't talk about Fernando Valenzuela dying yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't even mention Fernando dying. It's 63.
God, it seems like he was going to be older than that.
I didn't see a cause of death than anybody else. Did you guys see it?
Not yet, no.
Tommy John surgery.
You don't die from Tommy John surgery.
Oh, UCL.
That's not a cause of death.
What? Lance.
Do you mean to use what John says? You don't know?
Sure.
You don't know.
If you want to, no, but you have to say it in that tone. You don't know.
You don't know.
Not you don't know.
You don't know.
No, that's not.
No. You don't know. You don't know.
I was telling somebody the other day, my forearm, like tightness in my forearm and at the bottom, and I'm like, I just said I got to take 3 and 4 days off from playing disc golf because I throw a forehand, which puts more strain on it instead of backhand, which a lot of people do. And I said, can you, somebody was saying, wait, I think it was either Matt Harkrider or Solis. I said, can you imagine if I had to have a Tommy John surgery, how that would go on the show? It would I might as well just end my career. If I had to have a Tommy John surgery from playing disc golf.
You better say you have some type of butt surgery before
it
you say
really
Tommy
is going to matter. If I come in with if I come in with some kind of elbow surgery, I'm going to get it anyway.
Explain it as you fell off a ladder. Because
that's not going to be good either.
It's better than I got it because of my frisbee golf.
Yeah, first of all, it's disc golf, but yes,
it's frisbee.
Frisbee.
You're right. It would be substantially worse.
You were chasing a raccoon on your roof and you fell. Tell that story before
Just
you
know
tell.
If I do end up having surgery at any point, I'm not going to, and I won't say anything else about Lance McCullers anymore because I'll know what his pain is. Like, yeah, we want to be out there, but we just can't be. So I'm opening up a new coffee
Elbow
place.
surgery is going to keep
By the way,
from doing a radio show?
Nothing keeps me from doing radio shows. No injuries I've kept me from doing radio show. Even when I had bad COVID, I only missed 1 day. I'm pretty much the
Cal Ripken
of the show. But how about the fact that Maven Coffee's now in, I don't know, was it there last year in Toyota Center? If it wasn't, it's there now.
It is.
Oh, yeah, baby.
God.
And he's got a new restaurant he's opening up, too. Like,
thank God Lance has got something going on. Thank God.
Well, he actually is very active.
Well, I know he's very active in coffee.
Yeah.
Certainly not in pitching.
Is Lance McCullers the least accomplished person to ever, like, open up a business in, like, a city of like, the team he played for? Like, Dan Marino Dan Marino would open up a restaurant in Miami because he's Dan Marino.
Yeah.
Like
Vince Young, steak.
Yeah,
he's
Vince Young.
Ditka's got a steakhouse.
Yeah, those are the names we're talking about. Legends
James
in
Harden
the city.
has his little restaurant.
He was
here.
an informed MVP, so that
no,
works
I mean,
out.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. James is to your point. Lance McCullers does have a World Series ring.
Owen Daniels opened up a restaurant.
Lance McCullers has 2 World Series rings.
Yeah, okay.
And he pitched in both of them. Last time I checked, James did not throw 27.
He gave up 12 home runs in the one game he pitched in 2022.
Hey, he was in the dugout helping guys out too with some words of wisdom. He threw 27 curveballs against the Yankees.
Okay, 27 curveballs. If I hear that one more time,
I know, is that the most, like,
2017?
I hear it all the time. Yeah. I don't care how many curveballs he threw.
And Jose Abreu was a former MVP.
Like, okay. why would your lead not be he got, he was able to retire 6 straight hitters, or I guess that's what happened against the Yankees. Why would it not be something like that instead of he threw 27 straight curveballs? No, it's the getting guys out that's the big deal. I got news for you. Lance McCullers was only throwing curveballs that year. He didn't have any confidence in his fastball. He got completely away from it.
You know what else is curveballs? You remember the other 27 that's famous here in the city of Houston?
So it must be 24 straight curveballs and 27 missed threes in a row.
I think it's both are 27.
All right, I'm going to look it up because that is that the
We're
magic
famous.
number?
We're you know what? It should be called the 27 Coffee House. 27 straight curveballs. That's right. 27 straight curveballs and
Lance
27
McCullers,
straight.
It was
Curveball.
24.
It was 24, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Rockets have
24
27.
consecutive curveballs to throw it. And that's the legend. Is 24 curve. Not that he got people out to close out the Yankees and the Astros the World Series. It's how many curveballs he threw. But he threw how long did he pitch in that game? You only know this is 24 straight curveballs, John. How many innings did he pitch there?
Was that one inning? He threw 24. No, he pitched 3 innings.
I'm just asking.
He threw 3 innings, I'll bet.
How many innings did he pitch?
Well, he got the save. I think he threw maybe 4 innings.
He threw 4 innings.
4 innings.
A scoreless relief. 41 of his 54 pitches were curveballs.
Yeah. And 24 straight.
He landed awkwardly on his left hip earlier in the game and wasn't comfortable throwing his fastball.
Oh, God.
John, that was
on a cup of coffee.
Well, he didn't have that yet. But that's a great moment. You got to turn that into a negative?
I don't know how else.
I mean, that's a Game 7 win, but we got to turn that into. And how do we get to Lance? Oh, because from Lance to Lance McCullers.
Yeah, I pulled it off the rails, but it's just because I saw Maven Coffee. I mean, don't hate that he's got a good coffee and he figured out a way to do cocktails, and now he's getting into the food business. Do something after. I like the fact that he's getting himself ready for life after baseball. I don't really think baseball is the thing right now.
Life after baseball, he's already life
We're
after
in life
baseball.
after baseball.
He's already in life after baseball. He hasn't pitched in 7 years.
Is Kawhi Leonard going to open up a donut place now?
He should.
He's made more money than Lance. I don't think he's going to.
Will Fuller's dog grooming. That's a thing.
It is?
That's good.
Probably.
We got to talk about how about backyards?
But
That's
you
what
thought
we're
it
talking
could
about.
be, though.
Yes.
We're talking.
He's
one
of the ultimate grifters.
By the way, Hogue Landscaping. I was talking to Hark. I think it was Harkrider the other day, who lives like he's in his neighborhood. He's like he gives out whole guess what, for Halloween, go to Hogue's house because he gives out giant candy bars, like full-size candy bars. Yeah. And he said he buys like 1,000 of them. He spends a lot of money on candy for kids.
Well, it's not only that. He spends a lot of money in the community as well. They've given like over $2 million to charities. I mean, that's what Hogue does. I mean, I'm serious. Matt Hogue is really serious about being a big part of the community, even on Halloween. I mean, he's crazy. He's given more than $2 million donated, 80 plus Houston programs supported, 5,000 plus volunteer hours. It's on the website. And so it can't be inaccurate. It's on their website, and it is fantastic. What Matt does, I'm telling you, if you got a backyard and you want it to be special, go see some of the stuff that these guys do. They'll show you, they'll demonstrate what they've done in different backyards, and you'll be like, holy crap. The aerial views of some of these backyards is incredible. It's incredible. And, I mean, you want a great backyard. Of course you do. You want your TV, you want your setup, you want your kitchen, you want your pool, you want a wiffle ball field, you want whatever it is you're looking for. Basketball court, pickleball court, you've got it all at Hogue Landscape Services. He'll make your backyard something really, really, really special. It's incredible. They don't just, throw here's some grass or here's some turf. I mean, they go deep and make your backyard something really special. So you're looking to make your backyard where the people want to be. You want to put in a volleyball court. You want to put in a basketball court. You want to put in a pickleball court. Hogue, HOGUELS.com. Hogue Landscape Services. Hogue, HOGUELS.com.
I love that right there on the front page of John Daspit's website. It says, winning is not enough. John Daspit is looking to run the score up. Okay. He's looking to run the score up in your behalf because you know what? You were injured in an accident on the roadway out in the water, offshore. You're at the workplace. He does a lot of stuff down in Victoria along the coastline. Victoria headed all the way towards Port Arthur. That's a really big area for him because there's it's dangerous work. And with dangerous work comes injuries, and they have the insurance, to make sure and take care of you. But the problem is that's what it's in place for. But the lawyers for those companies, a lot of times they say, hey, let's insurance companies love nothing more than to squeeze you out of the money that you have coming to you for medical bills, for your pain and suffering, for missed time from work. There's a lot of things that go into these injuries. And sometimes they deal with, John Daspit has to deal with loss of life. Some of the stories he's told me is just, it's terrible what goes on. And so it'll take a while to get a case done because he wants to overturn every stone, every rock, find every bit of financial hardship that you are going to face, whether it's through your bills or just through your general life, and make sure that family's taken care of when there is loss of life for the breadwinner. It's a serious issue. This is just not people running around with flamethrowers and hammers throwing on trucks, throwing stuff at people or whatever that you see on TV. Like, this is serious business. And John Daspit does a great job of centering you as the client and making sure that your justice is pursued and that you get the win that you deserve, because financially you need to be able to pay all those bills. And it's John Daspit doing that for you. The Daspit Law Firm, 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Yeah, excited to get Devin, and here we'll work with him and see where he is, right? Try to get him caught up to speed to see, if he can help us. So it's this opportunity for Devin to compete, come in, learn how we do things, and see how he can fit in and how he can help us.
Devin White, a Houston Texan. Devin White has been.
It's kind of a crazy story, isn't it? The rise and fall of Devin White. How many years do you think he's been in the league?
Not long.
6 years.
Yeah, 6 years.
6 years.
What's the deal? Because he was really, really good. What's
my man from? I think he just slowed down. My man from Tampa Bay. One of the reasons that he got out of being the analytics director is he got upset with. Well, he didn't want to raise his family in Tampa, his kids, but. The other thing was he got really upset, and Tyler didn't get really upset, but he's like, when they drafted Devin White over Josh Allen, Josh Hines Allen, the pass rusher, he was like, look, guys, I think Devin White's good too, but middle linebackers do not have the same value or career lifespan that a pass rusher has. And, Devin White started off really good, and they're like, yeah, what do you think now, Tyler? And then guess what? Tyler was right. Devin White was out of the league. This is his third team. I think he was a street free. He was a street free agent.
How?
I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. I mean, I just, he went from being this really good player. Jamal Adams is a street free agent. Just LSU just cranks out a bunch of guys that can't play, I guess, John. I don't know. Joe Burrow's hurt all the time. I guess that's what it is.
No, Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But
no, I don't know. It's weird. Jamal Adams just, he became limited. He's just too limited. NFL football's not about box safeties anymore. So there's too many limitations with Jamal, and he's a pain in the ass. With Devin White, I don't know. I'm going to try to dig around because, it's got to be a speed thing, an injury. I don't know. I don't know what happened to where he just fell out of the league so quickly.
Yeah.
He was a casualty over there. I'm talking about over there at Tampa at one point. And then where'd he go last year? Where was he? Tampa? Where was he?
Well, last year he was with Tampa.
Oh,
he was with Tampa for 5 years.
Well, he went to another team.
The Eagles signed him.
He went to the Eagles,
but he never played a snap for them.
Yeah.
And they just cut him?
Yeah.
That's wild. I don't know what's going on. He obviously can't play the same anymore. He wouldn't be sitting here with the whole league able to pick up a linebacker. He shouldn't just be available to you. But if he adds depth or whatever, that's great. And D'Amico's going to give it a twirl, but fans will get excited because of the name, but the game has obviously fallen off considerably.
You know, in D'Amico's defense, I mean, he may thrive because that middle linebacker makes a lot of plays. We'll see. I mean, Neville Hewitt has been really good the last couple of weeks. Really good. And, you know, Christian Harris was coming on like gangbusters last year. Maybe this is the right spot for Devin White. Maybe Devin White's going to make some. I mean, D'Amico, now, there's one guy that knows the linebacker position. It's D'Amico. And maybe he turns Devin White. He turns his. Sometimes you got to be in the right spot. And maybe this is the right spot for Devin White. Hopefully that's going to be the case.
But who's he going to? I mean, he's not going to play. Well, this concerns me about Christian Harris. I'm not going to lie.
Well,
we're getting deep. Yeah, and Alshire as well. So, but 200. Do it again. Why do I always do this?
Why can't
what
you
is
just
it? I don't
say
know.
Toto?
What is it again?
Toto.
Yeah.
Toto.
Like it's Toto.
Just call him Henry. Just call him Henry.
Okay. Henry T is he was back at practice. Kamari Lassiter was back at practice.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a surprise because I thought Dell had been crapping all over him saying, "Oh, you're out for a long time." And look at this. He comes back. Imagine that. But you know who else is back at practice? DeForest Buckner, who people thought were going to be out a lot longer. He's back at practice and likely to play along with Jonathan Taylor. So that's not great. Although he was there in game one and the Texans ran all over them.
Yeah, I ain't worried about the Colts, are you?
No, but I wasn't worried about the Hornets either, so I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, we got Kelvin Sampson going to be joining us at the bottom of next hour, 8:30, right here on ESPN 97.5. We got a couple of tickets to give away. Let's give away a couple of tickets to the University of Houston and Texas A&M basketball game on Sunday. Get over there. If you don't win these tickets, go to anytix.com and buy some tickets. The proceeds, a portion of the proceeds are going to go to the Barrel Recovery Fund. Over $6 million, or right around $6 million, has been raised so far to benefit residents of Fort Bend, Harris, Montgomery, and Waller counties who were affected by Barrel. But this is more money into the pot, and you get to enjoy the basketball game between Texas A&M and University of Houston. But we got a couple to give away right now at 713-780-3776 at exactly 7:50. Give us a call, 7:50. Give us a call, and we will give away 2 tickets to caller number 4. Caller number 4, you get 2 tickets to that game. Kelvin Sampson joining us at the bottom of the hour.
All right, let's break it right here. When we come back, we'll try to get a little bit more on track. Gary, but not that Gary, it says on the board, wants to talk some Texans. So if you got Rockets basketball, I'd like to get our first Rockets caller officially of the year. Give us your thoughts on the game, what you saw, what you liked, what you didn't. You got Texans taking on Colts. Big one for the Texans. You want to wipe out everyone in the division as quickly as possible. Texans sitting there at 5-2. And while, in John, they're only a 4.5-point favorite. That feels, that would make them about a 1.5-point favorite on a neutral field. It'd make the Colts, frankly, a 1.5-point favorite at home. I think the line makers are starting to adjust for Nico Collins being out, but we'll talk about that when we come back. 7:48 right here on the show.
Well, we should talk about Zadok then.
Then we should talk about Zadok. Zadok actually is doing this Breitling watch. It's a Texans watch. It's a limited edition, and I'm going to go to that on November 1st. I want to go see the special unveiling. It's going to be really cool. That's one of the many things they do. In October, they turned their entire place into an Oktoberfest. Basically, they called it. No, that was in September. It's Watch Timber. So in September, they had a watch. They had this cool. They had the Bavarian pretzels and the beer. This is unlike anything you've ever seen, but it's not a gimmicky. It's really not a gimmicky jewelry location. It's enormous. They just have the size for that. 28,000 square feet, 2-level spot. They've been on Post Oak for over 4 decades, but they just moved to the new location just a couple of years back. And they have amazing designer watches and rings and necklaces and tennis bracelets and whatever you're looking for whatever occasion. Zadok is going to hit it out of the park for you. But the people who work there also can walk you in the right direction to educate you on diamonds, on the different settings that there are. What are the hot metals? Because platinum will be big at one point, and all of a sudden, nope, we're back to rose gold. And it's, what's the hot metals that people really love, that women love, especially right now? Well, you need to know those things, and that's what the experts know. Just head on over to Zadig Jewelers and let them handle everything for you. I promise you, the best selection you're going to find. Incredible pieces. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard is Zadig Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, we got some calls. If you want to get in, talk about the Rockets' loss last night, 110-105. The gang that couldn't shoot straight again. I mean, come on. Hit more than 37%, boys. Let's go. Just looked awful and fell apart again in the fourth quarter. Fell apart. Had a lead, double-digit lead for a lot of the game, and just fell apart. That's one that stings, because at the end of the year you go, you lost to Charlotte. Now, what are you doing? What are you doing losing to Charlotte? Was Mike there? Did you see Mike?
Mike. Oh, Mike Holly? No, it was just Fisher.
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan at the game? Oh, yeah, because of Charlotte. No, he wasn't there. Two actors from Outer Banks were there, and they were dressed like, Hollywood people like you and Eric Layden and these guys from Outer Banks. He had the white guy had the sunglasses on his white T-shirt that was probably a T-shirt that cost $300, and he had his sunglasses hanging off of him, and he had his leather jacket on with his
guy from
rings,
Outer Banks?
the white guy.
It's a show that has a lot of white guys.
Well, it was a white guy and black guy. They called him. They go, "Welcome, Salt and Pepper." And I said, "That's not appropriate to
salt
say."
And pepper.
Well, they could have.
Was it John B? Was his real name Chase? Which one was it?
I don't know. White guy with kind of a scruffy, with a little bit of just stubble.
Blonde.
Rudy Pinkow.
And he had brown hair, and he had a ring that he was wearing a silver ring on his pointing finger.
Yeah, which
white guy? Rudy Pinkow or Drew Starkey?
Chase, whatever his last name is.
Probably Chase.
Chase.
I think it was Chase. Actually, I think it was Chase. Are y'all reading real names? By the way?
He's reading the cast. The black guy is Jonathan Davis.
Yeah, Jonathan Davis was there.
Okay.
Was there only one more black guy?
There's only one. Yeah, there's only one.
Okay, well, it was him. And then probably, I think it was Chase is the other guy.
Chase.
That sounds like a white guy named Chase.
Well, yeah, so does
Name the black Chase.
Why wasn't Madeline Klein there?
Name a black
Who
chase.
knows, John? No one knows.
Dell, name a black
Where
chase.
was Fiona Palomo?
Wasn't the one that
He would have noticed. He would have noticed Fiona.
I did see some people with Rap-A-Lot Records chains. I don't know if they were famous or not, but Rap-A-Lot Records was represented there. I didn't. Oh, Joe Mixon came out and took the first shot.
He did.
Bucket. Like, you can tell Joe knows how to hoop.
Yeah, Joe can play.
Joe can hoop. He went out there without a care in the world and just splashed it immediately.
Yeah.
And he turned around and threw up the H like Cal taught him to.
He did. Did he throw up the H?
Do you know a black chase, Dell?
I was trying to think. Yeah, Chase Brown, the Bengals running back.
Yeah.
He's from Canada.
I got
Jamar
you.
Chase.
No, he doesn't mean last names.
He's from Canada.
I gave you one.
Canada doesn't count.
You didn't say. You
If
didn't say
you
black
talk like this,
Americans.
oh yeah, we're going over.
Pretty sure.
Going over there, we're going to go fight them in the pasture.
Is he
You're
from,
not.
Is he
I'm
from
not
North
counting
Dakota
that.
or Canada?
Yeah.
No,
That's
he's from
not
Canada.
Canadian.
He and his
No,
brother.
your
They
accent.
talk like this.
Oh,
Hey,
it's once
Frenchie,
you get to,
Frenchie.
when it gets really cold, it's the same thing.
No.
But yeah, I don't count Canadian.
What
black
about
guys.
Chase and Hines?
No, that doesn't count.
That's chasing. That's different.
It's the same.
It's Jamar Chase. You know
That
him.
doesn't count either.
How many black Quins do you know?
Quinn,
I don't know any personally,
Yeah.
but as far as in history,
Quinn Buckner.
there it is. Quinn Buckner. That's old school though.
You gotta go old school. How many white Jamals do you know?
I don't know any
Or you
white
can
Jamals.
use Jamar either.
I don't know any white Jamars.
I know a Jamal, but he's black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm quite certain. What about, why can't we start mixing, matching some names
Yeah.
to where we're like,
Shaniqua.
okay, well,
Why
let's
can't
come
we have
together.
A Shaniqua?
I
from
need,
now on, Abigail Shaniqua.
Oh boy.
no,
we're not doing that.
We're not doing Shaniqua. That's over the top stereotype.
What? You
Shaniqua.
want Jamals?
I'm just asking.
There's
if you
a
know
lot
white
more
Jamal.
Jamals than there are Shaniquas.
Do you know a Jamar or Jamal that's a white guy? I don't know any white Rodneys.
Oh yeah, I know a white Rodney. I do.
Rodney?
I know. Yeah, Rodney. Yeah. Yep.
What about a white Roderick?
I don't know about Roderick. No. I don't know.
I'm sure there's someone in England named Roderick who's white.
Yeah, England is probably the.
Chase Young.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That was a good one. Yeah, you probably got that off of Twitch or something.
Yeah, Fox sent it.
Yeah. Chase
Let's get a call in here. Gary wants to get on the air and talk about something. Hey, Gary, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I've been a Nick Caserio critic for a very long time. Honestly, since he hired David Culley, I felt like that was inexcusable. Still do. But I want to say, like, with the offensive line issues and all of the, the different things that we see, when you pick C.J. Stroud, which we have to give him credit for that, right? If you have one job as a GM is to find a quarterback, and you've done that. However, like, we have a good record, but looking at this team, like, the offensive line is a mess, right? And at this, like, it's his job to assemble the offensive line. Why would we trade out of the first round if we wanted to make Stephon Diggs a freaking possession receiver? Like, Noah Brown could have did that. Like, why does Tyler Howard have an extension? What's the safety that's always hurt? Why do we extend him? Like, I think some of this stuff comes down to team construction, and, like, Nick Caserio has been hailed as, like, this great savior, which he has found us a quarterback. I mean, Kenyon Green is an absolute bust. That dude's going to be out of the league in 2 to 3 years. South Gardner's a better quarterback than, Stingley. Right? Stingley's still a good player, but at the end of the day, you pass on the better player. Like, the list goes on. He has done some good things. Will Anderson is good. C.J. Stroud is a star. Overall team construction is a problem, and I just hadn't heard it mentioned enough. And I just think it just needs to be balanced. He's not a bust. I mean, I'm not saying he should be fired, but I do have questions about his team construction, and I always have. And frankly, C.J. Stroud covers up a lot of his water.
I think that's fair.
That's fair.
I think that's a fair comment because
Yep.
I didn't think he did a great job early on. And then, all it takes is one draft class to really help you take off. And that there's no doubt that the Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud class, is going to cover up some stuff. I think Nick has done an okay job. The Stephon Diggs thing, they wanted to take a big step. They wanted a guy who was another, let's face it, we can all love Tank Dell as much as we want. By the way, I talked to the scout who told me about Tank's weight. I saw him and I mentioned, I said, I'll never forget when you told me, I saw him at the Longhorn game. When you told me that Tank was playing at 157, he goes, no. He played at 153 at University of Houston. like, he was 153. He goes, oh yeah, 153,
and never got hurt,
and didn't get hurt, and then now he's been hurt 3 times here with the Texans. But I think you're always going to be a little concerned about size. Xavier Worthy has gotten hurt too. Small guys get hurt in the NFL. With that said, it's one of the reasons why I think they went out and got Stephon Diggs. As much as you like Tank, you just don't. It's hard to just say you can 160 some odd pound guy maybe that you can rely on him to stay healthy. So getting Diggs, I didn't have a problem with getting Diggs. You can question some things. Second round pick is a lot to. I don't look at it necessarily as trading out of the first round and you get Stephon Diggs. I didn't. The way that they did that, and they got an additional pick too, I don't get upset about that. The Diggs thing is they voided the last 3 years of the contract. They agreed to do that so that Stephon could get to the market. That's what he wanted to do. You want him happy. If you're going to bring him in, you don't want him to be a problem. So you bring him in. I think he's performed pretty well for the Texans. I don't have any problems with him so far. I don't hate that. Like, let's say, well, right now, where would you be if it was Noah Brown and Tank Dell, and I don't know who else, Xavier Hutchinson with no Nico? It'd be I got news for you. It'd be a problem. It wouldn't be great.
Wait, Stephon Diggs has not been a problem.
I don't really have a problem with Nick.
Acquisition.
I don't
Stephon
think Nick.
Diggs,
Do you have a problem with how Nick did it? His problem,
No.
Gary's problem was you traded. He was equating trading basically a first round pick for Stephon Diggs, but you traded out of the first, and everyone's going to point to you could add Brian Thomas, right? Everyone's going to say that. But I think I don't think they wanted to get a rookie. I think they wanted a veteran to pair with Nico, basically.
Listen, he's not been a problem. Maybe Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, is a problem. Jonathan Alexander had a mailbag in which he was asked, how fixable are the Texans' pass protection problems? He said, hey, could you fire Strausser? Yeah. I mean, the offensive line struggles. Can you make any changes? Yeah, you can fire Strausser and maybe Zach Yenser gets promoted, or you bring in some kind of consultant. It sure would be nice if they got another set of eyes on this offensive line, because let's face it, when he was asked, actually, Jonathan said, I asked D'Amico flat out, does he have faith in him? And he said D'Amico just kind of dodged the answer. He didn't answer directly. He said it's not one person, it's a whole problem. But maybe, I mean, there were simple mistakes that the offensive linemen. We don't know anything about offensive line play, and we know that they look terrible against simple
I will
stunts.
say, my dad looked at something. He watched the game, and he noticed something. He goes, I don't know if that's a coaching thing or if it was a bust. He goes, sometimes it's a coaching thing. Sometimes you coach guys to do certain things that can make it harder on them. So I don't know, I don't know how much the O-line coach has to do with it. I know Kenyon Green's technique has gotten better from when he came in. It should. That's part of it. But, yeah, Green, I mean, it's not as good as it needs to be. Yeah, it's not as –
Kenyon Green is the 15th overall pick, is a bust so far.
14th.
A 13th overall pick.
13th. Okay,
13th.
It just keeps – 12th.
No, he was 13th.
Just keeps getting lower.
Overall.
Yeah.
He's the 13th overall pick. He's a bust. He's a bust so far.
He's definitely not been great. When you look at the amount of money and draft picks you spent on, let's see, there's 4 firsts between your left tackle, right tackle, and left guard. There's 4 first-round picks. There's a second round.
Juice was a second.
There's a second round with your center, and there's big contracts with right guard, right tackle, left tackle.
Yep.
And it's not like you haven't tried. Nick Caserio's tried to get that, and Bill O'Brien at the beginning tried to get the offensive line where it needed to be, but for the money and picks, it is not
well,
good.
You got 2 first-round picks that you
it's
used
not good
on.
enough. That's why I said 4 first-round picks.
Yeah.
I used the 2 for Tunsil.
3, 4, right. In a second. Wow.
4 firsts, a second, and 3 big contracts.
Yeah, they're trying. It's just not. It's the weakest part of the team right now. The weakest part. But there is when we come back, we got a break. We're way behind again. But
I will consult. Give me holler at your boy, and I'll go find you some guys. Let me know. I want to get out of here anyway.
All right.
All I do is have to run boards. Nobody cares.
Do you get paid extra because?
No, I don't get paid extra to run the board.
You don't get paid extra.
Well, that's interesting because other people don't get paid extra to do stuff either.
their job. I'm having to do a second. It's actually a third job. I do NFL. I'm a producer and I'm a host.
Yeah.
3 jobs.
And you know what you can use your money on? Betting on underdog.
You can. I give you an example. Maybe you said, you know, it'd be great right now is to go lower on Josh Giddey, 26.5 rebounds, points, and assists, to go higher on points and rebounds for Alperen Şengün, and to go lower on Fred VanVleet total points. You might have won last night. It's that simple. Underdog Fantasy makes it that simple. They say, look, we're going to give you a lot of different stats to choose from for a lot of different players. And what you're going to be able to do in the cash pick'em game is to pick higher or lower. You think the player is going to have more or less, higher or lower statistics? It could be in the World Series. It could be in NBA. It could be NFL, college football. They have them there. There's so many to choose from. And a new cool feature that they just added is the Win Now button. They now have a Win Now buttons to where you can just stop what you're doing and say, I'm just going to take this now. I'm going to take the money I made right now, and we'll stop it right now. They also have profit boosters. Last night, there was a 50% profit booster right there in your lobbies waiting for you. Why would you not tag that into what you're doing for your highs and lows, your cash pick'em game? It's very easy to play along with the games you're watching and win real money, and it's completely legal here in the state of Texas. All you have to do is simply download the app, go to the App Store, download the app, and then let's get busy getting this started, okay? Download the app and sign up with promo code Lance. Deposit right now and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.com. Oregon.
All right, time to talk about our guy, Billy Brown, over at Aqueduct Plumbing. We love Billy. We have a lot of fun with him. He is arch enemy. He told us yesterday his arch enemy, Gary Turds, is really something that it's a problem. It's a problem. But here's the deal: is that Billy is, you know what? He's just destroying. He's destroying Gary Turds out there, cleaning bowls. He just not cleaning per se and people's toilets, but he's cleaning them out when he goes in there. If you have a problem, if you have a stuffed toilet, they're going to go in there with the thing and they're going to clean it all out. That's where Billy he shines, okay, as a human being. But any kind of pipe issue, any kind of backed up. Now, if you back up your toilet because you use a lot of toilet paper, that's on you, okay? But Billy can come. He claimed I had a lot of hair in my sink and it wouldn't drain. Okay, that's how hairy I am. And here Billy came and he saved the day. He will save the day for you, any plumbing issues that you have. All right. You have to have that number in your phone, 281-488-6238. Because when you need a plumber, you got to have them right away. Okay. And Billy will come and save the day for your toilet. He does it every day, and he'll continue to do it on in the future. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right, we got to have a couple of quick segments here because Kelvin Sampson is coming up at the bottom of the hour to talk about this basketball team and talk about the upcoming season and the game on Sunday against Texas A&M, an exhibition game at Fertitta Center, in which you can get your tickets at anytix, anytix.com, anytix.com. So get your tickets and get on out to the game. After the Texans game, it's a 4 o'clock start. You get on over there to Fertitta Center, beautiful facility. I think our best facility in the city, and have yourself a nice time watching some. Hey, and they're going to play hard. I guarantee you. If there's one thing that we're going to see, it's going to be hard play. We had Buzz Williams on yesterday, and Buzz is a really, by everybody says Buzz is a really great guy. Look at how long he's had his staff together. You don't keep a staff together. You know, I mean, people couldn't wait to get away from Nick Saban. They just couldn't wait to get out of that building because he was a tyrant. Buzz Williams has got guys that have been with him for 20, 25 years that won't leave his side because that's how good a guy he is. So that's a pretty good show of what kind of person you are. There's a story here. AFC most disappointing players on each team. The most disappointing players. Aaron Rodgers won it for the Jets. Tyreek Hill has won it for the Dolphins. Although he hasn't had any quarterback play, he should still be making plays. Travis Kelce made it for the Chiefs. Khalil Mack for the Chargers. Nnamdi Madubuike is having himself an off year after he signed a huge $98 million contract. He's not doing much for them. Jerry Jeudy for the Browns. Who do you think the Texans' most disappointing player is?
I would say, let me see. I'm going to say who I think mine is.
All right.
It's either Tank or Juice Scruggs.
You hit it with Tank.
Okay. Well, that's an easy one statistically.
I don't think they're watching Juice Scruggs play.
No, but Juice Scruggs
Green. If you're going to go Juice Scruggs, what about Kenyon Green?
Kenyon Green, I wasn't sure what he was going to do. I kind of thought for sure that Juice Scruggs was going to perform well. I'm actually more disappointed in Juice Scruggs because I had a lot higher. I thought he was kind of a safe pick at center, and up to this point, it's been up and down.
Yeah, I'm shocked at. I don't know. I just don't see it. Daniil Hunter, his statistics on pressures, and I just don't see him making a big impact. He's not making nearly the impact that I thought he was going to make.
And yet there's some stats there that, like you said, I mean, it's I don't know. Maybe we've got some confirmation bias where that's our narrative and we don't think it's happening. I'm going to really take a close look this week and watch what he's doing because I'm kind of the same way. I don't feel like the numbers are indicative of what I feel like I'm watching. So I'm going to really watch that rush in spot against Braden Thomas, their right tackle. I'm gonna watch Braden Smith. Yeah, I'm gonna watch him against Braden Smith and see how he does.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I mean, I really would like to see Daniil Hunter making a big impact. Some sacks and some strip sacks, and he was a wild man in Minnesota. Maybe it's the turf here. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what the hell's the deal is, but I don't see him making the kind of impact. But Tank Dell is probably the most disappointing player on the field so far. He had that ball right in his hands in the end zone, and he dropped it. He missed it. I mean, that was a diving play, but it was right in the chest, and he just, you got to make that. You got to make that catch, and along the sideline to, for them to win the game, and he was out of bounds. I don't know that it was his fault, but it certainly wasn't a great. I don't even think he had a first down, did he? I'm not sure. But 4 targets, 0 catches when Nico Collins is out of the
one
game.
Was a drop in the end zone.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
And it's, it's just, you got to have a bigger impact, especially the way you played last year and all the talking this offseason. He did a lot of talking this offseason.
He's got his own personal chain wearer, the guy who wears the number 3 chain. Like, you can't have your own chain being worn on the field if you are 0 for 4 targets, no catches. Yeah. You have to keep the chain. Just keep it at home. Don't bring the chain if you're not even going to get a catch.
You can't. He's got to leave the chain at home now?
Yeah, don't even bring it.
Okay.
Of course, he's probably bringing it because of how many athletes have had their places robbed when they're, because everyone knows where they are. You know,
Right.
well, he's at the game. I'm going to go rifle through his house. So
Jose Altuve, holy crap! I mean, he just leave the doors open so they don't have to break anything.
Has that happened more than once with him?
Yes, it's
That's what I
happened
thought.
multiple times.
Probably
to
Yankee
Jose.
fans. Probably Brian Cashman did it.
It's not. Oh my God, that made the rounds yesterday. Brian Cashman blaming the Astros. I mean, what a d-bag. As far as the NFC, some disappointing guys: Rico Dowdle, Daniel Jones, Justin Simmons has been not doing anything for Atlanta. Brock Purdy, Matthew Stafford, Marvin Harrison Jr. so far. He's been a disappointment.
Yeah, he has. I mean, you know, your boy, of course, had Malik Neighbors ahead of him in the draft in my draft grades. But he has, and I also had Bryce Young slightly ahead of C.J. Stroud. So
yeah, well, you were dead on there.
Well, he's back at starter. So let's see how. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Let's see how Bryce Young part 2 goes. I bet he's gonna kick major ass now.
Yeah, no. All the signs are there. He's been the biggest. Paulson Adebo, Rashad White, Sam Laporta has been a bust after being a fantasy legend this offseason.
Yeah, he hasn't been 100%. Rashad White. A lot of these. This sounds like a fantasy article.
No, it's pretty.
Well,
much
Paulson Adebo's a corner, so.
Yeah, right. No, there's a lot of guys that are.
Paulson Adebo not playing well. I didn't know that. I was watching some of that game, and they were kind of positive about Paulson Adebo, but. Yeah, I think Tank is the one here, but also don't sleep on. I wouldn't sleep on the right side of the Texans offensive line. I could nitpick this and that. The biggest disappointment has been Texans offensive line.
Yeah,
more than Tank. You can survive without Tank doing all the offensive line. Like that was supposed to be a strength this year. They were all going to be healthy together.
Not so much. All right, we got a break because we have got Kelvin Sampson coming up at the bottom of the hour right here on ESPN 97.5. So we got to make sure that we're on time for him. Right now, though, you got Vanderford Air.
Vanderford Air, they're going to make time and be on time for you. Same-day service when you have air conditioning issues. And let's face it, it doesn't take a lot to have to turn your air conditioner on. Yesterday got up to 91. I mean, we're here in late October. It's 91 degrees. I mean, it's what it is now. So it's going to be hot. It's going to be hot in November. You're going to have your air conditioner on. You're going to need it. So why not have it run properly? Because here's the thing. When it's not 99 or 110 or whatever it's going to be here in the summer, the fact is when the weather is in the high 80s, low 90s, you need your air conditioner. But it also should turn off and stay off for a while. And if it's not, that means you don't have an efficient unit. It's not cooling the way it should be, or there's some issue that they need to take a look at with your unit. There could be something that's broken or needs to be replaced or repaired. And that's where Vanderford Air comes in. Decades of family-owned experience here in Houston. They do an amazing job of isolating the problem. They get out there quickly, and they get it fixed for you at a very fair price. They're very, very transparent. It's a company you can trust. You'll find that out very quickly after dealing with Robert Vanderford. But the other thing is, if you need a new air conditioning system, they'll give you a price between fixing or replacing the AC, and then they'll say, or if you want to go with the new one right now, we can get this knocked out for you today with all new, brand new lines upstairs, and he will work within your budget because there's different types of air conditioners for different size homes. And that's a way where you can just correct the problem for, well over a decade to come. You're going to be in good shape. Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. That's the phone number, 281-557-COOL.
All right, I want to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. I want to talk about Robin. I want to talk about the great job that they do all the time. I mean, the way that they go about this thing is fantastic. The way that their processes, the ovens and all of the time that they take and preparation for each powder coating to make sure that it's long lasting. And then you see the outcome and you see all of the stuff that's drying there. It just done perfectly. The beautiful colors. Listen, you want your patio furniture to be, the Texans colors or the Rockets colors or Astros colors, whatever it is, to whatever fan you are. You want your patio furniture to be out there at your tailgate and looking like your team. That's awesome. That's awesome, awesome, awesome stuff. And they can do all of that. They make sure that it looks great. You get new stuff, you could take it over there and get it powder coated before you actually use it. And then it's going to last. I'm not going to say it's going to last forever, but man, it's going to be long lasting because they do an unbelievable job. You are looking for the best way to get your stuff lasting long and looking great. It is Houston Powder Coaters, HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
For some reason, Dell wants us to talk to Kevin Sumlin this morning. He had it in the rundown. He said, I don't know what his deal is. He wants us. What do you want to talk Maryland football?
He was telling
They had
me
a big win over USC.
He was telling me you were getting someone on.
Yeah, we're getting Kelvin Sampson on. I think I called Buzz Kelvin Williams yesterday.
You did, but we caught you on it. You didn't call to him to his face.
I didn't?
No.
Oh, good. I thought I did it to his face. That's good. Okay,
when are you coming back here again? You're in your one of the rooms of your museum, of your art museum. You're in one of them right now.
The
on the
basement.
stream.
It's not an art museum.
You can watch John. You can watch the show. Watch me, Dale, John, by going to. It's on Twitch. It's on our YouTube channel, our ESPN YouTube channel, and it's also on Twitter, on X.
Put it on your phone. If you're not getting great, put it on your phone, or just put it on. If you're
watch it while you're driving to work.
No, you can just listen. You can just listen.
Okay.
Through your and you put it your Bluetooth into your radio. Hey, it's scratchy. I can't. Shut up already. 97.9 HD2. It's a perfect signal. 97.9 HD2, or listen through your phone. Okay, perfect. So, stop, Brian Cashman. Stop whining like a little Brian Cashman. Okay, that's what everybody is now, a little Brian Cashman. Anybody who whines like a little bia. They cheated me. Yeah, you know why we cheated? Because of your guy, Carlos Beltran. He came over and told us how you were cheating. That's what we did. Brian Cashman. I'm so sick of that BR. What?
Nothing. You did it yesterday. I can't do anything. I can't say anything. It's never going to change. We cheated. So now people have this weird, they think they have this upper hand. And what drives us crazy is we know they cheated. We know.
Yeah.
They cheated.
Joe Girardi admitted it.
And it just,
it on the MLB network.
And it just,
we had a guy in center field stealing signs. Yeah.
Well, you can steal signs. You can't use electronic means
No,
Apple,
he said they were
Apple
doing
watches.
that too. They were cheating.
Yeah, no, I know. But we put ourselves in this position. So they're not going to get in my head. 4 World Series, you won 2 of them. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. The run is probably over.
Well,
my opinion,
I did play an Oral Hershiser the other night. He was there, and I said, "Hey, don't you wish you were playing the Astros?" And you know what? And then a couple hands later, I beat him out of a $100-some pot. 100.
But there you go. See,
yeah,
karma comes back to get
I took about 100 off of my hand.
Karma comes back to get crybabies, not just quote unquote cheaters. So, yeah, World Series starts tomorrow. It's got some major star power in it. I think I think a lot of people around the nation will be tuning in. It just doesn't. I mean, I just don't like either organization. I don't like their fan bases.
No.
But in terms of the star power, like, I should want to see it. It's like I'm just weirdly not. I don't care. It's not the Astros. I just don't care. I didn't care about the Rangers last year. Once the Astros were out, I'm like, go F yourself. Everybody. Everyone who plays baseball can go F themselves. That's how I feel. So I don't know. Maybe I'll turn it on and watch a game. Maybe I'll play on Underdog Fantasy to make it like worth my while to go watch it. Because I mean, it is Judge and Cole and the great young Gleyber Torres, who's been 21 forever. 21 forever.
The thing is, Stanton is starting to hit, and boy, he's crushing it, dude.
Oh, Stanton in the Stanton is mauling.
We're
gonna wrap it up coming up.
And Soto, I mean, goodness gracious.
Juan Soto is about to get himself a $600 million deal. So
yeah.
You want me to wrap? Are you ready? All right, let's bring in.
Lineup.
Oh, let's go to a break right now, John. We got to break it. Kelvin Sampson's going to be coming up in a second. We're going to break it right here. We come back. Kelvin Sampson's going to join us to talk about the beginning of the season for him.
Well, but you got to talk about Gulf Coast Chevy.
I'll talk about Gulf Coast Chevy. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC out in Angleton. Where can you get the best deals on Chevy Silverado pickup trucks, on the GMC Sierra 1500 pickup trucks? I don't care what type of exterior features or interior features you're looking for, the colors you're looking for. You want the step sides. You want, what type of interior do you want? They're going to have it for you at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. And the great thing is you're always going to get their best offers. I mean, they're not trying to play games with you. Craig DeSurf and Rick Trenner and the people who run the location say, this is not a game that we need to play with people. Let's make them happy. Let's make them happy from the time they step on the, they park their car. We're not going to hassle or hustle anyone. We're going to give them great trade-in values. We're going to find all the dealer incentives that we possibly can, and we're going to give them a low price. We're going to find the vehicles they want as well. If we don't have them in stock, we're going to get those interior and exterior features done, because your satisfaction is number one to them. Their customer service index, they're the winners every single year. And, when it comes to finding best prices, no one is going to beat my friends over in Angleton. Nobody. It's worth that drive out to Angleton. It'll be about 42 minutes from downtown, but it's worth thousands of dollars in your pockets. And it's also going to be worth the peace of mind of knowing that you are getting the best deal you possibly can at that particular time. Make sure you go to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've been telling you about the big game that's coming up on Sunday between Texas A&M and the University of Houston, an exhibition game, but they're not treating it like an exhibition game, Coach. Kelvin Sampson joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We had Buzz Williams on yesterday, and he said, we're coming in the day before. We're going to watch the A&M LSU game all together, but we're treating this like a regular game. Are you treating it the same way?
Well, it's our last dress rehearsal before the thing counts. We've got some veteran guys coming back that we're trying to move a new point guard in. Got some young guys I need to see. It really wouldn't be fair for us to treat it like a normal game because I need to see some of these young guys, and I'm not going to play them if the score's tight. I mean, this game is not the be all end all. When I agreed to play this thing, I said, this will be good for our new point guard. Of course, he proceeds to break his nose, and he's been out for about 11 days, but he's been back at practice the last 2 days wearing a mask. So we'll see how he does. But, we've got some freshmen like Mercy Miller and Chase McCarty. We got guys coming off surgery and Terrence Arsenault and JoJo Tugler. So, our team is very much a work in progress. So as far as treating it like a real game, I would say probably not.
Okay. You're going to play some young guys you're going to see. Well, Coach, it's huge loss. Jamal Shed. I don't know. Life after Jamal Shed. It must be tough for a coach. Making up for all of that. But I thought, losing Joseph Tugler last year early on or mid-season, I thought that was a huge loss for you then. How is JoJo doing, and is he going to be back full strength?
Yes, I'm excited about JoJo. He's a huge part. Last year we had a three-headed monster in J1 Roberts, Javier Francis, and JoJo. And when we lost JoJo, he actually did it prior to the Baylor game, and it had been bothering him a while. So we decided to let's go see if there's what the pictures say. And we did MRI, and sure enough, he had a broken bone in his ankle. And so we had to shut him down, which means that now we had to go to our fourth or fifth post as our backup post. And shortly thereafter, we play at Oklahoma, and J1 Roberts gets 10 stitches in the webbing of his hand between his index finger and his thumb. So now we only have Javier Francis as in our post rotation. So we wind up playing Damian Dunn at the 4 and just playing 4 guards. But that's what a season's all about. You're constantly having to adjust to some kind of adversity. And if your program's built on that, then you just take it and you move on. I remember a few years back, we lost Tremont Mark and Marcus Sasser in late December. Marcus broke his metatarsal, his left foot, and Tremont had to have labrium surgery, and we just plugged Kyler Edwards and Tajay Moore in, and off we go. So, injuries are part of it. Nobody feels sorry for you. You just suck it up and you move on. But I think our program's built for that.
I think I don't know, Coach, how many people know that these kind of preseason games / scrimmages you've had in the past. This has been going on. It's kind of been kept out of the eye of the public. But you had Texas where I guess you whipped them pretty good. I was told kind of how the whole thing went down a few years ago, and I wonder sometimes do some of these schools look at you? I guess the compliment to you where you're a trial horse now. Hey, let's go in there and see how tough our team is because we're going to go take on Kelvin Sampson's guys. Do you think some teams look at that because you guys are going to be relentless for the full scope of the game, whether it's whether you're playing in October, early November, or after the season has started? Do they look at you as an early season opponent that helps gauge their toughness?
Lance and John, I keep a list of all the schools that called me over the summer wanting to scrimmage because they said this would be good for their team. I said, well, I'm not scrimmaging you because it's going to be good for your team. If I scrimmage you, it's going to be good for us. So one year we did scrimmage Texas, and then 10 days later we scrimmaged Duke.
Yeah.
Duke came to the Fertitta Center. We went to San Antonio to scrimmage Texas, where the Spurs play at the AT&T Center. And then Tony Bennett called. I was sitting with Tony Bennett at a recruiting event. I can't remember where it was, but he said, "Kelvin, I'd like to come scrimmage you guys." I said, "Scrimmage? Let's just play, Tony." So that's how the home and home with Virginia started. It started as a conversation about a scrimmage. And, we're always looking to bring some really good teams into Fertitta and non-conference for our fans. Our fans want to see us play good teams. But, it takes two to tango. There's a lot of teams we can't get to come. So a lot of times we'll scrimmage. But the reason we scrimmaged Duke was because they had the 7-foot kid Lively, 6'11" kid Filipowski. They had a 7-foot kid come on. I wanted to see our guys play against size. So that wound up being good for both of us.
How'd you like that, John? Couldn't coach at least just give us a heads up so we could maybe just very quietly sneak into the Fertitta Center and go watch Duke Houston? How would you like to have that opportunity?
No,
Coach.
But that's part of the growth of our program. We're, this time last year at Media Day, the narrative was how would we adjust to the Big 12, and my response was very succinctly, we're replacing 4 starters. I lost the number 8 pick, Jarris Walker. I lost the number 25 pick, Marcus Sasser. Damon Mark decided to transfer. And then we lost one of the all-time great Cougars in Reggie Chaney. So we had to replace 4 starters going into last season, the first in the Big 12. And then this year, the narrative is how will we replace Jamal? Well, the answer is we won't. Jamal is not going to be replaced. What we have to do is figure out how to make our team better in other ways. Maybe we can be a better ball movement team. Maybe we can be play at a little quicker pace. All those things. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Coach.
Coach?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
We
now.
can hear you. Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. So for our program, it's always about adjusting to the guys we lost, how we make our team better, getting our kids comfortable playing with each other. Our team chemistry on defense is so important. We can't have breakdowns. Making sure we have more possessions by taking care of the basketball better, being better on the offensive glass. There's a checklist that I have every year that I'm checking off as we go. But October basketball is October basketball. I don't overreact to it. Never have. November leads into December. And by the time you get to Christmas, you kind of know what you have. But until then, you're always just building.
Kelvin Sampson with us here. He's going to scrimmage U of H. It's at 4 o'clock at Fertitta Center. Anytix, ANYTIX.com. Anytix.com is where you can get the tickets to go see the game. A lot of tickets still available, so get on over there to Anytix or UHCougars.com. You can find them there as well. Coach, I thought, you get Terrence Arsenault coming back. He's still I know he's not 100%. He can still feel. I read the article this morning in the Chronicle about him that he's still ginger a little bit with it. He says he's not 100%. Sometimes he's down to 60, sometimes to 90. But you got Ramon Walker. I thought Malik Wilson gave you some nice minutes last year, Coach. You got a lot of guys because of some injuries that were able to give you some minutes that maybe they'll have bigger roles this year.
I think so. When you've got a roster of players, people will pick out 1 or 2 guys that they want to see, and you're not going to play everybody. It's in a democracy where everybody gets a little participation trophy. You need to settle on your top 7, then you need to settle on your top 9, and if you're not in the top 9, then your minutes are going to be sporadic. But that's what June to October is for. You earn your time. I'm not going to get to a game and after the game, people say, "Why didn't so and so play?" Well, we won by 20. Why am I worried about why so and so didn't play when we're winning by 20? There's a reason why. So as the season progresses, you want to see guys improve in practice. Once you earn your stripes in practice in this program, then you have a chance to move up. But unless you can beat out the guys in front of you, your minutes are going to be sporadic. That's how it's always been. That's how it always will be.
Coach Kelvin Sampson with us, head coach at University of Houston. Coach, I think it's always fun to watch your guys compete and play hard on that defensively. You know what you're going to get every single time out when we're watching the games. And every once in a while you may have an outlier that pops in, and then, like you said, you got to find ways to win when things aren't going ideal for you. I remember I was at the Cincinnati game. Was it last year or 2 years ago when it was really close? Like they had a lead there at the end, and then you guys found a way to win. I'm curious, do you get a special joy from watching, after all these years of coaching, watching guys come back from? Would you rather see a team dominate? It's easier for you, or is there something that you really like about overcoming adversity and finding ways to win? Because you know that long term, overcoming adversity is a lot of times what makes champions.
Absolutely, but I think you create the ability to do that by manufacturing adversity, whether it's in conditioning, in the weight room, on the Versa climber, shuttle runs, that third lap of the mile run. We always talk about the third suicide, the third shuttle, the third lap of a mile run. Those were all adversity situations that I want to see who can do it, who's willing to fight through and get to that third level of pain. A lot of kids will run away as soon as it starts hurting. They want to stop. But we like to push our kids to the point where this pain thing is real. Do I have the toughness? Do I have the internal fortitude to get through this thing so I can go? And that's the last 5 minutes of a game. Everybody's tired, and do we have the ability to win the game when things aren't going our way? You're always going to have games where the ball's not going to go in. Okay. I remember when we beat Oregon State to go to the Final Four. If you go back and look at the stats of that game, John and Lance, we shot 32% for the game. But we had 20-some odd offensive rebounds that gave us extra possessions. Even though our shooting percentage was 4, we had a lot of possessions where we shoot and miss, get the rebound, shoot and miss, get the rebound, and make the shot. Well, that's 33%. That's how you win when on the nights when the ball doesn't go in. Right. The other thing is turnovers. Now, last year we led the nation in fewest turnovers per game. We averaged a little bit under 9 turnovers a game. Okay, those are possessions that we're saving for ourselves that we're not giving away. Conversely, our ability to turn other teams over and create offense out of that will for some people will look at a game and say, we were really bad on offense that night. This ain't no beauty contest, fellas. Basketball is you either win it or you lose it. I'm not interested in the beauty of it. I'm interested in winning the game, and that's what we're pretty good at.
And as I understand it, Coach, you're a pretty big baseball fan as well. What do you do with this Bregman contract situation?
You better find a way to keep Bregman.
Yeah.
Not a lot of Bregmans running around out there. That guy's a winner. He reeks of a Houston Astro. When you got guys like Altuve and Bregman and Tucker, because we see them every day, it's easy to find out what's wrong with them. But there's about 20 other Major League Baseball teams that would give their little fingers to have those guys in their teams. And then we look at players in other teams that say, well, we need this guy. Well, I'll take my chance with Bregman, Altuve, and Tucker, and all those other winners they have. Houston Astros got a lot of winners, but we need to keep Altuve and Bregman in the Houston Astros uniform as long as we can, because those guys know how to win.
So you wouldn't trade Tucker, even though you're not going to be able to re-sign him?
I don't know anything about the contract. I can tell you who we want to sign here for Houston. Houston Cougars.
Make them better.
I don't know about the. But my thing about losing players is if you're not going to re-sign him, who are you going to sign that's better than him? So sometimes you got to keep the game together.
I like what you said about winners. I mean, I just truly believe I have studied team building for a long time now, and there are certain players who are winners. Like, I don't know how much NBA you watch, Coach, with the Rockets. You obviously were you're a defensive coach with the Rockets there for years, and they really got to where they played good defense. Amen Thompson is a guy, and I don't know if you've seen him a whole lot, but he's a winner. Like there's certain guys,
yes.
I think you would have loved coaching him, but there's certain guys you can watch and you say, this is a guy who can change a culture and who can be a winner, a piece on a winning high-level team.
And that's a hard thing to teach. I was talking to our commission of officials yesterday in Kansas City, John Higgins, and he was asking me some questions about certain referees. Won't call their names, but I said, the one common denominator all the great referees have is feel. They know how to de-escalate. They know how to make a judgment about the flow of the game. Is this the right call? Years and years ago, it was advantage, disadvantage. Now the rules are so complex, it's hard to call advantage, disadvantage because the game has changed so much. You could call for instance, you could call a foul every possession on a block out. Somebody's hitting somebody under that rim every time, but the guys that have the best skill know how to navigate those calls. A guy like Amen Thompson knows how to play basketball. You can get him bigger, stronger, quicker, faster, more explosive, but you can't get him smarter. That's what you have to sign, and that's what you have to recruit. J1 Roberts, 5, 6 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, actually, when we were recruiting him, didn't have any of the measurables the uninitiated may not understand. He's not 6'10". He's not 250. He doesn't shoot threes. He's none of those things. But he's won 125 games. So why would you want him to be something he's not when he has everything you need? The winning is the bottom line here, not passing all these measurables that the NBA looks for. So I think that when you're looking at a guy like a Bregman or an Amen Thompson or a J1 Roberts, quit looking at what they don't have and focus on what they do have.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's Kelvin Sampson right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And speaking of referees, I got one question for you. Is there any chance that you might have got thrown out of a game last year up by about 20 so that Kellen could get a little coaching?
Well, there's another layer to that, Lance. The other layer is when I got thrown out, my strength coach went with me back to the back, and I said, go get Maisie and Kylan and tell them to come hang out with Papa. So Maisie walks in to where I was, my granddaughter, and she goes, Papa, did you get put in timeout? So Papa got put in timeout. So while the game's going on, I was watching it on a monitor in the coach's office, and in between playing hide and seek in the coach's office with my 2 grandkids. So Kellen got great experience, but I got some quality time with the grandkids, fellas.
That's good.
That's great. That is great. That is Coach Kelvin Sampson.
It's a win-win.
Sunday.
Win-win.
Sunday, 4:00. Anytix.com to go see U of H in an exhibition against Texas A&M. Coach, great to talk to you, man. We'd love to do this as often as you possibly can this basketball season. If you're available, we really enjoy. I love watching your teams play, Coach. It's just old school. It's just awesome, and you don't see the kind of
they're America's team, John. Have. This is America's team.
This is. And oh, by the way, did you know that Ken Palm has you number 1 in the country? And their trust, their trust.
Well, that and 75 cents won't get you a cup of coffee at McDonald's. So let's just get to practice this afternoon. See if we can't make the
telling of everything is telling a coach, hey, did you see what that computer said about you?
Yeah.
They said you're number 1. Oh, I'm sure that'll be just fine with Dr. Couture and Tillman and everyone else. All the alumni, they'll be excited.
You won the Ken Palm preseason championship, Coach. Congratulations.
Yeah. I appreciate it, fellas. Now let's go. Play
Play
about
real
35
basketball.
games and see what happens.
See what happens. Indeed.
Coach, we
Well,
appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining us.
Okay. Thank you guys for having me on.
all right, we'll see you, Coach.
Anytix.com, Anytix, ANYTIX.com to get your tickets to go see the game. Good stuff. He's awesome. He is really awesome. That's a hell of a coach. That's probably the best coach we have in this city right there, Kelvin Sampson. Time to talk about HR&P right now. That's the best payroll company we have in the city. All right, HR&P. There's a good coug right there. Mike Holly. You think he don't go to those games? You think he doesn't? He doesn't love to watch his cougs competing at the highest level with the best teams in the country? Of course he does. And Chris Fisher's there, an A&M guy, loves him some A&M. Those two should be at that game, all right, competing, punching each other in the face as they watch their teams competing.
Man.
Yeah. Right. Just do it. I got Holly in this one. Holly's a big boy. I played tackle at U of H, okay? I'm going to tell you this. I've got HR&P as a great company. Number one in this city as far as payroll and HR goes. Look, there's all kinds of admin companies that are going to do your payroll. They're going to do your HR. They're going to do your benefits packages, your 401ks. They're going to do all that stuff. Guess what? HR&P, they're going to do it better. HR&P is going to do your payroll and your HR, and they're going to give you benefit packages. They're going to give you options on your benefits packages as opposed to forcing their benefits packages on you. That's a big difference, people. Huge difference. All right. So if you think, wait a minute, we're paying a lot to our admin company, there's a reason, because they're jobbing you. They're jobbing you. So go to HR&P, see what they can do for you. HRP.net. They're going to customize a plan that's going to be perfect for you at HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
I want to tell you about some new things that Underdog Fantasy is doing that I think is really awesome. Underdog Fantasy now has a win now button where you can cash out whenever you want. You can keep writing your entry or you can cash out whenever you want. That's something that's new. How about the Every Dog Deserves a Second Chance with Underdog Rescues? It's called Underdog Rescues. You can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. Brandon Miller last night with Charlotte Hornets is a great example of that. Underdog's double flex option allows you, it's like insurance, really, because you can take 2 losses on the double flex and still have your entry win money. You can also follow the hot hand or go against the cold one with partial picks and selections. Just a really, really cool feature. They continue to add profit boosters to the lobbies. Make sure if you've got Underdog already, you're checking your lobby because you got great profit boosters in there. But if you've never played and you want to play Underdog, you said, I'm tired of sitting on the sideline. I want to get into the game and start playing along with the games I'm watching. Make sure you go to the website, underdogfantasy.com, or just download the app from the App Store. Easy to use, and you are going to, when you use promo code Lance, let me start off. Boostober. This is when you're getting boost from October 27th or now until October 27th. You're going to get a boost of profit on all NBA entries by 20%. So that's really, really great. But when you download the app and sign up with promo code Lance, you are going to get the ability to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. But you must use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
Time to talk about Coors Light. Time to talk about one of my favorite subjects. All right, Coors Light, cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Time to talk about you keeping Texas chill. I've done my part. I think I've done more than my part. I've done more than my share, if you want to know the truth. But I think you need to start to think about how you can contribute too. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I love me some Coors Lights. I'm going to continue to love me some Coors Lights, and I hope you do too. You're looking for the best way to enjoy whatever it is you're doing. You got a few bucks riding. We're going to talk to John Chill in next year, and we're going to find out what he likes. And while you're watching those games, and you got a little something on it, you want a cold, clean, crisp, and refresh. You want to stay chill, and that's what you do with Coors Light. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Del, being joined right now by the CFO over at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. John Chill joining us here this week to talk about the DraftKings Sportsbook and what's been going on. John, I know you've had a few health issues the last couple of weeks. Hope you're healthy and hope all is well with you and the family. But let's talk about what's been going on in the NFL the last couple of weeks, John. The favorites have been coming in. Has the DraftKings taken a little hit the last couple of weeks in the NFL?
Yeah, we were a little bruised up with all the favorites. I mean, beginning of the season, the dogs were coming through, and the favorites started making a comeback here the last couple of weeks. So, yeah, definitely seen the favorites and a lot of prop bets with them, with the parlays and all that. So, yeah, definitely been a change from the beginning of the season.
John, we noticed it. I mean, last couple 3-4 weeks, the passing in the NFL, the numbers are just way down.
Touchdowns, yards, everything.
Everything
Yeah.
passing, which translates into less scoring, right? Are we looking at more unders now because of how bad the passing games have been?
Yeah, we're seeing. I think it's close to 60. I think it might have hit 60% after last week. The unders are definitely trending. What's ironic about it too is the Thursday night games. The overs have been hitting, which has been a trend for years. Take the under on a Thursday night, but yeah, we're definitely seeing the trend. I think running the ball, the change of how these offenses are functioning throughout. I mean, you look at Kansas City. The way they're playing and the points are scoring, and you just think that you got Mahomes, you put 30 points on the board, and you're not seeing that, and and it's interesting too to see what Kansas City's doing overall. We'll see what happens this week. Finally, I think they put a number up for Kansas City that's you think about. I mean, I think Kansas City's 5-1 for the year so far, which is interesting. Given the spread.
Yeah. And University of Houston, make sure you bet the under because, because they're hitting at a great clip right now.
Yeah.
So what, any other trends you're seeing developing in the NFL?
We're I kind of call this week separation week. We're starting to see, I think there's 8 games over 6 points, which is the first time all season. You're starting to separate teams that are, you kind of think they're going to make a run, at the end of the year, and ones that are, waiting for the draft in April. So you're definitely starting to see lines starting to creep up more than they were in the beginning of the season. I look at it, me personally, this is when I start using teasers, and looking at these 6-point spreads, and hey, they might not cover by 6, but they might win straight up. So this is when I start using teasers more personally on the NFL. But yeah, definitely you're starting to see lines adjust with all the favorites hitting there the last couple of weeks.
Is the quarterback play the reason that we're seeing bigger spreads right now?
Yeah, I think the quarterback play, and I think they're just teams that you look at, you just go against. I mean, Carolina, you just whoever they're playing, you just take them. And that's kind of the way I look at it. And I don't think they've covered all year. I think they're 0-6 for the year as well. So, it's quarterback play. You're starting to see, like, Baltimore's a prime example. First 2 weeks, you could tell they didn't know how to use Derrick Henry, and now they're look like a well-oiled machine on offense and clicking. So you're starting to see that. Buffalo's another team that's, I think they've been hot all year, but, they're getting better each week as well. So you're starting to see those lines, creep up for those teams. And then you start looking at bye week factors. I kind of like some Cowboy props just because of the bye week. I think CD might go off and Dak go off this week. Don't know if they're going to cover against the Niners, but those are things you look at too as prop bets. Coming off the bye week and things of that nature.
I think it's pretty interesting. A lot of books now are keeping open the Heisman Trophy odds throughout the year, and it fluctuates. And it would make sense, bring the handle up, right, as opposed to just before the season starts and then it's locked out. Ashton Genty, a running back winning a Heisman, he's currently the favorite, but it kind of speaks to the year we're having with the quarterback position. The Boise State running back who's putting up numbers that are in the neighborhood of Barry Sanders from years and years ago, from about 36 years ago. This is really an unusual year, but at the same time, Travis Hunter was in the mix, and maybe he still is now that he's back. You got you got a two-way player, a running back. Like, what do your odds look like right now for Heisman, and how do you see it playing out?
I think, if Boise keeps on winning and, they can get in, I think the playoff is going to factor into a little bit. I think if Boise can win out, I think they're 17 right now, but if they can make it into playoffs, I think, he keeps doing what he's doing. I think he wins the Heisman. I think that's part of, you know, I think the equation is I think the team still needs to make the playoffs, whoever wins that Heisman. You know, so you look at Cam Ward's at plus 250. You know, if they can win out, you know, he's got a good shot to you know, to flip that and make a run there at the end. But I think, you know, it's interesting. I think the Heisman's going to depend. The team should at least be in the playoffs. I don't think anybody's going to win it if they're outside of that. And it's been interesting in the book. Futures have been crazy with these 12-team playoffs now. We're seeing a lot of future action on, you know, who's going to make the playoffs. I mean, who would think Indiana and BYU would be ahead of Alabama right now, you know, in the playoffs. So it's interesting to see, you know, what's going on. You see like a team like Pitt, I think they're ranked 20th, but they're 6-0, you know, and so it'll be interesting to see coming down the stretch who makes that top 12. But you're definitely seeing some future bets on that in the Heisman as well, you know, and take advantage of some of the odds of the weeks, you know, that are out there. So.
John Chill, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Make your reservations. Go and hang out at the DraftKings Sportsbook over the weekend. It doesn't get any better than watching your football there while you got all the you got multiple kiosks, but you got the windows right there as well. It can't be better. So if you're looking for a great place to have get your games on and your bets on, the Golden Nugget Lake Charles at the DraftKings Sportsbook. You got a big man. You're going to be packed on Saturday. You got a big UFC card, right?
Yeah, we have a matinee UFC card, so you can come in, grab a coffee. I think prelims start at 10 in the morning, and the mains at I think 2:30 in the afternoon. So, yeah, grab a coffee at Starbucks, walk in the sports book, watch some UFC. You know, you got the big fight. You got Topuria versus Holloway. I kind of like the under 4.5 rounds and take Topuria minus 230. I think, you know, I think he's younger, quicker, and I think, you know, Holloway's never gone down, so I like under 4.5 rounds. I think they're going to be on a mission to try to knock him out. And then my big underdog's Whitaker. I think if he can survive the first round, Whitaker might be able to win that fight. So those are
he's getting like plus
parlays.
200 and something, right, John?
Right, yeah, he's plus 210, I think, right now. Yeah, so I kind of like the odds on that. And like I said, if he can survive the first round, he's got a shot to win that. So, yeah, but you got UFC. We got some, I think Notre Dame's on early. Got some nice early games going on. I kind of like Notre Dame this week, minus 13. I know everybody's riding a Navy wave, but I think Notre Dame's getting better each week. Was one of my picks this week. So,
how you seeing this LSU A&M game going?
Oh, you know, that's a tough one. I mean, you know, LSU, you know, they got through Ole Miss. I kind of like it's tough to play at A&M, and you know, I could see easily an upset right there. I know my daughter's going to kill me for saying that, but I see LSU. You know, it's going to be a good game. I could go either way. You know, that's a tough game, especially coming off the win. You know, with Ole Miss and all that. So that'll be an interesting game.
Definitely, that'll be fun. That's going to be a hard hit.
It's going to be a good game to watch. Yeah. I don't know if we're going to put the house on it. It's just a good game to watch, I think, and see how that plays out.
You got any big action on any college team?
You know what? I like Miami again. I like I said, Notre Dame was one of my top picks, and I like Boise State tomorrow.
You like Boise tomorrow?
Yeah, Boise tomorrow. I think they're going to roll here at the end of the season.
How about what if you'd have bet what it was Liberty over Kennesaw State? I mean.
Yeah, that was crazy.
If you took the money line, they were 0-10.
I don't even know if there was a money line for that one.
I doubt it.
Like, what could you make it?
Liberty's undefeated and possibly going to the playoff, and Kennesaw State takes them out. Wow.
Yeah, and I think Kennesaw State was like minus 80 point differential, something crazy like that. Yeah, I had a money line last night. It's funny you say that. I've been riding the Jacksonville State bandwagon here, and I think they're like 6-1 now covering. So. But yeah, that would have been a nice play to have that straight up if they offer.
Holy crap! That money line would pay unbelievable.
Yeah,
yeah, and took Liberty right out of the playoff. John Chill every week that he can get here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Great stuff. Get to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, people, and have yourself a big time. John, as always, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for
All right,
hanging
sounds
with
good.
us.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you guys next week.
Okay, we'll see you, John.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
and I got to talk about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I'm going to tell you this right now, right here and right now. It's one of my favorite places. It just does not get any better. We talked about the sports book, the DraftKings sports book. If you've never been in it, it's as good as any sports book in Vegas. I love it. It is just so much fun. TVs everywhere. It's a sensor overload as far as football goes. It is just fantastic. You've got the pool, which is awesome. You got the golf course, which is awesome. The poker room, I love playing in there. The casino, which is a Vegas, it's as good as any Vegas casino. The hotel, it's like it's brand new. I'm telling you, they keep this thing pristine. They just can't do a better job than they're doing at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I love it. You will love it. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Why go to Vegas when it takes you how long to get to Vegas from your door to a Vegas casino checked in your hotel? It's about a 5-6 hour process. Well, how about 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road? That's it. And you're in a Las Vegas style casino and hotel right here. So much cheaper, so much better. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
Hey guys, Vanderford Air is an opportunity for you to cool and also heat your home. Let me run you by really quickly. When we hit cold weather, and what are we going to be cold for? You might need a heater for maybe 2 months here, maybe 3, depending on what's going on. But we don't run it a whole lot. So the problem is, if you have an issue with your furnace, it can be a hazard to your family in terms of carbon monoxide poisoning. You need to have it checked out. You need to have your furnace checked out just to make sure everything's safe, everything's fine. Vanderford Air can come out there and do it for you very quickly. You just give them a call today, line it up, and they can get out there, give you a checkup on the furnace before you're going to have to use that. It's 281-557-COOL. Robert Vanderford is the one who runs the company. It's a family-owned company. They've been in business for years, and they have clients just like me who continue to call them year after year to come do a checkup or to install a new AC or to fix whatever's going on. Sometimes it's something smallish but important, like making sure your emergency lines are cleaned and drained so that they don't back up and turn into water spilling all over your attic like I've had happen before. They came out and cleared the gunk out. I couldn't believe what came out of my line, but Vanderford got it knocked out, gave me the AC tune-up, and it was on the way we go. So make sure that you have the number. Even if you don't need them now, put it in your phone so that you have the number when it's needed. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, this segment's brought to you by Barbequeso from Damaris Barbecue. Melted cheese, freshly chopped veggies,
Yum.
chopped brisket, all in it. Brisket in your
Is he
in your
copying
queso.
HEB?
Huh?
Is he copying that HEB brisket?
Oh no,
with
they
the
copied
thing?
him.
They copied him. I
They
saw
copied
Yanni yesterday at the game. As a matter of fact, he was there with his family.
Yeah, the girls. He brought the girls.
And
yeah.
I should have said, "Hey, how about a little Barbequeso? How about you?"
Yeah, but he's lazy. So
I know.
he's not
But
gonna
how
do it.
about you have somebody who works at your place just bring it in?
Yeah, well, he's too lazy to even probably tell him that.
Yeah.
So we need a contestant for playing Beat the Warehouse Live guy who
They
got
beat him last week. Remember?
He got beat last week.
Got
How about
smoked.
that? Yeah, but he only had one win. It's embarrassed. He embarrassed himself.
Yeah, he did.
So I embarrassed myself picking games last week too, though. So I can't talk about that. So we need a contestant at exactly 9:20. Call in, and caller number 5 is going to be our contestant. Beat the Warehouse Live guy. Beat the Warehouse Live guy. 4 tickets to a game along with the limo ride there and back. So our contestant last week is going to the Knicks game, right? Yeah, I think he gave him 4 tickets, a lower bowl to the Knicks game.
Mm-hmm.
Rockets Knicks. So nice job. Nice job. So caller number, what did I say, 5 at 9:20, you're going to be playing. And I one more reminder. We still got some tickets to give away. Let's do it next segment, Adele, right? We got a couple more tickets to give away to the U of H game. So we'll do that. And you got U of H. We got football and basketball tickets, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not sure about football? Okay, we know we got basketball tickets to give away, though. So we'll do that in the next segment. So stay tuned right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Your Rockets took it on the chin last night. 110-105 was the final. It was just couldn't shoot. Just could not shoot. Just awful. And the fourth quarter just fell apart. They scored 45 points in the second half. I mean, they looked really good.
Yeah.
A 60-point first half.
Well, I didn't even think they looked really good. They didn't shoot. They had a good second quarter, but
yeah,
I think they just look like, okay, they can overwhelm this team with their athleticism, their length, their rebounding. Alperen Sengun looks unstoppable. There's a chance Alperen may go 40-30. You know, I thought 40-30 wasn't out of the after the first quarter. I thought, I guess just it's going to be a 40-30 game. No big deal. And then Sengun, Sengun kind of just fell apart in the second half. He stopped being able to get shots off. He turned it over a ton. He doesn't always take care of the ball very well. He had a big turnover at the end of the game, too, where I don't know if it was a behind-the-back pass intentionally or if he just lost it out of bounds that way when he was trying to dribble.
Well, they only had 8 turnovers. I mean, they were pretty clean. Now,
yeah, but then it must have been 7 of
misses.
them must have been there in about a 5-minute span where they lost the lead.
Yeah, well, they also, I mean, they got a rebound at 56-43.
And that's after a huge advantage they had.
Yeah.
I mean, the bigs from Charlotte beat the brakes off the Rockets. They really did. Landale, and it wasn't just Jock Landale. It was, Alperen stopped being able to dominate the boards. The guys like Amen, they went small. So Amen, Dillon, and Jabari really got beat on the boards. The small lineup got beat up. And
Nick Richards.
Their bigs
Nick
just kind of roughhouse the Rockets.
Yeah. Richards had 8 rebounds. Bridges had 9. Martin had 8.
How about Man with his little pull up, his little crossover step back? Like, Man looked great in the fourth quarter. God, Man, and I hate those guys. Man and LaMelo Ball just draining threes. Grant Williams, who's always been kind of a, he's a guy that gets under your skin easily. He had a huge 3 at the end of the game. Just Charlotte ended up lighting up threes there in the second half and got back in the game. And then just the Rockets just didn't have any ability to stop the momentum. They were down 3. Jalen got in for an M1. A big turning point in that game was when Amen Thompson got fouled and missed both free throws.
Yeah.
They never recovered from that.
So I was misled by this organization. I was told Steven Adams was okay and he was going to be fine. And I'm watching Jock Landale instead.
Yeah, Steven Adams was on the bench.
You know what? I think that's probably we were
tired of you
lied to.
getting lied to, if I'm being honest.
Lied to.
Yeah.
And then I was told that the bench is so deep, 10 deep, and we're going to see, and how hard it's going to be to get all these guys. And, what's the playing time? Well, there's not going to be any playing time because all the starters are just going to play.
Looks like you were lied to.
I was lied to again. Lied to.
Yeah.
I'm not going to overreact to one loss, but this is the kind of game. That's the kind of team that you beat. Okay.
Yep.
Charlotte doesn't come in here and beat you on opening night with all the excitement.
And they lost Brandon Miller.
Yeah.
Lance, you were in the building. I tuned in at the start. I stopped paying attention to the crowd later. It didn't feel like people were in that building excited about tip-off.
No, they were. I have to say they've got some new. I don't know if these features are new. You tell me, John. They had a big fence around Toyota Center where you couldn't just walk up to Toyota Center and get close. Like you had to, before you even got inside the perimeter, there was a fence that was covering you, and you had to go through. You had to walk through a kind of a metal detector. And then they are saying if you have any kind of bags at all, you can forget it. Ladies, I will tell you this, or men who wear man bags, like if DeAndre Hopkins goes to a game, or some of you guys I see running around.
Laramie Tunsil.
Or men that I see walking around the Galleria who have Gucci slides and their man bags on, your Merces. You're not getting that in the game. I can tell you that. You're going to have to spend $30 to rent a locker, and they now have lockers outside of the event where you have to rent the lockers and put your little man purses in there and keep them there. Or women, your regular purses. Or Chris Fisher told me his daughter came with something really, really small, and he said it might have been an inch over the size. And they said, nope, go give us $30 and put it in that locker. So also a moneymaker, but you can't bring that in. So I think that may have slowed some things down too. Because you had to queue up to get in.
It was hard to get in.
Yeah, and the parking, and it's just downtown coming up after. But no, they weren't. You're right, Dale. They weren't in the. It was not, and it wasn't the drippy intro that they had from a few years ago. It's an intro of a more serious basketball team, not of an Instagram story necessarily.
You are not serious people.
Where now we have to read people on, back then you could read. It's the corniest thing. Last night was a complete movie. Or yeah, last night was a movie. Oh my God, that is the lamest, corniest stuff I ever hear. Last night was a movie. This intro is a total movie. Okay.
What is this?
Get to the
game.
Talking
they were very cinematic with their intros when the team had nothing to offer on the court.
And they had their little video that they showed on there. But when it got time to introduce the team, they introduced the 5 players. They did their chest bumps or whatever, and then they got to business. It wasn't fire wasn't shooting out of everywhere. It was less showy, it felt like, than what I've seen in the past. But they were a more serious team, but they weren't serious in the fourth quarter, unfortunately. They were scared.
I don't know. That's the right thing because they came out and they couldn't. They missed their first 18 shots, and maybe they need drippy. Okay, maybe they need showy. Maybe they need. Pump it up.
No,
maybe they need Dell there.
No, you don't need that. You need to. How about making a shot, and how about grabbing rebounds? That's what you need. You don't need Kevin Porter Jr. back here, in pregame fits for what's the pregame fit like for Jalen Green. We don't need that. We got kids to feed now. This is different. This is a different Jalen Green. That's why he came up.
Was he
with
so
28
different?
Points.
Was he so different last night?
No, he was.
He had 28. That's a great game.
28 on how many shots?
It didn't matter. He went.
Shots.
Well, you didn't say this about Allen
23 shots, 28 points.
Did you guys keep the same energy when Allen Iverson?
Well, when Allen Iverson was doing, he was doing. I was
times for 27.
I was like 12. So no, I was not saying that.
As soon as Jalen gets to the NBA Finals, like Allen Iverson did, then okay.
Well, he keeps averaging 28 points. Are you gonna say, man, Jalen is going off 28 a game? You gonna say that? Or are you just gonna keep looking for the negatives?
Well, 23 shots and losing and scoring 105 total points. Yeah. Okay. Then no. We're gonna keep on talking about it. Yeah. 23 shots, 28 points. Beat it. 5 for 50.
Beat it.
Stop taking
You heard him.
15
Beat it.
threes.
We tell him that
15
man
threes.
just signed a contract. You're really going after Rockets management these days.
No,
What did Tillman do to
I was
you
lied to.
where you're like, he lied to me, beat it, Jalen? It's one game. Mason wants the whole team traded.
He was told the Rockets were too deep. And
They are too deep. They got to figure out who to play now.
Well, they're not playing anybody.
Cam Whitmore
They
got
play-
8
they
minutes.
only
Who do
play
you
the
want to play more?
starters.
Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepard. Who do you want more?
I want to see both of them.
Okay, then
I
who
didn't
doesn't
see any
play?
of them. I saw 24 minutes between the two of them.
Then who doesn't play?
That's
That's why I said Reed Shepard was
Fred.
going to win Rookie
Hey,
of the
Fred,
Year.
come sit over here.
I
We'll make
told
40
you.
million.
I told you
Who
about
did-
that.
Who did he say?
Fred Van Fleet. I told you Fred
That's
Van Fleet.
40 million.
His minutes weren't going anywhere. The veteran point guard's minutes were not decreasing.
I was told that was a good contract.
Who told you that?
John told me that. 'cause
John, you
Tillman
told him that?
I
Tillman
told
told
him,
him.
Fred Van Vliet's. Yeah, I thought it was. No, but you know what? Not when you're 2 for 11 from 3. Come over here and sit down.
Yeah, now that's that. Now, but they don't. Who's their other point guard? They ran Reed Shepard at point for a little bit, but it's still just as stagnant. And they weren't running a true point guard. Point guard wasn't running an offense yesterday. It was just a high screen and roll, kick it to the wing, and the wing players would try to play one-on-one and see what kind of shots they could get. And so I don't know, Reed Shepard's going to be the backup point guard, but yeah, yesterday is a great example of a game. Now, we'll say 2 big threes from Fred Van Vliet. They were huge at the time, but he had missed 9 previous before that, was playing very poorly. That's not a game where Fred Van Vliet, with as poorly as he was shooting, should have played that many minutes. Granted, 2 big threes in the fourth quarter, but he was one of the reasons that they couldn't extend and put that game away is because he couldn't shoot worth a crap. I mean, he was bad. Jalen, not Jalen, but Jalen didn't shoot it great either. And he had 15 threes. This is not a world we should live in where Jalen Green is shooting 15.
Do you feel
we
great?
should not live in that world.
You feel great about your backcourt now. Jalen's money doesn't kick in until next year. Your backcourt in that year is going to be making over $70 million between them. They went 7 for 26 from 3.
I don't know that Fred makes it to year 3.
Not the way he shot last night, 4 for 18 overall.
I think this is not going to be a mutual picking up of the.
But Fred really wants to be here. You saw the article.
4 for 18. 4 for 18. That's terrible.
For who, Fred?
Yes, overall, yes.
And Fred kept getting into the paint and trying to shoot. He's a historically terrible shooter inside of the paint.
Yes,
he doesn't finish at all, and he gets in the paint. I'm like, oh, here we go. And it seemed like Charlotte was challenging everything in the paint was a challenge. In the first half, you could waltz in and dunk on them. In the second half, all of a sudden, they wanted to play big. I'm like, God, this sucks. Why can't y'all just let us have an easy one?
10 blocks by Charlotte.
Charlotte's
10.
got a new coach. They're I don't know if you heard. There's a new sheriff in town in Charlotte.
10 blocks. It felt like 10 blocks because they weren't letting anybody have any easy shots. And then they bullied Alperin, and Alperin didn't want to do anything. He was like, no, thanks. I'll just sit this one out for most of the second half. Grant Williams is a bully too, by the way. Grant Williams can make you very uncomfortable. And it looked like Alperin didn't really want to deal with chubby number 2.
Well, Steven Adams is going to make a difference when he comes back.
Yeah, I think so. I heard he was already ready to go.
I know.
Well, he played. He played
wasn't
in
even
the last
available.
preseason game.
Wasn't even available.
It came down yesterday. All of a sudden, there are questions whether he would play, and then he was ruled out.
And he played in the preseason. What the hell?
And he was talking to Alperin during breaks, giving him, I don't know, telling him things.
Well, he should have been telling Jalen, stop shooting. Fred, stop shooting.
And he played with Russell Westbrook. He never told him to stop shooting.
Well, somebody has to. Somebody needs to step up and tell him that. I need to step up and tell you about GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is where you get your car sold. All right, it's Thursday, right? John Clay Wolf is on Saturday, and he's going to say he's going to buy cars on the radio. He buys cars on the radio, okay? He'll tell a guy who's sitting there, calls in, hasn't even seen it. Well, you got to send me the pictures, but this is what I'll give you for it. Okay, I'll take that. Or, nope, I won't take that. I need more. Well, let me see it first, okay? Then I'll tell you. Or you're unrealistic about it. You're unrealistic about how much you want for your vehicle. Well, I'll tell you this. You don't have to be – you'll find out what it's worth when you go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Because you go to GiveMeTheVin.com, they give you your price. You take that to CarMax, and CarMax tells you, you're crazy. I can't give you that for that. All right? Or CarMax says, we'll beat that. And if you beat it, you take it back to John Clay Wolf, And he says, well, they're crazy. We'll give you $100 instead. We're not going to buy your car. We'll give you $100. If CarMax can beat his offer, he sends you $100. That's pretty cool. My boy Michael got that. He got the $100 from John Clay Wolf. He's like, yeah, I'll take that, Hundy. Yeah, absolutely. So listen, you're guaranteed to know that either he's going to buy your car or you're getting $100. So there's one place you have to go every single time when you're selling your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. Time to talk about the game coming up Saturday night. Utah, homecoming, baby. Let's go. Utah's going to be here at TD-ECU Stadium. You don't want to miss out on homecoming. You got the you get there early for the Bud Light backyard tailgate area. You got food and beverage and tailgate games there. I mean, it's a nice tailgate. It really is. I've had a lot of fun over to U of H tailgates, and I'm telling you this: they got Utah in town. You got to beat that Kyle Whittingham. You got to beat him. You got to take care of that business. TCU took care of that business. You need to take care of this business now, and you want to be there. 4 tickets and a parking pass for just $70. 4 tickets and a parking pass, just $70. To grab this deal, visit uhcougars.com/homes. That's uhcougars.com/homes. It's going to be a nice night out there. Take care of a Big 12 opponent, Utah. They've been disappointing. Continue to disappoint them on Saturday night. uhcougars.com/home.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
What does Mapes think about being this close to Cam Rising? We've never seen those two in the same room together.
Well, there is a question of whether Mapes played in Tempe as opposed to Cam Rising, considering how bad that game went for Utah. Mapes won't confirm or deny
that he was in there instead of Cam Rising.
Didn't look like Cam Rising that we remember. So it could have been Mapes.
Didn't.
So Mapes doesn't have far to travel if he in fact is impersonating the Utah quarterback. Maybe we'll see Mapes talking up Isaac Wilson as the Cougs try to get a win.
You think he's going to be coaching him on the sideline?
Well, if he's pretending to be Cam Rising, he's got to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't not show up to the game.
No, he's got to go. Mapes. I'm telling you, love that. We've got tickets to give away to that game. Let's do it, Del. We got 2 tickets to give away. uhcougars.com/home. If you want to buy the tickets, uhcougars.com/home. Taking on the Utah Utes on a Saturday night. We got 2 tickets to give away. Let's give them away at exactly 9:40. We'll get caller number 3. Caller number 3 is going to go to that game with 2 tickets. All right. If you want to buy tickets, 4 tickets and a parking pass for just $70. That's what you do. uhcougars.com /tickets. Yeah, we got a scheduling problem tomorrow. We got Warehouse Live Guy. We've got Willie Fritz going to be joining us at 9. We got 5-Star going to be giving us
and
winners.
Clay Hensley is going to join us he was supposed to join us at 8:30 to preview on the phone to preview Yankees and Dodgers World Series.
Oh, well, we got that too. We've had a lot of guests this week.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
We're known for that.
A guest producer we had this week.
Yep.
We got a guest. We've had a lot of people that want to talk to us about stuff. I mean, that's crazy.
He dabbed if you weren't paying attention. When you mentioned guest producer,
wasn't really
Lance did a bit of a dab.
It was just more of a
a
celebration of your mention of his producing.
Yeah.
I didn't see. Did you dab?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it wasn't a real, like a classic
Okay.
dab.
Okay. But
yeah, it was a dab. It was.
Do you still dab to your kids?
Oh, yeah. And Marty, sometime whenever she's getting in trouble, I'll dab on her. She gets so pissed.
It's got to be very
He's
annoying.
He's dabbing again, Mom. It's not great to live with me.
I imagine it wouldn't be. You taunting your kids with dabs?
Yeah, but she'll dab on me when Nicole's yelling at me about something.
Returning the favor.
So she dabs back on me.
There's
I was able to get
going on.
I got her. She's happy with me because I was able to get her to a Taylor Swift concert. I had a friend who has a ticket, so I'm going to fly up to. As a matter of fact, the day before, that's Thursday. Thursday before, it's next Thursday. Right after the show, I'm going to an airport, flying to Indianapolis, turn around, flying right back, and then she's going to be up there and watch Taylor Swift, her one and probably only time to ever go to a Taylor Swift concert.
So you are the chaperone, and someone's going to go with her. Are you going to the concert too?
No, I'm not going.
You're chaperoning her up there.
Well, they have a Friday concert, but I couldn't get back for the Radio Hall of Fame stuff. So, and plus, they don't want me anyway. And my wife doesn't want to go to Taylor Swift. And she's going to go to
the Radio Hall of Fame stuff. Oh, that's next weekend. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got that Taylor Swift concerts on Friday. So she's going with about 14 other girls and 6 moms. And so it's going to be a whole party of like 20 who are going there in Indianapolis.
Oh my gosh. I bet she's excited.
Oh my gosh. It's
who's the opener?
I'm more excited because I don't have to, because I had told her, I said, listen, these prices, she goes, I don't care, Dad. I will use all the money she saved $3,000 from babysitting and all this stuff. I'll spend it all on. We're not spending it all to sit behind a do you understand? These prices only get you an obstructed view where you're behind the stage and you're just watching on a freaking jumbotron. Like, what are you doing?
So that's next Friday. Did you know that
Big Daddy's opening?
No, J.J. Abrams' daughter is opening.
J.J. Abrams, the
producer, yes.
The producer?
He has a daughter named Gracie who will be opening. So I don't know if Marty likes Gracie Abrams, but that will be before Taylor Swift comes on.
Well, it's not my concern because I won't be there.
Yeah, but Marty can be judgmental, so I'm not sure what type of content Gracie Abrams puts out. So Marty might have some thoughts.
I was hoping she get to see There was Paramore.
They did that. Yeah, in Europe.
Yeah, they were a pretty cool concert, except for the Taylor Swift part. It better be a clean
show if it's Taylor Swift.
Well, Taylor Swift has had Sabrina Carpenter as an opener. It's not so clean.
Oh my goodness. Well, as long as it's not Cardi B.
And there's all these rules. No, it's not going to be WAP. Cardi, give me, put that Big Mac truck inside this little garage. Okay. Cardi. My daughter's 13. I don't need to hear about Mack trucks in your little garage. This is too much. Okay? This is too much, Cardi.
Are the kids in school yet?
Are the kids in 9:40? I would hope so.
The bad kids are still, the bad kids are out.
They're not listening to this show.
This isn't even. Yeah, the bad kids aren't sitting around vaping, listening to a sports talk show, complaining about the Rockets. I promise you.
All right, we got winners to the U of H tickets. Well, we got 2 more U of H tickets, but this is to the basketball game, which is Sunday. Want you there. If you don't win the tickets, you can get them easily by going to anytix.com and fill up the Fertitta Center. Fill it up with a bunch of Cougar fans and show them Aggies what it's like, even an exhibition game, how good it is here in the city of Houston with this basketball team. We got 2 tickets to give away. Let's do it at 9:45 exactly. You call in, and caller number 3 is going to win those 2 tickets. You can get your tickets at anytix.com, anytix.com, or uhcougars.com to buy your tickets to go see the game if you don't win them. So we got 2 tickets to give away. Caller number 3 at exactly 9:45. All right, what did anything we missed today, boys?
Yeah,
Anything?
I had some stuff pulled that we missed. How about the fact that DeJounte Murray's already out with a fractured hand?
Oh yeah,
Gets a new team and fractures his hand, so he is gone. You've got let's see here.
You guys aren't the only new Hall of Famers. Maria Sharapova made the Hall of Fame.
Okay,
did she?
We'll allow it.
And the
Not the Texas Radio Hall.
No,
of Fame,
the Tennis Hall of Fame, and the Bryan brothers did as well. So a couple of Americans made it into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. But Sharapova, a 5-time major champion. Did you know she'd won that many majors?
She was a good player.
Yeah.
Really good player. And smoking hot.
Well, yes, John.
That
was part of the appeal, too.
Hang on. I always get her mixed up. Who is the one that
That's
was
Anna
really
Kournikova.
Kournikova.
Yeah. That's the one who didn't win anything.
I mean, the OVAs are typically, once we start dealing with Russian / where's she from?
I think she's Russian. Maybe.
Yeah, Russians. I mean, Russian tennis players are usually, they do a good job. I know they run your whole life. The Chinese and the Russians decide what your kids are going to be by the time they're 6 months old or whatever. But they pick pretty good tennis players, I got to say. Marketable tennis players, too.
Very much so.
Yeah, Sharapova's.
We don't know. They might just, kill all the ugly people before.
It could, like 300.
You don't know. You don't know.
No, they don't kill. They didn't kill the ugly people. They did kill babies who came out looking a certain way.
Well,
though.
the ugly people go to fight in MMA because they got
the Russian,
really good.
the
The
ugly
Russian fighters are really tough there, and they're all hideous.
Yeah, I don't think they kill the ugly people.
No.
I just think we don't see them because they don't want to put them out in the
why would
forefront.
that's workforce, John. Ugly people work hard.
That's true.
So you're not killing them off if you're
you're
not letting them into.
You're not exporting them to the world, but you're not.
No,
but
you don't want people to see them.
Yeah. Well, that's true, but we don't know. You don't know. They could just kill. I wouldn't put anything.
They've got other people to kill. They've got other people to
journalists, political dissidents.
Dissidents, yeah.
Speaking of which, that's in News of the Weird.
Ambassadors.
It's an oligarch that fell off a balcony.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, another one. They either fall off, they either get poisoned or they fall off balconies.
Russian oligarchs seem to be pretty clumsy.
Yeah, really.
So can dissidents. So can media members.
Yeah, maybe we should be questioning balance in Russia. Why are so many people falling off of balconies?
Well,
we got a break in here. Oh, there's the phones. We're trying to get those tickets. There you go. Nice job, people. 9:45 ESPN. Anything else we miss, or are we good?
I just think
that's about it.
Well, the Clippers have a new stadium where they now have a bunch of. Tell me if this sounds familiar, John. The Clippers have something called the Wall. It's in their new stadium, and it has 51 uninterrupted rows of seats. But the first 13 rows are filled with Clippers diehard fans whose fandom is verified by the franchise beforehand. The fans sit in those 13 rows are expected to stand and chant for the entire game and create an atmosphere similar to a college student section. Do you remember who brought the Red Rowdies into Houston?
That's right. Jeff Van Gundy.
And who's coaching as an assistant there at the Clippers?
Yeah. How about that?
Jeff Van Gundy. So I wonder if Van Gundy talked to them about, hey, this would be great if we had this, because Van Gundy he bought those tickets, if I remember correctly.
He did buy those tickets.
I do think Steve Ballmer was planning this building.
He said he was.
Before Van Gundy was hired, though. It is how many billion-dollar building?
Well, I got to see what this wall.
It's it's almost straight up.
Well, then how do you sit in it?
You're not supposed to.
Wait, I thought you had 13 rows of fans or whatever.
Well, you're supposed to stand throughout the entire game. I think those fans. That's why it's like a student section. I'm sure they have seats.
Can you topple forward onto somebody else?
No. The design is
Can oligarchs fall off onto other oligarchs?
Well, considering how clumsy they are, probably.
They're not the only clumsy ones. Did you see? Apparently, Kentucky Senator Johnny Turner died. He plunged into an empty swimming pool on his lawnmower. What?
Just let the lawnmower go, Johnny.
I almost
Just let it go, Johnny.
Guys, I almost fell at Toyota Center.
How did you? Of course you did.
I missed it. I didn't realize there was a step down, and I took a regular step, and I went, whoa! And I caught myself running forward, and I told the lady, I said, if I wasn't an upper-level athlete, that could have been a disaster. And she started cracking up, and it wasn't meant to be funny.
All right, we got to break it. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, we're talking Maestro Dobel.
Maestro Dobel, top-level tequila available at your service. Come and get your red hot Maestro Dobel. It's actually not red hot. They like it room temperature. A lot of people do for when you drink, when you're sipping tequila. A lot of people like it room temperature. I like it with a big ice cube. I can do one small ice cube, but you put too much. By the way, you service PSA here. You put too many small ice cubes in, it gets watery quick. You want to use a bigger ice cube to cool it, but the surface area is such that it doesn't make it watery. Boom. Just throwing that in there for you. But that's the way I like to sip my Diamante, and also the Diamante is the Cristalino, but also my Añejo. The Reposado I think goes great with cocktails, different types of cocktails, and you can type in Reposado. That's a different type of tequila. They've got their smoked silver. They've got their silver. Silver you're going to find in your garden variety margarita on the rocks, your frozen margaritas, but it's far from garden variety when you're using Maestro Dobel. And I promise you, they're going to have a tequila that really stands out, never harsh, no impurities. They do an amazing job of creating the perfect flavor every time out. Taste it for yourself. Buy a bottle. It is a top shelf tequila with a very reasonable price tag. It's Maestro Dobel.
All right, time to talk about, well, listen, we've been talking a lot of University of Houston this week, huh? A lot of stuff, a lot of great stuff to talk about. And the Chastangs love that. The Chastangs love their university, okay? Joe and Patrick and Mandy and Dennis and all of them, they're big, 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 big U of H fans. And you know what? That's great. That's awesome. But what I'm a big fan of them for is the cars that I bought from them. I bought 4 vehicles from Chastang Ford. I love it. My daughter's got one. My son's got one. I've had 2 of them. I may get another. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm going to tell you this. When I go buy a car, it's going to be from Chastang Ford because I just love the deal that I know I'm going to get there. I know that they're going to give me a square deal, okay? I know they're going to work their hardest to get me the best loan I can possibly get with the best interest rate. I've seen it. They had Ford has their loan department, right? And they said, no, we got a better one with a bank. And so Ford is like, hey, sorry, Ford, you don't have the best loan. We're not going to use you. We're going to go to a bank and get a better loan. So that's the kind of service that you're going to get when Chastang Ford. You're going to get the best in service. If your car breaks down, the service department is excellent. You're always going to have, they're always going to make sure that you're within your range of what you can pay as opposed to charging you more. They're not adding on. They're not marking up. It's just awesome. I think the car buying experience is the best I've ever had, and it's one place. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. All right, last month, a gang member, suspected gang member, a Venezuelan national, was arrested. He was previously wanted by police for stealing $3,400 worth of women's underwear. Do you feel like a gang? I don't know. Gangs may be changing now. I just didn't see gang members all of a sudden being all that interested in women's underwear. Do
Well,
you?
if they can sell it.
I guess they
That's the angle you sell to the pervs.
Yeah.
Pervs will buy bottled farts from women, their bathwater. You don't think they'll pay big for underwear?
I guess they will.
Is he stealing? It's not used. He's just stealing it from department stores.
He stole it from a department store.
Oh, okay.
You say it's used. You just dirty it up a little bit. You know how they rub stuff on baseballs?
So what are they rubbing on
they use
underwear
that
to make it?
Mississippi clay.
I understand baseballs.
Yeah.
What do you
same thing?
So what do you do for underwear?
Same concept.
I'm not getting into
Answer the question.
Same concept.
Where are you getting the dirt from?
What we call Mississippi mud.
Is that what it's called?
That's what I'm calling it.
A man was complaining of a bad stomach. He had a live cockroach in his intestines. Have you ever had a live cockroach in your intestines?
I have not.
I don't think I will. A Massachusetts man is accused of using a rubber ducky to intimidate witnesses in the Karen Reed trial. Do you feel like he could have picked something that was a little more ominous than a rubber ducky?
What's he being accused of?
Well, he was accused of peppering homes and businesses with rubber ducks and fake $100 bills bearing messages supporting Karen Reed. So he was throwing rubber ducks at their house.
I thought like Karen Reed is murdering people and leaving a rubber duck as the stamp to let everyone know that this is the rubber duck killer.
Yeah,
and he was going to send rubber ducks to intimidate people with it.
I like that angle. The rubber duck killer.
Yeah,
no.
There's no rubber duck killer.
There's no rubber duck killer. No.
Well, then I don't understand what he's doing.
Hey, what the nerve of Kim Jong-un? Apparently, North Korea is sending trash bags of giant balloons and sending their trash into South Korea using balloons. And one of the balloons landed in the South Korean president's compound.
Wow,
how about that?
That's a good shot.
The nerve of this Kim Jong-un. Okay,
what a jerk!
Sending his trash over to South Korea.
Oh yeah. It's classic.
I like
Kim
the guy.
Jong-un stuff.
I kind of like his style. I like his style a little bit. Apparently, an Afghan province is banning all media from showing images of living things on television to comply with Taliban laws. You can't show any living thing on Afghan TV.
What does that
Just
mean?
another reason I'm not going to move to Afghanistan.
What do you mean you can't show any living things?
You can't show a living thing on the television.
So what do you show?
I don't have any idea. TV would be extremely
A tree
boring.
is technically alive. You can't show trees.
Technically, Lance, I guess you can't. Well, it's against Taliban law. Another reason I won't move to Afghanistan anytime soon. I don't care if Wendy gets the job as that television.
You're not going to move there.
General manager. I'm not moving. I'm not moving there. I'm just not. The Missouri Attorney General argues that the abortion pill will hurt the state by lowering teen pregnancies. Do you feel like Missouri should want more teen pregnancies or fewer teen pregnancies?
Fewer.
How do you feel? Do you feel like they'll be hurting the state if there are fewer teen pregnancies in Missouri?
Hurting the state? No,
Hurting
I
the
don't feel
state.
like you'll be hurting the state.
Yeah, I don't know why. Big ups to Bobby Allison. He just won a race yesterday.
How old is Bobby Allison?
Well, he's really old. It was his 83rd race that he won, but he won it back in 1971. He was just awarded the victory yesterday. 53 years was apparently they had the wrong winner, and they gave it to Bobby Allison. He is the official winner from the August 6, 1971 race. Congratulations to Bobby.
Bobby's been fighting
8.
that second place finish for the better part of 50 plus years, and finally,
53 years.
Finally, the fight is over. Bobby can rest.
Yeah.
Did you see that Frankie Muniz? Malcolm in the Middle, the actor. I always thought his racing thing was just something he did on the side. He's now a competitive NASCAR truck driver.
Yeah.
He got a team and a sponsor. So we're gonna see. He's like 38 now, but Malcolm in the Middle.
Yeah,
really?
It's a real deal now.
Yeah, he's a real deal. Yeah.
And congratulations to Kamala Harris. She locked up the critical juggalo vote. The major in the Insane Clown Posse endorses
everyone to the ICP. Has endorsed Kamala Harris.
Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope. That's
and
great.
They've got a picture of her dressed. Her face is dressed as a juggalo.
As a juggalo.
Yeah. So congratulations.
Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope have officially weighed in.
That's
I got to be honest with you. I thought they might be Trumpers, but that's a big win because it's a swing state. They're from Detroit.
They're battling Kid Rock for that for the influence in that state.
Probably what it is. Yeah. It's who knew? And that's why it's called a swing state. You got Kid Rock here. You got the Juggalos over here with the Insane Clown Posse. Like that's why it's called a swing state.
Well, and apparently Barack Obama was there yesterday, and he said he had vomit on his sweater from Mom's spaghetti.
Yeah, I think Eminem introduced him at a rally, and then he relayed some of the lyrics.
There's a lot going on in Detroit,
Michigan's
Michigan.
It's a big state, like you said.
A lot going on right now.
Big state, big. Well, you got the Juggalo vote. Congratulations to Kamala. And,
anytime you get
her
the Juggalo
victory,
kind of a big
and
deal.
her Juggalo victory.
Does she even know what a Juggalo is? Is there any chance?
No chance she knows what a Juggalo is.
No. I know what testosterone treatment is. And by the way, so long, everybody. Dell and Lance, because I won't be talking to you two anymore. I do know what testosterone treatment is, and I'm going to Game Day Men's Health now and getting my treatment. I've been getting treatment for years, but it's just different over game day. I know Sean might be watching right now, as a matter of fact. I went to his office, and the explanation by his people, Jamie, just excellent, exactly what they were going to do, exactly what was going on in my body. I got all of my testing back, and it all came out great. And here's the deal is I need testosterone, so I'm getting my testosterone treatment there. It's just different. They've got a lab right there in the office, which is different than the other guys. They have to send all their labs out. Right there, 15 minutes later, you're finding out. The best thing about it is, especially with as much as I'm traveling, if you travel a bunch and you can't get your testosterone on a regular basis, they will send it to you so you can do it yourself. And I'm going to be doing that because it's been too sporadic for me lately with all the travel. So if you travel a lot and you need your testosterone, you can get it from Men's Day. They'll give it to you. They'll send it to you at Men's Game Day Men's Health. So Game Day is awesome. It's just different. They got a permanent solution for your ED as opposed to just throwing pills at you. They've got all these peptides that'll help you reach your goals of losing fat and gaining muscle, whatever it is that you want to do. It's all at Game Day Men's Health. Let them take care of business for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It's just different.
Why are you scratching your back like a bear as my show starts? Get off. Lance Zierlein, everybody. Made it a point to come open the door and then act like Baloo and rub his back on the wall because he had an itch. So there that is. That's how we start the show. I could pretend like the vibes were high before the Rockets game started. That was the talk going in. We had Tillman Fertitta on the station yesterday, and he talked about the excitement. But you look at the crowd as the game started, looked like any other Rocket game from the last 3 years. And then the team performed like they've had for the most part the last 3 years. They blow a big lead. They drop one. And that's the first tricked off game of the year, Sean. Rafael Stone said they probably should have won 46 games last year, but they tricked a couple off. He said they gave up some games they should have won. Well, there's the first one.
Boom.
You tricked off against the Charlotte Hornets. And I talked about it, how annoying it would be to watch LaMelo Ball shoot and make shots while he's down 10. Well, unfortunately, they weren't down 10 enough. He made too many shots. He was the best player on the floor, which is a problem in and of itself. He is a talented player, but he's generally hurt. He was out there last night, and he was clearly the best player. Alperen Sengun started strong, although he didn't shoot the ball well in the beginning. I think he started off 2 for 7, then got it going. He looked like he was in for a big night, particularly at the half. And then it turned into a game where that fourth quarter was a bad one for him and the entire team. I won't say he was benched, but he did not play in critical stretches of that fourth quarter until very late. It seemed like Ime Udoka prioritized versatility on defense until his offense continued to be stuck in the mud. So he got Alperen back in there. Some two-man game stuff with Jalen Green got Jalen Green going. He hit a mid-range jumper, and then he got to the cup for an and one, playing off of Sengun. And outside of a couple of Fred VanVleet jumpers in that fourth quarter, it was a dud, man. Particularly when you take a lead against that Charlotte team who loses their young star, at least potential star, in Brandon Miller. And LaMelo Ball and Grant Williams and Nick Richards and Miles Bridges come in here and beat you in game one. It's 1 of 82. We'll hear from Alperen Sengun in a little bit. He kind of talked about how, hey, things didn't go well. But, hey, it's just the first one. But if we're talking about a team that we have high hopes for, it's more of the same. Questions about who should play were answered, but I wasn't surprised by this. The fact that Fred VanVleet played that many minutes, not a surprise. He's your veteran point guard. Ime is going to lean on him. There's no one there that he believes is going to run that team as capable as Fred VanVleet would. So he played the most minutes on the floor for the team, and he did that last year, I believe, and I think that's going to continue. I know the hope is, because of how deep they're telling us they are, that you're going to find 20 plus minutes for Reed Shepherd and Amen will play more and find minutes for Cam Whitmore. But what happened last night as far as minute distribution, you could have told me that, and I would be like, okay, sure. That feels like what Ime Udoka would do.
Yeah, the surprising part with Fred is that he shot
4 of 18,
20%.
He's not a great shooter, but he's not 20% bad.
Yeah.
He's about a 40% shooter, and most of his made shots come from beyond the arc. That's where he's best. Inside the arc, he's not very good, and he wasn't good there last night. He wasn't good beyond the arc either. It was a bad night overall for Fred VanVleet shooting the basketball, but he still got his 37 minutes, though.
Yeah. It was a bad night for the Rocket starters other than the two guys they paid. That's a bright spot.
Well, Jalen Green got going. As I mentioned, he made a couple jumpers. Oh, the and one and the jumper in the fourth quarter, but the efficiency wasn't great.
No.
The 5 for 15 from 3, we would like less threes and more makes.
Yeah, it was a real situation where all the good stuff happened in the first and second quarter.
Sure. Where they felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
In the game.
And that's the if you could bottle those Rockets up, it's like, oh, you might actually win 48 games or whatever that Stone said last year. Like, you can actually do that. But then the second half happened. They kind of just missed every shot and let the Hornets get every rebound, and boom, you lose.
Yeah, the bigs for the Hornets had a good night, which is frustrating because they were without their starting center. Mark Williams ruled out. Of course, Steven Adams, in a surprise, didn't play either. So you were back to Landale. He's fine. He's a fine backup, emergency backup center. But you thought you would have some more physicality with Steven Adams. He was just unavailable. We'll see what his status is going forward. But the Rockets dropped one they should have won. And, they have the Spurs 3 times in the next 2.5 weeks. So those are winnable games. But now, because you lose a game like this to Charlotte, you can't just check off any game. Charlotte is supposed to be, now they have a new coach, so there'll be some new energy there, but they're supposed to be an awful basketball team. And they came back and won a game you would think they had no business winning. So now everything's on the table for the Rockets. There are going to be nights where some teams coming in on a back-to-back and they're going to have the rest advantage and they'll win one. But now I'm looking at it like, how can I just say, yeah, the Rockets going to win tonight? Maybe when the Wizards come to town. Oh, the Pistons gave the Pacers a good game last night. Now, that was a home game for the Pistons, but you lose to Charlotte at home to start the year. Anything's on the table now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what this team is. We believe that they're going to be better, but in game one, a lot of the issues we saw last year popped up, particularly when we talk about the poor shooting from their backcourt.
Yeah. And it's a situation where the Rockets probably at some point this year will beat a team they have no business beating too. So it'll
balance.
It's tough, just like last year, starting the year losing by 30 to the Magic. It's just a bad because everyone's going to focus in on game 1 of the season more that they're going to get focused on game 36 of the season. Like that's just how we do it. This game is going to linger in our minds longer than any one other game for the rest of the season. So yeah, I mean, there's some bright spots in there, but ultimately they had to be better down the stretch.
It's the first game and the opponent. The opponent was one where we think the Rockets are on the rise. This is a team you should beat. You have every reason to beat them. And you start off in a way that says this could be a cakewalk. You're going to cruise down the stretch and win this game by double digits maybe. Instead, you're in a dogfight and you can't execute late. And they get rebounds. You got a Trey Mann.
Yeah.
Make a shot. Trey Mann is dressed like he played in the 2000s.
Yes. Yeah. No, he
looks like
looks like Allen Iverson.
He looks like a guy who was heavily influenced by Allen Iverson. Yes.
Which is funny because he was probably born in the early to mid 2000s.
After Allen Iverson's impact had kind of lessened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he was born when Allen Iverson was awesome, but his first memories.
He doesn't remember Allen Iverson being awesome. He might have watched clips, but as far as watching him as it was going on, he's born in 2001.
Okay.
So
he's older than I thought.
So let's go. Allen Iverson was about done as a great player when?
Like 2006?
Maybe.
5.
So Trey Mann's first memories aren't of Allen Iverson being a great player. He's from Florida, so I'm trying to figure out what the connection would be, other than he just likes that look. Yeah. The shorts are bigger than most guys. He's got the headband, the hair as well. It all looks like he combined Rip Hamilton and Allen Iverson together to become a basketball player.
He was a big Quentin Richardson fan, former Orlando Magic.
Possibly.
I think that the thing with the shorts is that they're not bigger than, or they're not the same size as what he's modeling after. Like there still is some modernity in the shorts that he's wearing.
Sure.
It's just combined, like compared to everyone else's, where you can see like Jalen Green's compression shorts under his shorts. It's really a stark look. I think one guy per team should be assigned. Like you have to be the 2000s guy.
You look like the 2000s, including wearing a giant suit.
Yes, pre-game.
Yes.
And post-game.
Or you don't, and you mimic what those guys look like before David Stern had to put his foot down about attire outside of what you wore in the court.
So you have to either just like you're in the 2003 draft class or Joel Santana.
Yeah. Yes. one or the other. Those are your options. Pick one. I'm not forcing you.
Choice is yours.
Yeah, it's one or the other, but make a choice. Trey Mann had some big shots in that game as
big shots and big shorts.
Very true. And it's and I'm looking at him from when he was at the University of Florida. No one could have seen this coming. He looks like any other player.
He looked like a 19-year-old.
Yeah, he looked like any other player would look as far as on court. I guess you want to call it swag, whatever you want to call it. Before he became a Hornet, and he decided to change his look, and it worked out for him.
I do like that Ryan Hollins kept beating home that like the Thunder just didn't have a spot for him, so they gave him away to the Hornets, and he immediately became their best player.
Yeah,
and that's just like so backhanded to the team that's like kind of, for the entire second half, kicking their ass.
Yeah, the team that's actually deep, as opposed to what we think the Rockets are. Say, hey, Trey, man, you're pretty good, but we ain't got no time for you, so we're just gonna toss you in to get out of here. We're gonna bring on Gordon Hayward for half a year. That worked out.
Just for no reason.
Yeah, just toss Trey Man's the trade to make it work. And unfortunately for the Rockets, he was a Hornet, and he, along with the rest of his teammates, helped win that game.
Are Rockets fans going to have a problem with Cam Whitmore playing 8 minutes?
I don't know if Rocket fans will, but Cam Whitmore stands probably will, because there are always people who latch on to young players and say that guy should get more minutes, particularly if there's a veteran ahead of him. And really, there's only one. It's Fred VanVleet, that you might say backcourt guy is taking away minutes from Cam Whitmore. But I'm sure those battles are going to start in Rockets fandom and on Twitter about why Cam Whitmore is not playing. But the hierarchy is you have two highly paid guards who start. You have a young player that I really like, even younger than Cam Whitmore, who is your new rookie. Where is he going to get time? I guess you could take it away from Dillon Brooks, but Dillon Brooks is a highly paid veteran that was targeted by the Rockets to add something to their lineup that they did not have. So yeah, Cam Whitmore's probably going to be one of those guys who is on the fringes of playing time and like still hanging on into the rotation, but we're talking 10 to 15, and even last night it was 8. So
yeah, that's the only thing. Like thinking about, this is the first chance we got to see the real rotation of what they want to do in an actual game. Like I'm not paying attention to the preseason rotations.
Yes.
And that's the only one, because like you said, everything else kind of, you look at the minute totals and you kind of nod your head like, yep, makes sense. And then you get to the bench, Thompson being the most bench, like the 6th man, I guess, playing the most off the bench. Some of that's just due to his versatility, and so he can just fit into more lineups.
He was a guy with closing minutes as well, so he was going to get more minutes there. As you mentioned, he can switch and play probably, at least in today's NBA, 1 through 5 if you need him to. And you saw, we'll get to Alperen Sengun's lack of time down the stretch. He did come in late, as I mentioned, but there were long stretches in that fourth quarter as that lead was dwindling that he did not play. So we'll get to that when we come back. We'll hear from Alpy as well, talking about the loss to the Hornets. Lazy J, I see you. I know you were on quite a bit during the John Lance show and they never got to you. I told you guys, come to 10 to 12. That 7 to 10 show, they don't want callers dancing up all in their show. They're not looking for that. Come to 10 to 12, and we'll get you on. So we'll get to Lazy J when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We've got Texans news. Guys are back out at practice, which was nice, and also more from the Rockets game against the Hornets. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We're not serious people around here. I came back from getting some water to a locked studio. I think to myself, I don't remember slamming the door and locking it. Why would I do that? So I go to Michael Carroll, who will join us on Friday for his weekly segment, to open the door. He's the one who has a key for the doors that accidentally get locked around here. So I'm like, okay, hopefully this key will work so I can get back in for the segment. It does work, and I'm like, woo, that was close. And then who's standing behind the door because he locked it when I walked out? Lance Zierlein. And he's so thrilled with himself. He's got his phone. He's filming it. He goes, I'm going to Sam because you were freaking out. You can hear him. He goes, Sam. So maybe that'll make a TikTok, I guess, for this, because oh wow, I was a little nervous that I might not be able to get back in for the show.
Yeah. So follow ESPN 97.5 on all platforms.
Instagram, TikTok. You may see me react rather.
Out.
Yeah, sure.
It was uncomfortable.
Yeah, I was screaming. I was yelling at people. I was Bill O'Reilly. Just screaming. I'll do it live. I didn't. If it makes it.
Let me in. Let me in.
Yeah,
That was Del.
Yeah. Come on. I got to get it. No. I don't think that's how it went down, but you never know. Maybe it'll show up on TikTok or Instagram. You'll see if I freaked out or not. Lance seemed to think I did. You'll hear him laughing like a maniacal supervillain in the background at some point. Okay, Lazy J, you want to get in? We'll get to you right now. What's up?
Hey, good morning. Shortest wait time in the game. Man, that other show is horrible,
I
man.
told you.
You know, they just dogging out light skins all last segment and everything. Like, man, what's up with that? But Dale, man, wanted to talk to you, man. You gonna walk back? I see you backtracking on the statements you making about LaMelo.
What
when
statements?
I called in last week talking about LaMelo to the Lakers, y'all were like, LaMelo's trash, and
I said he wasn't a winning player.
Nothing.
I didn't say it was trash.
He's not a winning player?
No, he's not a winning player. He doesn't win. He's not a winning player.
If he can stay healthy, hey,
That's part of. Well, you do have to stay. The Hornets are making the playoffs, is what you just said.
Yeah.
No
They
chance.
need one more player, and that's it.
They're not making the playoffs.
Y'all not giving Charlotte enough credit. I mean,
Why would anyone give Charlotte credit? What in their recent history says
they got a head coach that has the finals, that has the NBA Finals ring? What are you talking?
as a
He
head
was
coach?
with Boston last year under Missoula.
As a head
He
coach?
was with no, he was that top assistant.
Have you
was
watched
top
that?
assistant.
You watched that game, and even though they beat the Rockets, you see a playoff team for the Hornets because they beat the Rockets last night.
Mikal Bridges was about to get $200 million contract before he was beating up his old lady. You know how that goes. You know, once you hit a woman, there goes your money. But not saying that it's an okay thing to hit women, but you know what I mean. He was about to get paid. He was looking like a all-star. Could have sworn he was an all-star a couple years back. Like they're just maybe one player away. Like man out there balling like Iverson.
One superstar away. You're right. If the player is a superstar, yes, that they could make the playoffs. But until that happens, the Hornets, as you mentioned, health. If they're healthy and no one does anything stupid to get themselves suspended, like Miles Bridges, they'll be better. But they're still a team that no one thinks is making the playoffs. I don't know. Maybe you are ahead of everyone else. It's possible. There are surprises every year, but I'm not using what they did to the Rockets last night as evidence. What'd you say?
Yeah, man. Love the show. One quick other thing I was trying to get in. My name is Chase, man. I know y'all say you ain't never met no black person named Chase, so there you go.
Your name is Chase? Why is it? What's the J from then?
I don't know. I got the whitest black name ever, man. Justin Chase, man. That's
Justin.
White as hell, man. Yeah, Justin Chase, man. I don't know. My uncle was tripping. He didn't have no kids, so he's like, let's name him. But my uncle.
I said
was
Chase
white,
Brown. Lance was asking that question.
Okay.
That was from earlier. If you guys missed it, obviously you don't know what he's talking about. Lazy J, appreciate the call. Thank you, man. Call in anytime you want, even with your nonsense about the Hornets. But yeah, earlier in the day, Lance asked if you've ever met a black man named Chase. I said I've never met him, but I know of some, like Chase Brown.
Yeah, Chase Claypool.
Chase Claypool. That's another one we didn't bring up. There is a certain tone to all the Chases.
Lazy J mentions himself being another Chase. If you heard earlier in that call, he was ranting about, I guess, the previous show ripping on light skins. Well, are all Chases light skins?
Who on the show is ripping on light skin?
I don't remember what he was talking about. I don't think that happened. I think that's just a thing that he has. I don't think News of the Weird featured us ripping on light skins.
Okay, I was just curious. So, I mean, probably John would.
John
Dark
likely
meat?
would, yeah. But I don't think that happened. I think he just has a hang up because it's happened before. I'm not going to say it hadn't happened before, but it didn't happen in the last segment of the show.
And by the way, the Charlotte Hornets right now are first in the Eastern Conference.
They're first. They're tied for first in the Southeast.
They're tied for first in the. No, I just went to the ESPN standings, and of course, there's 7 teams that are 1-0 in the Eastern Conference, and for some reason, Charlotte's is the first one,
which
on the
is
list.
weird because Boston's alphabetically would be ahead of them, and they won by a larger margin. So I'm not sure what that's about. But hey,
maybe just the BCS computers. Have
and it's not. Well, Boston beat a Knicks team that people think is going to be good since we're playing this
Eastern
dumb game.
Though.
Yeah. So you beat,
the West is the SEC.
So you beat a Rockets
NBA.
team who didn't make the playoffs last year. Now you vault to the head of the polls.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know. Mizzou. It's like being Mizzou. It's an impressive win.
This is your shot at A&M. Speaking of the.
No, I didn't do that on purpose. I was gonna say Auburn, but Auburn's actually bad this year.
That's true.
South Carolina.
A&M biggest game of the weekend.
By far, yeah.
Well,
I mean, either Illinois, that or Texas Vandy.
Well, of course, Illinois, Oregon's not a bad one too. The number 1 team in the country.
Yeah,
hosting a top 20 team. Right there, that's in Eugene, right? Or is it in Champaign?
If it's in Eugene, they need to be an investigator for their schedule, where all their hard games are in Eugene. I mean, not even hard.
Talk to the Big Ten about that.
It's
not their fault.
It is in Eugene.
Yeah, so there's a.
God, what a sweetheart schedule they got.
It's not a bad weekend.
Oh, never mind. They have to go to Ann Arbor next week.
Once again, talk to the Big Ten about gifting Oregon a sweet path to the
road game. Oh, they
Big
played
Ten
Purdue on the road.
Yeah, remember that 35-0 game on a Friday night?
I don't remember because it was a 35-0 game on a Friday night
against Purdue.
Yeah, their road games this year have been Oregon State, which they scheduled themselves. They scheduled them themselves.
That's true. The Big Ten had nothing to do with it.
UCLA, awesome
conference game.
Purdue, awesome team. Michigan, the defending national champions, and then Wisconsin.
Well, you played Michigan. You should be ripping them for that.
Nah, they suck. Like, what are we talking about? Vandy's going to be the second best team that Texas plays all year.
True. It's very true.
Not all year, but so far.
So far, yeah. Diego Pavia and the Commodores, they took it easy last week. Almost lost to Ball State. Look ahead game with Texas on the horizon, so that game will happen.
They're saving stuff.
Got to. You joke.
I mean, they literally have to.
They have to. You can't. Like whatever they pulled out against Bama, they're going to need that type of execution effort against the Horns. It's going to be a likely a very angry Horns team, and a game that they'll be motivated for. But beyond the fact that they lost, but the fact that Vanderbilt has some respect. There's a number next to their name now, and they know they've already beaten Alabama. So it would have been kind of a quote unquote trap game for Texas, a letdown spot for Texas. Don't let Georgia beat you twice type of deal. Or if you had beat them, Vandy, you're not taking Vandy seriously. But there's a lot of factors in Texas's favor to go, okay, let's take this team seriously.
Well,
we've seen what they could do before.
You know who played Georgia and then lost to Vandy the next week?
Alabama. I'm telling you.
Makes you wonder. SEC set them up for an easy schedule.
You better hope.
They got a sweetheart schedule. Also, I think later in the year, Tennessee plays Georgia, and then I think has a bye week, and then goes to Nashville to play Vandy.
The SEC is looking out for Vandy for the first time in their entire existence. Look at that.
Connect the dots.
Follow the money that should be in Diego Pavia's pocket. He's still looking for deals, I think.
18.5-point spreads. Disrespectful.
That feels like a lot considering Texas's issues on offense. But hey, Vandy's not Georgia defensively. So I am interested to see if Vandy can come up with another game plan to take down a giant. They've done it once. Do they have it in them to do it again? Texas fans certainly hope not. We'll talk more college football going forward, but we'll get to Texans when we come back. As I said, some positivity on the injury front, some guys back at practice. We'll get to that. And we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and also CJ Stroud. D'Amico talked glowingly about Kalen Bullock, and D'Amico discussed Actually, he talked about Kalen Bullock, and CJ Stroud discussed the difference now that they're playing the Colts for a second time. So we'll get to that when we come back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. It's Thursday, which means it's risk-free time at MyBookie. You go to mybookie.ag, you want to bet today? If you win, great, you keep the cash. If you don't win, they refund you. It's a perfect time to get started if you haven't. And if you want to do that, use promo code BET975. That promo code allows MyBookie, to match up to $1,000 on that deposit. So if you're new and you're not quite sure what to do today, but you want to take a shot, not only will you get a refund, but MyBookie makes your money go further. So put in 100, they'll double it, so on and so forth, up to $1,000. So whether it be the NBA slate tonight or the NFL game, maybe you're looking into some college football. Of course, Champions League is going on. International soccer is always a thing you can take a look at. MyBookie has it there for you because you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Remember that promo code is BET975. You can use that to set yourself up with sports betting or the casino. It's all there for you at MyBookie. Go to mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Good news for the Texans regarding injured players. Kamari Lassiter was back out at practice. Henry To'oTo'o was out there as well, recovering from his concussion. He's still in protocol, but good to see that he is on his way. And some of the guys we were worried about coming out of the game are fine as well. So we're still waiting on Nico Collins, obviously, a couple more weeks for that. And Christian Harris is the one that remains a bit of a mystery. The thought was because they seem to be opening up a roster spot that he would come back, but he is not. Devin White will be in that position, at least for now, as a linebacker piece for the Texans. So we'll see what happens today. This is the big day. Who practices in a limited capacity, who's a full go, will determine what we do or don't have to worry about as far as player availability on Sunday. But a guy who isn't injured, had one pick in the game on Sunday, is Kalen Bullock. Was near another, if not for Jordan Love's arm. He probably would have had a second pick. He has played well. He is part of a rookie class in that secondary who has showed up. I don't know where the Texans would be. Well, I kind of do know. They would be a poor secondary if Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock weren't playing maybe even above expectations, at least from what people thought about them going into the draft. Kamari Lassiter wasn't looked at by most as an outside corner, and Kalen Bullock was a rookie safety. You never know really until they get out there, but they have been part of the rotation really from the jump, and it showed that the Texans made a correct evaluation on those guys. Well, here's D'Amico Ryans on his young safety and why he's adapted so quickly.
Kalen's jumped right in and had a huge impact on our team because the game isn't too big for him. Like, he's just doing what he's been doing since probably high school, going up, catching the football, attacking the football, going back to his baseball background, tracking the ball in the outfield. Like, he's done it for a long time, so it looks easy. Those are not easy plays by any means. He makes it look easy because of the work that he's put in to make it look that way.
At this point, we're down to one true whiff in the last couple of years as far as Caserio drafting on day one and day two. Kenyon Green. I'm trying to think if there is one clear whiff beyond Kenyon Green so far.
You said day one?
Yeah. Day one or day two. The first, second, or third round.
Was Mechie a third rounder? I forgot if he was a third or a fourth.
He might have been. And, of course, that is clouded by his illness and even coming off injury. So he might be the one you look at and go, that's the other one. He was a second-round pick. I always kind of pushed that one to the side, mostly because of the man had cancer. Yes. Yeah.
Unforeseen.
Yeah, you can't really blame the Texans for, and you don't know how cancer is going to treat it, how anyone's going to come back from cancer, let alone someone who wants to play football at the highest level.
We can't blame the Texans for it.
No.
A couple years ago, we would have, but now we can't.
Because we would have been insane people if we did that.
Yeah. David Cullen, Jack Easterby. We might have blamed them.
Someone might have. I would have tried not to blame them for that. So, yeah, that's the other one. Second round pick in 2022 who has not done much. Part of that is you've had guys like Nico Collins step up, and also Tank Dell. Last year, at least, Tank Dell this year would be called a whiff, but we've seen what he's been in, at least as a rookie year, in his rookie year. So you're not going to put him in that category.
He's already not a whiff because of what he was.
Now you hope that what we've seen so far through the second season won't continue. At some point, Tank Dell will maybe he won't be 90% of what he was last year because of the competition at the position with Stephon Diggs being around and Nico Collins when he's back taking a larger share of the targets. But without Nico, you'd hope we can get Tank back to what he was. And he caught a touchdown 2 games ago. And, of course, he had a chance at another one, but his hands were in some really odd position. I don't know why his hands looked like that when he was trying to secure that football. He looked like he was in the middle of thinking, can I cradle that, or do I just make it a full hands catch? And then it turned into a drop. So we need more from Tank. And this week they have the Colts, a Colts team who is 4-3. But if you watch that Colts team play, you're like, they're not good. They're not a good football team. They're an average, maybe average football team with Anthony Richardson. I think they're a better team with Joe Flacco. I think they're a more dangerous team with Joe Flacco. With Anthony Richardson, they're in that Broncos category. They're in, well, the Chargers, who are in the same category. I mean,
Steelers.
you could, well, the Steelers. I won't disrespect the Steelers by saying they're the Colts.
I guess they beat
although
them
the although
head-to-head.
the
Or no,
the Colts beat them.
Oh,
but
okay.
they did it with Justin Fields, not with Russell Wilson. There's a difference there.
All right, so each team was playing the wrong quarterback.
Yes, exactly. And the Colts came out on
both
top.
teams were playing the right quarterback because that was. I guess that was the game that Richardson got hurt.
I believe so. Each team was playing the wrong quarterback, and the Colts continue to. And that's great for the Texans. Keep playing the wrong quarterback.
You said the Colts are 4-3, and you're not ready to say, like, you watch them and they don't look like a good team.
No.
Texans are
Don't do
5-2.
Don't do it, Sean.
I mean, the Colts win. They
don't
could
do
have
it.
the same record.
I thought you were going to say the Texans are 5-2. And when you watch them, do you see a good team?
I didn't say that.
I thought
that
you
was
were going
a good,
to.
interesting question that you brought up.
I thought that. That's why I said don't do it.
That was an interesting question you brought
But
up.
since I did ask the question, let's answer it.
Because I was gonna.
I'm sure you would. We've been doing it for a little bit. I figured that was going to
that
come.
was coming.
Yeah.
Wait, this team could have the same record as the Texans.
And when we watch the Texans game to game, do they look like
the
a good
Texans
team?
just had a game with 85 yards passing?
Yeah, it is. I don't stand on the most concrete ground when I start attacking the Colts and what they look like, despite the record.
Because they could be tied after
That and
Sunday.
even before that, at 5-2, when I look at the Texans, and depending on the matchup, are they a good football team? The two good football teams they played, they got blown out, and the other time, it took multiple turnovers deep in Packers territory to get your points.
If the measure for are you a good team is can you beat the bad teams? Yes, the Texans can beat the bad teams,
but that shouldn't be the measure. If are you a good team or not? That means you take advantage of who's in front of you and you win. But a good team has to go beat other good teams at some point if they want to reach their final goal.
And they did beat the Bills. They did.
That
beat
is
the Bills.
That is the one.
That's the hang your hat on. That's a resume win.
That's the one you defend. If you're defending the Texans and what they can be, you point to that and go, yes, they beat the Bills. You can also say they played well for like a half. Then the Bills, if Josh Allen wasn't playing like he was concussed, there's no evidence that he was concussed, according to doctors and the Bills. I mean, the field, our human eyes say he was concussed.
Yeah.
The way he played and the way his head bounced off that turf.
Yeah.
But he was not diagnosed with concussion. So if Josh Allen wasn't playing like he was concussed, the Texans probably don't win that game, but they did win it. So you give it to him. But there is context there where, like, Josh Allen had one of the worst games of his career.
Yeah.
And it was still a nail biter.
I mean, the Texans played one good half against the Bills, and that was enough with 6 points in the second half. That was enough to win.
Yes.
They played one good half against the Jags and then didn't score for the second half until the last drive to get a touchdown.
And if Trevor Lawrence wasn't overthrowing guys, how does that game
if
go?
he wasn't playing like he's concussed.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of his.
That's his bag.
It's kind of his default at points.
Bears game, the second half was a slog for both teams, but including the Texans on offense.
I don't like where this is going. I don't mind it so much because at least we're telling the truth, at least how we see it. But it's not a great review of 7 games. But you're 5-2, leading the division.
5-2, Dale. Doesn't matter.
Unless Anthony Richardson comes in here and then we're talking tied at the top at 5-3.
Then they're not a good team.
If they lose to the Colts at all,
I think
then we can officially say
I think
that doesn't. By the way, not good doesn't mean they're bad. It just means they're not good.
Not good.
Yes.
That's so stupid.
Yeah,
but there is nuance there.
People believe when you say a team's not good, that means you think they stink. They don't stink. They're just not. If they are 5-3 after 8 games and they lose to the Colts at home,
they're just not good.
They're not a good football team right now. Right now.
Yeah. Right. And again, right now, I do. I mean, that some of that is the NFL. Like you look around the AFC, and there's a lot of teams that you're like, they're not good, but they're 5-3. So I guess we have to say they're good
until we get confirmation that they're not.
Yes, but like, hello, Denver Broncos. I mean, we already talked about them. But the Texans really, they're ducking a lot of criticisms, or until last week, or until this week, I guess, until they lost to the Packers. I feel like they're ducking a lot of criticism, and you couldn't really be as critical on them because at the end of the day, they had the best start in franchise history. So there's a little bit of like, what are we really complaining about now that they had the showing that they had against Green Bay, which you're right. The only reason they're in the game is because Jordan Love could not stop turning the ball over.
And a ball bounced off a Gunner's leg.
Yes. All their drives were set up for them, more or less. That now it's come to the point where all they need is for one of those close games to go the other way. And now you're talking about and looking at this team completely differently, and they no longer have first place in the AFC South to hang their hat on.
If Kaimi Fairbairn wasn't on some record run of making 50-plus yard field goals early in the year, they very well could be 4-3.
We should have gotten the picture of the drug test, the NFL drug test in Kaimi Fairbairn's locker, because I don't know. I don't know how you explain what he did.
Who are you, Josh Hart, talking about the Celtics shooting?
Yeah, I mean, we always make a big deal about a guy has 150 yards receiving,
and then he gets drug tested.
Yeah, this guy's banging home 60-yard field goals every game, and just on the up and up. Okay, NFL. Do they not want to take out one of their biggest stars? They're looking the other way, like they did with Peyton Manning.
They don't want to bring shame on one of the teams they've pushed hard this offseason. And if the star of the team, the kicker, is a performance enhancer, at least when it comes to using drugs, then we got a problem. They've already hit the Texans with Mario Edwards. They hit him with the Nico Autry, although he did that before he officially played a down for the Texans. They've warned the Texans, cut it out.
Or else we're coming for a big dog next.
They've got Balco in their backyard. The Texans. We're close to uncovering a conspiracy where the Texans and some pharmaceutical company have gotten together to enhance the kicker of all people.
The Bash Brothers. Kaimi Fairbairn
and Tommy Townsend.
Or Mario Edwards.
What's Tommy Townsend up to? Actually, Tommy Townsend hasn't had a great year.
I was going to say, I think he's
the one who's
safe from the allegation.
Yeah, he's the one who may, hey, little something.
Hey, who's your guy? He walks up to Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah, he doesn't get the cover, and he's been a good punter in the past, but you don't get the cover of playing with the Chiefs where none of it matters because you have Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
You better be good, Tommy Townsend. We're probably gonna need you more, and it's gonna matter more here than it would in Kansas City when Mahomes can make up for everything that goes wrong there.
Tommy Townsend, this is the real NFL. What you're playing in is like playing with the bumpers up as a punter.
Yeah.
Like, this is the real NFL where we actually need the punt yards.
Where the third phase, those hidden yards, we need that. We need those. You do that in Kansas City, you screw up, you
walk over to the sideline.
Nothing matters. Oh, Tommy Townsend with the shank. It's like, oh, okay, whatever.
Chris Jones will get a sack.
Yeah, and change field position anyway. Not here. Not when they took out Mario Edwards. We don't have our Chris Jones is not even on the sideline.
Yeah.
He's watching games from home. So we think they're good, but if they lose on Sunday, then we know they're not. They're just okay.
Yeah, I think they fall into average.
I would say so.
If they lose. If they win, parade back on. AFC South parade, that is.
We've had a lot of those. At least we could have had a lot of those. We're not actually throwing a parade, but certainly.
Thank God they didn't.
Look,
there's a chance in 2011 or was 2011 that they did. People were psyched.
And rightfully so. The team hadn't done that ever. So I say not throw a parade, but if you want to acknowledge it, put up a banner or something, fine. It's the first time. The first time's always important.
Yeah, it's always memorable.
Doesn't mean it's always great, but it's always important.
Yeah.
And I would have said, cool, but not anymore. We're beyond that. I mean, sure, it took to the last game of the year to beat the Colts and win the division thanks to the Jags tricking off a game, but we're still beyond that.
Okay. Now, next is if they make an AFC championship game.
We will celebrate that because it's never been done before.
Raise a banner?
No.
AFC South Finals?
No, the Colts did that.
AFC champion.
The Colts did that, and that was embarrassing. Let's not do things that we already know are embarrassing. Like if you stumble into something embarrassing because you're not sure about it, I'll shoot you some bail. But everyone knows putting up an AFC finalist banner is stupid and embarrassing. Don't do it.
Yeah, you can't be the second person to make
in
that
the same
mistake.
division, by the way. No,
you probably made fun of them.
Yeah, don't repeat their mistake. Okay, so the Texans, Colts on Sunday, Richardson in town. That should be a Texans win. It should be. Can't guarantee it, but it should be. Okay. We'll come back with sound from CJ Stroud. He talked about this Colts team and how it'll be a different team he's facing. We'll see if we agree. We'll also get into Strouser. That's Chris Strouser, the O-line coach. We told him, maybe Strasser, however it's pronounced. We told him, don't let people learn your name. Yeah. Now there are mailbags in a Chronicle about you and whether the fix is to get you fired. We told him, don't let people learn your name or you are going to start catching it. Let people think it's Slowick, D'Amico, Larry Tunsil. But now when it's a wholesale failure, it's about the O-line coach. We'll get to that as well. We're almost through the first hour. Certainly we'll get into some more college football. And we might have an early addition to next week's Misery Index, considering what happened last night with a potential G5 CFP candidate off the board, losing in remarkable fashion. So we'll talk about that in an hour or two. We'll be back. We'll get to CJ Stroud's comments here shortly on the game against the Colts. Texans try to sweep the Colts and avoid losing at home to them like they did last year. It'd be nice to get to 6-2 and really kind of put the division away with the Colts at 4-4 and you holding the tiebreaker against them. But after the Rockets game, which was disappointing, you let Charlotte come in and win. It's always disappointing. I watched Strange Darling. It's getting great reviews if you care about what Rotten Tomatoes thinks. I think it's at 95%. It is a movie that I went in kind of blind. I knew some of the actors because I just watch a lot of stuff. So I recognize the actress who's a star. She was in the Jack Reacher show, the first season. She's been in some other stuff. And Kyle Gallner, who is the male lead, has been in a lot of stuff. It's one of those guys. He's that guy. You'll recognize the face even if you don't know the name. If you like violence and sex games, it's for you. And I won't give anything away because there's a twist in it, but that's where I can leave you. Violence, sex games, and blood. If you're into that sort of thing in a movie capacity, you can keep whatever you think about it in reality to yourself, I guess. But if you like it on the screen, that movie's for you. It was pretty good. Interesting concept. But other than that, anything else I would say would like kind of lead you down a path where you would know what's going to happen.
So you said if I like violence,
blood, and sex games.
Yes. Okay.
On TV.
Oh.
Or in a movie. If you like it in your personal life, well, so be it.
Maybe. Like
yeah. Maybe you like the movie. But if you like it, if you like to watch it on screen,
okay,
then it's for you.
Okay.
Yeah. It was interesting to see the setup and the reveal and all that went into it. So Strange Darling, I would recommend if you are not squeamish. Because it sets it up as like it's a final girl type deal. Final girl. All the horror movies generally they'll have one girl who survives. It sets it up that way, and then you'll watch and see if that's what the movie is actually about or not. So we'll see. We'll see if you enjoy it. Maybe we'll talk to Michael about that. Michael probably won't have watched it because he's not a big.
He doesn't like violence, gore,
and
sex games.
It's not really a horror movie, but
actually, I don't know how he feels about
sex games on screen.
We'll ask.
It'd be awkward. I think that would be awkward.
First question.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, what do you think about sex games on screen? The pregnant pause to see what he actually says.
Yeah.
And then
let him answer that.
Yeah.
And then if he needs more context, we'll give it to him.
Yeah, exactly. I can't see the name, but apparently someone wants to talk about something close to my heart. Is it the city of Miami? Is it a Miami team? Pena, what's up, man?
Yeah, what up, Dale? I'm pretty sure you. Yeah, it's the you I want to talk about. I'm pretty sure you know what I want to also talk about. Props. How you like Cam Ward going for over 248.5 yards against FSU? And hey, yesterday I was doing some laundry and I started folding clothes and I was scrolling through Netflix and I didn't know that this movie existed. And I'm a big fan of what's his name? Mark Wahlberg and Denzel Washington. Two Guns. That was a pretty entertaining movie. It's not the best in the world, but it was very entertaining. I don't know if you watched it or not. Pretty sure you have. But if you have, let me know if you have. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it, man. I've seen Two Guns. It's fun.
Two Guns is a really good movie.
That's an entertaining movie. I like it.
Really entertaining movie.
So, in fact, the fact that you mentioned it, I mean, I get home at about 1:30. Maybe I'll just watch Two Guns today while I'm eating lunch. Appreciate that, Payne. As far as the prop, I would take over for Cam Ward's number. 248 is that number. He hasn't thrown for less than 300 yards in a game where he played the full game. I think he might have left at the half against either Ball State or Florida A&M, so he didn't get to that number. But I would expect that number to be easily, unless it's such a comprehensive blowout and Miami's run the ball down their throw in the first half. They get Cam Ward out of there, which would mean the Miami defense would actually have to get some stops. The Florida State offense is not good. They'll be probably playing two quarterbacks, Luke Krummelhoek and Brock Glenn. They're both inexperienced. They played against Duke, didn't score a lot of points. Brock Glenn turned the ball over quite a bit. So
if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one.
Unless you're the 2006 Florida Gators.
Yeah. Although that wasn't like a
he wasn't
controversy. The roles are clearly defined.
Yes, because one had a specific skill set and the other didn't, and they made it work. I will tell you this, Mike Norvell, no Urban Meyer. He won't be balancing the skill sets of Brock Lynn and Luke Krumhoek to the level that Chris Leaf and Tim Tebow did back when they won a national title.
He probably already has more losses at Florida State.
Of course he does.
No, than Urban had at Florida.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Because the first couple of years were lean years. He was trying to recover from what Willie Taggart did, and well before Willie Taggart even.
Maybe Urban all time.
Jimbo Fisher. Urban Meyer doesn't have many.
He didn't lose. He didn't lose a lot.
Yeah, that was the point.
I mean, hey, listen. Obviously, there's some not great stuff with Urban Meyer.
Obviously.
The guy could coach. the guy
sometimes,
could coach.
And most of the time, that's all that matters. He could coach. And all-time losses at Florida for Urban Meyer, what do we have? 15. And he only has 32 overall.
Yeah. Florida State, Mike Norvell has 23 losses.
So he has, clearly more losses.
Give him a couple years.
He has one less loss than Urban Meyer combined at Florida and Ohio State. Urban Meyer had 24 between the two schools.
He had
and 2 at Utah.
83-9 at Ohio State.
Yeah, 26, and then Bowling Green 17-6. But as far as Power 4, Mountain West wasn't really Power 4, but Utah's now a Power 4 school. Yeah, 26 losses at major programs. Yeah, Mike Norvell, he'll reach that this year.
To get back to the Cam Ward thing, that is the worry that they just blow him out by too much. And
he doesn't have to throw the football at all.
Especially if they're blowing him out by running the ball. And then I don't know. But I don't know if Mario Cristobal is going to want to.
The question will be, the thought is Mario will try to run it up because back in 2022, Florida State put it on Miami. Surprisingly enough, Tyler Van Dyke was hurt. He tried to go out there and give it a go, got hurt, and then Miami put in Ja'Cory Brown, who's now at UCF. And Florida State put a big number on them because Miami didn't know what a counter was, apparently. Shout out to Kevin Steele. Couldn't stop a counter run. But
Wait, Kevin Steele's like, how do I catch it straight today?
Because you were the DC for that team who couldn't stop the counter. But the thought is Mario may want to put up a big number because he can. And also, we got a Heisman candidate. Are they going to really limit his numbers so much?
That's a good point.
When you have a Heisman candidate tied, I think he's tied with Genty in some spots for the betting favorite. So I would go over 248 for multiple reasons. Rivalry game, particularly if Florida State's going 3 and out, Miami's going to have a lot of opportunities. So even if they are scoring by running, they're going to throw the ball some too. Hell, they threw the ball. They could have run all over Ball State and FAMU and still threw the ball all over the yard. So that gives you an indication that they might want to do that anyway. So
now you have to worry about it's a rivalry game throughout all the record books. These guys grew up playing against each other.
I hate when they say that.
Did you know that?
Yes, I've heard that before.
South Florida guys.
I've heard that before, but also I will tell you this: Florida State does a lot of recruiting in South Georgia and obviously Northern Florida, Central Florida. Miami doesn't really get into those areas and recruit those guys. Also, 8 of Miami's 11 starters on defense are transfers who aren't from the state of Florida. So when they say that, when inevitably
Cam Ward is lining up against guys he played in high school.
Oh. So inevitably when they say that, I'm like, Tyler Barron comes from Tennessee. Simeon Barrows from Michigan State. Let's go. Maunoa played at Washington State. No, they're not lining up against guys they grew up playing against.
Damian Martinez is going to have a chip on his shoulder from Louisville, Texas.
Exactly. Can't believe what Knowles was saying to him, the DB from Florida State in their ever-present rivalry game. The guy's never met the man before, but they're going to say that over and over again. In the world of transfers now, that's got to stop. When a lot of teams build up, particularly in the state of Florida, Florida State takes transfers, Miami does, Florida does, not to the level that Miami and Florida State have over the last couple of years. That's out the window. These guys grew up playing against each other, not the starters. Maybe some of the young players because those are high school recruits. All right. We'll get to Eric here before we go to break. Eric, what's up?
Hey, what do you think the chances are of Miami winning the national championship this year? And have you seen the movie Venom yet? Have you heard anything good about it? I'll hang up and listen.
I guess you're talking about Venom Last Dance. I have not seen it. I haven't even seen the second one yet. I haven't seen Let There Be Carnage yet. Sean gives it a big thumbs up.
I give the first one a big thumbs up.
What about Let There Be Carnage?
1.5 thumbs up.
Oh, okay. So
not
instead of
quite.
2 thumbs up, 1.5 thumbs up?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I guess 1 thumb up, 1 thumb sideways. Shout out to Gladiator.
Very commodous of you, yes.
I'm a lot of things are very no, not that many things are commodous about me.
Lusting after a relative?
We don't have that much in commodus.
Okay. Well, I would say well done, but really, if I had the power, I'd turn off your mic for that, but I can't. So,
yeah, but I think Venom: The Last Dance comes out tonight, right?
Yeah. So no, I have not seen that movie. Michael Carroll might have a review. I'm not sure if he was able to watch it earlier.
I know
or maybe he'll watch it tonight.
I know he's seeing it this weekend because, believe it or not, Michael Carroll and I have talked about this movie off.
I've heard the conversations on air, which would lead me to believe, of course, you've talked about it off mic.
But he's seeing it this weekend. I don't know if he's seeing it tonight. I won't be able to watch it this weekend, so no spoilers, please, to anyone out there. Don't spoil this.
Don't spoil The Last Dance for me. Yeah, please don't do that for Sean.
I might see it on Monday though.
I don't know when or if I'll see it, but since it's such a big part of people on the show, I guess I'll have to watch Let There Be Carnage first.
Yeah. Can that be the Thursday night?
It's only an hour and a half. Okay, that's actually not bad. I thought it was like a 2.5 hour movie. Let There Be Carnage.
That's why all these movies are great.
Yeah,
I don't know how. I don't know.
I
what
just
the last
assume
one
it's going to be a general comic book movie and take forever.
They get you out like 2:15.
Nice
at the longest.
An hour and 37 minutes. Okay, then I'll put that on the schedule before the end of the week. That's the way to get me to watch Let There Be Carnage. Tell me it's under an hour 40 minutes.
I should have led with that.
Yeah. As far as the Miami winning a national title thing, it's funny that they're having their best year, and it's the most difficult way it could be. You have to win how many games? 16 games. If you get a bye,
which they will.
Well, they got to be Clemson in the ACC title game. That's no guarantee there. But thank you for the confidence in Mario Cristobal, which I can't summon.
I did notice that Eric has gone from
Texas and Miami to
Texas,
just Miami.
Yeah, that hurt my
What
feelings
happened?
a little.
What happened, Eric?
I get they have to be at least a 3-week suspension from being in the national.
But honestly, despite the loss, I would take Texas having a better opportunity than Miami if I had to pick between the two. Yes, Texas and their defense is much better, at least what we've seen so far. The question for Miami is: are they Lincoln Riley, Oklahoma, or are they going to pull off what LSU did in 19 when their defense wasn't great and then they picked it up when it mattered most and became opportunistic? I feel like Miami's more like Lincoln Riley, Oklahoma, which means a real good shot at making a playoff, particularly in the 12-team era, but not a real chance of winning a title despite having a special quarterback. So
I wish Texas had Cam Ward. Okay.
I bet you do.
I feel so much better.
You would likely be undefeated and the clear runaway favorite to go win a national title. I would say Miami's chances of winning a national title as the season continues to move along and they continue to win games. Right now, at 7-0 with the rest of their schedule, maybe I give it 15%. Maybe 15%. If their defense can find a way, and you won't really know much because they're playing like Florida State and maybe Georgia Tech without their quarterback, and Duke, who's not very good offensively. Now, you mentioned Syracuse earlier in the week. That game's later in the day, in the year, the last game of the year before a potential ACC title game.
Third best quarterback in the ACC.
Kyle McCord is their quarterback.
Maybe second.
Possibly.
Kate Klubnik. That's you I'm talking about.
No, my shot's directed at you, Kate Klubnik.
A lot of people in their cars are like,
who the hell? Who's Sean talking about? Who's
Eli Holstein?
Who's Kyle? Yeah, Eli Holstein, who has not played well the last couple weeks. Big game, speaking of that. Pitt versus, SMU's going to Duke.
It's Pitt, Syracuse.
Pitt, Syracuse. That's a big one.
We'll settle who's the third and fourth best or second best quarterback on the field.
So the ACC has some games, and the game of the team that Eric mentioned, Miami, they got a game against Florida State. It's a primetime slot, and the Miami's breaking out their special black and orange uniforms. So,
ooh, I don't love that.
I like a more traditional look against Florida State.
That's if you want to break that out against Duke, knock yourself out.
But how many can they guarantee night games?
And Virginia Tech. They should have done it against Virginia Tech. Was that a home game?
Yeah, it was a home game
wasn't
at
home.
night. But so I guess it's part. Hey, how many more night games are we going to get? And
honestly, this one could have.
This one could have been 11 a.m.
They could have flexed that one out.
Yeah, but they made it a night game, so Miami said, "Let's rock them here before we don't have the opportunity." So that's happening. We'll see if the curse of the alternate uniforms pops up. That's Drew. He wants to talk about how I feel about DC Comics. You know what the show's about. Anything you guys want to talk about, we'll get to. You can ask Sean about it too. How does he feel about DC? We'll find that out when we come back. We will get to the CJ Stroud sound here as well. He talked about the Colts in the second matchup. So a lot to get to here before we wrap it up. And also, we got a giveaway, so stay tuned for that. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Drew here, and then we'll get to CJ Stroud and his comments. You guys want to call in? 713-780-3776. Drew, what's up?
Yeah, how you doing, man? I've been listening to y'all show like for the past probably 2 years now, and I like your show too, man. You're doing it for the brothers, man. But the reason why I called or whatever is because I was wondering, have y'all looked at the Justice League new cartoons or whatever on HBO? like some of the crises, like they trying to do pretty much the same thing what pretty much the Marvel Comics trying to do with the Secret Wars or whatever. But I think they kind of messed it up a little bit. Like on the last 3 movies or whatever, it kind of got like too far into it. Like, how do you feel about that? About the Flashpoint and Justice League thing?
I will speak to this. I have not seen those yet. They're on the schedule, much like now Let There Be Carnages, but I haven't got to them. I know what you're talking about. Obviously, they did some of that in the movie The Flash. So I'll get to them. So I don't want to say anything one way or the other about them before I watch them. But as far as how I feel about DC, I wasn't a big DC comic guy, mostly because how I got into comics was cartoons on Fox, and a lot of that stuff was Marvel related, whether it be the Spider-Man show or X-Men. So DC, I just know them as movie characters. But yeah, maybe I'll give a review at some point. Michael Carroll, who joins us every Friday, will probably have something to say. So I'll get that question to him if you're listening tomorrow at 11:30. Appreciate it, Drew. Thanks for the compliments as well. Sean and I appreciate them. Sean's doing it for the brothers too.
I appreciate you.
I just put Sean in an awkward spot on purpose. Thanks.
I don't think that, but I'm glad you think.
Thank you, Drew. I'll have something for you on the Justice League cartoons on HBO Max at some point here. Okay, let's get to CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud up at the podium for his weekly availability. He was asked about the Colts and what's changed since the last time they saw him. And here's the Texans quarterback on the matchup for Sunday.
Rewatch the tape over and just see the things that you left on the field, also the things you can clean up. So, they're a new team. They're playing really well. Came off a really hard-fought win against Miami. So, we got to be on our A game and be able to handle business.
I will say you don't have to be on your A game. I watched that Colts team play. A B game will be good enough. But don't lose it. That's all we're looking for. Last week, we asked for you not to be embarrassed, and they came through. I mean, the offense, at least the passing offense, kind of embarrassed everyone, but the game itself was a close one. Just win the game. I don't care how it's done, because nothing that they can do against the Colts is going to change my mind about them. Like, if you blow out the Colts, it's a close game, whatever. You can chalk it up as if it's a close game where you kind of muddle your way through as division game. You're a little beat up. Nico's not around. You found a way to win. The Colts have given you tough games since D'Amico has been here. You lose to them, then we have a bigger conversation. But even if you blow them out, I'm already here saying the Colts aren't good. Now, the number doesn't say you should blow them out, but you blow them out, good. A nice bounce back. But the Texans and how they are defined will be later in the year, and obviously whenever they make the playoffs and how far they go. So just get the win. This is one of those games where I don't buy into that survive and advance thing, mostly because I hate it when it's used outside of the NCAA tournament. But this one, just survive.
Outside of anything where it's like not literally survive in advance, but
when it's single elimination,
and
yes.
move on.
Win and you move on. Oh, I hate when people say that about it. Use that phrase when it's not that specific scenario. But win the game. Just survive. Don't care how you do it. Get the 6-2, and then we can discuss how this division is pretty much wrapped up and how you're going to attack the rest of the year after 8 games. So as far as what the keys, Richardson in the pocket again, limit the big plays. In fact, I wouldn't mind him making quick decisions because he's not great when he doesn't hold the football. When he holds the ball, that's when it gets a little scary because maybe he'll uncork one.
Yeah, he can launch it.
Yeah, maybe he decides to take off and run because your rush lanes have been compromised because he's been back there so long. It'll be interesting to see how the Texans rush him this week because they've had Jordan Love can move a little bit, but he's not looking to run. And you had Drake May, another guy who's a little mobile, but once again, a guy who's not looking to break off
Sneaky
runs.
athletic.
Yeah, I didn't call him that. I'm not calling him that.
I'm calling him sneaky athletic. You look at him, you don't think he's that fast.
You don't have to lean into it all the way. You could just say sneaky athletic.
Watch out.
Yeah,
3rd and 8. He can get that.
He's not looking to, but he can if he's forced to.
This is his last option.
Yeah, because he's
a pocket.
He wants to hang in the pocket, make his reads, but he can if he needs to. So you got to be careful with Drake May. No, you don't. We saw Drake May.
He's pretty good.
He's
doing
not.
all right.
He's
doing all right.
He should have thrown 2 picks against the Jags. They were both drops. That's the crazy thing. One of the now that I'm off of my Drake May hate tangent, there was one of the he used to work for The Ringer. Now he works for ESPN. His name's Benjamin Solak. He's one of the film guys who puts clips up online. But he's actually that's his job as opposed to people who are doing it. Hey, look at CJ on this play. What he could have done. His job is to break down film. And he talked about how Drake May had played well. And I thought to myself, so when he threw 2 balls right into Jags' hands that they dropped, does that mean he played well? When those are 2 clear turnover-worthy plays that would have gone down on his stat sheet? Because the film would have been the same if those passes were caught by Jags, but the stats would have told you he threw 2 picks, and now you can't make your video because everyone's going to say, wait a minute, I saw those picks. Those were terrible. You can't tell me you played well when that's now 5 turnovers in 2 games.
He knows what he can get away with the Jags.
Guys will drop balls.
Yeah.
Stonehand Jags.
I can get away with that. Look, he just dropped it.
No, I don't.
Incomplete.
I don't look. Drake may be a good processor, but he's not processing that. I can throw this ball right at Andre Cisco. He's going to drop it. What do I care? I'll take a shot. He won't catch it.
Right in the numbers.
Yeah, so that's just part of the grift. A grift may be strong, but you're gonna push Drake May because that gives you numbers. That does numbers for you. And then you're gonna tell people he played well and ignore the obvious issues he had because no one's going to remember them because they didn't show up in the stats. But I remember because I'm a hater. Less for Drake May than more about the agenda pushing Drake May as the next great young quarterback. I'm not having it. I saw that man in North Carolina. Man was getting his ass kicked by Georgia Tech and Virginia. You can't fool me. Maybe a lot of you didn't demean yourselves by watching a lot of ACC football. I did demean myself. And I saw that guy play. He's fine.
That is a big mark against. I don't know if it's a mark against him or
Mac Brown.
I was gonna say UNC football.
Okay.
The fact that he would lose to Georgia Tech and UVA.
Yeah, and NC State. Now NC State's been a good program up until this year.
That's not as embarrassing. But he had one of his worst games of his career against NC State, and it was like, oh, Drake May, generational prospect. What are you watching? He made some stuff happen with his legs.
Man, yeah. I get why people like him. He's big. He wears the number 10. A lot of people have visions of Justin Herbert in their head. I get it. But I ain't the one, though.
Mina Kimes on a podcast said that CJ Stroud, she's worried that he might be in like the Justin Herbert zone of he's making so many, like the offense around him is basically letting him down and he's having to keep his head above water. And I was like, I do not like my quarterback being compared to Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert is the guy all the football people love. And it's always everyone else's fault for why it's not going well. It's always Joe Lombardi or Kellen Moore and now Greg Roman. It's now his fault. And obviously the lack of weapons this year. But the man started his career with Keenan Allen in his prime and Mike Williams, who obviously always is hurt, but when he was there,
he got 6 games a year.
A productive player.
Williams, yeah.
So, and he had Austin Eckler before the wheels fell off. So he had a pretty good setup there. Cut it out. Everyone loves Justin Herbert. Now, I know wins aren't all about quarterbacks. You have to have a team that's a defense, all those things. But everyone still remembers that game against the Raiders, that winner-take-all game that actually could have been a tie, and they both would have made the playoffs.
Tie, take all.
Yeah. Instead,
win or tie,
win or
take
tie,
all.
and you make the playoffs. Instead, the Raiders won. And everyone still remembers all the plays he made and the promise of those plays. And like, yeah, Justin Herbert. And yet, what are we now? 2 coaches fired, multiple coordinators out. And now what Jim Harbaugh decided to do. You know what we're going to do? We're going to minimize your impact. We're going to stop counting on you as a quarterback and run the ball. You know, Malik Neighbors is available. We'd rather take Joe Alt because you know what we want to do? Make you less important.
Yeah.
We want to run the ball and play defense.
You could be my JJ McCarthy.
Exactly. Exactly. Let Jim Harbaugh get a hold of Ashton Genty. Just watch Justin Herbert's numbers if they find a way to draft Ashton Genty next year.
That'd be great. I mean, I every Aston Genty team would be great.
Yeah,
because there is something I get. Can't draft running back in the first round. The value, whatever. There is something about just adding an awesome running back to your football team that just you're like, nope, this team makes way more sense now that you can run the ball, throw it to him. I mean, you see it with Joe Mixon. Like, we spent all this time being like, Joe Mixon, are we sure that's a deal worth making?
And he gets here.
Extension, we'll see about the extension. But at least this year, and he gets here, and like you said, the offense runs at its best with him or him and Nico. Like, those are the two of the three most important players on the Texans offense, and one of them's a 28-year-old running back.
Yeah. So
running backs do matter.
If you get an awesome one, they really do matter.
And Joe Mixon made the first shot at the Rockets game last night.
He did. Joe Mixon, not just a big time running back.
He made as many shots as Dylan Brooks last night.
And the problem is he only made 3 less than Fred VanVleet.
I was gonna that was going to Fred VanVleet, but I was like, he made a couple down the stretch.
He did make a couple big jumpers.
For a while, he was like 0 for 10 or something. I was like, oh my god,
it was going poorly. The Rockets did not put out a good effort in the second half. We'll hear from.
They let Joe Mixon down.
They let the city down, Sean.
You let us all down.
What was the arrows line? The green arrow.
I don't know.
You have let down. Something about let down. It said DCC. Drew, don't know a lot. I just know that series, and he had some line about letting down the city. We'll hear from Alfred Şengün about it's just one game, guys. We didn't really let down the city. We'll hear from him, the performance, and what the Rockets need to do to get better. Alfred Şengün when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Well, Michael Carroll will be in the studio tomorrow where I won't be. I will be out in Porter for a Bobcat grand opening. Gallant George will follow me out there as well. The grand opening of the Bobcat in Porter. So John and Lance will be here. Sean will produce their show, and then I'll be out there from 10 to 12 with Sean back here. And then 12 to 3, Gallant and George. Michael Carroll will be here at 11:30, and we'll do our weekly TV pop culture segment at that time. We've got tickets available for the Cougs versus the Aggies. That is a charity basketball game that's happening in town on Sunday. It's to donate some of the proceeds to Bear Relief. That storm is still affecting people. Kind of the way storms operate. It's not just that first day or the first week. The damages to homes can last, and people are still recovering. So we're trying to do a good thing here, get people out there. And like I said, the proceeds are for Bear Relief, but we're giving you a chance to go out there for free. 4 tickets right now. Caller 5-713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to the Cougs versus the Aggies. It's a exhibition game. The Aggies are coming into the Fertitta Center, and Buzz Williams and Kelvin Sampson joined John and Lance. Well, Buzz Williams was on yesterday. Kelvin Sampson was on today. And it appears they're taking a bit of a different approach to the game. Buzz Williams is treating it, at least he told us, like a regular game. We're going to operate the way we always do. Kelvin Sampson's like, you know what? I'm probably going to play some of my young players, even if it's close late, because this is a chance for me to get some of those guys meaningful reps. Not that the guys won't play hard, but the strategy apparently will be a little bit different for the two coaches, just different priorities. So, but you can go out and watch 2 good programs in the state of Texas go at it. We got a caller and our winner here, but it's at 4 p.m. at Fertitta Center. Proceeds from the game will benefit the Greater Houston Disaster Alliance Hurricane Barrel Recovery Fund, which assists those who were affected by the storm. Tickets are available at uhcougars.com/tickets, and we're doing a giveaway here, and it's going to be a good time. You got the Texans in the afternoon. Hopefully, you'll watch that game. If you're not going to it, you'll watch the Texans and Colts, see a win, and then you can go out and watch Aggies versus Cougs in a good basketball game. All right, got that done. There was a basketball game last night that didn't go our way, unless you are a Hornets fan. By the way, I did see a couple of Hornets fans highlight it because the way I watch games, I did have the Houston broadcast. For some reason, they were the Space City Home Network broadcast, but I was watching it through some means that I won't speak to. And there are a couple of Hornets fans in the crowd. I think Ryan Holland said he went up to them and talked to them, and they were pretty confident. It couldn't have been Ryan Hollins. It was the Houston feed allegedly, but it was the Charlotte broadcast for some reason. League Pass had me messed up, I guess. And the Charlotte guy was like, I went up to those guys, and they had faith. They had faith that we were going to win. He did say we, and those 2 lone Hornets fans in their LaMelo Ball jerseys were right, unfortunately.
Yeah. Not surprising. It's LaMelo Ball jerseys. I feel like there's a lot more LaMelo Ball jerseys on people's backs than there are self-identifying Charlotte Hornets fans. I feel like he's one of those guys.
He might be one of those players who fans will follow from team to team if it happens. But they will root for LaMelo wherever he is. I would pick a different player. But we had Lazy J call in and talk about how he's a winning player. How's he not a winning player? Well, he's never won anything. How about that?
Made 2 play-ins. All right.
How do those games go?
They lost.
Not just lost.
They got blown out.
Yeah, there it is. Was he even playing in those games?
He played in at least one of them.
Okay, you remember seeing him out there getting blown out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he played that well.
No. So he was a winning player last night. He was the best player on the floor. Nearly a triple-double. The Rockets' presumed best player is Alperen Sengun. In post-game, he was asked about the game and what's next. Here's Alperen Sengun on the loss to the Hornets.
Yeah, when you're losing games like this, end of the game, of course the frustrating is the first game in the home. So, but we can get it back. It's just 81 game left. We got to learn. We got to watch film, all that things. We come back stronger Friday.
Friday, they have the Grizzlies in town. The Grizzlies who held off the Jazz. The Grizzlies were up big in that game. The Jazz fought back. The Grizzlies wound up winning that one. So Rockets want to try to avoid going 0-2. They have a Grizzlies team who is relatively healthy because Jaren Jackson didn't play in that game. We'll see. I don't think he'll be available against the Rockets either, but they do have Ja. They do have Desmond Bane. They do have Zach Edey, who's now their starting center until Jaren Jackson Jr. is back. So try to avoid going 0-2. Got a good opponent in town. Rockets are up double digits at the half, and they just were awful in the third and fourth quarters. And Trey Mann, LaMelo Ball, Miles Bridges all did enough. And Nick Richards in the middle was a bully. And they blocked 10. They had 10 blocks against the Rockets. And Alperen Sengun, who started off well, had a really good first half, petered out in the second half and did not play very much down the stretch until like the last 2 minutes. Ime got him in because their offense was struggling. And here's what Ime said about it as the lead was evaporating. He favored defensive switchability with Amen Thompson in the game. He also said he wanted to get Alpi rest. So that led to him missing time, but also just the fact that he is a liability. And if you're struggling offensively anyway, there's not a real reason for your coach to put you in the game. And it's interesting because this will be a conversation throughout the year. The Rockets in their closing five, because you believe your best and highly paid player should be out there, but I don't believe that's how Ime Udoka will operate. We saw it in game one. So what if Alperen Sengun just got an extension? He's not playing well. He'll sit, and I'll sit him as long as I think I need to, and we'll just go with it. So as far as having a set five, I don't think we're really going to see that other than Fred VanVleet. I think that's the guy, considering how poorly he shot leading up until he made a couple shots late. He played a lot of minutes. I think he's going to be a guy you can probably consider a staple. But anyone else? Dylan Brooks is your wing defender. Maybe throw him in there too. But all the other spots may be up for grabs. Jalen Green didn't shoot the ball well, but who were the other options? Was Cam Whitmore someone you expected to be a knockdown guy and run good offense late in that game? Probably not. So maybe Jalen Green becomes that guy who you depend on as your designated scorer. So you have your facilitator in VanVleet, Jalen Green, and then Dylan Brooks.
And when they were trying to, when they were going back and forth late in the game, they were drawing up plays for Jalen. Made a he made it and one, and made a mid-range jumper.
When they put Alpi back in the game, they had some two-man game stuff where he played off Alpi and got to the bucket and then made a jumper. So that's where they found their points that way.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately what they should be doing is two-man game with either Fred or Jalen with Sengun. I think that's probably where you're going to get most of your late game offense, just putting the ball in your three best players' hands, or at least your three best scorers' hands.
Yeah, and find your wing defense from Brooks, and then maybe it's Amen.
Yeah, I was going to say,
or Jabari, depending on the size. But maybe we're looking at Brooks and Amen as your wing defenders, and you have to kind of cover up for Sengun because he will likely get attacked when it comes down to it. If a team needs a bucket, particularly if they have a big time on ball player, Sengun will be put in a lot of actions when they're looking to score, and he's just gonna have to hold up better, or he may just sits him, which you don't want considering how much you're going to depend on him offensively.
It is funny they had 25 and 18, and we're like,
Well, it was 19 and maybe
10, 11.
It was at least double digit
19 and 12.
19 and 12. So he certainly didn't have
first half.
He certainly didn't have a great second half, and he had that bad turnover when he saw Trey Mann in a good position defensively and tried to go behind his back and just lost the ball.
You know what that was? That was Steven Silas Rockets right there. That one play that was just.
You know how I know you're right about that is because when he did it, I remember when I watched Rockets under Steven Silas, I go oof a lot. I did that then. Oof. Oh boy.
That was I was like, oh.
Yeah, that was not good.
You cannot have that happen.
And he had some issues ball handling throughout the game. I saw a couple times he was loose with his dribble, and that one was at a most inopportune time. So Alperen Sengun, good player, just didn't have a great second half, and part of the reason the Rockets go down. Okay.
Yeah, it's not good that Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun played the best on the Rockets, and they both had stretches where you're like,
and you wouldn't say they played great. Yeah.
I think Jalen played pretty well. Just the shots didn't go down. But like I thought he was taking good shots. He just didn't make.
It's a problem for him because as a scorer, and people are going to look at him as what else does he bring to the table. It's going to be tough to have bad shooting nights and people to evaluate your game completely and go, oh, well, he took the right shots. He competed defensively. But when we see you as you're supposed to be a guy who goes and gets buckets, and if you don't get them, the evaluation of your play is going to be probably a little unfair. But I guess all you have to say is take the right shots. You hope his talent will show through, and those shots will go down. So while the game wasn't great, I wouldn't consider us hating on the Rockets. We have another nomination for Hater of the Week we'll play when we come back. Kawhi Leonard didn't play in the opener for the Clippers. They had a good one. Went to OT against the Suns. The Suns found a way to win that one. Well, Stephen A. Smith, maybe a new nomination for Hater of the Week. We'll hear him and his thoughts on Kawhi when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We played sound from Tillman Fertitta yesterday talking about how he wouldn't consider the deals given to Sengun and Green were strictly team friendly. It's the sound an owner. It's a reasonable sound to play from an owner when he's the one cutting the check. So we played that yesterday. But at least those two guys played. They got new deals and were available. Kawhi Leonard got a deal this offseason, a big one. They gave him an extension, and they did not give Paul George one. And that, well, at least a max extension, full years, full money. And that's why Paul George is now not playing for the Sixers right now. But Kawhi was sitting on the sideline in that new building, watching his team go out there and compete really hard against the Suns. Just couldn't come through at the end. But I believe, did Harden miss a free throw? That would given them the lead or tied it or something. And either way, that game goes overtime, and the Suns wound up winning. So Stephen A had some thoughts on Kawhi. Now, Sean, I haven't heard it. I heard the start. I saw the caption. So I'm listening to this blind. But considering the context of the sound, it might be a real nomination for Hater of the Week. We will see. Here's Stephen A on Kawhi's absence.
Etc. So I'm going to say it for the last time. He is a superstar when he is healthy. On the basketball court, easily, as far as I'm concerned, a top 5 player on the planet. That's why a superstar is appropriate when it comes to talking about his skill set. I can make a legitimate argument that Kawhi Leonard is the worst superstar in the history of any sport. You can't have somebody like that and it's beneficial, who's going to miss work half the time and does absolutely nothing to promote your product or your brand. He is a poster child for what not to be as a star in any sport, period. And I mean it. And had I seen him in the arena last night, him and his uncle and everybody else in between, I'd have told him to their face.
That's not true.
The worst. The worst.
You're not saying that. No one does that in real life to someone that they have any type of relationship with.
Him and his uncle.
He's not doing that.
Bring Uncle Dennis over
He's
here.
not saying that. He may say hello, what's up. He is not calling him the worst superstar in the history of sports. There's no chance.
The history of all sports.
Yeah, cut it out.
Cricket.
I mean, stop it.
Soccer.
It is why he's worth what he's worth to ESPN. That clip, it is thoroughly entertaining. Even that giant lie at the end is thoroughly entertaining.
That's one of the most entertaining parts.
Yeah.
Is picturing him walking up to him and his uncle. And
yeah, just having a conversation. Like
putting his finger in his chest.
Do you think that would be the goal of his conversation? To go up there and have it? Or would he, after some hello, what's up, just casually slide it in? Or would it just pop up like, hey, by the way, before I go, I just got to say this to you. No way. There's no chance. No one acts like that in real life.
Hey, you're the worst superstar.
Look, this may be out of pocket, but I gotta get this off my chest.
Real,
yeah, I gotta talk to you about how you don't. The fact that he brought up he doesn't promote the Clippers is interesting. I hadn't really thought about it like that. I thought about, hey, they're paying you a lot of money. You're a superstar. You're not playing, but he doesn't promote them. And of course, you want your stars to push the product. And in this case, the product is Clippers basketball. I didn't know that was a thing. I know that's not his personality, but yeah, that probably ain't great for Steve Ballmer. You're not going to play. You're not going to be in our promotional materials either.
Yeah. I mean, he's in promotional stuff.
Yeah,
like he's in the NBA, which is hilarious, but he's in the NBA tip-off
well, that's for the NBA. I don't know if locally when the Clippers are running stuff, is he in that stuff? I don't know, but apparently Stephen A knows.
I mean, yeah, he's not, he's not giving a lot of interviews.
Yeah, I would say.
Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, I would say that was pretty standard until he called him the worst superstar in the history of all sports.
I'll say it to his face.
And I'll say it to his face. So you go. He definitely is nominated for Hater of the Week.
Yeah, him and
Roger and who else did we play? Oh, Joe Flacco yesterday.
Joe Flacco.
Yeah. So those are our three. Once again, we'll probably
submission's still open.
We're still open. We'll decide. I'm going to be out. So maybe we wait. Maybe we do that at a different time when I'm in the studio. I'll be doing a show, but not in the studio. So that'll be something we do going forward. We'll take nominations throughout the week, and eventually, like on a Friday, we'll just wrap it up. A compilation of everything said, and we'll vote on who the hater of the week is.
Biggest hater, Dell on Porter.
Yeah, you heard me on Drake May.
Oh,
well, it's a talk about Drake May, not just Drake May.
I thought you're at just Porter, Texas. Biggest hater.
I've never been to Porter, Texas.
Oh, okay.
So I can't hate on it. I just know it's a long ways away from my home.
It's a hike.
Yes. So I'll go there. We're there for Bobcat, not just me, but Gallant George as well. It's a grand opening. So happy to be there. I've just never been. So I'll figure it out today. We'll do the show from there from 10 to 12. All right. That music means we're done for the day. We'll do more college football stuff tomorrow. As we said before, it's a good weekend in the sport. A lot of intriguing matchups. Probably the most dangerous one for a ranked team is maybe as far as a potential big upset. Sean's Longhorns going into Vandy. We've seen it before. Be on the lookout. So we'll talk more about that and all the other games tomorrow. So since we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I will talk to you tomorrow.
So the Rockets up by 18 in the second quarter, lose the lead and the game as the Hornets spoil the Rockets' festivities here on opening night. The final 110-105. Man was with 24 points for them off their bench. LaMelo Ball nearly triple-doubled. He was awesome with 34, 8, and 11. And the Rockets managed to score just 45 points in the second half and shot only 37% from the floor.
Well, there were some fun moments for the Houston Rockets in their opener last night. They did have an 18-point lead in the second quarter. 50 Cent was there. The guy who plays Pope from Outer Banks was there. Joe Mixon hit a free throw. Everything was peachy keen until, Joe, the very end of a 110-105 Rockets loss. The Hornets were without one of their best players, Brandon Miller, much of this game. This was an ugly one, and there was a lot of hype about the Rockets going into this season. Definitely not as much as there's been with the Houston Texans, but I definitely got a same old Rockets feeling last night.
Yeah, that was not a fun watch for most of the game. Even when they were up, it was kind of ugly basketball. Like the whole first quarter was not really crisp or clean throughout this one. This feels so weird in these headphones. I had to bring special headphones today because I left mine at home. But it's such an ugly game. I didn't like a lot of what the offense was doing, aka just running down the court and jacking up threes and missing them. They just kept doing it, Paul. Like they just kept running down the court, not setting the offense, jacking up a three, and it wouldn't go in. And then, hey, these will start going in eventually.
This is my big issue with basketball in a post Daryl Morey world. And on top of that, in a world where the Warriors were so good from outside and the Celtics currently are so good from outside. Everyone believes that if you have an open three-point shot, you should take it. And on a night where the Rockets shot 42 three-point attempts, only making 31% of them? This is, I think, where you got to ask yourself if the philosophy of just putting up as many shots is a smart one to have when you don't have the same shooters as the teams that I mentioned before.
Yeah, because even in the first half, and when Alpi was going early, they weren't really doing that as much. They get this big lead because the offense was really like feeding through Şengün pretty consistently. And he had some like Angel Reese style moments where he was just throwing up bad shots and getting his own rebounds and putting up more shots.
The numbers, if you look after the game, the numbers for both Alper and Şengün and Jalen Green are such that you could say, you know what? These guys have figured out how to play together.
Well, I think they scored the first 16 points for the Rockets.
Yeah.
I thought someone tweeted it out. Like Tillman Fertitta's getting. Oh, Sean said Tillman Fertitta's getting his money's worth because they had all of the points and everyone else was just bricking shots constantly. It's the first game of the season, but I think we all were just kind of hoping the offense would look a little bit more crisp in this first game.
Yeah, a little bit of it was like just first game-iness from especially the first quarter where both teams were just like terrible. And then
Şengün did have a double-double.
What?
Şengün did have a double-double in the first quarter.
Again, because everyone was missing shots and he was the only one scoring. But I thought the second quarter was really like, oh, this is the stuff that when we talk about the Rockets before the season, we're like, this is the team. If they could be this team all the time, they can actually win like 50 games. But of course, they're not going to be that team all the time because their two of the three best players are 22 years old. So you're going to have some uneven performances, and that's really what you got.
I liked a lot of what I saw. I'm not even kidding. I
thought I even like Jalen Green was 5 for 15 from three. You look at all the
Adam Spillane put out.
Yeah, Adam Spillane. I wasn't sure who it was.
Of all his 3-point attempts.
Yeah, and you look at him and you're like, I mean, you just got to make them, dude. You just got to make them.
But that's the problem. And that's where, for me, someone who hates it when a guy who's not a great 3-point shooter is chucking 15 up over the course of a game. Even if there's a stretch where he's making a lot, that stretch where in a minute and 30 seconds he missed 4 straight threes, that to me is a guy who's getting high off his own supply. And I said it going into this year. he is going to feel like he can shoot a bunch. We actually have some highlights of some of Jalen Green's shots. And you know what? You're probably going to think this doesn't sound like a basketball game. Nope, this was Jalen Green from outside.
Let it rain! Rain dance! Let it rain! Let it rain! Iceman!
What is that from?
That is Philip Seymour Hoffman's greatest role in Along Came Polly.
Okay.
He should have won an Oscar for that, for
It's
Best
been
Supporting
so
Actor.
long since I've seen that. I couldn't remember it.
He's so funny in that movie. It is ridiculous. And that scene in particular, Ben Stiller and Philip Seymour Hoffman playing basketball, an all-timer. Look it up on YouTube if you've never seen it before. Look, he's 5 of 15. He is taking shots that were good shots, I guess, if you're a great three-point shooter. But he's not a great three-point shooter, and this is where the problem lies. I want his three-point percentage to go up. I do not want a guy shooting it 15 times and making only 5. To me, okay, let's do some sort of conversion here. How many missed three-point shots are a turnover? What's the equation here? How many missed three-point shots to a turnover? Three missed shots is 1 turnover or something like that. To me, a missed three-point shot is like a turnover.
Well, especially the way they were playing, because the fact that they're just running down, they're taking the first 3 while their teammates are still trailing them. So there's no one to rebound the basketball.
Yeah.
So within 3 seconds of getting the basketball across half court, you're giving the team the other ball right away. I mean, giving the ball right away. What do we say? We want them to shoot 37% this year.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, they shot 30.2 from the 3-point line. So not a strong start.
No.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that as Jalen Green goes 5 for 15, the entire team shot 30%. Like, this team, a lot of times, is going to go where he takes you.
He did shoot better than the team.
I was gonna say Fred VanVleet is weighing him down with a 2 for 11. You got a 1 for 6 from the field from Dylan Brooks. So Dylan Brooks and Joe Mixon made the same amount of shots last night.
To be fair, Dylan Brooks had he had 4 points. Oh no, he had 2 points. I was looking at personal fouls.
So
it's
I
such
mean,
a low number, it threw me off.
Yeah, I mean, what, they made 13 threes and Jalen had 5 of them. Had 5 of the 13 threes. So a little bit of it is, again, he was open. They were open shots. And at a certain point, it's like, do you want Jalen Green shooting an open 3, or do you want Jabari Smith or Dylan Brooks also shooting an open 3?
Right. And the other tricky thing is here, some of the young players. Amin Thompson had a couple of holy crap moments in this game. I like that Cam Whitmore put some dude on the court. Like he had him flat on his back, and it looked like it was painful. I can't believe that guy took free throws afterwards. But it does feel like it's going to be a long time this year before those guys start getting more minutes than a Brooks or a VanVleet, especially when Reed Shepherd's debut in 16 minutes, he's got as many turnovers as assists.
But the fact that he played 16 minutes to Cam Whitmore's 8, and he played more.
Cam's gonna be so mad.
I was surprised by that. I just didn't know what to expect from, like, how much Reed would be out there, and to be out there in large chunks like that was a big surprise for me in this game. I thought we'd see a lot more Cam Whitmore. To your point about Amin Thompson, he was really fun last night.
Yeah, I'm excited about him. That's really the one thing I come away from this game being, is this guy's coming off the bench. He's very young, and he's got a lot to work with.
Yeah, the 2 missed free throws were tough. Like, that's kind of when, like, the game was like,
The fourth quarter was hard.
This is gonna be one of those games where
and you knew it was coming. I mean, it really did feel same old because you're thinking to yourself, oh, they're gonna blow this. And with the way Craig Ackerman's talking about it and Ryan Hollins on the call, there's this nervous energy to them, and I'm just thinking, damn.
Well, I didn't watch it live last night. I watched it this morning.
Okay.
So I knew the final score. So when they were up 14 with 6.5 minutes left in the third quarter, I was so confused. I was like, what is about to happen in front of me, knowing the end result and having such a massive lead halfway into the third quarter?
Yeah, and some of this is just like modern basketball. With the 3-pointers and stuff, where it's just a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter. It's just like, that's not that big of a lead, guys. Like, you can't get too comfortable with that kind of lead. And I think the Rockets were just sloppy, and none of their players could make shots.
Ryan Lost in Texas suggests on our Twitch, every missed 3-pointer is 0.75 turnovers. That's probably a little bit too much.
Yeah, because there is, I mean, even if you do shoot it and there's a 30% chance it's 3 points, if you turn the ball over, there's 0% chance it's points. So there is like some level of, you can probably put up like 10 of them or 5 maybe.
I feel
7. I mean, it depends on the person. Like Amin Thompson was 1 for 2 from threes, but he also had one where he was wide open and he just passed it back to Reed Shepherd. He's like, he like looked at it and was like, and which is like, when you're not a good shooter, like that's what happens. And Amin Thompson is right now not a good shooter.
I think 3 missed 3-point shots is 1 turnover.
I will accept that. So a 3-to-1 ratio here.
So I'm gonna start adding this in.
Wait, so you can wait. So if you go 7 for 10, that's the same as having a turnover.
Yep.
Being 7 for
That's
7
one
with a turnover.
That's 1 turnover. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not subtracting the missed shots. This is an additional statistic.
Okay.
Because there's too many threes being shot. Look, you're not good enough to shoot it 42 times from outside. You're just not. Fred VanVleet in particular. Whoa. I get it. Oh, I'm a veteran. Whatever, dude. Stop.
I mean, watching the game last night, I'm like, how long did Fred and Dylan have to be here?
Everyone was mad at VanVleet. I still like Dylan Brooks being out there. There was a moment where he was in the corner. I thought he was going to sack a guy while he was going out of bounds. He probably thought about it. He didn't. I like Dylan the villain.
I would not. I'll just say I agree with you. I think Dylan Brooks still has a place. I mean, we're really breaking down one game.
Yeah, we are.
Like it's a team's entire season. Like again,
it's our first game back.
Yeah, it's first game back. This is probably the most we're ever gonna break down
a Hornets game.
A Hornets game
for sure.
A game against the Hornets
for sure.
But I would not be upset if by the end of the season, instead of Dylan Brooks 31 minutes, Amin Thompson 22 minutes. Those are flipped. Those two numbers are flipped. They can start. I don't really care where the minutes happen. Just if Amin Thompson is the one playing 30 minutes and Dylan Brooks is the one playing 20, I feel like that's a good measure of success. Is when Fred VanVleet is playing like Fred VanVleet was last night. And this is a team where Ime Udoka is not afraid to bench Jalen Green last year, not afraid to sit Alperen Şengün late in this fourth quarter, where does he feel comfortable enough with one of the young guys to put him in instead of a struggling Fred VanVleet or Dylan Brooks, or even last night, Jabari Smith wasn't awesome. So it's a situation where can that be Reed Shepherd is in for Fred VanVleet? Do you have that level of trust in him, come February, March, April?
Hopefully we get that sooner rather than later. That's the voice of Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George is to my right. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you were hoping for changes from the Houston Texans from this game against the Packers to the game against the Colts, you are going to be disappointed. But don't worry. Everything's fine. At least that's what they're telling us. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
The Texans did not make any changes on the offensive line, at least based off of what the media was able to see at practice. You got the same starters who will likely be on the field Sunday against the Indianapolis Colts. Left to right, Laramie Tunsil. Left guard, Kenyon Green. Center, Juice Scruggs. Right guard, you've got Shaq Mason. Right tackle, Titus Howard. Joe, do they get the benefit of the doubt here?
Only because maybe they know their other players are terrible. Like maybe they just know. They know that Kenyon Green is not good, but they know that Kendrick Green is way worse. So that's the only benefit of the doubt I can give them.
How much worse can he be?
That's a great question. I don't know, because it's pretty terrible for Kenyon Green this year. So I guess I give them the benefit of the doubt a little bit, because so far, like we saw last year when they left Titus Howard at left guard and kept George Fant at right tackle when Titus had returned from his injury, that they knew that, the Kendrick Green at the time, or whoever was even there, actually, it wasn't even Kendrick Green because he was hurt too. But keeping Titus at left guard was the best thing for the offensive line. So because they've already made that decision once, I give them a slight benefit of the doubt. But also when a coach says anything is all changes are on the table, I think we all kind of expected changes.
We did, yes.
Like we all expected them to change something.
Here's what's worse. So I can give someone the benefit of the doubt unless you tell me to give you the benefit of the doubt. Here's D'Amico Ryans at yesterday's press conference insisting the communication issues for this offensive line are fixable.
The communication can definitely pick up, and I think our issues have really shown up on the road when it's loud and, it's tough to communicate. That's where some of the issues come out, but I think all of it is fixable, and that's the encouraging part about it. All of it is fixable. Our guys have picked up these stunts and different things that we've seen. Our guys have picked it up before, so I'm encouraged, right, to see how our guys respond this week. We'll see similar things, right? Whenever one team does something on tape, you have to get ready and prepare for the next week, because teams will see, like, have you put the fire out? So it's a great opportunity to see us go put the fire out this week. It's a tough challenge versus this defensive line. They do a great job of executing their stunts really well. So we know, we'll have our hands full again this week.
Oh, they do a great job with the stunts, and you're telling me you're going to put the fire out? Here I am viewing Eric from Billy Madison trying to cook things in the kitchen, setting himself on fire. Don't tell me about putting out fires. I get he's going to be optimistic and support his guy. I'm not telling him to not do that. All I'm saying is the positivity coming from D'Amico is making me mad.
Yeah, because it's just it's too fake.
I don't know if it's fake.
Yeah,
that's who he is.
Yeah, fake's not the right word. It's just it's not really telling the whole picture of when you say it changes anything on the table, and then it's just like, oh, well, like we're just gonna put fires out. Well, how? Like if it's a communication issue, how are you still having communication issues this far into the season? Like that's something that kind of blows my mind. Like we're 7 games into
almost halfway through.
Like you're still having communication issues.
We'll be halfway through on Thursday next week.
That makes me sad. First of all, football season's going way too fast.
Well, no bye week, so it's not quite the halfway point, but yeah.
Because they don't.
And it's a Thursday game.
What is like week 14's the bye or whatever it is?
Yes,
it's so far down
late.
the road.
It's late.
But yeah, okay, D'Amico. Like they're
exactly
great. They're great at it. So prove it to me this weekend. Because what's unfortunate for the Texans and for a lot of NFL teams these days is that because the way the players and the league have changed practices, these guys aren't practicing during the week in a way that you can really make substantial change. Like they're not hitting each other full on pads. That stuff's gone. That's not part of football anymore. They don't practice in in training camp. They don't practice hard in the preseason. They don't practice during the year. So when you have a fundamental flaw on your team like they do right now, it's really challenging to fix it. So we'll see what happens. But if they're really good at stunts, like they were probably in week 1 when they got to CJ Stroud quite a bit, the Colts did, I'm not going to be banking on much improvement this week.
Okay, D'Amico Ryans isn't changing your mind. Well, here is CJ Stroud eventually talking about the offensive line after being asked what he can learn from the pressure that he has faced thus far this year.
Honestly, I mean, I would say, just for me, just getting the ball out on time, being able, to try to stay comfortable after getting hit, and, really just, trying to make everybody around me better. I got the utmost respect and, the trust in my line. One outing doesn't make you a definition. You know what I mean? There's plenty of games that you can go look at the film and they did an amazing job. So I don't believe in the banter and all this. I don't even see it. I'm not really on social media, but I hear about it, and I just just like you guys beat them down, I want y'all to praise them as well. So this next week, I know that the protection is gonna be great. I can't wait for it. And I want y'all to do the same thing y'all doing now and just be more positive. But same time, it's the league we in. We're not feeling bad for ourselves. We grown, man. We can take it. You know what I mean? And I know that they want to be better, and they will.
Once again, just like D'Amico, CJ Stroud has these guys back. I respect that. He's not throwing them under the bus.
Be positive, Paul.
No. Do not tell me to be positive.
Positive, Paul.
Do not tell me to be positive, and do not act as if you can fix all of these things when it hasn't happened. What have they shown on film again to this point this year, CJ? What have they shown?
They can't protect you.
I'd love to be positive here. No one swarms more than me. I am the swarmiest swarmer here at ESPN 975 to the point that the Twitch accuses me of being a flagship plant. Okay? Still, CJ, if they're good, we'll praise them. They haven't been good. Not once. If we see something that is good, we will pat them on the back. But to this point, you've got offensive linemen who are asking, well, why are people mad at us after a game where there's all sorts of penalties for illegal formations and false starts? And things haven't gotten better. And you are a unit. You are a unit. It's not all on one player. You're even telling us that. Do not tell me to be positive unless there is a reason to be positive. And there hasn't.
We were positive last year after they gave up 11 sacks in the first 2 games. And then CJ Stroud didn't get sacked much for the next 4 games. And then they unraveled again. So you're negative. Don't tell people to be positive. Why would the fans, media, anyone be positive about watching your quarterback get his ass kicked in a game, throw for less than 100 yards? And the major reason for that is not just because your wide receivers can't get open or catch the ball when they're supposed to in the end zone, Tank Dell, but it's because your offensive line is a disaster. Like, get the ball out on time. Okay. In a second and a half, a quarterback is supposed to get the ball out of his hands in 3 seconds. CJ Stroud doesn't have 3 seconds half the time. These hits are coming so fast because it's not like they're like, it'd be one thing if they were just getting like beaten off the ball. Like if they were just like, if it was like Myles Garrett was just going one-on-one with Titus Howard and just pushing him into CJ Stroud. That's not what's happening. They're just wide open, running in like it's the easiest job in the world. So what's there to be positive about?
Do not try to make us cheerleaders. The fans, if you want their undying loyalty, okay, I can understand that. We're trying to honestly cover this team, and everyone sees it. Everyone thinks that the offensive line is a major problem, and most people also feel that Bobby Sloak, the offensive coordinator, isn't doing much. No one is calling out CJ Stroud right now, and I do wonder what happens when that eventually happens. There's at least one person who's done that. We'll do that at 1 o'clock. Who's called out CJ Stroud and says he's not that good. I'm sure the Twitch will appreciate that. What I'm looking at here is a team that has some serious issues, and I hope that they get fixed. But I'm not believing you when you say that it's fixable, and don't tell me to be positive. That's all I'm saying. They're 5-2. They should beat the Colts on Sunday.
They should. And CJ got sacked 4 times in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Let's cut that in half in this one. Show me improvement. Show me what they've all been telling us. Communication. They're going to work on it. It's going to get better. Be positive. So I'll be positive when CJ Stroud doesn't get hit doesn't get sacked 4 times. I'll be positive when he doesn't get hit. Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. He got hit 10 times. Those are not also sacks. So CJ Stroud got hit 14 times in the week 1 game against the Indianapolis Colts. Let's cut that down to like 5, and I'll be positive.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Speaking of these Indianapolis Colts coming up on Sunday, while I think the Texans will win, I can't believe that they're favored by this much, given what's been happening of late / all year. We'll talk about that next. Stay put.
ESPN Bet at LaBerge Lake Charles, your go-to spot to leave Texas and go and bet on your Texas teams, whether it's the Rockets, the Texans, or you want to go there for a college football Saturday. That's one of my favorite things so far about going to LaBerge and Lake Charles is being there for a UT or an A&M game. The fans show out, they show up. It's fun. Of course, you got a bunch of LSU fans. Honestly, I can't imagine what this week's going to be like there. A&M versus LSU. It's going to be a madhouse inside the sports book. You got the 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks. You can use ESPN Bet there on your phone. It's so super easy. As soon as you cross to Louisiana, sign up for ESPN Bet. You can start making bets on the road if you wanted to, or wait till you get to the casino so you can actually watch the games. Live betting, of course, at the kiosk to make things super easy. The food's good. The drinks are good. It's a fun time at LaBerge Lake Charles. So when you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet at LaBerge Lake Charles.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So it's Texans and Colts on Sunday. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. That's where you got to go to bet on this game. What are you doing? If you go to another site, I'll find you. I'll find you if you go to it. I will. and I'll do absolutely nothing.
I was gonna say, like, are we about to go like Liam Neeson here right now? I'll find you and kill you, or like
No,
what's supposed to happen?
I would never kill anybody.
Okay, I was like, what's supposed to happen on the show?
No. Just leave a bag of cat litter outside your door. Used cat litter,
It has to be
perhaps.
used. Tough. Didn't think about that when I got the cat. Whoo, stinks.
Yeah, you gotta scoop the poop out every day.
Yep, every day.
And you gotta change it at least like every 10 to 14 days.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a pain in the butt, but at least you don't have to walk the dog outside multiple times a day.
That's true.
The one trade off. But anyway, Texans Colts. Texans are, per mybookie.ag, 5-point home favorites at NRG Stadium. The line has decreased a little bit the last couple of days because I think it was 6.5 a couple of days ago. I still think that's too high. I say that because, one, we've seen the Texans play this year. This is not a team that blows teams out unless they're the Patriots, who might be the worst team in the league. And last year, plus this year, the Colts have been tough. They beat them the first game last year. They almost beat them in the Week 18 game with Gardner effing Minshew playing horribly. They still almost pulled that off. And they did come very close in the home opener for Indy, the season debut for both the Texans and Colts. It was still a 2-point game despite Anthony Richardson missing a ton of passes. By the way, the Colts were without Jonathan Taylor in that game. And on top of that, I think with this game, DeForest Buckner looks like he's trending to return back from injury. They should have Michael Pittman. They should have Josh Downs. This is going to be a tough out. No matter how much we want to overlook this team, season ends today. They're the 6th seed in the AFC. Shane Steichen continues to do a very good job out there.
Yeah, I do struggle with not overlooking this team because of how poor Anthony Richardson can be at quarterback, and really how he hasn't taken like any monumental steps this season. He often is completing, 50% of his passes. He's got he's thrown on average 156 yards per game. He's completing 48.5% of his passes right now.
Well, in 1960, that would be good.
Like, I mean, it is. And he's not, because of the injuries as part of it, but they also have made a wise but concerted effort not to run him as much. He's only got 197 rushing yards this year. So they're not even using him in the way that he can be the most dangerous because they don't want him to get hurt.
He's still not sliding.
He doesn't slide. He doesn't.
He runs straight into people.
Yeah.
I actually like it.
I do too. I just wish he could, he'd be fun if he could stay healthy.
He's not a wuss like Mahomes is with this faking out of bounds stuff. All these quarterbacks who give themselves up. I've said this a million times and I'll keep on saying that. Quarterbacks should not be allowed to slide. They should be treated just like every other player on the field. I thought this was America. Oh, we got an oligarchy on the football field making all the money? Huh. Interesting.
I'd be fine with that. Just no more slides allowed.
Quarterbacks should have to pay more taxes. How about that?
Ooh.
How about that? Quarterbacks, you know what? We talk about billionaires paying more taxes. No, quarterbacks should have to pay more taxes.
The sophomore tax.
For all this crap that they get away with on the field. They're overprotected. It's ridiculous. You shouldn't be allowed to slide, and you shouldn't be allowed to run out of bounds. And honestly, if you're on the sideline, someone should be able to clobber you. I feel that way, but whatever. That's just me.
So let's do arena football. Let's put some walls up here.
Let's put some walls up.
Don't run out of bounds.
It is crazy that that was just fine, but as long as it was.
Oh, the best was that when you would see a guy get hit into into his own teammates. Going over the wall. That was the best.
Now, as far as the Colts go, the vibes are not great in Indianapolis either because of what you were saying there, Joe. Shane Steichen's going full Bill O'Brien after the Colts win over the Dolphins on Sunday.
I didn't do a good enough job for these guys today. It was on me. I didn't do a good enough job offensively. I got to do better for these guys going forward.
How do you assess the way Anthony performed and why do you think it's so stagnant, especially in the first half?
Oh, like I said, I got to do better. I got to put him in better positions. I mean, you go back and watch the tape, but there wasn't a lot of stuff open, to be honest, when I was out there watching it. So that's on me. I got to be better.
Joe and Sean, I want you guys to guess how many times Shane Steichen said, "I've got to be better" after the Colts beat the Dolphins on Sunday.
So it's more than just that clip?
Yeah, I was going to say, in that clip or in total? Because I lost count even in that clip.
In total.
I think it was at least 4 in that clip. So I'm going to say 14.
Okay.
I'm going to say 15.
Wasn't quite that much, but it was 8. 8 is still a lot.
Eight's a lot. There was somebody in that clip. I felt like we had to go high.
You could have told me there was 8 in that clip.
Also, during Sunday's win, a 10 for 24 Anthony Richardson day led to Richardson getting booed. They're booing Richardson. They all want Flacco.
I would want Flacco too.
Here is Anthony Richardson after the game talking about the boos.
When the crowd is booing and they're kind of upset with how the offense is going, how do you drown that out and obviously try to get a win?
I don't really try to pay attention to it, honestly. I heard them booing, but I didn't know who they were booing. But yeah, it's just football, the supporters in it. We know we got to execute, but you got to give them credit too. They dialed up and did a great job.
He has the deepest voice ever. I want that voice so bad.
It's so deep.
But I don't know who they were booing. Come on, dude. Come on.
He's fine. He thinks he's playing good football, I'm sure.
Do you feel like he's in a bad spot with Flacco as the backup, given how good Flacco was last year? Would you want Flacco as your backup?
And that's why he's not in Cleveland. It's because Flacco was too good, so they had to get rid of him.
Yeah.
I mean, Gardner Minshew, the offense was better with Gardner last year. So as soon as Richardson gets hurt, a backup quarterback's going to come in, be a better thrower of the football. And then when Richardson comes back, he's going to be worse, and the fans are going to get upset. But they're 4-3. Like, I give Shane Steichen a lot of credit again for finding a way with Anthony Richardson and Joe Flacco to keep this team above 500 to be primed to make the playoffs if they can win. This is a brutal schedule for them coming up. They've got Houston, Minnesota, Buffalo, the Jets, and the Lions. And then they play about 5 of the worst teams in the NFL the rest of the season. It's like they're going to be a playoff team.
You think so?
I think they are. I mean, listen, they play New England, Denver, Tennessee, the Giants, and the Jags are their final 5 games.
Okay.
So if they can win.
But what if they stink over this upcoming stretch?
I think 9-7 is going to get you in. Is that 9-8? Stupid extra game.
Impromptu. This is ripping off a radio show that I don't even like, and Mike the Mad Talk. But just yes or no. Are the Colts better than, we know they're better than the Patriots. We know they're better than the Browns. We know they're better than the Titans. Are they better than the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Yes.
Are they better than the New York Jets?
Yes.
Are they better than the Miami Dolphins with Tua Tagovailoa back in the building?
No.
Are they better than the Cincinnati Bengals?
No.
Are they better than the Los Angeles Chargers?
Yes.
Are they better than the Denver Broncos?
Yes.
I'm intrigued by that one, but maybe we'll come back to it. Are they better than the Russell Wilson-led Pittsburgh Steelers?
No.
Okay. Based off of that, they would at least be the 7th seed.
All right. Broncos is a toss-up.
I think the Broncos defense sets them apart here, but I do think that Bo Nix is a bit of a problem for them.
But by the end of the season, Bo Nix, I would be more confident that by the end of the season, Bo Nix is a better quarterback than Anthony Richardson.
Interesting. I don't know about that. I think with Richardson, I mean, we're talking about just a little bit more experience than Bo Nix. What, like 8-9 games more experience than Nix to this point in his career?
In the NFL.
Right, the NFL level.
In college, Bo Nix has like 50 more games.
He's got a lot more games than Richardson, actually, under college and the NFL combined. So it's Indy's they're a well-coached football team. There's a ton of talent. They've also dealt with a lot of injuries so far this year, but getting Taylor and Buckner back, the Michael Pittman thing's bizarre. Like, they were like, he's got a back injury that's going to keep him out for the season. Then he played the next week. That was strange. But if Richardson can just play competent football, they're definitely a playoff team. So that's why you're right. We probably shouldn't overlook them this weekend.
I look at Jonathan Taylor, who you didn't have to go up against in week 1, essentially. Like, this, it's just that guy right there. Hang on, what am I talking about? Yes, he did. He played in that game. They actually held him in check. Are you going to be able to hold him in check twice in a year? That's what's funny. He was so bad in that game. I kind of look at him and I'm like, did he play in that game? He did. He had 16 carries for 48 yards, 3 yards a carry average. He scored a touchdown. Are you going to hold him in check twice? He's been out for the last couple of weeks with an injury. He's been out, I think, the last 2-3 games. So he's back.
I don't know. Henry To'oTo'o, apparently, who returned to practice yesterday, didn't practice today.
Uh-oh. Okay. Well, he's dealing with the concussion. Azeez Al-Shaair does not look like he's going to be back, right? He was not at practice either.
He was not at practice.
They signed Devin White. They're expecting Devin White, I think, to play in this game on Sunday. We'll see how that goes. Devin White was a healthy scratch all season long for the Eagles.
So that's why I kind of lean no to stopping Jonathan Taylor again. I mean, no offense.
No Mario Edwards either.
Yeah, no Mario Edwards, and then Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen and Devin White are your linebackers, and they were fine last week. But Josh Jacobs had some success.
12 carries for 70-something yards. Yeah. He was averaging a good amount of yards per carry. The Packers just threw the football a lot in that game. For what it's worth on the injury front, Kamari Lassiter looks like he'll be back. They're Texans second corner, so that's a relief. And Nico Collins seems to be on the right track, but he's going to still miss the next couple of games. Gallant George, he's Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You want to jump in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Want to take a further look around the AFC South? Give me a little Southside music. Hell yeah, dog. What? Ripping the H. For real.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
But
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Hell yeah. Well, to start off our South Side segment, this is a big day for the king of the South Side. On Sunday, a man who is a Titans legend, a man who is a Colts legend, and a man who is the best player in Texans franchise history other than J.J. Watt. Andre Johnson is going to get his Hall of Fame ring presented by Kay's Jewelers at halftime. The king of the AFC South, Andre Johnson.
Got to do it, in front of his former fans of the Indianapolis Colts.
That's true.
Yeah.
Although it's at NRG stadiums, I don't know how many Colts fans are going to travel. I really don't know if the Colts fans travel well.
I don't think they do. I don't feel like NRG's ever overly Colts fansy.
The AFC South just does not have the biggest fan bases.
No.
And especially with the Colts no longer having Peyton Manning or Andrew Luck, even though they're still competent, it's just not a diehard fan base.
No.
City does not deserve a team.
Do you say it's presented by K Jewelers?
Mm-hmm.
Every kiss begins with K?
Every kiss begins with K.
Do you think he's going to get maybe just a smooch when he gets presented the ring?
Cal McNair?
Just a
happy birthday, Cal McNair.
Yeah, a little smooch from Cal on the cheek.
Like the Godfather.
Like he's Italian or something like that. That would be funny.
Yeah, the double kiss from Cal McNair. He gives him love it.
I knew it was you, Andre Johnson.
It is cool for him.
It is.
That he is getting another warm welcome in NRG Stadium after getting inducted into the Texans Ring of Honor all those years ago, getting his red jacket. I honestly thought when I saw this at first, for a second, that they were going to give him a ring as part of being in the Texans Ring of Honor. But no, I guess they're giving him a Hall of Fame ring for being in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So he's got a ring and a red jacket, courtesy of the Houston Texans.
All right. And a gold jacket.
Yeah, that's true. A red and gold jacket. So does he wear the gold jacket or the red jacket on Sunday?
Gold.
I'm wearing the red. The red jacket's so much sharper.
I think because wait, so the ring is for the Pro Football Hall.
The ring is for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I think you have to wear the Pro Football Hall of Fame jacket.
Gotcha. Okay.
To complete the set.
Can you do a wardrobe change?
Yeah, I think that's what you should do.
Does he wear a jacket underneath the jacket?
That might be tough.
It's probably gonna be hot.
A little warm in there.
Yeah.
The roof should be officially sealed by now. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. But
no, it was done by the second home game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah.
I do though, Paul, kind of agree with you that you should get a ring of honor when you're in the Ring of Honor. That makes more sense.
It does,
than
right?
the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Like, why you already give him the jacket and a bust? Why do you need also a ring? Like, I get it; it's the most prestigious thing you can bestow
One
on
of the
a
most
football
prestigious
player.
things. I mean, I did get a championship ring for the game-winning touchdown in the media flag football game last year.
You did?
Media and celebrity. Yeah, I got a ring.
Nice.
We all got rings though. They gave rings to the entire winning team. I
the
like
winning
that.
team. Okay.
I was a little nervous there.
I thought participation trophy.
Whoa.
generation.
I would have been out on the Texans.
The Texans, listen, the Texans, they give you awards. I have 2 trophies from my flag football dominance against local media and celebrities.
Okay.
I do. The trophy I have for MVP is ridiculous. It is massive. It's like this big.
What?
If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch,
It is about a foot tall.
Yeah, a foot. Yeah.
What are like local celebrities?
I was gonna
look
say
like
who's the
at
most
this
famous
game?
person there that's not in the
Like I'm
media.
assuming like you're gonna get your wish.
There
at the game
was
this year, Paul Gallant.
there was a
versus
female
Sketch.
there was a female Olympian. There was if Sketch is out there, I'm running his ass over. I will truck stick him.
I'm sure you love
Sketch
that.
will be there.
Well, hey, not like that, Jesus. Oh, I don't know how to get back on track after that.
Poor choice of words, Paul. Come on. Not come on. No.
Stop. But there's a couple of radio people. There's this one guy who thought he was hot bleep, and he sucked so bad. He looked like he would be good, too. He was one of the worst players I've ever seen in my life. Just a waste of God-given athleticism. Absolute waste. The guy who does the Rockets PA was out there, too. And he seems like a nice guy. We've had nice interactions in the past, but I was pissed off that he was lining up on the outside at receiver because I'm taller than him. I didn't like that. And I think he thought he was way better than he was. I'm the best player out there.
Does he have the PA voice all the time?
No, I don't think so.
With that stupid echo they do.
I would have thought it would be funny. Hello, Paul.
Anyway, Southside. Sorry, I made this too much about myself, and then it turned into a little bit nasty. The South Side. We talked about the Colts. The Jaguars are hanging on by a thread. Trevor Lawrence said we don't have any more time to waste. And much like the Colts have a tough schedule coming up, which Joe laid out for you, the upcoming schedule for the Jaguars: Packers at Eagles, Vikings at Lions, Texans.
Ew, that sucks for them.
They are 2-5. Their season is over.
Yeah, they're cooked. I mean, I guess the win versus New England helped, save Doug Peterson's job, but I wasn't sure he was going to be the coach going to this Packers game, coming back from London. I thought they were going to, I told you, I thought they were going to fire him after the Texans game.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe they won't fire Doug Peterson, but their season's over.
Also, the Titans dumpster fire. Holy crap. So this was a couple of weeks ago. Calvin Ridley, Titans wide receiver, not feeling so good about the Titans situation with Will Levis under center. Now it's Mason Rudolph. We didn't play this rant by Calvin Ridley. Here is Calvin Ridley just talking about how frustrated he is about 10 days ago.
I need something in the beginning of the game too. Then getting crazy for me. So I'm just, it is what it is. But I suck today. I gotta be better. But I gotta get the ball a little early in the game so I can be in the game and here with the team, so I can play well also.
They just traded DeAndre Hopkins to the Chiefs, and it looks like Mason Rudolph is going to start on Sunday. Calvin Ridley, by the way, not practicing, and I wonder if it's just injury related at this point in time. I wonder if he is hoping to get traded himself.
Yeah, I would be hoping to get traded if Will Levis and Mason Rudolph were my quarterback. But also, do some research before you sign a contract, buddy. I don't feel bad for this guy. You chose to go there. You knew how bad it was. I mean, his two options were Tennessee and New England. That's what his market was, I guess. But I don't feel bad for him. I also would be wanting out of there as fast as possible. I enjoy how much of a dumpster fire they are.
I'd want to be in Nashville. Honestly, being on a terrible team in Nashville would probably be fun. There's no expectations anymore. The quarterback situation is so bad. I'm getting paid millions of dollars to play football, and I'm in bachelorette party heaven.
Yeah, if you're single, I could see why.
I would love to be in Nashville playing for this organization right now. There are no expectations. There's no pressure. If you're competent, you're fine.
And Tennessee's good, so no one cares about that. Vanderbilt's good, so no one cares about the Titans.
That's right. God, you're an afterthought to Vanderbilt.
The third most important team to that state.
Vanderbilt is ranked before they play Texas on Saturday.
What do you think they talk about in sports radio in Tennessee?
The Vols?
Definitely all Vols.
The Predators?
Vols,
Vols,
SEC. No, they don't talk hockey there. They talk, it's 100% Vols, SEC.
Yeah, call in with your SEC.
And then maybe they get to the Titans occasionally.
Okay.
Well, they at least there's one station that talks about the Titans, and apparently enough to where Jeffrey Simmons wants to yell at one of the
of the
radio hosts.
That's
Forgot
fair.
about that.
We got to get to Roger McCreary. All right.
I wonder if he still feels that Titans radio should be complimenting them and more positive about them in the same way that CJ Stroud was sort of suggesting, hey,
be positive.
When the offensive line's good, you better be complimentary. You better be positive.
I will, CJ.
If they're good.
That's my pledge to you, CJ. If they're good, I'll be nice to them. If they're bad, well, not so nice.
We'll be nice for 5 days. I guess they play on Thursday, so at least 3 days.
Yeah. Hey, success isn't owned; it's rented. And rents due every day. CJ Stroud. That's what the greatest Texan of all time once said.
A couple of texts about those comments from the Texans that we played earlier in the hour. Check out the Gallant George podcast on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify if you missed it. Texans are swarming all over our face and saying it's rain.
Hey, this is a filthy segment.
Another texter. I am a Stroud boy, but he's definitely missing some reads.
Yeah, I mean he is, but he's also under fire constantly. So
yeah, and honestly, the Packers game's the only game this season where you were like disappointed in Stroud and some of that was because that's the game where he was under the most pressure.
Right.
But against the Bills, he was fine. Against obviously the Patriots, he was awesome. But yeah, that I need to see him struggle one more time before I'm super concerned about Stroud specifically. Offensive line, different story. But I'll be positive.
And I think I would need a couple games. I mean, that was the second worst game of his career this last weekend. So if he follows that performance up with another one of those, I'll be concerned. But CJ has earned a lot of the benefit of the doubt that the offensive line cannot earn at this point. Even if they're good, like it's still like we'll be positive, CJ, we promise. But
Stroud has the benefit of the doubt for now. In a moment, we'll play some audio of people that do not believe in CJ Stroud or are starting to be worried about CJ Stroud. One last tidbit for Southside. Guess who wants to trade for Cooper Kupp?
In the South Side?
Yeah. In the AFC South. Guess what team?
Texans?
Colts?
Nope.
Jags?
Nope.
Titans?
The Titans want to trade per Diana Rossini for Cooper Kupp. They're the only team that is called.
Why?
That has inquired about Kupp's services. I guess the Rams are asking for a lot and aren't going to pay much of his salary.
What are the Titans doing? Like, what do they think that?
Just making moves.
Moves. You don't trust Amy Adams Strunk, the spawn of Bud Adams? You don't think that she got the good side of the family genes? You don't think that she's going to be able to figure it out? That's sexist, Joe.
It's just strange. I'm ignoring that.
Unbelievable.
They're just trying to make sure.
Joe doesn't think women can run football teams.
Clearly.
He's just trying. No, that's not
We
true.
both heard it.
That's not true.
You think Hannah McNair can run
I
a
think
football
Hannah
team?
McNair can run a football team, okay? Virginia McCaskey, not so much.
I saw Hannah McNair playing flag football this week, by the way.
Really?
I think she could play flag football. You know who can't? Amy Adams Strunk.
It's true.
Am I body shaming? No, I would never.
What would you do if you were playing in the flag football game? You got one-on-one versus Mrs. McNair.
I don't care who it is.
Jump ball. You're pointing
I'm
up.
holding my hand up.
Really?
I'm holding my hand up before the play to show disrespect. And I'm sorry. I don't care if you're a billionaire or what. If you try to jam me, I will throw you outside of the sidelines. Do not mess with me out there.
Local radio host arrested for throwing billionaire to the turf.
Well, I think it would be
I play to
flag
win the
football. Texans celebrity and media flag football game had to be postponed.
Dude, I truck sticked a girl playing flag football. I felt very bad about it, and her teammates were trying to get me the rest of the game. Guess what? They couldn't get me. Built different.
Truck stick them too?
No,
No, they're all much bigger than
only
that.
5 foot nothing, 100-pound women. That's that's all I can do.
It's sketch.
And sketch.
Hey, listen.
You said you're coming for that.
I don't care what he does on video. If he's lined up across from me, I will wreck him. Okay? Anyone out there, when that game happens, once my cleats get delivered in the mail, watch out.
Asterisks once my cleats. Where are you ordering these cleats from?
I think I'm procrastinating.
They've been in the mail for a month and a half.
Right. I haven't ordered them. The tab is open on my computer. I just haven't ordered them yet. Been waiting for the price to go down.
Black Friday sale?
Yes. Gallant George. Up next, we got some CJ Stroud criticism. Do you buy it? We've also got some CJ Stroud concerns. You're going to get battle red pilled in a moment. Will you take this battle red pill? Stay put.
This morning, I was over there, O Athletics, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, oathletic.com. O Athletic on Instagram is where you can see what's going on there. You can see their list of 100 classes throughout the week, from the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and boxing classes to weightlifting, agility training. All of that is available if you're on their website, oathletic.com. I love going there early in the morning before I get here to work. Just starts off my day the right way. Don't wait till 2025 to start working on your goals. Work on them now, and they'll help you figure out what your goals should be and how you should achieve them. O Athletic is the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. Check them out, oathletic.com.
Texans and Colts play Sunday at NRG Stadium. The Texans are 5-point favorites per mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Yesterday, CJ Stroud was asked about that delicate balance of pressing versus playing smart when things aren't going well for his offense. Here's his response.
I consider myself, a really good football player, and I have a really good I have a really great God-given talent, and I love to show those talents. But at the same time, I got to be able to control my ops and have that controlled aggression, and that's something that I think I can be better at. Is just I think I've been doing a good job of protecting the ball, and taking my ops. I just think I would love some more, and just take on that responsibility of just putting more on my plate because I think I can handle it. I've had these conversations with my coaches and my teammates, and so I think that as we continue to go and the season gets longer and longer, I'll continue to flourish and grow. And I'm excited for that.
What do you think about the first part of that, Joe?
Got to get his ops.
I mean the first part of that.
Can we play it again?
The very first part. Just listen to this. This is interesting.
I consider myself, a really good football player, and I have a really great God-given talent, and I love to show those talents. But at the same time,
He loves to show his talents. So he feels like he's not being allowed to show his talents currently.
Not suggested that. I just think there's the ego he's showing there was interesting.
Yeah, CJ always kind of he has like he really balances the line of ego and humility, because the way he presents it comes off like a very humble person, but he's like, I have a lot of talent. And it's like, yeah, you do.
It's like confidence while also being humble.
Yeah,
it's like it is an interesting mix of he is sure of himself.
And every Sunday after the game, he thanks God for his God-given talents. First thing he does.
Right.
But he's very confident in his ability. I have no problem with that. I just thought it was interesting the way that he started that answer. I don't think he's been pressing. I don't know what he could have done on Sunday against the Green Bay Packers, just given the pressure that was happening. But at a certain point, people are going to start questioning what they're not seeing from CJ Stroud. And it's time for another Battle Red Pill for your 5-2 Houston Texans. Mike Lombardi was on with Bill Simmons last week before Stroud's rough performance against the Green Bay Packers. And he is not feeling the CJ Stroud hype.
Stroud isn't as good as we've made him out to be. He's a good player. Don't get me wrong.
Really? Wait, is this a zag against Stroud? What's the
no,
case?
I think when you look at his numbers, and I mean, look, you just look at the analytical numbers on him. He doesn't rank into the top on expected completions and all those things. He's not in the top 5 of any of those categories. I think he's a good player. Don't get me wrong. I'm not. But I think on the road, I think he struggles. Look, last year they went into Carolina and lost. He was a rookie. I get that. But I think when he went up to Minnesota, they didn't play very well in that game.
Okay. So he's good, but he's not probably that top 5, top 10 good, that many have put him in.
The numbers from Sunday are very consistent with what Lombardi said before Sunday's game. Again, that was for a Friday episode of the Bill Simmons podcast.
Yeah, I mean, I still think CJ belongs in like that upper echelon category of quarterbacks right now. He's moved down for sure from where the season has started, because some of the play, I think some of the guys like we didn't buy into collectively as people that watch football, specifically a guy like Jared Goff. I think we have to kind of start to elevate him above CJ Stroud right now and give him the credit that he actually deserves. And he's not the guy who is being coached until 10 seconds left on the clock in LA. But I think you can say CJ's not having a great year because he's not having as good a year as we thought he was going to have. He's definitely is having a little bit of a sophomore slump. and it's not all his fault. And that's why I don't totally agree with Lombardi saying. I get where he's coming from, but if you look at the analytics and the raw numbers and the box scores, it tells you a story that I think if you watch the game, you will see it from a different vantage point.
Eye test is different. And to that eye test, that leads us to the next possible battle red pill. Mina Kimes of ESPN, who I like her football opinions. I know she's not for everybody, but I'm a fan. I think she actually watches, in addition to looks at the extras, those analytics, those numbers that Mike Lombardi's talking about here. And she has a concern about CJ Stroud.
Here's my fear with CJ Stroud. He is beginning to be the new Justin Herbert for me, where every week on tape, I'm like, this dude is putting out some of the best throws I've seen of any quarterback, and yet everything around him is crumbling. He's constantly in 3rd and long. They're constantly running the ball with no success on early downs. I am starting to really worry because we're about halfway into the season. This should be a Super Bowl team, but Alex, it feels like the infrastructure around him is not good enough right now.
I very much agree. I think it is a great comparison for CJ Stroud and the Texans offense right now. It is a quarterback with a lot of talent. He does not have the arm that Justin Herbert has, but the Chargers, mostly through injury, but a lot of bad coaching also, have been a largely dysfunctional organization. Even though you had, Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler and Mike Williams, Justin Herbert had no prayer. And even this year with John Harbaugh, it's still been tough. Jim Harbaugh. Yep, thank you. It's a Harbaugh. It's still been tough because you have a offensive coordinator who worked with Lamar Jackson, who now is supposed to work with Justin Herbert. I don't think really works the same way with Greg Roman. The Texans offense is a disaster, and a lot of it's not his fault. The offensive line's not good. Nico Collins is hurt. Dalton Schultz has been MIA most of the season. Tank Dell's been MIA most of the season. And Stephon Diggs seems to only get the ball thrown to him 3 yards from the line of scrimmage. So I agree with pretty much everything she just said there.
I think Stroud's on the same level, Herbert, as far as the actual arm. Different ways of looking at the arm, though. Maybe Herbert has more actual power behind it. I think Stroud's placement, accuracy are second to none. But there are a lot of people who have been saying, hey, Stroud needs to get the ball out more quickly. And what I tell them is, if he gets the ball out more quickly, you're going to see a lot more 1-yard receptions by Stephon Diggs, because that's essentially a lot of what's been going on with this offense and some of the play calls they've been making. It just doesn't feel like they're doing a very good job of drawing things up downfield, and they got to figure that out. If Nico Collins is out and you don't have the ability to throw over the middle of the field, you have to have something else out there, whether it's Dalton Schultz or Tank Dell running down the seam or something like that. You need something else. Even if it's going to take some time for that play to develop, you need to have more than these quick outs that seem to be going for 1-2 yards at a time. Joe Mixon saying, hey, figure it out, should not be more efficient than what the passing game is. So I'm going to look at it a little bit differently from where she's looking at it with Herbert. I think she's looking at it from hey, the situation he's in is not great. I think this situation is better than what Herbert was in. And Stroud is going to have to figure some of these things out on his own, because I have always felt like Herbert gets his ass kissed a little bit too much. It's not to say I think he's bad, but I think Herbert's tough. I think he is in not the best situation. And maybe if he does have the same kind of Matt Stafford relocation that Stafford had, he ends up winning something someday. But I feel like he has always been praised a little bit too much. I think Stroud's better. Perhaps I'm a little bit biased on that front.
No, I think it's totally fair. Like to think that he's a better quarterback than Justin Herbert. Part of it's because what Mina's talking about, Justin Herbert's been dealing with for 3 years now. For it's been the same story, where seems to be a new thing for CJ. I mean, it's just so different than it was last year. Last year he had the most time to throw in the league because of the way they were moving the offense. They gotta find some answers. Like not having Nico Collins out there is not acceptable for how poor the offense has looked in the second half of games, even when Nico Collins has been on the field. So I definitely agree with Mina. And I definitely think a lot of it falls back on Bobby Slowick and what he's trying to accomplish. And maybe he's just not the right OC for this team and what they're trying to, do with CJ Stroud.
One last little tidbit for this segment. And for those who maybe aren't the biggest CJ Stroud fans out there, our Twitch, this is what Alex Smith had to say about CJ Stroud moments after what Mina Kimes said, making that comparison to Justin Herbert?
I've thought about this. Like, if I were to pick one quarterback that you could like watch and be like, this is what it looks like. This is what playing quarterback looks like. I think I would pick CJ Stroud. When you talk about like classically, beautifully playing quarterback, like it
Yeah.
is so fundamental. He makes it look so easy. He is so dialed in. He is so sound. It's so crazy to say about a second-year player. Like, it's absurd. I even think in some ways he's more fundamental than Joe Burrow. He's had, 2 rough games, maybe 2 of his roughest games of his career this season. Both of them, I think, are 2 of the best teams in football, though, they played against. He went on the road to Minnesota and he went on the road to Green Bay. Watching that film, though, there wasn't anything he missed out there. There wasn't a lot of opportunities. This O-line struggled. They got pick stunted 5 different times up front. I think they're going to be fine.
Okay, that's interesting to hear that from Alex Smith. But at the same time, like it is the 2 best to counterpoint him just a little bit here to go the other way. It's the 2 best teams you played, and it was and bad performances in both those games.
Mhm.
Like whether it's CJ Slowick, the offensive line coach, like all of the above, you got to have a better game plan when you go against these teams. It's nice to hear that from Alex Smith's perspective that CJ's not missing anything and he just doesn't have anything to do, but it still doesn't make me feel super positive.
I feel there is a chance for all this to figure itself out. And if it does get figured out, everyone's going to look at Stroud as a consensus top 5 guy. But I do not share the same optimism and positivity that you heard from D'Amico Ryans from CJ Stroud earlier in today's show. Check out the Gallant George podcast, first hour, for those comments. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Houston Rockets tipped off their season last night. We're going to share with you how we talk about largely unimportant Rockets games this season, because there's a lot of overreaction today. The overreaction needs to chill a little bit. But there's certainly some things to be frustrated about. We'll try to get through it as best we can. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Yeah, when you're losing games like this, end of the game, of course, the first inning is the first game in the home. So, but we can get it back. It's just 81 game left. We got to learn. We got to watch film, all that things. We come back strong as Friday.
That's Alperen Şengün after the Rockets' season opening loss to the Charlotte Hornets, 110-105 last night at Toyota Center. Take a look at Şengün's stats. I mean, they were pretty awesome to look at. 25 points, 18 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 steals, but 10 of 22 from the field. You know what? I'll give him this. 66% from outside. At least one guy was efficient, which is with his three-point shooting. Huzzah!
I mean, the offense still, even he didn't have his most efficient day. Obviously, it was so much clearer. It was so clear how much better the offense moved when they were giving him the ball first, and then letting them work from that point and slowing it down. Just seeing them breathe a little bit. Maybe it's because they're so young still. Even though Fred VanVleet's part of the problem here, going. What do you go 11 of 28 or whatever?
2 for 11 from outside.
Ugh, terrible.
That's not good.
But I thought Alpy was fine last night. I mean, watching the game, then through the second quarter, I was yeah, that's why they paid this guy. It's so clear he's the best player on the team. I love watching him play because it's a good blend of old school and new school. Honestly, I'd like to see him shoot more threes.
More threes?
Give me 5 a game.
Well, how about this? How about more Houston Cougars charity exhibition? How about that? Because guess what? On Sunday, the Houston Cougars are going to play Texas A&M in a charity exhibition game inside Fertitta Center at 4 p.m. I read this copy originally. I was like, wait, the Cougars are playing Texas A&M in football on Saturday? Proceeds from the game are going to benefit the Greater Houston Disaster Alliance Hurricane Barrel Recovery Fund, which assists those who were affected by the storm. Tickets are available at uhcougars.com/tickets. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets right now to caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Again, 713-780-3776. A 4-pack of tickets for a Cougars Aggies charity exhibition game. That'll be fun. Fertitta Center is a great place to watch a game.
Yeah, I think both coaches have been on John and Lance this week, and they said that they're going to play basketball. So they're not just going to be running out
That is pretty crazy.
Brian Alvin.
Honestly, I'm literally just hearing of this as I read this, and I'm figuring it out as I continue to read it. So this is Kelvin Sampson. This is Buzz Williams. This is the full shebang.
Yeah, full shebang. Yeah, full shebang this weekend.
Wow.
They're playing a charity game on Sunday before. So I know
that's really cool.
Yeah, A&M's first game is the 4th. So I guess a week from Monday.
Okay.
And I think the Cougs' first game is either the 4th or the 5th. So
hell yeah.
Shebang. And I'm thinking about going.
I mean,
credentials somewhere.
It's that or the Texans game.
Well, that's at 4:00. The game's at 4.
Okay, you're gonna go over to. I mean, it's not that far away. If you probably get a little bit late getting out, but
I'll always leave the Texans game early. They'll be winning by 20.
Well, you drive up 288. You probably get there 20 to 30 minutes later. As someone who did a Texans and then Astros playoff game last year, it took a little bit of time.
Yeah, I could see that.
Took a little bit of time.
NRG's not the easiest to leave.
No, but you could do it. That's for sure. So that'll be fun. Good job, guys. Again, tickets available at uhcougars.com/tickets. Proceeds from the game are going to assist the Greater Houston Disaster Alliance Hurricane Barrel Recovery Fund. I did not know that college programs were capable of doing stuff like this. And seriously, a tip of the hat to the Cougs and to the Aggies out there. All right, so look, a lot of people are overreacting to the Rockets' loss last night. And I can understand why it's the first game. There was a lot of hype for them going into the year. But as the season goes along, it's exactly the same as it is with the Astros. We generally put those games on the back burner, and we're going to talk about them in a way which is appropriate. My big takeaway from last night, we'll get to in a moment, isn't something that I'm freaking out about as much as I'm just annoyed by it. But Here's what we're going to do. After unimportant games for the Rockets, say they play against a team who sucks, like the Charlotte Hornets, we're going to talk about this game for about 3 minutes or so, and then we're done. So we got to get all of our takes out in 3 minutes. We got a timer. We have music in the background that's from the 90s Rockets. I think they were playing this at the Summit back in the day. So let's go. 3, 2, 1. All our thoughts on a Rockets 110-105 loss to the Hornets.
You're on the clock. Ahmed Thompson. Ahmed Thompson will be the starting point guard after 20 games.
Wow.
Cool. Take.
Damn.
Given.
Okay, Joe. Jeez. Didn't think you were going to come out like that. Here's my big take. You're not good enough to shoot the ball 42 times from outside. You're just not as a team. By the way, it was technically 43. The last one, I'm going to even take that one out because Fred VanVleet's just chucked it up from half court. 13 of 43 from outside. That's 30.2% in total. And Jalen Green, we all want him to be a better three-point shooter by the end of the year. And the shots that he took last night, technically not bad. He's not that good of a three-point shooter for 15 shots in the game. Nope. Don't do it. Bad. That's a bad Jalen Green. Psh, psh, psh.
A little water spray there.
Water spray like I give to my cat.
Water spray, just like we give to our cats. So Fred VanVleet, when you're shooting this badly, someone just tell him to stop, please. Just tell him to stop doing it. Stop chucking him. You're not Jalen Green. Like, I give Jalen Green a little. You think you're a star. We know Fred VanVleet is not a star. Stop chucking him up, please. Ime Udoka, tell him to stop.
I think it was a bad for the short-term Rockets of this team will make the playoffs. That was a pretty good game thinking about the long-term Rockets and the $300 million you just gave to two players. They showed flashes of why you give them each over $100 million. I thought that was good. Reed Shepherd, all right. Still a little rookie point guard-ish. Maybe we all need to chill out a little bit on Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, I think so.
As far as like him being the guy that takes Fred VanVleet's spot.
Smart move getting the facial hair. He looks a lot less young.
Oh, he's aged a lot.
Yeah,
He
the
looks
beard
like a
helps.
child.
The beard helps.
I'm still surprised he played more minutes than Cam Whitmore last night. Maybe they don't view Cam Whitmore the way I do. Because I think he's a really fun basketball player and super talented. He fell in the draft. He got sent down to the G League last year, and then now he's immediately getting less minutes than Reed Shepherd. Surprised.
Yeah, Whitmore played well last year in 8 minutes. I think he needed more. I like that he put a guy firmly into the court on a layup attempt. Thought that guy was going to be hurt after that happened.
Yeah, I that is something with Ime Udoka where I'd like him to be a little bit more flexible with the lineups. Where you look at the minute totals for the starters, and it looks like a normal minute total for all the starters. And you look over to the right where you see how well they shot, and you're like, well, actually, did we need over 30 minutes of both Dylan Brooks and Jabari Smith shooting a combined 3 for 14 was about where they were. So that's one where could that be more Tyrese and could that be more Cam Whitmore? Could that be more Amin Thompson minutes? Oh, this is the last 24 seconds.
Oh, you got anything left?
Nope.
At the buzzer. Oh, okay. There you go.
Got it in 3 minutes.
That's the 10-second timer at the very end. I'm going to have to change the music a little bit because I did not know that song had as much beat in the background. It's a little annoying.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I love that song.
Yeah, I just want the instrumental version of that. So next time we'll have that.
Okay.
Shut up. Okay. It's nothing worse than the DJ talking over some hot beat during an EDM song. Nothing worse.
Nothing worse.
It's
nothing worse.
It's
nothing worse.
Nothing worse.
Nothing worse.
Nothing worse. Yeah.
War, famine.
This is war. This is
Deshaun
worse
Watson.
than war and famine and Deshaun Watson. Yeah. There's nothing worse than DJ Khaled, for example. Like, shut up.
What about Jason Derulo when he just
shut up
yells Jason
Well,
Derulo?
but then he sings.
No, I don't even know what Jason Derulo is.
That's a lie.
I don't know what he is. Is it a girl?
No.
Okay.
You ever met a female
Well,
Jason?
it's 2024.
You're
How dare
right.
you assume someone's gender?
I mean,
My bad.
but Jason Derulo was most popular in I don't know, 2008?
Yeah.
Oh, so now
2010?
I'm old. Now I would know who Jason Derulo is.
Honestly, I assumed you would know who he is. 'Cause, I figured that's prime drinking songs.
The DJs
Yeah,
need to
yeah. That you've definitely heard his music.
Yeah.
right, but I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Well, he
Right.
says his name, so you know
Yeah, he
it's
does.
Jason Derulo.
Honestly, I don't remember a song where Jason Derulo goes, Jason Derulo, like that fat slob DJ
It's
Khaled.
more Jason Derulo. It's more of like a McDonald's jingle almost.
Yeah, it is. That's a good point.
It's the worst thing that's ever happened to anything ever.
End of the world.
I prefer the end of the world to
Murder.
DJ Khaled.
Aaron Hernandez.
At least he won games.
I mean, Aaron Hernandez hasn't killed as many songs as DJ Khaled has by saying his effing name at the beginning of it. Like he has any input into what made this song. Must be nice. Must be nice to be just an oblivious idiot who's fat and out of shape and disgusting.
It does really nothing.
I don't get it. I hate him. I really like. Honestly,
Wow.
no
So
one.
much today.
Well, listen. I'm just getting it all out. Okay, positive Paul. I hate DJ Khaled. That's a positive sign.
You're positive that you hate him.
I'm positive that I hate him.
Yeah.
Anyway, I feel like everyone sees things the way that I do.
I don't think you're wrong.
No, this is something I've heard for a long time.
Disgusting.
That, why does DJ Khaled say his name like he does something before like all I do is win? Which talk about a 2010 song.
It makes you think that the song's by DJ Khaled.
Yeah, he's like
It's not.
He like curates it. Is like all he does. Where he's like, all I do is I get these people in the room and they make the music.
Exactly. It's a drunk person stealing the microphone and just like putting his stamp, his schmenzer all over it. Ugh, gross. Anyway, I'm done. Sorry. That is our Rockets 3-minute recap.
Why does he put a schmenzer on it?
That's essentially what it's doing. It's just plopping it all over that song, like trying to establish dominance. It's ridiculous. What is he, a cat rubbing his face against something, marking its territory?
Is that how cats mark their territory?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the bunting. That's what they do. It's their facial glands, where dogs just pee on things. Who's the better pet? Interesting.
So much sense.
Anyway, it's Gallant and George.
Figure that out.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Mega says, G, and other fat person Paulie G hates. I hate DJ Khaled like more than anything. I really do. I just despise his existence. Anyway.
How often do you think about DJ Khaled?
Just there, that moment right there. The horror, the flashback, just my hatred.
How much does DJ Khaled come up in your life?
Yeah.
He asked if I like Vince Wilfork as a Patriot. That's different. He's a defensive lineman. If you're an athlete and you're big, I don't mind.
He was nimble too.
But if you're somebody that like made it so that I couldn't go outside during the pandemic in Seattle because of your comorbidities, then yeah, I'm not a big fan. Anyway, Gallant George, stay put.
We are getting closer and closer to another week of NFL action. We do have a Thursday night football game tonight. Will Al Michaels be able to make it through the game without going on a rant that sounds a little bit like Paul Gallant when he's being whiny? 7:15 tonight on Amazon Prime. The Vikings, 5-1. The Rams, 2-4. Will this be a good game?
Yes. The Rams they're 2-4, but they're a competitive football team. So I'll say yes. Might be Cooper Kupp's last game, they've been saying now. If the trade's going to happen, to be after this one. So, because he goes out there tonight, shows that he's healthy, gets traded on Sunday.
Then
or
the
Monday.
Tennessee Titans swoop in and trade for him.
It's so bizarre that the Titans are the only team linked to Cooper Kupp right now. But hey, I'm sure there will be more as we get closer to the actual NFL trade deadline. How far away is it? I think it's midway through the year now, week 8, right?
I think they pushed it back.
November 8th, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, it used to be like this week.
So
it used to be so early.
November 5th.
November 5th. Okay. So we've got basically 2 weeks.
Election day.
Oh. Wow. They're trying to steal the thunder away from our government's future?
The NFL is trying to show how powerful
they're trying to suppress votes by moving people around. They have to change their address. Now they can't vote.
They've taken down the NBA on Christmas. They're taking over Black Friday by putting out games out there. Now they're taking on the government, taking on the election.
That is so NFL.
They're taking over election night.
Please wait to trade Cooper Kupp, they're telling the Rams right now, until Election Day. We need people talking about us on Tuesday, November 5th.
And if you can trade him to a swing state, that'd be great.
Vikings are 3-point favorites against the Rams tonight. Rams are in a rough spot. They're banged up. They're not the Rams of old. We'll see. I feel like the Vikings have a very good chance of snuffing all life out of this LA offense. And I do think Al Michaels will be annoyed at some point during the game.
100%. He'll be annoyed by something in the game.
Yeah, that's just who he is these days.
They're going to talk a lot about Cooper Kupp and the story he told this week on Matt Stafford's podcast about him dropping 35 on Zach LaVine in high school. I bet you that gets mentioned at least twice tonight.
I like that.
That's a good story, at least.
Tua Tagovailoa back at Dolphins practice. Here's Tyreek Hill talking about the return of his quarterback.
Beautiful. Almost made me cry today, man. Like just having him in the lineup, having him call the plays, having him, direct the offense. Like just hearing his voice. I know that sounds crazy, but he's a big part of this team, bro. Like you see why these quarterbacks they pay so much money, man. And, just the respect I have for him, the respect this whole team has for him. Like, he gonna have his back, no matter what. So glad to have him back.
No guardian cap for Tua. Tyreek continued. He's the franchise. Anybody that doesn't see that or doesn't believe it, go to another team. I missed the dude, bro. Me and him connected on a few deep shots today. I missed that. I told him I got to take him and his wife out to dinner because I missed him so much.
Oh, that's so nice of you, Tyreek. Apparently he is like with the guardian cap thing. Apparently he has a special helmet already for quarterbacks. That's supposed. Well, clearly he's not good enough. But he has a special helmet he already wears to prevent concussions.
I imagine the quarterback helmet. It's like so you don't get hit, like how Josh Allen went down. It's like Josh Allen was the side of his head, wasn't it? I was thinking like the back of the head, like when you get hit and you slam backward. Maybe there's extra padding there, but that's not how Tua got hurt last time. He got hurt running the football like a real player.
He did hit the front of his helmet, but then he did somehow fall to the back.
Okay.
Like he always does. So again, I'm not going to act like I know what happened there. I just know that he looked dazed again. And if he wants to play, go and play. I'm not going to tell a highly competitive athlete to stop. If he thinks he can still do it, go do it, man.
And his contract is dependent on him playing. So, like, it's fully guaranteed. I get why he's going out there.
Yeah, and again, he's an athlete. They're just wired different.
He's also like 25 years old. Like the people that are like, he should retire.
He's immortal.
Like, it's 25.
You think you're immortal when you're that, even if you are getting concussed every 5 seconds. Raiders defensive lineman Max Crosby was asked about Patriots head coach Gerard Mayo calling his team soft. He said it's fighting words for a head coach to call his team soft. And I agree that the Mayo situation cannot end quickly enough.
Yeah, I know they were trying to.
He's a bad
people are
coach.
So stupid on the internet. Everyone's running with Kirk Minahan did the thing again where he put out a fake story about Gerard Mayo and people just started running with it.
Kirk Minahan from Barstool, right?
Yeah.
Kirk Minahan used to be a sports radio host in Boston. He now works for Barstool, and he does a successful true crime podcast and does not care about sports at all.
Yeah, he tried to claim that Gerard Mayo will be fired in the next 48 hours, and people started running with it because they're dumb. So, so you want him gone?
I want Mayo gone. Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm out. The retracting, calling your team soft days after, and with Bill Belichick also joining the fray, clearly butthurt about getting pushed out the door by Bob Kraft. This has been horribly managed. It is a disaster, and they're probably not going to fire him after this year.
Are you normally a mayo guy, like on sandwiches?
No, I don't like mayo. If it's aioli, though, I do like it.
Okay.
Tell me it's aioli.
Call it aioli.
Call it aioli. I'll leave.
Just call it aioli.
Yeah, but mayo. It's gross. You know, it's got the Will Levis Association now.
It does hurt. It does hurt the branding a little
Mhm.
bit. I am a mayo guy though. On my
Yeah,
subs.
I don't.
You like mayo on your
I like
subs?
a little bit of it.
Yeah, I don't want like a trench.
What does it do though? Just
Great question.
It's egg spread.
Yeah, it's like a little texture.
Yeah.
It's texture, but yeah, does it really add flavor? Because the aioli at least usually has some sort of
There's
flavor.
like a
to it.
tang to it.
Okay.
It's not a ton of flavor.
I feel like it does need something else usually. Like I go mayo and mustard.
Yeah, mayo and mustard is
Okay.
that's the sum greater than its parts.
I don't think I hate mayo, but I generally ask for none of it again, unless it's aioli, and then I let it go.
Extra aioli.
It's really stupid.
No mayo. Extra aioli though.
I realize how stupid this is, so just want everyone to know. This is a fun Packers storyline. Aaron Rodgers is with the New York Jets. Robert Saleh is at Packers practice today as what seems like a Packers assistant coach. I love this. This is an FU by the Packers.
I love this too. The idea that Robert Saleh could get a Super Bowl ring this year as a member of the Green Bay Packers coaching staff and Aaron Rodgers can miss the playoffs with the Jets makes me giggle a little bit, even though it makes me sad to see the Packers win a Super Bowl. I think my disdain for Aaron Rodgers is higher still. So I like this move. It's a good move. The Texans should have brought in Robert Saleh.
The defense isn't the problem, though. Is he going to fix the offensive line?
You never know. No, he's not.
Also, your disdain for the Aaron Rodgers is more than your disdain for the Packers?
I think so.
Bad fan.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm accused of it constantly.
Sound kind of woke, too, huh? Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
I like Aaron Rodgers more now than I did before.
He's always on Joe Rogan. Jameson Williams got suspended again. God.
Yeah, PEDs.
This time it's PEDs, but it's only a 2-game PED suspension, which is bizarre.
I thought it was always 4.
Well, here's what's crazy. So Danico Autry, PEDs, got suspended 6. Mario Edwards, substance of abuse, gets suspended 4. Jameson Williams, PED, after a 4-game suspension for a gambling violation, gets 2. I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't.
It really does feel like the NFL has some sort of wheel in the background, and that's how they determine punishments. Because I remember reading through the NFL's policy on suspensions for PEDs and for substances of abuse, and I thought for substance of abuse, it's 4 first time. For PEDs, it's 6 first time. At least I thought.
Yeah, so there must be something. They must have different levels of like it's like less of a violation.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's Adderall? I don't know.
See, I could see that. Where something like Adderall is only a 2-game suspension.
It's so bizarre, though.
I mean, it shouldn't be any games, but
also just the idea that it's like some stuff will get you popped for 4, some will get you popped for 6, some will get you popped for 2. It's just it is crazy. It is something that is funny that Jameson Williams just cannot go a year without being suspended for something very minor too. It's nothing like Rashee Rice, like Jameson Williams, always something where you're like, yeah, this is against the rules, dude. I don't know what you. It's not criminal, but it's against the rules. I don't know what you're thinking.
Some of these guys just they can never get out of their own
I
way.
mean, it's crazy.
Like,
It's always something different too. It's not like Josh Gordon where it's like one thing over and over again. It's always like it's the gambling. Then it was I guess one was an ACL.
I mean, think about the gambling one. It's not even like he got suspended for betting on sports, not the NFL. And the reason why he got in trouble was because he did it on Lions property. Like, that's the fundamental reason why he got in trouble, because he bet on like basketball while he was at the Lions practice facility. Like, that's just
it's just all knucklehead stuff.
Just wait 10 minutes, dude. Go home.
Yeah, it's all the stupidest stuff.
Yeah.
Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Who's the most down bad team in the National Football League? Who is most down bad? It has been a fun week for a couple of different organizations. By my money, it's between two teams, but we'll go through a bunch of them next. Stay put. Gallant and George.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We've gotten to the point of the year in the NFL season where there are some teams who are truly so effing bad that you'd still watch them instead of a World Series game, but it's rough. It's really rough. And I think that the two teams that are the most down bad are having a week from hell, which is saying something because it's been a rough year for both already. First off,
The Carolina Panthers have been forced to make Bryce Young the starting quarterback again. Care to guess why? Andy Dalton got in a car crash and hurt his thumb.
I was gonna say he had like mono or something. Like
something. Sam Darnold.
Yeah, man.
Hey, but maybe this is the redemption arc for Bryce Young.
They should have put Young back in anyway. At
30 for 30.
Also, this is not the first time that a Carolina quarterback has gotten into a car wreck.
Cam Newton?
Got in a car wreck like, what, 2014-ish? 2016 maybe? Yeah. It's crazy that if you're a Carolina Panthers fan, you've had 2 quarterbacks miss games. I think Cam only missed 1 game somehow in his car wreck, but
you've had like it was a serious leg injury.
Yeah,
at first
you had 2 because there's a picture of him like laying on the pavement, wasn't there?
I think so.
But the having to go back to Bryce Young.
They should have already done.
They should have.
They should have never gone away from him.
They should have, but you don't want it to happen because of injury, not because of you can't lose your job. Because I just mean like literally, you would like for the Carolina Panthers, if you're a fan, to actually make the right decision at some point, not be forced into doing something that they should be doing anyway.
You know what? I'd like if it happened during an injury in a game, because if it happens because of a car wreck, it just makes you just seem so sad and down bad.
It is something, and there's no way to prove this. And this obviously is not true. And whatever, be safe on the roads. It seems like it's something that can only happen to a bad team. Never really.
Georgia football.
And Georgia football. But they don't get in wrecks. They just get pulled over.
Well, there was the
one time. There's the one time. But then they didn't stop. I can't imagine this happening to a good football team where a player that's important on their team, especially their quarterback, but just any player really, like just gets in a car wreck and they're out.
Are the Panthers, though, as down bad as the New York Jets? And I say that because things are really getting fun for Jets fans. We talked about what Aaron Rodgers had said on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Here is Aaron Rodgers saying that again, and a fantastic response to it on Get Up by Dominique Foxworth.
That's got to start with me. I need to be a great leader. I'm going to set the tone this week with that. I think personally and as a team, we're playing with too much anger and not enough enjoyment.
What do we think of that?
Man, throw some touchdowns, man.
Don't give me all that.
I get it. It's a leadership thing, and maybe that works for them in the locker room, but my guess is they're in the locker room like, and don't throw it to the guys in the other colored jerseys and throw some touchdowns. I don't want to hear this, and I get it. Every week on McAfee.
So,
it's got to be a better leader. Starts with me.
Well,
Aaron Rodgers. He's a wee guy.
He's got a hamstring injury, though. And he's about to turn 41, I think in a couple of days, weeks. Energy was a little flat, said Aaron Rodgers about the loss to the Steelers on Sunday. But here's the worst part. Jets fans have decided to increase season ticket prices. They just did this in the middle of the year. It happened yesterday. Season ticket invoice came out today. 6% increase on top of 30% last year. First payment is due November 15th. The team is 2-5.
Yikes. Guys, you got a little bit better timing here.
Even worse, Fireman Ed is being phased out of Jets games. Here's Fireman Ed, noted Jets fan who left the team and then came back, who definitely isn't all about himself, and clearly no Jake Asman. Here he is bitching and moaning.
Normally, as a tradition, we're always put on a screen. Me, Scott, and Jetman are put on a screen to do the Jet chant and get the crowd going, which is a staple in Jet Life Stadium. Also, on the defensive end, which is the most important, normally they will put us on the screen to get the crowd going. It gives it more of a widespread experience for the fans to see, and we can get the defensive chant going. But something's going on in the Jet production team over in Jet Life Stadium. I don't know exactly what's going on, but they're phasing us out. And I'd like to know if somebody knows anything please let me know, because it's evident that it's happening, and it needs to stop because we need home field advantage.
Fireman Ed's sick of showing the kids wearing Jets jerseys on the Jumbotron. It's about Fireman Ed leading the charge and making the home field advantage happen.
I don't understand. Of all the things in sports, the super fans that feel this important, I don't get it. I think like they're not showing me on the big screen to lead the chants. Other people can do that. Your PA announcer can do that. Why do you matter so much?
Fireman Ed, he's a fireman. We think.
No,
I think he's got to be at least retired. He's getting up there for sure.
I
would not want him to save me from a building.
I believe the chant is only JETS. Jets.
Like, is that what he's complaining about? Like, it's like,
well, he's got to rev him up before.
Or is he wanting to say, or like, it feels like he's wanting to say that, or just defense.
No, he wants to do the JETS Jets chant.
That's how you get them riled up. And some would say, well, can't anyone who's, I don't know, more than a second grader do that?
Only Fireman Ed.
No, only Fireman Ed.
Don't you wish Jake Asman had a thick New York accent?
I do wish he did. Maybe it's come back now that he's moved back up there.
It could be.
Maybe he was, it was hiding it.
He does scream a lot now. So he's always yelling. I open my TikTok and
I mean, A, that's TikTok. B,
algorithm showing you like Jake Asman on TikTok. Damn,
I like Jake.
Yeah, he throws some likes in there.
We're friendly.
Oh, I didn't think that you were friendly based off of previous comments on this show.
I mean, we're like friendly enough.
Are the Jets and Panthers the most down bad teams in the NFL? Patriots are up there. I mean,
yeah,
it's
been well covered on this show.
We talked about it enough.
Like Drake May is still like arrow up, so I think that's why I would put them above the Panthers.
But I do feel like we're one Drake May like broken rib away from. Oh my God,
boy.
the season's over
for sure. You got the Giants. Malik Neighbors was catchless in his return after missing a couple of games. He was pissed. I was open. Daniel Jones was pissed that he got benched for Drew Lock. Brian Daboll is being asked about everybody being angry, from Giants ownership to Malik Neighbors. So it's bad for the Giants too.
The Giants are interesting because they're John Mara just did an interview and said that he's not firing Joe Shane, their GM, or Daboll.
Interesting.
Now, doesn't that often like lead to the firing?
It is
like
the dreaded vote of confidence. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Shane isn't on the table. Right? I mean, he wanted Saquon Barkley back. Saquon Barkley does not come back. Saquon Barkley then does come back
and runs for
176 yards and says that, yeah, I could go for 200 yards and probably get it, but I'm going to sit on the bench for the fourth quarter.
What a good teammate.
That was such great PR for Saquon Barkley and such awful PR for Nick Sirianni.
Oh my God.
For being like, I want to put you back in there, break your record. And Saquon's like, I'm good, dude. Let's not.
That's tough. Browns?
Yeah, that's true too. The Browns, but
no,
I think honestly, now that Deshaun Watson's gone,
up.
The arrow cannot go any further down. It has to go up.
You're right. You're right.
Jameis is at least fun.
By default, they're trending in a new direction.
All the other teams are down bad because their quarterback is hurt, whether they got in a car wreck or not, or like with the Patriots, we think that if their quarterback does get hurt, they'll be more down bad. The Browns are in the weird situation where their quarterback getting hurt actually lifts them up a little bit. Just the vibes have to be not as bad. I'm not saying they're good. They're just not as bad as they were Sunday morning.
I mean, I bet you fans will like be cheering very loudly for Jameis Winston.
Oh yeah,
especially if it's a home game.
When he gets introduced.
Yeah,
standing ovation.
They're
just blow the roof off.
They're
the
at
place.
home versus the Ravens this weekend. That place is gonna explode.
Oh,
they have a chance. They have a chance to do something hilarious.
Honestly, they're so lucky that Deshaun is out for this game. If they lose to the Ravens and get stomped by them, it's the team that left you and they're kicking your ass. And Deshaun Watson's still out there while Lamar Jackson, the MVP, is on the other sideline.
What chance do you think the Browns have of beating the Ravens on Sunday?
20%.
What chance did you think the Browns had of beating the Ravens when Deshaun Watson was
2%.
healthy? Okay. 0. Not even a remote chance.
Just because Nick Chubb was back.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Any given Sunday.
Yeah, 2% of Nick Chubb.
It's Gallant George. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George, Paul Gallant. Up next, Should you overreact to one game by the Houston Rockets? Because it was a rough one, their loss to the Charlotte Hornets. We'll discuss one more time. Stay put.
So the Rockets up by 18 in the second quarter, lose the lead and the game as the Hornets spoil the Rockets' festivities here on opening night. The final 110-105. Man was with 24 points for them off their bench. LaMelo Ball nearly triple-doubled. He was awesome with 34, 8, and 11. And the Rockets managed to score just 45 points in the second half and shot only 37% from the floor.
Given the expectations for the Rockets this year, which might be a little overdone, last night's loss to the Hornets, who were without Brandon Miller, one of their best players for much of the game, was embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't think the expectations are overdone. This isn't I mean, their over-under was like what, 42 and a half.
Mhm.
So to improve over an 82 game season, to improve your win total by 2 wins I don't think is asking a lot. And to beat a bad team like this, because Charlotte's not good. Like this, that's why it's a bad loss. Like now at the end of the season, like we'll probably look back at Charlotte. Maybe they start hot and fall apart, but like the next time they play, I'll be betting on the Rockets, whatever the number is.
You're more likely at the end of the year to look at this game and say, oh, this is why they were in the play-in tournament, or, oh, this is why they missed the whole thing entirely.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate because it is the first game of the season, but you will look at the worst teams in the NBA. And if you lose games to them, you'll pinpoint why you missed your over-under, why you missed the playoffs, why you didn't just make the regular playoffs, whatever it is. Like we will look back at this like very negatively. So they get a small pass because it's the first game of the season, but it's still Charlotte.
I'm going to read a series of critical comments on our Twitch at ESPN 975. Todd the Show, very, it seems, annoyed by what we saw last night. A 105-100 loss to the Charlotte Hornets. Ime is grossly overrated. They have no offensive identity. Ime didn't play Cam Whitmore the entire second half. Rockets' depth was supposed to be the strong point of the team, and he didn't utilize anyone. Tari Eason only got 13 minutes.
Okay, so let's start with that last one. Watch some, like, I'm not trying to be mean, Todd, but like, they didn't want to play him more than 5 minutes in a preseason game. He's coming off of a major injury. He's going to play more. It's the first game of the season. People who are, because it's all over social media, people crushing Udoka for Tari Eason only playing 13 minutes. He's going to play a lot more. They're easing him back in. He's coming off a serious injury in which in the preseason, they wouldn't let him be on the court for 5 minutes at a time. So that one will be okay.
I think we have to relax with bench player minutes as a whole. One of the things that has very much frustrated me about the Rockets for the last couple of years is the most diehard Houston Rockets fans have acted like every single player on this team is really good.
Yeah, like Josh Christopher and those guys.
Yeah,
and like
exactly.
People are thinking, just calling Rafael Stone a terrible GM because he had to trade Josh Christopher.
And Usman Garuba. Don't forget Usman Garuba.
There's
Ty Washington.
That's who it was.
Ty Washington.
Ty. I think two of those guys are out of the league.
Look, he's a really good role player. I like him, but to what Joe's saying, yeah, he's coming back from injury. Let's settle down on that. But I actually agree with the other complaint that Todd the Show has. He says Jalen Green might be my least favorite basketball player of all time. The amount of Jalen Green defenders is astonishing. At least Jalen, he says sarcastically, got to shoot 15 effing threes. So look, I mean, this year, I guess progress towards being a true contender in the NBA again, barring a trade after the year, is going to be based off of how much better Jalen Green gets. And Green took a lot of shots, which were open from outside last night. But my big frustration is he is not that good of a three-point shooter to be shooting it 15 times. Even if he's open for 15 times, is it possible that he's open for a reason? Something just to keep in mind. I do not believe in this idea that high volume of three-point shots, if the shot is a good shot, is always a good shot. Because if you're not a good shooter, then how is it actually a good shot?
Yeah, because he shoots all the time like he played in March. Like he always has like that March 40% from three mindset. And like that's never going to change. That's why, honestly, I'm fine with last night. Take your shots. Prove to me one way or another. Like put the nail in the coffin and end the controversy. Either you're going to make those shots or you're going to be traded at the end of the season. Like the more like big picture view we get of Jalen Green, because if you're going to win with Jalen Green, he probably needs to shoot 12 to 15 threes a game, but he needs to make 35% of them. And so I think like, Todd's complaint about Jalen Green is like it's a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people do not like watching Jalen Green play basketball because they don't see the improvement, the consistency, and it's totally fair of why they view him that way. But there's still just so much talent that can't quit him just yet.
Yeah, there was a little bit of. I'm just glad that the offense was either Şengün or Jalen Green because ultimately that's what really matters here is how good those guys are, especially on a night where it's like, what you want Fred to shoot more, you want Dylan Brooks to shoot more, you want Jabari Smith to shoot more. It's like the offense was going through who it should have gone through with Şengün and with Jalen. They just need to be better. And that's Şengün too, where I feel like we're we're focusing more on Jalen Green, which is fair, I guess. But he is more, I guess, kind of controversial of a player and got a more controversial contract. But Şengün also was not good in the second half. Like,
no,
at
he
all.
wasn't. He wasn't.
So there, you just need those. You need your young guys to play better, and this is part of taking that step to being all-stars. And I don't think any of us said that they could or would be all-stars this year, expect them to be all-stars this year. And it's because of nights like this where, hey, you got to close out the Charlotte Hornets. You know, there just has to be one more play, one more shot that goes down, one more behind the back dribble that doesn't go off your foot and directly to Grant Williams, Alperen Şengün. Like, there just has to be one, like a little bit tighter on the handle, a little bit tighter with the decision making late in these games, and maybe box someone out.
That play that you're talking about at the very end, that one was rough. Because I mean, if you're gonna lose, that is an embarrassing way to lose.
Yeah.
In embarrassing fashion to a team that you shouldn't lose to.
I also thought last night, like, they are going to need Steven Adams. They need some rebounding help.
Yeah. On the boards, they just weren't good enough on the boards, and some of that is like the Hornets were going small, but they're going small with kind of bigger body guys than Jabari Smith, or even Şengün was getting pushed around a little bit by Grant Williams. So it's a weird thing of their bigs. I mean, Şengün's decent size, but their bigs are thin, and so you can go small and still be stronger than Jabari Smith.
Broadcast made it sound like Şengün has beefed up a ton, though. By the way, do we like the new random broadcast angle that they have during the game? They were hyping that up a bit, where it seems like it's a view from the upper deck.
It's almost like the all-22 of basketball.
Hey, what I say, it's opening night. Knock yourselves out. I know by February we're not going to still be doing this because of how bad it is. So, like, I'm not even like mad. It's just like
bad. Okay,
I'm not even mad. It's just like, obviously this sucks.
They liked it.
The people. Okay.
Craig Ackerman liked it
on air. He liked it.
You liked it.
He's not going to go and look at this new angle. Ugh, what were we thinking?
I did not.
Bill Morrell would have.
Yeah.
After he stopped complaining about the refs.
Teflon. Oh yeah, what do we think of Ben Foster? No,
there was
Ben
a moment
Foster,
where I thought Fred VanVleet was going to get teed up because he pointed at the ref, and the ref, I guess, he made a motion. I thought he was about to team up, and he signaled for a timeout to happen because VanVleet had maybe been fouled, and I think it was Jalen Green drove to the rim, gets a bucket, and VanVleet's just pointing at the ref, and I thought for sure in that moment that he had gotten teed up because I heard a whistle. Luckily, it was just a timeout.
Yeah,
I kind of wanted some fireworks.
Yeah, there wasn't really like as far as the other stuff we talked about. Yeah, I think we've covered the serious basketball stuff.
I thought we were going to get Grant Williams or Dylan Brooks.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted that so bad.
I forgot that Grant Williams was
Me
a Hornet.
Until Paul texted, I was like, oh, we're going to get a fight tonight.
I thought for sure we would get a fight because, I mean, who would you rather want to have on your team?
Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, like I think Grant Williams brings whoopee cushions around. Like he's that kind of guy.
Grant Williams and Dylan Brooks both got signed to new teams last offseason. Grant Williams only made it like 30 games with the Dallas Mavericks because Luka Doncic was like, get this guy out of here.
He's on like his third team since he signed with them, isn't he?
No,
traded?
No, Celtics, Hornets, or Celtics, Mavs for half a season, and then Hornets.
Okay, I thought he might have gone somewhere else before he got traded.
No.
Gotcha.
It is Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass, ESPN 975 and 925. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, do you buy the positivity? The Texans are pushing on you for their offensive line struggles. Stay put.
Let's talk about LeBurge Lake Charles. We'll be out there the 16th and 17th doing 2 shows. On Saturday, we'll be on the air, myself, Sean, and Brian, from 12 to 2. And then we'll be on the air Sunday from 10 to noon inside ESPN Bet. Got the 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosk TVs throughout the entire property as well. So that way, if one of the games you're wagering on is not on the big screen because it's not a highly wanted to be watched game, you can ask very nicely and they'll probably put it on a TV for you. And you know what? A lot of cool people there. We love going there talking to Matt and Russ. They take great care of us. They got great food from Chef Lyle. It's always a good time. I can't wait to get back there for one more trip this season for a full weekend of college football and NFL football on Sunday. When you leave Texas and bet your Texas teams, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet inside the Burge. Lake Charles.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So the Texans offensive line, not good. The Texans offense, not good. But they're still optimistic about it. Yesterday, D'Amico Ryans was asked about some of their communication issues. Here is what he had to say.
The communication can definitely pick up, and I think our issues have really shown up on the road when it's loud and, you know, it's tough to communicate. That's where some of the issues come out, but I think all of it is fixable, and that's the encouraging part about it. All of it is fixable. Our guys have picked up these stunts and different things that we've seen. Our guys have picked it up before, so I'm encouraged, right, to see how our guys respond this week. You know, we'll see similar things, right? Whenever one team does something on tape, you know, you have to get ready and prepare for the next week because teams will see, like, have you put the fire out? So it's a great opportunity to see us go put the fire out this week. It's a tough challenge versus this defensive line. They do a great job of executing their stunts really well. So we know, you know, we'll have our hands full again this week.
He does sound optimistic that they can fix all of these things. And I'm sorry, D'Amico, I don't share that optimism because yesterday at practice, it was the same exact starting lineup as it was last Sunday. Joe, we discussed this earlier. We thought there were going to be some changes.
Yeah, I thought we might see at least a change at left guard. I guess that's really the only one you'd make. Juice Scruggs seems to be firmly planted as the starting center of this team. So you had one option to replace Kenyon Green. You had a bunch of different guys you could do it with. They're clearly not going to do it because they're If they're telling us the truth, then they really think it's just a simple miscommunication issue and that all this can be solved in 1 week. I don't buy it. I also don't know how much longer like they can even tell us that. Like that's kind of what as I was hearing it again is how many more times can you keep saying this the same exact way of just it's communications, we're working on it, they're going to get better. At some point D'Amico has to change his tune and start to acknowledge like the problem in the room. So I'm surprised that there's no changes. Maybe they'll surprise us though, Paul. Maybe this is any chance this is a strategy that they don't want to tip their hand to the Indianapolis Colts.
Well, what are they going to do?
Just
I mean,
send out a different starting offensive line when the offense takes the field.
I suppose that's the case, but in the part that was open to the media, it's the same starting offensive line as before. And I'm a little annoyed by what I've heard from a couple of different figures on the Texans is that, oh, well, hey, I mean, when we're on the road, it's a little bit more difficult to communicate. Figure it out. Not the only person, D'Amico Ryans, who suggested that. And Sean, sorry to throw this at you last second. Titus Howard sitting with, I think, Landry Locker, among others, Aaron Wilson, and, the rest of the Texans media. It seemed like he was the only player that was available at his locker yesterday. Here's what he had to say about the offensive line's issues of late.
It's just when you get out there in the game, you get on the road, we just can't do stuff that we haven't been coached to do. So that's the thing. We went out there and did stuff that we haven't been doing. So that's really just being coachable, being detailed, staying in the moment, man, and just trusting each other. And that's the biggest thing. We got to continue to trust each other, pick each other up when we're down, and just keep balling, man. Because it's gonna be ups and downs and stuff like this, but we got to stay together. And we're gonna get it right this week. Go out there and ball out. And once we get the ball out, all the other stuff will take care of itself.
Positivity at the end, Joe.
Yeah, interesting that they keep bringing up how hard it is on the road, but you guys got to figure it out.
Yeah, you got to figure it out.
Like the Baltimore Ravens, the Kansas City Chiefs, the San Francisco 49ers, the Green Bay Packers, these teams that have had successful playoff runs. I guess Baltimore not as much, but have had successful playoff runs. Like you have to win games on the road. I mean, Patrick Mahomes went a couple years with having to play road playoff games and not getting the 1 seed. CJ
Stroud even said this week, this is one of the older offensive line groups that he's worked with. And you can't play on the road.
Yeah. Like that's not an excuse.
I agree.
It's just not.
I agree. And look, if you're a coach, don't throw your players under the bus like Gerard Mayo did. If you're a quarterback, don't throw your team under the bus either. But nothing is changing, and they are trying to tell us it's going to get better. Just trust us. We don't really have any room to trust you right now. Here is CJ Stroud being asked about what he could learn from all of the pressure that he has faced. He eventually starts talking about the offensive line, and he's got their back, and he wants us to have their back.
Honestly, I would say, just for me, just getting the ball out on time, being able, to try to stay comfortable after getting hit, and, really just, trying to make everybody around me better. I got the utmost respect and, the trust in my line. One outing doesn't make you a definition. You know what I mean? There's plenty of games that you can go look at the film and they did an amazing job. So I don't believe in the banter and all this. I don't want to see it. I'm not really on social media, but I hear about it, and I just just like you guys beat them down, I want y'all to praise them as well. So this next week, I know that the protection is gonna be great, and I can't wait for it. And I want y'all to do the same thing y'all doing now, and just be more positive. But same time, it's the league we in. We're not feeling bad for ourselves. We grown, man. We can take it. You know what I mean? And I know that they want to be better, and they will.
I have been very positive about this team going into the year and for the most part this season, right? I mean, here I am after the win against the Bills saying, oh, you're too good for this? I have been very positive. I have been swarming up an effing storm. CJ, we'll be positive if there's a reason to be positive. I will come in here, put on my Texans helmet or my Texans starter jacket or both when there is a reason to do that. But I have yet to get my battle red murder. I have not seen it. I have not seen the Texans dissect a team limb from limb that matters yet. It would be nice if I saw it against the Colts. I would be enthused.
I would be enthused with that too. Hearing that quote again, it makes me feel like we are almost misconstruing where the audio's from. Like the way he says be positive, I feel like he's talking to his teammates and not to the media. Like I feel like he's trying to say, hey guys, be positive. Like it's okay. The offensive line's gonna figure it out. Stephon Diggs. Don't get mad at them. They'll be better next week. And so he's talking to us and trying to tell us to be positive. I am at my wit's end.
Wit's end
of the whole like trying to be positive thing. I'll give him one more week of this. You know, I guess 2 more days and 3.5 hours of I'll be positive when we come back. But I just if it keeps happening at some point, you have to, kind of move away from the idea that they're actually going to turn this around and they're actually going to fix the offensive line. I'm really getting to that point where I'm running away from the idea that it can be fixed if they don't actually do it.
Yeah, because if they don't like do anything and they don't change anything and they get another bad result from the offensive line, then it really does become the back of the baseball card stuff with the start of the Astros season. Like it actually then just becomes Jose Abreu he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Like that's what it turns into if again you just stay positive, don't change anything, and this is a football season, not a baseball season where you can go, well, it's 1 out of 162. It's like, no, all these games actually matter. All these games really do count. You really do need to start changing things and start changing them fast because you lose on Sunday and you're not alone in first place of the AFC South anymore. You're tied with the team. So you don't have this huge cushion to be, we'll make it back up in the second half of the season like the Astros did. Like that, you just don't have that.
Bobby Slowick also talked about the offense today. Here's what he had to say. It's never just one thing. It's shown up 3 times this season where the issues are completely controllable. It's on me. I need to get it fixed.
Oh, that's one. It's on me for Bobby Slowick.
I find that interesting that like 3 times it's happened. Okay, so
Feels like it's happened more than 3 times,
then
to be honest.
Why has it happened 3 times, Bobby?
It's on him.
They're on the road.
Minnesota, Green Bay.
Who else have they played on the road this year? The Colts?
They played the Colts on the road.
Maybe it's the Colts.
Another one. Oh, they play the Patriots on the road. Weird. The Patriots road game, they didn't have any trouble.
Not a lot of people there.
Whoa.
No one's going.
Whoa. Wait.
No one's going.
So they can do it on the road, Titus Howard.
No one's going. Okay. I get it.
It's just when they're yelling and on the road. That's the problem.
When there's anyone there.
Yeah, but that happens at the home games too. Since people sell their tickets.
Yeah. You have Bears fans showing up and being loud.
Timeout. I'm standing up to hatred. You guys are hating on the Texans.
Oh, we're not being positive enough.
You're not being positive.
No,
Sorry, CJ.
You gotta earn my positivity, CJ.
I'm not being sarcastic at all. I also just saw the commercial of this timeout against hatred.
Are you giving me a solemn Doc Rivers one?
Very solemn one.
By the way, I noticed in that commercial, this is a little bit of a diversion. Doc Rivers is already in the middle of a timeout when he puts up the timeout hand motion. He has a team around him. He's sitting on the bench with a clipboard, and then he gives the solemn timeout.
Gallant George, Sean behind the glass. John,
we're taking a timeout.
We're taking a timeout. We're taking a timeout from hating on the timeout commercial. That's so cringe. Not as bad as the one where men are being spoken to, like almost talked down to. Whatever. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're trying to be consistent here. Up next, the Texans added Devin White. What does D'Amico Ryans have to say about him? What does CJ Stroud have to say about him? And how far is too far? Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Excited to get Devin, and here we'll work with him and see where he is. Right, try to get him caught up to speed to see, if he can help us. So it's this opportunity for Devin to compete, come in, learn how we do things, and see how he can fit in and how he can help us.
That's D'Amico Ryans talking about new linebacker Devin White. By the way, guys, your beloved Cougs are taking on the Utah Utes Saturday, 6 p.m. at TD-ECU Stadium. It's homecoming. That's right. These Utes don't know what's coming for them. Who do they think they are? They play football in Utah. We play football in the great state of Texas. So get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments, because nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game. Rawr, rawr, rawr. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear red as we pack the stadium for homecoming. And guess what? You're getting some tickets. Caller number 3. Show your Cougar pride and support the team with a pair of tickets. 713-780-3776. Again, 713-780-ESPN. Caller 3. You're going to the game.
Isn't this Zach Wilson's little brother starting this game for Utah?
Whoa.
It sure is. Isaac Wilson coming to town.
But he didn't go to BYU? Did his
No,
family
house
disown
divided.
him? Yeah. Well, this is a big deal. Utah versus BYU. It is called the Civil War in that state. For those
Holy
who don't
War.
know. Holy War. My bad. Yeah, even worse. Even worse. Sorry, we don't want to rekindle some of the embers of the absolutely horrible Twitch discourse from earlier today.
Yeah, a bunch of clowns. It just makes me laugh. It's a little Zach Wilson. He's not very good.
He's not? Well, big Zach Wilson wasn't very good either.
He was fun. He was good in college. He was a lot of fun in college. Oh, he was fun at BYU.
Yeah. Where did he play again?
BYU.
There you go.
BYU's ranked this year, though. They're pretty highly ranked.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't believe that.
The Big 12s.
Cougs by 100 on Saturday.
Big 12 BYU? Yeah, Big 12.
Yeah, they are in the Big 12 now.
Sorry to keep track of them.
They used to be independent.
That's the way you should go.
God.
Syracuse should try it.
Syracuse was independent.
I know
for
they
a
were.
while.
Try
Very
it
long
again.
time. That's when we were good, was when we were independent.
See? Bring it back.
The last time I think we were undefeated before that puss, Pat Tye of Auburn went for a tie against us. We would have been undefeated back in 1986, but no one talks about that. Anyway, hey. D'Amico Ryans. He's so excited about Devin White. Or is he? Here's D'Amico Ryans talking more about the newest Houston Texan.
Yeah, it's no secret that Devin has been an all-pro top linebacker in his league coming out of college. He was, kind of a no-miss player. He went top 10 in the draft. I mean, he was an exceptional talent. So what happened and why he's here, no one knows. Like, life happens to us all. You just have to keep punching, keep attacking each day with the right mindset. And opportunity for Devin is to come in here and compete, right? Again, nothing's promised. We don't know what the future holds. It's just one day at a time, compete every day, and we'll see where we end up.
It sounds like the speech that Rocky was giving to his screw-up son at the end of Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
Life happens. You got to get up. You got to keep fighting, kid.
No one knows what happened.
Hey, well, I don't know who I am. I forgot my wife's name for all the brain damage. You got to keep going, kid.
I would hope that, D'Amico, who played for the Eagles, would has somebody in the building he can call and be like, hey, man, why did this guy never play? That was didn't expect that to be the audio we heard.
He says a bunch of generic, typical D'Amico stuff, and all of a sudden, a lot of things happen in life. And it sounds like he's Rocky Balboa.
Not what we thought we were getting.
I like the answer. And hey, I mean, I do hope it works out for Devin White. I just feel like his entire track record as a pro suggests, especially the last 2 years, that he's not the best teammate. Maybe it's different here. I saw today Devin White said D'Amico had called him, I guess, a couple of times. And CJ Stroud's a big Devin White fan. This is CJ Stroud in the offseason on that Micah Parsons podcast that he does with him, talking about the moment he realized that he was fast.
I knew I was low-key, like, decently fast when I was running with Devin White. I made a miss. Because, like, he's somebody I really respected coming into the league. Like, it's how quick and fast he was and how he like, had sure tackles.
Devin, you see
And we
what
played him.
Devin, you see what you just did, bro?
No, it's just that's a respect. That's respect. And when I made a miss, like the second play of the game, he came hot, and I was hot, and I didn't have nothing to throw, so I made a miss. And then we did. Me and Devin Singletary had a flea flicker. Devin Singletary handed it to my guy. He get hit in the backfield. I go out with him. Hey, throw it, Motor, throw it. He pitched it to me. Me and Devin White going toe to toe. I step out of bounds.
Or CJ, you're not fast, and it means Devin White is also not fast anymore.
That's exactly what I thought. It's like, oh, okay, well,
he's like, I'm fast.
CJ thinks he's fast because he outran Devin White. Well, maybe Devin White isn't the fastest linebacker that he used to
I mean,
be.
CJ, we've been watching you run since you were at Ohio State. Not fast.
Not that slow though.
Not like slow,
surprisingly athletic.
But not. I wouldn't call him fast.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd beat him in a race. He probably would beat me.
He probably would beat you.
Probably.
CJ Stroud.
Yeah,
40.
yeah. I was gonna say he ran a 40 not that long ago.
What was the 40?
4.74.
Okay. Yeah, that's about it. My apex was probably around that. So I don't run that.
Well, maybe Gerard Johnson can teach you and shave a couple tenths of a second.
I don't know about that.
Oh, cleats in the mail.
Cleats are in the mail.
Well, we can't know until you get the cleats.
Once I order them today, and then I'll procrastinate to tomorrow. We do this every single week. A Judge George special. How far is too far? Bells and whistles.
Well, yeah. How far we've come? How far is too far?
Oh.
I feel like it goes together a little bit.
Okay.
All right. We've got a retirement. Karina Koff has retired from OnlyFans.
Who?
Her name's Karina.
Karina what?
Koff.
KOPF?
Yes.
All right.
This is why it's important.
Unfamiliar with her work.
Well, she made $67 million a year doing OnlyFans.
$67 million a year?
A year.
She makes over a max contract a year? An NBA max?
I need to research.
She makes more than Steph Curry a year?
$2.3 million a month. She's retired.
Okay. She's attractive.
How much?
Okay. Thank you for checking.
How far is too far for how much an OnlyFans model should be making? Is $67 million too much money?
I'm a big believer in the American dream, and I don't think there's any cap that you can put on a strong, independent women and request to be financially independent.
Okay.
How about that, you sexist pig?
Sean?
Look at you. You're like, oh, there should be a cap on what you should make.
I didn't say there should be a cap.
You sound like tax the rich here.
I'm more talking about the losers who paid for it. We're giving her
Whoa.
Yeah, wait. How much is he charging per person?
That's a great question.
Per person, per month.
But $67 million?
That's so many people.
Showing the goods?
We don't know. We don't know if she's showing the goods.
It's true. We don't know.
It's behind a paywall. How could we know?
Could be a scam.
I credit her for doing it for 3 years. The first, I mean, like imagine
for life.
Imagine making like $25 million and being like, I need to make 3 times this much.
What happens when you're done, though? Does that mean that people can post all the stuff that they got from you? I know that there are generally strict rules. I'm assuming that's why they are subscription-based and why these videos do not find their way to the websites is because there are strict rules about repurposing these. But doesn't it all? Once you're done, I would imagine there's a chance that this all becomes
like
public.
Fine print.
But maybe like that's where like OnlyFans steps in.
Yeah.
Like it's because I imagine they're the ones that are striking stuff down
for now. But I mean that's what I wonder. This is what you wonder about after OnlyFans. Can you ever have kids without this being something they know about and probably see?
They're gonna see it. And Google
I mean,
like,
but for this girl, it's like, so what? I mean, it's $65 million.
Yeah, like they won't
like,
care.
Oh no, there's pictures of me on the internet.
They might be doing it too.
Like, hey, this is how you got
Honestly.
your Ferrari at 16.
Yeah. It's
Get
like,
over it.
Sorry.
Well,
sorry, I wasn't doing something else.
I mean, Kim Kardashian's kids, like they're gonna find
That's fair. That's totally fair.
Like,
there's just a lot more with this one, I'm guessing.
True.
Hey, look,
it's probably more impressive.
But my question: what do you do after you retire at like 22?
move to another country so no one recognizes.
Podcast, I guess.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you do.
Talk to a podcast.
I'm sure.
Start a podcast.
Is next. All right. We'll do
How far is too far?
A sportsy one.
More sportsy than that one? Okay.
Definitely.
She's an athlete.
Some would say.
I think adult film stars and strippers are athletes.
Will it be in the Olympics?
I'd watch it.
If breakdance is in the Olympics,
hey, it's gonna be in LA.
I'd definitely watch it.
It's gonna be in LA. Just go to the valley.
Competitive banging.
I was thinking more of the strippers.
Keep going, Joe. Sorry, I sidetracked you. It's okay. How far is too far?
All right, we've got one coach fired in the NFL this year.
Not far enough.
Not far enough. Will there be 4 coaches fired this season? By once in the offseason.
In the offseason.
Yeah.
Not by the end of the year.
Yeah, not by, before the next coaching cycle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's almost it's 4 to 8 every single year.
So
Off season. 6. I don't think that's too far. Not this year. There's a lot of bad going on.
8.
8 probably is where I draw the line.
Yeah, 8's too far.
Right
I
on
think
8.
6, 7, 8 is 6 to 8 is probably the range because we already have the one open. Jags, see ya. Who's another super fire coach? Philly. We'll see how. One of Philly and Dallas should open.
Yep.
If not both, but definitely one of them is going to be open.
Patriots possibly.
By the end of the week, if you listen to the guy that we mentioned earlier.
Not Chargers. Raiders?
Yes.
Antonio Pierce, one-hit wonder.
I think now that Brady's a part owner and he's seeing what he's seeing.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he was
especially if they want to bring Belichick back. The wild card for the Belichick return.
I still think there's a chance that Dan Quinn is the longest tenured head coach in the NFC East at the start of next season because all 3 coaches get fired from the other teams.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised by
Giants, Eagles, Cowboys, they all just wipe them.
Not looking great for Dennis Allen.
Yep, Dennis Allen. Matt Eberflus, I think it's still.
Mayo apparently is not guaranteed a second year in New England.
Why didn't they interview anyone?
He was the head coach in waiting longer than he might be the head coach.
Well, they did check off the Rooney Rule.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they interviewed him.
Did they interview?
That's all they had to interview.
Did they interview a white man? That's what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
No, you don't have to.
You don't have to?
No, you don't have. Based on the Rooney Rule, you could theoretically just interview a minority head coaching candidate, and that's it. You don't have to interview anybody else. But if there's a head coach that you like who's white, you have to interview somebody else just to check that box.
It's so
which
hard.
Isn't disrespectful at all to those other guys.
So hard
who
to be a white coach. So hard to be a white
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's kind
a
of
white
ridiculous.
man, really.
If you want a guy, hire the guy. You're a corporation.
Yeah. Anyone in the West? Rams?
No.
No.
McVay might retire.
Yeah.
That's always a
But
possibility.
Niners, no. Gannon, probably not.
With the Cardinals, no. They're frisky. They're just frisky enough.
Yeah, and this is only year 2, right?
Did we say Carolina?
Mike McDonald's in his first year. I think Canales is definitely on the table, especially with how overreactive Dave Tepper is. For sure.
We
They really shouldn't, but they might.
We said 3 coaches who got hired this last offseason might get fired.
Yeah. And honestly, I wouldn't mind any of it.
Nick
Listen, the Texans.
trendsetter.
Yeah, it worked eventually.
It worked. Just keep reshuffling the deck.
Keep firing.
Look, there are 2 teams who did it that way, and it's worked out pretty well for them. The 49ers, they fired Harbaugh. Then they had Jim Tom Sula for a year, fired him. Had Chip Kelly for a year, fired him. And then they got Kyle Shanahan. And then the Texans did the same thing from Bill O'Brien to David Culley to Lovie Smith to D'Amico Ryans. Worked out. Just keep firing guys. We need more of that in sports.
Just firing people?
Yeah, I think I know there's a lot of cheap organizations that just want to give everyone a chance or they don't want to pay out contracts.
Yeah.
But Zach Taylor.
Probably not. They'll probably make the playoffs.
Yeah, probably. Probably beat the Texans in the first round.
Hey.
That's
rude.
Damn, dude.
There's no need for that. D'Amico Ryans?
Bengals never beat the Texans on a Saturday at 2:00.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans?
Fired? He's on the hot seat.
Bobby Slowick?
Bobby Slowick out. Sorry.
That's why I hope there's 10 openings. Bobby Slowick's definitely gone if that happens.
So there we go. How far is too far? It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We got a little garbage time before we wrap things up. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul Sean behind the glass. Before we get into garbage time, did you know that much like in the Tony Danza hit movie, the field goal kicking, garbage picking Philadelphia phenomenon starring Tony Danza, the city of Houston doesn't have just Kaimi Fairbairn booting the ball at a high success rate. You've also got Lions kicker Jake Bates. Did you know that the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week was a bricklayer in Houston before the Lions gave him that kick?
Wow.
Shout out.
Wow, he was laying bricks.
Jake Bates.
I thought that was just Fred VanVleet last night.
Oh, damn.
And Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Was he kicking bricks through a
That's why he's dead.
goalpost constructed with bricks?
Kicking a ball, it's so much easier.
A lot easier.
Yeah.
Literal steel toe.
Yeah, that's crazy. That Jake
Very
Bates-
cool story. I heard that this
and,
week.
Yeah, that he seems like he's one of the better kickers in the league, and he was just out on the streets.
There was a moment, I believe, in a press conference this week from Dan Campbell where Campbell said he would let him try to kick a 76-yard field goal.
Oh.
Wow.
I really hope he does that.
I like that.
Now, I don't believe Dan Campbell when he says that because Dan Campbell has faked punts at his own 30.
That's why I kind of believe it. Like, if he's going to go for it, like going for like a nearly 80-yard field goal.
If he does that, he officially is just me when I was 12 years old playing Madden.
Yeah.
That's just how he coaches. Because that 76.
I just don't know what the Cowboys are going to do. They don't got a kicker anymore.
That's true because what's his name again?
Brandon Aubrey.
Brandon Aubrey's got jury duty for a felony case.
You would think that, like, in Texas, you could get out of it.
Well, I'm sure that releasing his name has been some sort of effort to get him out of it.
Yeah.
Because he's too public of a figure or something like that. But I want to get back to Jake Bates. Soccer player at Central Arkansas. Never attempted a field goal in college. And then he hits the field goal to help the Lions beat the Vikings on Sunday.
How do you start after college? You're just like, I'm going to pick this up.
I think he was a
brick salesman, actually. Not even a bricklayer.
Oh, okay. So Fred VanVleet's job is still free.
Are you selling all his bricks to Fred VanVleet?
He's got the money.
And Jalen Green.
So he must have been the
Brooks.
He must have been the kickoff specialist, right? If it's
Yes.
he never kicked a field goal in
Yes.
college.
He was named first team All SEC as a kickoff specialist in 2022.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Texas State,
and
then
then
Arkansas.
He signed with the Texans.
How do we let him out?
His
The
hometown
Bills?
Texans gave him a shot in training camp. He didn't make the team, but he made it to the Panthers.
The Michigan Panthers.
Michigan Panthers of the UFL.
Yeah, let's clarify that.
And he drilled
Step up.
his last year, signed a contract Christmas Day, hit a 64-yard field goal in his debut. Jeez, that's crazy.
I mean,
Yeah.
9 for 9 his first 5
They
games.
should make a movie out of this guy.
Honestly, I
Boomstick.
agree. I agree. Is this going to be better than the Zachary Levi one about Kurt Warner? I would hope so.
Is it gonna be better than the Vince Papale story?
Hey, that one was good.
I do like that.
That one's
movie.
I like that one. I like how he figures out how to play football again by playing pickup
Yeah.
in a mud bowl with like cars as the sidelines.
That's what we need. So the quarterbacks don't run out of bounds. Put cars on the side.
I like that.
So NFL Street is
Yeah,
what
let's do it.
Yeah, great game.
we went from comparing it to Arena League to now it's like actually let's make it NFL Street.
Hell yeah.
But for real life.
Let's do some garbage time. Oh, I like trash. Love it. Remember that Ravens fan who beat up a couple of Commanders fans? Well, per his attorney, he was just on a cocaine and alcohol bender.
No. But he was really. You'd think you'd be acting more rationally.
You would. He was arrested earlier this week. I believe he was arrested Monday, facing first-degree aggravated assault and 3 counts of second-degree assault charges. This guy is the worst. Was already on probation for a misdemeanor assault. Put his genitalia on a special needs student in high school. Oh my God, what? Was kicked out of high school for wearing an inappropriate costume. Sent an explicit Snapchat to a girl in college who printed it and hung it all over the dorms as she alleges that he raped her. So this guy, one of the worst people ever. So move aside, DJ Khaled.
Yeah.
That's Jack Callis. He was on a cocaine and alcohol bender. I can't believe that's real.
I'm sure DJ Khaled's like, great.
This is so horrible.
Thank God I'm number 2 to this guy. Who's the lawyer? His defense lawyer was like, no, Your
He
Honor.
was on a cocaine and alcohol bender.
And alcohol bender. It's never good.
Wow. Also, this more from his attorney.
Oh, God.
He's got one of the most recognizable faces in the country right now. There's no way this kid can go anywhere, even if he was inclined to. And he's clearly indicated to this court that he is not inclined to flee, but inclined to come back here and face the charges. And he did.
Congrats to
You're a
him.
scumbag. You face the music.
For not committing another felony.
He criticized prosecutors for overcharging the case. As ugly as the video is, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's not. These are punches. No one pulled out a gun. No one pulled out a knife. No one beat someone with a billy club.
I mean, that is true.
That's true.
No one did that.
They did knock him out.
But if anyone did do that, it would probably be your
The
defendant.
guy on a cocaine and alcohol bender. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, on that note, good God. That is garbage. He is garbage.
Gallant George is done. Thanks to Sean Mapes and Joe George. I am really Paul Gallant. Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blankers. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Happy to report I've been bailed out, no longer in jail. I was in jail during the Rockets game, which is probably a good thing because I would have been tweeting things that were not very polite to the Houston Rockets. I'm sitting here yesterday. I think they're going to win upper amount, like in the, 47, 48 games. I think they're going to be a playoff team, figure out a way to be a playoff team. You get up 18 points against the Charlotte Hornets. Brandon Miller's not playing in the second half for whatever reason. They're without two other starters. You're up 18. You're up 18. You weren't playing all that well offensively. Now you were rebounding. You were playing defense, and you're up 18 points, and the Rockets blew it. They blew the 18-point lead. They lose to a mediocre to bad Hornets team when they were up by 18, down by 3 starters. Brandon Miller not playing in the second half. One game in, and I'm already ticked off with the Houston Rockets, Blankers.
Yeah, you are. I was going to say it's 1 of 82. Slow down, sir. We're going to be fine, I think.
They made me look stupid.
It was not a good second half. It was not a good quarter and a half. Let's put it that way. And I think that you nailed it in the fact that they quit playing defense. Their shot selection went from running whatever offense that they had been, I think more so than anything else, they were playing downhill. They were playing fast. They were playing with a purpose, and they suddenly got stagnant. They were shooting early in shot clocks, and they literally kind of shot themselves out of it. They couldn't get anything to go. They couldn't play defense, and they couldn't rebound.
No, it was from about the midpoint of the third quarter, really when they took the 18-point lead. From the moment they took the 18-point lead and the rest of the way, it was all downhill. It was like you're holding on for dear life. And then the Hornets get up by 5. Jalen Green has a little 5-0 run to tie it, but then you can't close it out. And the Rockets lose to a very mediocre Hornets team. And what really made me sick about it was after you tied it, it's like, okay, you're going to win this game. And Grant Williams, of all people, the little pudgy guy himself, hits a 3-pointer for like pretty much the go-ahead bucket, and it was all over at that point.
Dude is the luckiest guy on the planet. Like, he falls into the Celtics situation and he wins, and then he gets the massive contract. Then he forces his way out of after the massive contract to piss off the one player you don't piss off in Dallas and Luka. And now he's starting at another team and he beats you. That just sucks. And did you hear the card story too, where he decided to get into card collecting?
No.
And he bought a $10,000 box of cards just to take a flyer. And in that $10,000 box of cards, he got a $750,000 one-of-one card, and he put it on the internet. It's like, no one wants to hear anything good about you, Grant Williams.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So bizarre. Like, if I had a ton of money, I wouldn't start collecting cards, I don't think.
A $10,000 unopened box of cards in which it produces a $750,000 card.
Yeah, he got hit with the 4-leaf clover, huh?
I guess so.
The golden horseshoe hit him right across the face.
Here's the thing. He is a ball hog. He's a good player because he's on a bad team, I think. I don't think he's ever going to be a good player on a good team.
Yeah.
But he did whatever he wanted to do, especially in that second half. And I know that Udoka was trying to find a defensive matchup that worked, but they couldn't even find that. And then he kind of hung on to the bench too long. And then when he put the starters back in, it was kind of too late. And no matter what they could do late down the stretch, it's kind of like you had that margin where you were up 10 points where you felt good. You let it get too close, then everything was like that razor-thin margin, and you didn't execute.
Yeah, Lonzo Ball's shot is so ugly, too. He hit that 3 late, too, that gave him, like, some separations. Like, how in the world is that guy making shots? Actually made 4 of them. But I think everybody is I'm upset with them. Texter's already saying, y'all sound like the Astros start. Relax. Like, you can't be losing to the Hornets, though. Like, we know how bad the Western Conference, or how good the Western Conference is, and how difficult it is for the Rockets to be a playoff team in a very congested Western Conference. You can't be losing games at home when you're up by 18 against a mediocre at best team from the East. Like, that's a bad loss. Yes, it's the first game of the year. Yes, it's 1 of 82. But if the Rockets miss the playoffs by a game or the play-in by a game, we're going to look back at this one and be like, how'd you lose that game? You were up by 18. You were bad offensively. You got out-rebounded yesterday, by the way, which is really where my ire lays, because you got out-rebounded by the Hornets yesterday by 13. All of the players that played in yesterday's game are really in my crossfire a bit. Jabari Smith is the walking single. Like, how are you that big and you have 5 rebounds in a game? He played 33 minutes yesterday and had 5 rebounds. Jabari, if you're going to be the power forward that's playing 33 minutes a game and you're allowing your team to get out-rebounded by 13, you need to look yourself in the mirror. You need to be averaging double figures rebounding every single game. Dylan Brooks, 1 for 6. Alpi Şengün was unbelievable in the first half, and he was equally as bad, I thought, in the second half. Fred VanVleet couldn't make a shot. Jalen Green had a stretch where he couldn't make a shot. You really didn't get anything from the bench with the exception of Amin Thompson. Amin Thompson was pretty stinking good yesterday. I thought Amin Thompson looked really the best, and his plus-minus was actually the worst of anybody with the Rockets, which is interesting to me because I thought he played really well, and he was minus 19, by far the biggest minus on the floor yesterday for the Rockets.
You can see this, and it's something that we kind of set to everybody's attention yesterday, which is the fact that there's going to be a numbers crunch on minutes, and it's going to be tough to try to figure out from like game to game. Is he going to stay with the consistent, just this is my rotation regardless of who we're playing? Are they going to kind of dictate it based on who they're playing, because they were really undersized in Charlotte yesterday, but they found a way to out-rebound you. And that's a problem. That you can't let that happen. And they did not shoot the basketball well. And it was to the point where I literally was texting some of my guys in the league to say, hey, I know JJ Redick said the league is forcing you to play with brand new balls now. And that seems to be where a lot of people are in the NBA's crosshairs saying, you can't do this to us. The shot doesn't fall as easily with, unbroken in basketballs. They said it's not true. They said that's not even true. That's just something that's in the players' minds right now because no one's shooting the ball well. It's the first game of the year. So you're gonna chalk that up and you're gonna say, okay, you learn from it. But you were 2-0 against Charlotte last year. You lose Miller early on to the point where he's one of their better players. That should be another advantage Rockets. And you had an 18-point lead because you were playing your style of basketball. And for some unforeseen reason, you just threw it all out the window and said, screw it. We're just going to freestyle it. And it didn't work.
Yeah. The offensive, like somebody texted in and said, if the Hornets are mediocre, then the Rockets are dog poop. The Hornets won like 22 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not, I don't think that they're going to be anywhere near 40 wins this year. I think they'd be lucky to win 35 games. And yeah, I liked what I saw from Brandon Miller in the first half. I think it looked pretty good, but then he doesn't play in the second half.
Right.
Like, is he going to be somebody that misses a lot of games? All of that. The offensive inconsistency is what got me. And like you bring up the ball, like, okay, even if that is true, well, the other team's playing with the same ball and they outshot you by 8% and they outshot you by about 9% from the 3-point line. So even if it's the ball, well, both teams are playing with the ball and the Rockets were easily the lesser shooting of the two teams yesterday. The offensive inconsistency, especially in the third quarter to me, you could even say it was the entire second half because the Rockets scored 45 points yesterday in the second half. Like, you think Alpi Şengün is that guy? Like, he was your leading scorer a year ago. I think he'll lead them in scoring this year. And he still finished with 25 points. Like, Jalen Green, you think, okay, he's going to be a guy who can average 20, 25 points a game. And he might, but it's probably going to take a lot of volume for him to do that. I really question if this team has enough offensive firepower because Jalen Green is a streaky shooter, even if he's going to score you 20, 25 points a game. So it's like whenever he has a bad shooting stretch, how are you scoring if Alpi Şengün is not scoring? Because after those two, I mean, really, where are you getting your points? Jabari Smith is somebody that basically only yesterday he only shot the ball whenever it was a pull-up three, like off the dribble pull-up three. They're not running anything for him. If he's wide open, he'll get an outlet pass or a kick-out pass and he'll shoot a three. Dylan Brooks, same thing. You're not counting on him to score. He's a catch-and-shoot guy. Fred VanVleet, you are, but he was atrocious yesterday. Tari Easton's not a guy who can score in his own. Amin Thompson's not a guy who can score in his own. Maybe Cam Whitmore, but he only played 8 minutes yesterday. Maybe Reed Sheppard eventually, but Sheppard had 3 turnovers yesterday in 16 minutes. So I do question if this team has enough offensive firepower to be a team that can be above 500 and flirt with the play-in or playoff.
Look, this is the first game, but we talked about this last year. You can take that to another level and say, and can the two guys play together? Because I think that Alpi got off in the first half, and then, and Jalen was still getting his, but at times it looked like they reverted back to your turn, my turn, isolation basketball early in the shot clock, quick and rush shots. And you're right. Those are the two guys that they're looking to score right now. And if Fred is off, I can't ever say that they should be looking to Dylan Brooks to be a guy that's going to pick up the slack and score for you. He's not that kind of player. And you look up and down, are there guys that were capable? Yeah, preseason, we saw a lot from a lot of guys that you're not going to see when the league starts because the clamps come down, the real players play, and you see the cream rises to the top. They don't have a lot of scoring on this team. And Jalen is a shooter. He's not a scorer per se in terms of he's gonna be a high volume shooter. Now he's gonna put points on the board, but it's gonna take the kind of shooting percentage a lot of times and a lot of nights like you saw last night to get them. And that is going to also affect the guys around him. That's where Udoka's got to kind of put his foot down and say, look, if we're not going to play downhill and try and get in transition, we've got to run some sets where we get some better looks and we move the ball a little bit more. Because so many times it was like within 5-7 seconds across the half court, they were putting something up.
Yeah, I just don't know where you're scoring if Jalen Green's in a lull and Şengün's in a lull. Like, maybe it's Fred VanVleet, but he was so bad yesterday. Texter, point guard play was awful. Fred VanVleet had some terrible shots besides the threes he hit late in the fourth. He was 0 for 3 until the fourth quarter, if memory serves. 2 for 11 in that game. Yeah, point guard play wasn't very good. Like his assist, he had 6 assists, but he turned it over twice. And then Reed Sheppard, who is, I think, very clearly the backup point guard on this team, he turned it over 3 times in 16 minutes. And like rookie, first game that he's ever played in, I can make excuses for Reed Sheppard. Come on, Fred VanVleet. And he's playing 37 minutes too. 37 minutes for Fred VanVleet.
This game too could be summed up by defensively the fact that you didn't rotate on defense. You didn't know where guys
Second
were.
half. I thought they
in
were
the second
good.
half. You're
Yeah.
right, correct. In the second half, right? In the first half, and again, a lot of that was because their transition defense was what they were playing because Charlotte was trying to play fat, and it was easier to guard them. But when Charlotte got really focused on what they were doing, it's one thing to say Ball's going to beat you because he's going to get his. But Trey Mann looked like a guy that should be on the All-Star team. Like, he came off the bench, and as much as they were saying he had the AI shorts and the AI headband, you made him look like AI. He was killing you, and no one was stopping him. I understand that you're going to struggle to find the matchup on Ball. He's a very good player in this league. But Trey Mann is the guy that's going to also hammer you? That just can't happen defensively.
Ime got so frustrated with him defensively, he benched Alpy.
Yeah, he did.
He benched Alpy because he didn't like that he was having to switch whenever Alpy's man was setting the screen. So he went with 5 guys that could switch everything. Like, he went away from Alpy in a tight game with 4 minutes left.
And he said basically he thought that between Amen guarding either Ball or Man, that would be the difference to be able to slow that guy down, and then someone else when they were switching high screens a lot, that the other guy, whoever it was more athletic to stay with them. And each guy got what they wanted at the end of the game. And then when they didn't, they drew the defense. And then you got Grant Williams for a wide open 3.
3-6-6-7. What if this team isn't as good as we give them credit for? Maybe individually they'd be good on a team, but together they're just a bunch of dudes. Look, I still think they're going to get to 40-something wins, but maybe 47, 48 was a little bit too lofty for me. Only one game, yes. 9-6-8-1. It's too early in the season. It's still early in the season. Look at the back of the basketball card. Oh, wait, wrong team. Yeah. The one number I would point out the most, though, is the rebounding. Like, you're not going to win many games in the NBA when you're minus 13 in the rebounding category. And when your 6'10" power forward has 5 rebounds in 33 minutes, that's atrocious. That's abysmal. That's embarrassing.
And here's the thing, and I don't know if there's a minutes restriction or they're just not ready to put him in yet, but at a certain point, especially because as it relates to your rebounding issues, it relates to your defensive issues in terms of the intelligence and the switching, and more so on offense, you would get a guy in that sets screens to get you open. Look, Steven Adams is going to have to play because Steven Adams is physical. Steven Adams knows that his job is to rebound, do the dirty work, set screens, and play defense. And that's what you needed last night that you didn't get from anybody on the floor.
Yeah, they said it was part of the ramp up to get him back from the knee surgery that he had. So I think that he is going to be a key cog for their rotation at some point, but it seems like at least right now he's not going to play every game and maybe doesn't play a ton of minutes. But you're right. He could have helped yesterday. I mean, he's going to be a guy who gives you a ton of rebounds, certainly far more productive than what Jabari Smith was. And I know that Alpy's box score looks good with 18 rebounds. I wonder how many of those were on his own missed shots, though.
That's the big thing to me. The big thing
7?
was, and where his missed shots came from. A lot of them were around the basket. They were like short little jump hooks, short little shots around the basket. You got to make those. There's just no excuse for a guy that big missing shots that close in. I understand if he's shooting his threes and shooting his jump shots, face-ups, but you got to make shots around the basket.
He had 6 offensive rebounds. How many of those do you think were missed bunnies by his
4.
own doing? I think 4.
Yeah.
4, maybe 5. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. Lee Sterling, 345. It's still October. He's still going to hand you winners. Adam Ronis, so you can win your fantasy football weekend. Bad Take Boulevard coming up at 4:30. It is a Thursday after all. But when we come back, Kevin Bowen, host of Wake Up Call on 107.5, The Fan and Indy, is going to join us to talk all things Colts. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. On Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We're a day closer to homecoming. I love homecoming. The pomp and circumstance of homecoming. Already get pomp and circumstance of college football. Then you add in the element of homecoming. It is so much fun. And U of H has a great deal for you. Head to uhcougars.com/home to get this deal. 4 tickets and a parking pass for just $70. Where else are you getting that kind of family entertainment for just $70? Houston, Utah, Saturday at 6 at TD ECU Stadium. Homecoming, we want you to get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game, especially with homecoming. Come early, hang out before the game, stop by the Bud Light backyard. You're invited. A tailgate area where you can enjoy some tasty eats, a nice beverage, and all of the tailgate games. If you're coming to some college football, you got to come early for the tailgating scene, and the Bud Light backyard does it better than anybody else. Show your Cougar pride and support the team for homecoming. And again, that deal, 4 tickets and a parking pass for only $70. Grab this deal now, uhcougars.com/home, uhcougars.com/home. Come early, be loud, wear red as we pack the stadium for homecoming.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We head out to the HR&P guest line where we're being joined by Kevin Bowen, host of Wake Up Call on 107.5 The Fan in Indy. Kevin, thank you for taking a few minutes hanging out with the Killer Bees this afternoon. What is different about the Colts now versus week 1?
Well, Josh Downs will play. I think he's arguably this team's most consistent player, really solid out of the slot, and just a guy that in several of their wins has been very important. So, personnel-wise, that is certainly different from week 1. Tackling was such an issue in that game. I don't know if it's gotten immensely better, but, that would be something certainly keep an eye on. Personnel-wise, though, I mean, they've gone through a lot of kind of ups and downs since then. They look to be much healthier than they have been in the span. I thought week 1, Jonathan Taylor and DeForest Buckner played in that game. Both of them got hurt in the weeks after that. They look to be getting back into the lineup. But, yeah, Josh Downs personnel-wise would probably be the first thing that I'd point to there. But to be honest with you, it's been the team that's kind of played to the competition week in and week out. They've had all one-possession games this season, and they are the least penalized team in the NFL. So that's probably why they've been able to come out on top and, more than half of them.
Kevin, you look at what's happened to the Houston Texans lately and what happened in week 1, and I wonder how much that the Colts focus on that from a defensive perspective. One, we know that Joe Mixon ran wild, and since he's been healthy, he looks really good, and that was a big key for the Texans in week 1. And then from a defensive perspective, aside from that, Green Bay had their way with stunts and a pass rush to go a certain way against the Texans offense, and maybe that's a cheat code that's out there. Can the Colts take advantage of that, and how do they stop Joe Mixon differently than they did in week 1?
Yeah, that was probably the most stunning aspect of week 1 was Jonathan Taylor had 3 yards per carry, and Joe Mixon looked like he should be a first ballot Canton Hall of Famer. I mean, it was just kind of shocking to see that discrepancy in those two players. The Colts have struggled stopping the run. It's not just been Mixon this season, so that is certainly going to be a focus. I would think without Nico Collins, you could maybe commit a few more resources to the run game, whereas week 1, you probably thought, wait a minute, let's commit more to the back end here and then hopefully your front can kind of corral Mixon. So I think that is going to be something that I'm certainly going to be watching for. The Colts actually got after Stroud, I thought, pretty decently week one. Now you look at Stroud's passer rating and completion percentage from that first game, and he certainly was highly efficient, but they sacked him 4 times and I think hit him 10, which for the Colts, that's a big number. They've had 3 games this season where they have not sacked the opposing quarterback. So, this has kind of always been, I feel like, a storyline when the Colts have played the Texans in the last couple of years. How's Houston's offensive line? Can they hold up? And then for the Colts, it's how much can they get after Stroud? Again, they got after him in some areas you could say week one, but then at the end of the day, he still made every key throw seemingly that was necessary. And, a big play to Collins deep, and certainly the big play to ice the game near the sidelines there. So that will certainly be a factor in this one.
It's the voice of Kevin Bowen, host of Wake Up Call on 107.5, The Fan in Indy. What is the approval rating on Anthony Richardson in the city?
Oh, very blah. Yeah, I mean, very, well, to some, they would say, NA. You still got to wait a little bit longer on it. But, if you're asking people to grade him here through the 8 or 9 games and through the midway point of year 2, it would certainly not be a passing grade, or I don't think it'd be anything that you'd maybe want to show mom or dad when you take it home. So, yeah, I think people are starting to sour, and people are starting to question not only the availability of him health-wise, but the ability of him on the field. And it's certainly, seen here. And, you guys saw it a little bit week 1, more so with the completion percentage number. But then weeks 2 and 3 when he played, the turnovers really rose. And then last week when he got back in the lineup, you had, again, just passing offense that was under 50%, which is, hard to sustain anything off of that. So that's the question now of, can he improve as a passer? Last year he actually was a better passer than he's been this year. He was more accurate, and he stayed away from those turnovers. So they ran him a whole lot last week. I know the Texans have seen that. They saw it at the end of week 1. They saw it last year down there in NRG in that week 2 matchup as well. So certainly Richardson's legs pose a threat. But entering the NFL, the big question was, how much can you improve his accuracy? And here on October 24th, midway through year 2, that question, I would argue, has only risen.
How fluid of a situation is it then, in that Flacco has had moments of and glimpses of old Joe Flacco where he's been able to do some things for the Colts? We know how high of a pick Richardson was. We know what he can do with his legs. But to your point about the passing, Flacco really has had some good moments passing the football. Is it fluid enough or is it an organizational belief that, hey, this was our guy, he's going to be our guy, and we're not going to sit there and go back and forth or consider changes week to week?
Yeah, I'd be stunned if they went back to Flacco, if both guys are healthy. I'd be stunned at any point this season, certainly in the immediate, future here of, whatever Richardson struggles in the first half on Sunday, or even in the coming weeks. We have done the Band-Aid quarterback song and dance in this market. And it's had varying degrees of middling success is probably how I would describe it, whether it's Jacoby Brissett, whether it's Phillip Rivers, whether it's Gardner Minshew, whether it's Carson Wentz. Matt Ryan had no success, but those other guys had, again, varying degrees of very mediocre football, some better than others, some a little bit worse. But at the end of the day, those seasons were 7 wins and 9 wins, and, Rivers did get into the playoffs. But, basically when they drafted Richardson 4th overall, they sent a message indirectly to the fan base of, hop on the patient train, and if you're not ready for it, you're probably not going to like what you're seeing here the next couple of seasons. And the Colts optimistically would say, hey, look at Josh Allen's early, years. Look at Jalen Hurts' early years, kind of things like that. Whereas, some can obviously counter with other quarterbacks that did not pan out after early struggle. So they will. I'd be stunned if they went to Flacco at any point.
So break it down for us. If the Colts win, why? And then how do you see it playing out?
Well, the Colts win, they will have disrupted the passing game, especially the back end of their defense. The Colts have not beaten a quality quarterback in their last 10 wins. If you rattle off those quarterbacks, they'd make your ears bleed. So that's the question. Really got to probably go back to Stroud last year, week 2. And of course, he's far different quarterback than Lamar Jackson. They did beat last September. So that's the question for me is, again, can you disrupt up front, which seemingly is a question for Houston. But then on the back end, again, you can get your hands on enough ball. So I would start there. And then for Richardson in the offense, you have to stay away from the negatives. And then can you hit enough singles? He if you can use the baseball analogy, he just doesn't hit enough singles. Sure, there's a home run or two. You guys saw it week one. He certainly has that rare ability, but you just have got to be a little bit more methodical with that passing game. So if they can do that, then I do think they could steal one. And I know Houston's a little banged up defensively, and then without Nico, so I do think that is certainly a big personnel advantage for the Colts here, injury report wise.
Kevin, I see Taylor Swift's bringing her Eras tour to Indy. I trust you're going.
Boy, I don't think I would need, I mean, not to speak to the Houston market, but I think I would need my salary, probably your salary, probably both of your salaries, honestly, maybe just to afford a parking pass there. So, yes, next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you'll be inside of Lucas Oil Stadium, the final stop on the American portion of the tour here. So, cue my daughter begging me and me failing as a dad.
Yeah, you just put it on the playlist. That'll do. That'll be just enough. Kevin, we appreciate the time.
You bet. Thanks for having me, guys.
Kevin Bowen, host of Wake Up Call on 107.5, The Fan in Indy. We had our intern went to Taylor Swift. She said she used her tax refund to go to Taylor Swift when she was in town. Probably the best usage of 100% of what she.
That was the last time she's in town, not this tour.
No, I think it was I don't know. The most recent time she was here.
Okay.
I
think that's before
she went. Eras tour here, didn't she?
I don't know. Maybe she started early on, then she went overseas, and now she's back in the States to finish it.
Yeah, probably asking the
probably
wrong
not
guys.
coming here again. My daughter's, of course, keeping an eye on it.
Oh, is she?
Taylor's a Taylor Swift fan.
Oh, very good. That's a problem I'm happy that I do not have. Now, does CJ Stroud have a problem? What kind of problem? Does he have a road problem, CJ Stroud? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you have a basketball that's not a hoops goal, you have a problem. Pro Dunk Hoops makes the highest quality basketball goal on this planet. Tempered glass backboard gives you a true, authentic feel. Breakaway rim when you're throwing down some jams. Throwing down jams? Yeah, you can lower it down to 5 feet, raise it all the way up to 10 feet. Stainless steel hardware, height adjustable, like we mentioned, and it is rust proof, which is a prerequisite in Houston, right? Also, they have the extended overhang. You have to worry about spraining your ankle on the basketball stanchion. That's good news. And their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goal with a drill. That's right. Lightning adjust feature, lower it down to 5 feet, raise it up to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Your kids want this. You want this. Basketball season's here. It's here whether you like it or not. So get a goal from Pro Dunk. All these other goals from the big box stores, they're no good. You go around your neighborhood, you see how their rims are messed up. They're not level. Sometimes there's a hole in the backboard. Really, it's an eyesore. Don't have to worry about that if you get a goal from Pro Dunk. Plus, their accessories are next level. LED light kits for night play throughout the night, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. You can order all of that, including professional installation online at produnk.com. That's right. The pros from Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. Do not be fearful of a big box that's delivered to your driveway and you have to assemble all the parts. No, you're not doing that because the pros at Pro Dunk are doing all the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Does C.J. Stroud have a road problem? I've been hearing the coaches talk about, the crowd noise and the coverages can be attributed to the crowd and all this stuff. And I saw this article on CBS that posted C.J. Stroud's home road splits in his career. Now, Houston Texans have lost how many games this year? They've lost twice.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those games have come on the road, at Minnesota, at Green Bay. C.J. Stroud, if you just go win-loss record, in his career is 9-2 whenever he's at home. On the road, he's a below-average quarterback at 5-6. So 7 games above 500 on the year, 9-2 at home. He's 5-6 in road games. All right, well, it's tougher to win on the road in the NFL. How about the other stuff? Passing yards per game at home for C.J. Stroud, 311. On the road, 213.5. The gap between home, road, and passing yards per game is nearly 100 for C.J. Stroud. That is a big number. Okay, well, what about touchdowns, interceptions? 21-5 at home, good. 12-4 on the road. So he's actually throwing less interceptions, but he's only throwing 12 touchdowns. He's -9 in touchdowns. What about passer rating? Stroud at home, 106.3. On the road, 90.5. If you look at some of C.J. Stroud's worst games that he's had in his career, they've also come on the road. Most recently at Green Bay, at Lambeau Field, 10 for 21, 86 yards. The game in Minnesota, he actually threw for 215, but he was 20 for 31 through 2 picks. Remember back last year in the games where he was abysmal? On the road, lost to Zach Wilson. Now, he was concussed in the game. Some would argue he was concussed in the game prior, but he was 10 for 23, 91 yards on the road. What about the loss to Carolina, the lowly Carolina Panthers, 16 for 24, 140 yards. So I ask again, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Does C.J. Stroud have a road problem?
I mean, have you guys checked the batter's eye on the road? I mean, this is kind of Astros-esque, except for on the reverse. Because D'Amico was saying it the other day, the offensive line problems can be attributed to a loud stadium on the road. I think when you look at it from the standpoint of how do you want to compartmentalize it, do you want to just kind of chalk it up for being on the road? That's fine, but I hope internally you're paying more attention to those things. If it is the fact that with a loud, we hear about all the teams that pump in all the noise during the week at practice so that they, from the offensive line to the quarterbacks to the offense as a whole, that they get used to it so that they can adjust accordingly, silent counts, all the things that they need to do, that maybe that they're not doing enough of that during the course of the preparation in the week to get you ready for these road games. Because there is something to it if you look at those kind of numbers where it's not just a 2-1 or a 1-2 record or a 3-4 record. When you start talking about that many games and he hasn't been in the league that long, that overall it starts with CJ, as we know, but also we have already kind of highlighted how important the offensive line is, that on both ends it tells you that maybe they need to do more prep work during the week, getting ready for road games as it relates to the noise and the ability to still function, especially in the passing game, when you're dealing with a hostile environment.
I don't think it's a matter of not doing enough. I think every NFL team is, working hard throughout the week. And D'Amico was asked about it yesterday on Wednesday about what they do to simulate, road crowds. Like, we pump in the noise. We do everything that other teams do. But I wonder if there's something else they can do. I have no, I totally believe that they're logging the hours. I totally believe they're doing things that they feel like they should do, but I wonder if maybe they should look outside and do other things that maybe they're not doing. I don't think it's a matter of effort or hard work.
I'm not saying about the amount of hours they put in, but when you start thinking about, when we've talked about and they've talked about the chemistry issues, the communication issues as it relates to the offensive line and or between CJ and Juice and reading the defenses and calling out the audibles and picking up the Mike linebacker and all those things, that I'm sure they're putting plenty of work in on the practice field. But as it relates to work in these game type situations with that kind of noise, with that urgency, with that play clock, and the fact that when you point to some, the numbers and you start digging deeper, you can look at it and say, look, a lot of these, and when you hear the post-game comments, are related to things that can be correlated to that sound and that communication when it is loud.
0979 says you nailed it, Cheesehead. And for me to answer this question, I don't think this is a CJ Stroud issue per se. I think it's an offensive issue. And then CJ Stroud, like the quarterback of most offenses, is the figurehead of the entire offense. Well, this quarterback is great. Well, there are other things that go into it that make the quarterback great. Well, this quarterback's a bump. Well, there are other things that go into it that make the quarterback a bump. It's a big reason why the coaches say that the quarterbacks often get too much praise and often get too much blame. So I don't think per se that it's CJ Stroud that has the road problem, but I do think that the offense for the Houston Texans has a road problem. And yes, Minnesota's defense is good and Green Bay's defense is good, so you didn't look good in those road games. But the offense is night and day at home versus the road, and you can even go back to last year, same quarterback, same coaching staff, same play caller, same offensive coordinator, where you were losing road games to some of the worst teams in the NFL. So does Stroud have a home away problem? I wouldn't say he does individually, but I do think that the Texans offense has a home away problem.
It's going to take me a lot more before I start criticizing CJ Stroud and saying I'm really worried about CJ Stroud alone on the road, because unlike in basketball, when it's an individual, and an individual, yeah, he's playing on a team, but an individual that is an above average superstar type player, he's going to get his no matter what. He doesn't have to rely on his teammates as much if he's that type of player. Baseball, a pitcher can still mow you down regardless of what kind of hitting he gets. Hitting the same way, depending on whatever the rest of his team does. But in football, it's correlated to your offensive line. It's correlated to the ability to have the chemistry and the timing with the elements, with the things. It's all got to come together. It's all pieces of a puzzle that allows everybody to have that success. So I'm not pointing the finger at CJ, but I'm saying as a team, we're not rocket scientists by any means, but you can see the correlation between road games and the fact, and they've even mentioned it, and the fact that maybe they should be trying to figure out what are those elements that they could be working on or change up the way they're working on.
Speak for yourself. I was a math major for a semester.
Okay.
Texans.
That makes you a rocket scientist?
Yeah, for a semester. Texans are 3-0 at home this year, 2-2 away. Last year they were 6-3 at home, 4-4 away. And we mentioned the Stroud numbers. So does Stroud have an away problem? Does the Texans offense have a road issue? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. The other thing that you have to factor in, if the Texans are a playoff team, and maybe that's putting the cart ahead of the horse, because, look, Sunday is going to be a battle for first place. You lose the game, Colts are tied with you. You win the game, you have a 2-game lead, plus you own the tiebreaker over the Colts. So Sunday's critical. But if this is an issue where the offense, like, let's just put it on a scale of 1 to 10, the offense at home plays to the level of an 8. Whenever they're on the road, they play to the level of a 4. I would argue that the Houston Texans, of the other contenders in the AFC, not the same caliber, Kansas City, Baltimore, whoever you want, maybe even Buffalo, those teams I don't think need home field advantage. Houston Texans, if this keeps up, absolutely need home field advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a big key. I think Buffalo's a team that if you would say they need home field advantage, it's because they can play a certain style in the snow that a lot of teams aren't prepped for. And depending on who you play in your conference, that could be an advantage for them. But look, they've got a proven quarterback. They've got enough weapons on both sides of the football, and they're battle-tested enough in the playoffs that they can probably play either place, and they're going to be competitive. We've seen the opposite with the Texans when they're on the road. And granted, those 2 games in Baltimore, it's the same team, but you're on the road. One, it was colder, but the bottom line was Baltimore didn't change, and you didn't either. And so you've got to be better.
Which of those 2 teams, though, do you have more faith going on the road, Baltimore or Houston?
Oh, Baltimore.
Kansas City or Houston?
Kansas City.
Buffalo or Houston?
Buffalo.
Cincinnati or Houston?
Cincinnati.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Dave in Pearland, you're in the Hive of the Bees. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I'm listening to what you guys are saying. I kind of agree to a certain extent, but also disagree. I think most teams have a bad record on the road. It's just kind of go with the home cooking as opposed to being on the road. And secondly, he has less than 25 games. So even though we anointed him the next Tom Brady, he has a lot of learning still to do. He still got learning to do. So, I just think we need more time before we start labeling that.
That's fair.
Appreciate the call, Dave. Yeah, no, that is fair. But at the same time, we're kind of summing it up by saying we're not pointing the finger directly at CJ. We're pointing the finger on the fact that the entire offense can be derailed right now, or at least apparently can be derailed in a hostile environment on the road. Mediocre, middle-of-the-road teams, their hopes are at the end of the season to finish 500 on the road because the road's a tough place to play. But if you are trying to be and you have the belief that you can be one of the upper echelon teams in this league, then you plan on going on the road and doing better. And you plan on having a winning record on the road just like you have a winning record at home. And that's where the difference lies as you're trying to get to a place where everybody thinks they can get.
Yeah, the win-loss is something that maybe you can't put a whole lot of stock in because Dave is right. You're normally going to have a better record at home than you are the road. But all of a sudden, it's 100 less passing yards per game. The passer rating is lower, 16 points lower. And this year's too small of a sample to look at the best teams in the NFL, their home road record. But last year in the NFL, 10-win teams on the road. Pittsburgh on the road, 5-3, a better record on the road. The Rams were 5-4. Dolphins won 11 games. They were 7-2 at home, 4-4 on the road. So that's not a great split there. Philadelphia 5-4 on the road. Cleveland 3-5 on the road, 8-1 at home. So bad split there. Kansas City was 5-4 at home, 6-2 on the road. Ooh. Buffalo 4-4 at home, not great. Detroit 6-3 on the road.
Wait, Buffalo was 4-4 at home.
No, they were 4-4 away. They were 7-2 at home. Yeah. Not a great split. Detroit 6-2 at home, 6-3 on the road. Dallas 8-0 at home, 4-5 on the road. Maybe that was the biggest sign that they were a fraud. San Francisco 5-3 at home, 7-2 away. Baltimore 6-3 at home, 7-1 away. Ooh. So a lot of those teams that had 10 wins were actually better on the road than they were at home. Brian, do you have any thoughts that maybe the Texans aren't so great away from home?
I share some of your sentiments that I don't think it's necessarily a C.J. Stroud issue, but a Texans offense as a whole. If I was going to nail it down to anything specifically, it's been what we talked about, the majority of the last two shows, the offensive line, the protection in front of C.J. I don't think it's necessarily a C.J. Stroud thing. I think it's an offensive line thing, whether it be the injuries and kind of just the moving chairs that moved in starters in and out of the lineup last year or this year with guys not performing well, specifically in the interior of the offensive line. I like any quarterback, CJ, if you don't protect him, and he certainly wasn't protected against Minnesota or Green Bay this year, is going to struggle, and I think that's a large part of it. Now, I will say, if we're going to point some blame at CJ, when you look at some of the games both last year and this year, and it would be natural. He's the first-year quarterback last year, second-year quarterback this year, but he does seem to drop off quite a bit against the upper-level defenses, which isn't uncommon for anyone, much less a young quarterback. But I think this is mostly an offensive line protection issue. Doesn't protect well when they can't communicate in loud environments, and then CJ struggling against the upper-level defenses.
Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, Rocktober. He's going to hand out some winners when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5. And ESPN 92.5.
Hey, a word for the people at Vanderford Air, and VanderfordAir.com is where you should go to see all the different services that Vanderford offers. The main thing that I'm here to tell you is if you're looking for an air conditioning company, sometimes you're in a rush. It is an emergency. Your AC is out, the heat is on, and you think you are in trouble. Go to VanderfordAir.com and then call them and save this number in your phone, 281-557-COOL. It's easy to remember, but when you need it quickly, and they are going to react. The minute you call them and say something's going on, within 24 hours, they guarantee they're going to be at your door. That's huge because a lot of times when you call AC companies, especially when you're in the dog days of summer, there's so many different people that have already called them that they basically tell you, yeah, you're at the end of the list, and the list is this long, and we might get to you in a couple of days or maybe a week. You're not willing to wait that long, nor should you. That's why you go to Vanderford Air, because you call them, and within 24 hours, they're there to see you. It's that simple. They guarantee it, and they will be there to help. And once they get there, everything they do, they're going to put in writing. They're going to do anything that you want them to do in terms of they can fix your AC unit. They'll put it in writing what it costs to fix with the part. They'll put it also in writing what it would cost to put a new system in to give you the options that you deserve. Then when you choose which option that you want to go with, from their workers and the work that they do to the part and or system that they install to the way that your home is cooled and the temperatures that they achieve, everything is 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. And that's all you can ask for when you get to a service company. So many times you go to these service companies or you got a home warranty and the company shows up, they're in a hurry. They try and do the work fast. They use a part that isn't really compatible with the system that you have. It works for a little while, maybe it doesn't work at all. And when you need them to come back, they're not there. There's nothing in writing. There's nothing to lock it up. And you have to sit and wait, and you feel like you've been bamboozled. You'll never feel that way with Vanderford Air. VanderfordAir.com and call them, 281-557-COOL. Lock it in now. Use them when you need them.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Everybody's got a price for Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. It is Locktober. Lee, I know that you're doing well, so I won't bother to ask. Houston, Utah, homecoming at TD-ECU Stadium. Going to be a great night. Get your tickets now, uhcougars.com/tickets. Houston getting 3 points, as a home dog. Tell me my Cougars are going to have a chance in this one.
Well, this Utah team is clearly not real talented, and they're not going anywhere. But sometimes a team hits rock bottom, and they start coming back up here. They're going to start Isaac Wilson, Zach Wilson's younger brother. From what I'm hearing, they're going to go more up-tempo. So I just think that they might be able to hit on a few plays here. And, like I said, this team is gone down to the bottom. And the problem here is Houston, number 132 in red zone offense. Only 134 teams in a barn burner. Utah 20, Houston 13.
Lee got a big one in the SEC right here in Texas, but A&M, after not so good of a performance against Notre Dame, has kind of righted the ship. They look like they might want to be right in the thick of things in the SEC, and LSU, same kind of boat, fighting their way to try and get that berth at the end of the year in that conference championship game. Huge tilt between the Ags and LSU. How do you see it going?
So both of these two teams lose opening week and have really improved significantly. A&M, new coaching staff, so no surprise there. LSU, if they played USC again right now, I think they win by 2 touchdowns. Now, A&M Connor Wegman has looked good in one of his 3 starts here. Came back 2 games ago against Missouri. Didn't look so hot again last week. LSU quarterback Garrett Nussmeier, boy, is he settled in. 18 touchdown passes on the year. And how about this? His offensive line has only allowed him to be sacked twice this year. They found a true freshman running back in Caden Durham, who has almost 400 rushing yards, averaging over 6 yards per carry. And Kyron Lacey and Aaron Anderson, these 2 guys have combined for almost 70 receptions and 9 touchdown passes here. And the underdog, 3-0-1, the last 4 in the series. Wrong team favored. LSU 28-24, straight up.
I love it when you do that, Lee. Was really hoping you did that with the first game, though. Texas Vanderbilt Longhorns giving 18 points, looking to bounce back after the loss of Georgia. 18-point road favorite in the SEC, Lee?
Well, if they had won, I might consider taking Vanderbilt. This is going to be a team that's going to come in, and I think they will be focused. So, they got punched in the face the first 3 series of the game last week, weren't able to respond, and I just think that Georgia's backs were against the wall. Now we have a Texas team that's desperate. There's enough film on Vanderbilt here, and I expect them to come out fast and might even see a trick play or 2 here, put the hammer down here. I like Texas. Sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it. Longhorns 45-17.
All right, Lee, let's switch pages. Let's get into the NFL. And at the start of the year, look, this game looked dicey and juicy. It was San Francisco and it was Dallas. But now Dallas is desperate. Jerry Jones has everybody in an uproar of, are the Cowboys done? Were they ever really going for it at all? And Frisco, with the receiver problems that they have everybody kind of questioning where they are and where they're going. Huge game in the NFC. Frisco given 4 against the Cowboys.
Yep. Yeah, so this San Francisco team has lost by 6-3 and 1 point, and then last week lost by 10 points in a game they should have been just jacked up to play. In fact, I mean, they were clearly handled the entire game here. Their wins have been against the Jets and Patriots, a combined 3-11 record, and then Seattle 2 weeks ago, maybe the only decent game they played all season. Now they got to play without Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk's out for the year. Their Swiss Army knife, Deebo Samuel, he could be out here. He's battling pneumonia. The next 2 receivers are banged up, as well as George Kittle is questionable. So, I mean, they got problems everywhere. Offensive line, defensive injuries here. I know the Cowboys are banged up, but they are coming off of a bye. I like the fact that they've lost to the Niners twice in 18 months, once in the playoffs here. Jerry Jones, trust me, he wants a little return on his investment. I think he'll get it with Dak this weekend. And the 49ers, 23rd in yards per pass play allowed. I think Dak has a big game here. Dallas, outright, 30-20.
Okay. All right. Sticking in the Lone Star State. Texans looking to bounce back after a loss at Lambeau. The Colts, they're looking for a win to tie the Texans atop the AFC South. Both these teams think the other team is a rival. How do you think this rivalry game plays out at NRG on Sunday?
Yeah, so the Texans won a wild game, 29-27 opening week. I mean, Anthony Richardson, it was by far his best game. Counted for 3 touchdowns, including 2 TD throws of more than 50 yards. I don't think we're going to see them be able to hit on plays like that. So, obviously, there's some guys banged up here for Houston offensively and defensively, but I think C.J. Stroud's going to have his will here with this Indianapolis defense. So they're going to be much more inviting here. And Green Bay, I think, softened them up here. The Colts, the problem with the Colts here is just so much problem throwing the football. Richardson just not accurate enough here. And even though DeForest Buckner returns along with Jonathan Taylor, I think this Colts team has a lot of weaknesses, even special teams. I like Houston here, 31-21.
Lee, look, we keep telling everybody, if you like playing games and you need that extra help of someone that really knows what's going on, you got to get in touch with Lee. You got to go to Paramount Sports. Tell everybody how to get involved with you and that free play you got going as well.
Yeah, so the free play is going to be, how about this game? Ole Miss and Oklahoma. Ole Miss needs it or else they'll be eliminated. Oklahoma just looking to find themselves after, some 3 back-to-back-to-back just horrifying performances. So you want to get this game for free. I have a real strong opinion on one side. Just be one of the first 5 callers. Call 800-400-9741. Again, the number 800-400-9741 to get the Ole Miss Oklahoma game on me. And we had another 10-4 week last week, including hit our 40 to 50 unit max wager on the Cincinnati Bearcats. We're now 70-25 lifetime on our 40 to 50 unit plays. So you want to hop on board. This is one of the few weeks where every single sport is in play. And we're going to introduce a brand new promotion. It's called the Halloween Stuart, I said, this is a Booyah Bundle here. The Stuart Smith Booyah Bundle, $147. Stuart Scott did his honor. You're going to get football. You're going to get 10 to 12 plays here. You're going to get baseball, World Series, game 1 and 2. You're going to also get hockey and basketball, 3 days, Friday through Sunday, just $147. One place, ParamountSports.com.
Booyah Bundle. I love it, Lee. Keep crushing it this weekend, all right?
Yep, sounds good, guys. Take care. Be safe.
Cool as the other side of the pillow.
I used to love that saying when I was 3. Yeah. It was
Stu,
really good.
Stu loved it too.
Yeah, that was a good saying. Thank you to Lee for coming on. I like Oklahoma and trying to find myself, especially after my stint in the penitentiary. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Lots going on around the NFL. A couple of these starting quarterbacks this week, I can't believe we were going to see at the starting quarterback positions of a couple of their respective teams. And how about the Rams? Puka and Kupp tonight? Who saw that coming? But is it the last time we see Cooper Kupp with the Rams? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
So I'm way more fired up than I should be about a couple of quarterbacks that are starting in the NFL. I'll get to those in a minute, but first I want to give away some U of H Texas A&M basketball tickets. Power dribble. Houston A&M coming up at the Fertitta Center on Sunday. An exhibition game as Houston hosting A&M. 4 o'clock Sunday inside the Fertitta Center. Proceeds from the game will benefit the greater Houston area, Houston Disaster Alliance Hurricane Barrel Recovery Fund, which assists those, of course, who are affected by the horrible storm. Tickets are available right now, uhcougars.com/tickets. 2 top 20 teams, Houston A&M in a rematch of what was a fantastic NCAA tournament game a year ago. Giving away a pair of, actually 4 tickets to caller number 3 right now to 713-780-3776. So caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. High-level college basketball inside the Fertitta Center Sunday. Houston Cougars hosting the Texas A&M Aggies. And you can get your tickets at uhcougars.com/tickets. All right, way too excited for 2 quarterbacks that are going to be starting on Sunday.
Okay.
First one, I really want to see what – unfortunate that Andy Dalton injured his thumb in this car accident and can't go Sunday. I hate the circumstances around this. But I'm really eager to see what Bryce Young looks like after having a few games off. Like, does he look better? Does he show a little bit of what made him the number 1 pick? Or does he look like Bryce Young the first few games this year, last year? Because if he looks like that, I think the Panthers give up on him.
Yeah, it really sucks if you're Andy Dalton, because this might be the last chance to, prove that you can keep this thing going. And at this point in his career, he was playing decent football. And you get derailed not by a hit on the field, but by a car accident. Thank God him and his family, they're okay. But you're right. From a Bryce Young perspective, yeah, he got some garbage time last week. But overall, the biggest thing is what did you learn while you were sitting down, and how can you maximize that to show that you belong in this league as a starting quarterback? That's going to be really interesting to see, because of the fact that how the mighty have fallen, and so quickly he went from number 1 overall pick to a guy that a lot of people are doubting if he can start in the NFL. So I am curious as well to see how he plays and if he's learned anything while he was sitting.
I don't think he's going to look good either. They're playing Denver. They're playing the
Their
Broncos.
defense is going to be all over the place.
At Denver, too. So, it's bad timing for Bryce Young, because you would really like it if you could cherry pick a matchup against a poor defensive team,
especially secondary wise too.
Yeah, you're playing like Tampa. Okay, Tampa is pretty bad defensively, but no, you're going on the road at Denver, and what might amount as a tryout to see if Carolina's going to give up on you or not as the number 1 quarterback a year ago. The second one that I'm really excited to see, the Cleveland's going all in with the Jameis Winston experience. Now, they get Baltimore. It's not much better than Bryce Young going on the road at Denver, although Baltimore's defense I don't think has been as good as Denver's defense. But Jameis Winston, I think that Jameis Winston has a good chance to throw for 250 yards, 3 touchdowns, but also get picked off 5 times. I'm here for the Jameis Winston experience.
Yeah, you look at what Tampa Bay was able to do against that Baltimore defense, and if they weren't able to do anything else, Tampa was able to throw the football. And Baker, he threw it to the other team a couple times. That's on Baker. But you know what? They were able to have some success throwing. It'll be interesting to see if Jameis can do this and can try to do something positive for a Cleveland franchise that looks like it's pulling the plug, looks like it's trying to move some guys, looks like it's trying to hit the reset button no matter when Deshaun and if Deshaun Watson comes back. It was weird to me that Jameis was all the way down to the emergency quarterback or the 3rd-string quarterback a week ago.
Apparently that was some strategy. They did that out of some strategic reason. I've been reading that if Watson had gotten hurt, that Winston would have started the next game anyways. Okay. So there's something strategic about that. I'm not sure what or why, but that's what I've read.
But this is the smart move. And look, he has been a guy that a lot of fans have been drawn to because of not just the speeches, but because he seems to be all in on Cleveland and the fact that he, really wants this chance. He's paid his dues in New Orleans. He paid his dues here. Now he gets a chance to see what he can do. I'm going to be curious to see if he's capable of being a quarterback in the NFL again.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see what the Jameis Winston experience looks like. And they also switch play callers. They're going with Ken Dorsey to call plays instead of Stefanski. So it's kind of a weird move. It's like, okay, Deshaun's gone, and then Stefanski has his first chance to improve at quarterback, and then he gives up play calling.
You think that's to cover his own rear end? At the end of the year, he can say, hey, look, I wasn't calling plays if you want to pick on the offense for a guy that's been known as an offensive play caller.
I would think that you would want a couple of games with the new quarterback, because it's like, look what I can do whenever I have a quarterback.
Maybe. Okay.
I don't really understand
because I just think you can't get rid of Deshaun because of the contract, and so the coach is going to be the guy that takes it. So maybe this is a way to kind of give yourself a layer to say, hey, look, I turned play calling over to somebody else.
Yeah, it just feels like it's too late for that.
Probably.
Like, it feels like it's too late for that move. I think that the better saving grace to save yourself or to improve the approval rating, whether it's with the fans or whether it's with your bosses, is to do it for, a few games with Jameis Winston, and then the offense looks way better. And then it's like, well, look, Kevin Stefanski's calling a pretty good offense with what has been a backup quarterback in the NFL. Maybe it is Deshaun Watson. But I don't really understand it. Maybe Dorsey's better with, guys who can throw the ball better. Like, I don't really know. Like, it doesn't seem like that would be the case for an offensive coordinator.
Stefanski seems to have had a good career in orchestrating offenses in the past. I'm a little curious as well because maybe you make this move. He didn't want to make a move prior to this because if Dorsey has success with Deshaun, then it looks like he didn't know what he was doing.
Maybe. Yeah, it could be something like that. Puka Nakua's playing tonight out of nowhere. I don't think anybody expected him to come back for tonight's game. They're also getting Cooper Kupp back. The LA Rams. Rams are 2.5-point dogs in this one at home tonight. Public money's like 90% on Minnesota, which people like to run away from public money because they trust Vegas more than they trust the public. But I'm excited to see what Puka and Cooper Kupp look like together. A lot of people are saying trade deadline, Rams are going to be sellers. We've heard Cooper Kupp for a second. Rams are willing to take money. They've denied the Matthew Stafford rumors, but those have even been out there. I think if the Rams win tonight, I think that they hold pat and see what they can do. Because they win tonight, they're 3-4. And you're only a game behind Seattle in what has been a bad NFC West.
Yeah, that we just got done talking to Lee Sterling about the fact that the San Francisco 49ers aren't the runaway leader of that division, and they look like they could be going south way more, just as easily as they could be getting back into the middle of the playoff picture. We know that Seattle doesn't look great. They just look like they're kind of treading water, and they're okay. Arizona the same way. This could be a game where they could get right, and then they could realize they still got a fighter's chance to do something in the NFC. But if not, we got auditions all over the league right now because of the trade deadline and because of the fact that Cooper Kupp had to answer questions this week, and he basically said, I am where my feet are on the ground this week and next week and wherever I'm going to be. And if people are watching this to see his health and if he looks decent and they lose the football game, I think there's a pretty good chance that you're going to get some calls about Cooper Kupp helping out some teams that are going in the right direction. The Stafford thing to me was interesting at the time, but it was also even more interesting that supposedly Minnesota was the team that was talking to them. And that's a slap in the face to Sam Darnold, who's been a huge reason why, aside from the defense, your team is doing what it's capable of doing this year. It's a very intriguing game for all of that.
Who would you rather have be your starting quarterback, Sam Darnold or
Matt Stafford?
Yeah, so why
I
would
actually
you
don't think it's a slap in the face to Sam Darnold because if you're Sam Darnold, you're looking at the Minnesota depth chart and like, okay, well, a year from now, JJ McCarthy's going to take my job. So maybe the trade to the Rams where you play in a similar system under Sean McVay is actually a good thing.
What do we think it would be quarterback for
quarterback?
quarterback?
I don't think it's quarterback for quarterback.
That's the rumor I've been hearing is
Everybody
quarterback
denied
for quarterback.
the rumor, though.
Sure. I mean, of course. Well, why wouldn't they deny the rumor? They have every reason to. I'm just saying, if that rumor is true, let's live in that hypothetical world that it's quarterback for quarterback, then I think it makes sense for Sam Darnold long term, where he gets to go play in a similar system where he's not blocked by an upcoming younger quarterback.
The only way the trade would make some sort of sense for Sam Darnold, for him to be okay with it, is if he was still a starter with a different team, with a chance to maybe get a long-term deal.
That's what the Rams
Otherwise,
would be.
you're 5-1. You're getting a ton of credit for being the reason why they're 5-1. And I'd be pissed off if this trade happened any other way than me going to another situation where I'm starting. And I'd still be pissed off because
that's what the Rams are. It's a situation you'd be starting and you'd have a chance to get a long-term contract. You're not getting that in Minnesota with JJ McCarthy behind you.
Okay. First off, I'm not worried about the feelings of Sam Darnold. If I'm the Minnesota Vikings and I'm trying to win a Super Bowl, I don't care what Sam Darnold is thinking. Secondly, Sam Darnold's a free agent at the end of the year. So, like, in what provides Sam Darnold the opportunity to have more success and show off ahead of free agency, being on the Minnesota Vikings, who are one of the best teams in the NFC, with Justin Jefferson, with Jordan Addison, with Aaron Jones, with Hawkinson coming back, or going to the Rams, who are going to be trading away all of their pieces. So, yes, if I'm Sam Darnold, I'd much rather be in Minnesota than L.A.
Well, I'm sure you'd rather be in Minnesota, but if Sean McVay, running a similar system as trading for you. I think he's already put a stamp on approval of what you've done so far,
The trade,
and
though,
the
is not
willingness
that you're
to.
trading for Sam Darnold. The trade is more about trading away Matthew Stafford. And again, Darnold's a free agent at the end of the year. So, like, what puts him in the biggest position to capitalize and make the most amount of money? Look, McVay can watch what Sam Darnold's doing in Minnesota and sign him in the offseason if they unload Matthew Stafford either at the deadline or this offseason. So he doesn't need to be in LA to draw the lust of Sean McVay and get this big contract. I would, if I'm Sam Darnold, I want to be in the best position to then position myself in free agency. Obviously, it's Minnesota.
Yeah, that's the way I see it as well, simply because of the fact that, he's only going to get probably this one last chance. And so if he's continuing to have success, then basically no matter where he ends up when he's a free agent, this is about the Rams trying to unload Stafford's contract and to just press the reset button at quarterback, hoping to get a cheaper deal with a guy that they can work with. But if I'm Sam Darnold and I'm playing for my best possible scenario for next season financially, then I want to keep doing what I'm doing because I'm getting a whole lot of love for being one of the reasons why a team that nobody had being a true playoff team in the NFC, being a team that is at the top of the NFC.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, what better situation could you walk into than a quarterback for Sean McVay? I mean, we've seen him do this before with
He's in one right now.
I know, but he doesn't have a future there next year. And if Sean McVay and the Rams are willing to pay him now, then he could take that now. There's no reason to even go to free agency.
I don't think that the motive for the LA Rams in a trade for Matthew Stafford is so they can acquire Sam Darnold and immediately give him a contract extension.
I mean, that's the rumor. We cannot believe it, but that's
give
the
him
rumor.
A contract extension?
Yeah.
If that were to happen, I will eat crow and say, my bad, I'm wrong. I just don't see that the LA Rams, if they're unloading everybody, that they're going to then sign a veteran quarterback to lead them into the future with nothing around them other than Puka.
The only thing I can think of, too, from if they need a quarterback, the only reason why that would make even a glimmer of sense is because even if they suck, their picks are all been traded away. I don't know what they have coming up in terms of being able to find a quarterback elsewhere. But to Jeremy's point, you can just sign him at the end of the year. If he has a good year, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, you're unloading Stafford's contract, but do you want a guy that's that far down the road with a team that's going to put a whole bunch of young pieces on the team?
Yeah, they don't have their first rounder next year. So maybe that adds a little bit more credibility to what Brian's saying. Then they have their first after that, it looks like. So, yeah, this is their final year where they don't have a first.
Okay.
No, wait, they do have their first. They do have their first this year. They don't have they don't have their second. They don't have their third. And they don't have their fifth. But they do have their first.
If I'm Sam Darnold, I know the playbook. I know the system. I got all the weapons in the world. The team is having a ton of success that was unexpected. And aside from Brian Flores' defense, I'm the main reason why people are saying the Vikings have taken a step up. I don't want to leave.
Yeah, I would very much rather be in Minnesota than L.A. in
This
the
year,
final
for
year.
sure.
Yeah, but he's a free agent. He can go to L.A. in the offseason.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying you wouldn't be upset because his chance to win the Super Bowl basically goes to zero if he goes to the Rams. But I think there are worse landing spots than going to play with Sean McVay with weapons like Puka and Kyron.
9506 says, excuse me, they have Jordan Whittington. Yeah, Jordan Whittington has been given every opportunity. He
fine.
hasn't run away with it. Tutu Atwell is getting more exposure than Jordan Whittington. Even this, I think it's Tyler Johnson is getting more run than Whittington did last week. And then again, they're getting Cooper Kupp and Puka back. Like Whittington's still a rookie, but he's not really a feature point of that offense. Blaine says Chiefs try to go after Cooper still after getting Hopkins. I read something that if Kansas City's going to be active at the deadline, it will not be for receiver. It looks like they're done at receiver. And there was also some rumors and reports that Hollywood Brown would be back for the postseason. So maybe that
the Cooper Kupp rumor I've been reading is Steelers, which would make some sense. They were in on Ayuk in the offseason. So, with Russell Wilson, maybe they have higher expectations for their passing game. So I could see them making that move to pair him with George Pickens.
I think if the Rams win, they don't sell anybody.
If they win, right. If they win, they don't sell anybody.
Steelers make sense because they were trying to get in on Devontae Adams too. At least that's what the rumors were.
Sure.
So they are looking to upgrade at wide receiver, but a lot of teams are.
Those are just such different receivers. Like Adams and Ayuk, like these big-bodied receivers, and then Cooper Kupp, who's really like a possession guy. He's a possession guy versus
Pickens in that scenario would be the bigger body down the field guy.
0979, Andy Dalton only won one game. Yeah, Bryce Young won how many games? And then Key from LA, we, the Rams, can use some draft capital for Cooper Kupp, move up to get Sanders in the draft. Shadur Sanders doesn't seem like a McVay guy to me.
And Dion has to approve of where he's going.
I mean, if I'm Dion, I would approve of McVay. One of the
should.
better
That
offensive
wasn't on
minds.
his initial list, though.
Who was on his list?
It was all
All
the
of
teams.
his
It
old
was all the
teams.
teams that Dion played for. It's the Cowboys, Niners,
Atlanta,
Ravens,
who's
Commanders, and the Falcons.
Well, that's bad parenting if he doesn't think that Shadura should go to Sean McVay,
I
one of
agree.
the best offensive minds in the NFL. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Do you want to win fantasy football this week? Then you need to listen to Adam Ronis. Join us next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We head to the HRNP guest line, being joined by Adam Ronis, host of Fantasy Life on Sirius XM, the CEO, the boss behind the Dub Club. You can follow him on Twitter at Adam Ronis. Adam, a lot of intriguing fantasy perspectives. First, let's start with tonight's game. Not only is Cooper Kupp going, but they've activated Puka. Puka's going to play as well. Can you trust any Ram receivers tonight to play in your fantasy football matchup this weekend?
Yeah, I think we can trust Cooper Kupp. It sounded like he might have been able to play this past Sunday, and the thinking probably was we have a game on Thursday. Let's be cautious. Sit him out Sunday and get him ready for Thursday. And they won the game. They're 2-4. There's a lot of trade rumors going around Cooper Kupp. But if they win this game tonight, they're one game behind the Seahawks, and they actually play Seattle next week. So I will trust Cooper Kupp. Puka Nacua is more dicey to me. They said that they don't know how much he's going to play. It'll be determined on pregame warmup. he hasn't done anything full speed either in a while. So to me, he's more risky. But I think if you have Cooper Kupp, you can play him.
Adam, I'm looking at, we were talking about last segment, some of the guys that are going to be in and how that affects not just those guys, but the offenses that they're going to be in charge of with Bryce Young getting a second chance in Carolina, with Jameis Winston now taking over Cleveland. Is that a positive for some of the guys or a negative for some of the guys that maybe in the last week or two, especially in the case of Sam Darnold not Sam Darnold, but the Red Rocket and Andy Dalton, that it looked like maybe their offensive weapons might get a little more love fantasy-wise?
It's a huge downgrade for the Panthers, and it's a big problem in fantasy because Deontay Johnson, we've already seen 2 games this year with Bryce Young, and they were awful. 2 catches, 19 yards, 3 catches, 15 yards. So he was unplayable. And now you're going up against the Denver Broncos on the road, who have a great defense, and Patrick Surtain, I'm assuming, is going to be back after missing last week with a concussion. So he's likely to shadow Deontay Johnson, who's been dealing with some injuries. He doesn't want to be there. He said he can't play every position. Rumors about him being dealt, so I don't see how you can play him. I understand we're dealing with a lot of dicey wide receiver situations this week with all the injuries that have occurred throughout the NFL. So you might be in a situation where you're like, I got to put him in. Hopefully you don't. And even Chuba Hubbard is dicey as well. You know, most weeks we've been saying, all right, put him in there. He's been putting up great numbers. But we saw 2 games earlier this year as well with Young. Week 1, he had 6 carries for 14 yards, didn't even have a target in the game. And then the next week, he was 10 for 64 on the ground with 4 catches for 12 yards. So it just basically brings down the entire Panthers offense. Is there a chance Bryce Young all of a sudden sitting and watching has gotten better? Possibly, but I don't think you want to risk that. For Cleveland, though, I think you actually feel better about a lot of things because Deshaun Watson was just playing awful football. To me, the biggest upgrade here is David Njoku. He went from a guy that you were unsure if you were starting him to me, basically a top 5 tight end right now that you really want to get him in there. We know Winston. He's going to take gambles. He's going to take shots. He's going to make mistakes, but he's also going to give his receivers an opportunity. And we saw Njoku last week with 14 targets, 10 receptions, 76 yards, and a touchdown. So I feel good about Njoku, and even Cedric Tillman, who came on last week as well. He was a big pickup off the waiver wire this week. They're playing Baltimore, who has been excellent against the run. So we saw Nick Chubb come back and have that touchdown. He wasn't really efficient as 22-yard rushing. So they'll continue to feed Nick Chubb in a tough matchup. But Baltimore, the way to attack them is via the pass. And they've been giving up a lot of passing production. They've allowed the 2nd most fantasy points to wide receivers. So I think actually with Cleveland, you feel better just because Watson was just bringing the offense down and he was so bad. Carolina just downgrades across the board where it's really difficult to start anyone, especially going in against that Denver Broncos defense.
Adam Ronis joining us here in the Killer Bees. Adam, taking it here locally to the Texans. Tank Dell, after Nico Collins leaves with the hamstring injury, good first week, caught the touchdown pass against New England, and maybe if he catches the early touchdown pass at Green Bay, we're talking about him differently. But I'm curious on 2 fronts: your trust level in Tank Dell, and also with C.J. Stroud, because I think C.J. Stroud, what we've seen so far early in his career, is he's a greater real-life quarterback than a fantasy quarterback, and maybe someone that we have to view as not necessarily an every week start, but a matchup play. What are your views right now on C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell while Nico Collins is out?
Yeah, they've been disappointing. But when you look at this week with C.J. Stroud, there's so many other quarterbacks that are dealing with situations that it really puts them in the top 12 because you have Baker Mayfield, who lost Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, so you don't feel as good about him. Patrick Mahomes is just not putting up stats right now. He's got a good matchup this week, but he's got 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. You got Dak Prescott, who has to go on the road, and San Francisco hasn't been playing well. Brock Purdy, who are going to be his receivers this week. So there's a lot of question marks around him with some of the other quarterbacks. Geno Smith, who's facing Buffalo and might be without DK Metcalf. So Stroud's someone, if you have him, you're likely going to start him. At least it's a better matchup here against Indianapolis, who has not been great defensively. And Diggs and Tank Dell, you're pretty much starting them as well. Last week was bad. You know, the offensive line had some issues, but I think you're expecting Tank Dell to be better going forward here in a good matchup against Indy.
Adam, what am I to do with the 49ers? Ayuk done. Debo has pneumonia. Jennings has been battling an injury. Pearsall first game back after an exit wound. What am I supposed to do with these San Fran fantasy footballers?
I think you have to wait it out and see who plays. I did see Deebo Samuel was back at practice today, so that's a good sign. He obviously is going to benefit immensely without Brandon Ayuk. And that's the problem I've had with the 49ers all these years. It's just like, how can all of these guys, Kittle, Ayuk, Deebo, they can't all be top at their position every single week. And they've had the injuries now. So Deebo is in a great spot. And Jawan Jennings, too. Now, that's going to be the key. Does he play? I actually did go out there and spend a lot of money on him in one of my leagues, but I knew there's a possibility he might not play this week. And next week, the 49ers are on a bye, so I might have to wait 2 weeks for him. But that team's in a spot where I could afford to wait. But we saw Jennings earlier this year when he filled in. He was great. He's been there. He knows the system. Purdy trusts him. So him and Deebo and Ricky Pearsall, it's going to depend on who's active. If Jennings is out, then I think you can roll with Pearsall this week. They're going up against the Cowboys, who have just been horrible defensively and might not get back some of their players. So the 49ers, to me, that's like the biggest situation that I'm eyeing right now, where I'm kind of waiting to see what happens. So I think you just got to wait till we get the final practice reports on Friday and maybe make those decisions Sunday morning, knowing who's active. But if Deebo's active, clearly he's in. Kittle was even dealing with a foot injury. He'll be in. And then if Jennings is active, I am going to play him.
Adam, when you look at some of the sleepers for this week, who are you looking at that might be someone or a couple of guys that some people should be looking at that maybe they haven't thought of, or guys that are going to be kind of forced into action? And then on the other flip side of that, who you staying away from this week because of bad matchups defensively, especially?
Yeah, we mentioned Carolina as a team to stay away from because of the matchups. I think a guy that I'm keeping an eye on is Rashad Bateman, and that's because Zay Flowers didn't practice again today. Flowers hurt his ankle in that game against Tampa, and he did come back, but I don't think he had a target the rest of the game. And Bateman has been getting open. This offense is playing really well right now. They're going up against the Browns. So Rashad Bateman is a guy that gets a good matchup here, and especially if Zay Flowers is out, that's going to open up things for him. I'm really intrigued to see what Tampa does at receiver this week. I really like Jalen McMillan. I drafted him in so many leagues. I wound up cutting him over the last couple weeks, which was brutal, but you have to make tough decisions. You had 5 weeks, you had injuries. McMillan was still the third receiver on the team. He actually was hurt a week as well, but now there's a big opportunity for him, especially if they move him to the slot. That's the key. That's what I'm watching, because we know Chris Godwin was in the slot in this offense, and he was really benefiting from that. Is it going to be him or Sterling Shepard? McMillan, to me, obviously has the higher ceiling. Shepard's the veteran. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. I mentioned Cedric Tillman as a possibility as well, and Hunter Henry for the Patriots as well. He's really been putting up numbers the last 2 weeks, 14 receptions, 133 yards and a touchdown. With Drake May at quarterback, he's at least put some life into the Patriots offense.
Adam Ronas joining us here from Sirius XM Fantasy. Adam, DeAndre Hopkins moves from the Titans to the Chiefs. I'm curious if you think he's basically been a zero this year outside of one game where he caught a touchdown. So I'm curious what your thought is on his potential fantasy boost now going to the Chiefs. And then the grosser part of this equation, I mean, Calvin Ridley's pretty much the only thing left in Tennessee. He too has only had one good game this year, has been pretty much invisible. But is this a situation with DeAndre Hopkins gone where Calvin Ridley suddenly becomes kind of playable in your flex?
Well, Ridley had a game recently of 8 targets and no receptions, so now he'll go up to 12 and get 1 reception. So yeah, you upgrade Ridley a little bit. But he is not practicing today too with a foot injury, so they're a mess there. You want to say yes for Ridley, but we just haven't seen anything, and they're going against Detroit on the road, so it's a really tough spot. So I want to see it first. As far as Hopkins, yes, it's an upgrade. I mean, this is as good as it gets for Hopkins, who was playing on a non-competitive team. He also has been dealing with injuries. He had an MCL issue back in late July, so I'm sure that's a factor. But we see, you go to Kansas City, and everything is cured. I mean, Juju Smith-Schuster has done nothing for years. He has a 7-catch, 130-yard game. Kareem Hunt, no one wanted him. He was sitting on the couch. He comes in, is now getting 20-plus touches every single game. So when you go to Kansas City, you are blessed with a new life. Everything goes well. You don't lose games. Your quarterback is one of the favorites for MVP with 6 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Things are great in Kansas City.
Adam Ronas, you can catch him on the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM, and then the Dub Club, and you're killing it on the Dub Club. 16 games above 500 in the NFL, and you got a special deal for listeners, huh?
Yeah, definitely. You could check it out. NFL's been going well, 34-18. NBA as well, went 3-1 in the NBA last night. So I have a special right now, 75% off your first month. So go to my Twitter or X at Adam Ronis. Click on that link. It's for a limited time. So make sure you take advantage of it now.
Appreciate it as always, Adam. Have a great fantasy football weekend.
You guys as well.
Adam Ronis. Catch him on Fantasy Live Sirius XM, host of the Dub Club as well, where he's been killing it on the Dub Club. All right, Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? What are the worst takes of the week? Similar to, maybe betting Bronny James to score more than 1.5 points. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for Doc Linville and his staff. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. Yeah, you probably don't know what the NeoGraft procedure is unless you've listened to me and Granado and the others that have had the procedure. But you need to if you're losing your hair. The NeoGraft procedure is a phenomenal way to get your own hair back, and it's your hair. It's not fake hair. It's not spray hair. It's not all the gimmicks that you see on TV. No, it's your hair, and it's taken from a place that genetically you're never going to lose it, which is the sides and the back of your head. And I found that out in a free consultation that I had with Doc and his staff that I wasn't aware of. You never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he takes some of that in the NeoGraft procedure, puts it where you need it most, almost like replanting sod in your lawn. And the next thing you know, you see the follicles there, and they get really settled in, and they get their deep roots settled in. And the next thing you know, in 6 to 9 months, you've got thick, strong hair that grows the same direction and is the same color as your rest of your hair. And you have it for the rest of your life because he's taking it from a spot where it never goes away. The same thing with PRP treatments. Maybe you do have hair left on your head. It's just thinner than it was. It doesn't look, it's brittle. It doesn't look the way it used to, and you don't like it. The PRP treatment, kind of like fertilizing your lawn, gets that grass to kind of thicken out again and be stronger, longer, and better for you for the rest of your life. They are fantastic treatments and procedures, and it's all at Doc Linville's office right in the Med Center. All you got to do to get in touch with them, go to 975hair.com. You go there and you get the consultation just like I did for free. Everybody off the street pays $150. You listen to us, you want to talk to them, you get that consultation by going to 975hair.com. Sign up, go in, ask questions, get answers, have them explain everything to you, see if you might be the next in line to get the procedure or the treatments, and maybe you can see what I did, which is instantaneously, I've got hair again. And in 6 to 9 months, it has looked fantastic. It continues to look great. I am as happy as I can be. You could be next in line. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com, sign up, and tell them I sent you by.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. I don't know if you guys remembered this, but Tony Romo gave the Houston Texans at the end of the first half whenever they were on the road at Green Bay. He felt good about things. He thought that the Texans were on the brink of winning that game. Here was Tony Romo, the worst 8-team color commentator in the NFL.
And I think the Texans have kind of figured out structurally how to actually attack this Green Bay defense, and I think they have a great chance now to win this game.
There you go. They figured out the Packers defense. They were in for a dominant second half offensively, and not only were they going to figure things out and perform offensively, they were going to win that game. They were going to win the game. Tony Romo nailed it.
He is definitely.
You just made the list.
From all the rumors you hear about the fact that, first he was all dialed in and he couldn't wait to get to the different cities and talk to the different players and coaches. And now they say, it's hard getting him there in time for the game, let alone to watch practice and do those things. You listen to him, he's lost his fastball. It's not entertaining to listen to, and he's not as accurate. And the one thing that everybody was drawn to, which was him kind of making play calls and kind of analyzing the game.
I was never a fan.
Oh, I thought he was. I thought it was really intriguing because it was a new wrinkle to have a guy that's an ex-quarterback basically read defenses on the fly and tell you where the play's going and what was happening.
Couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand it. I thought he was overrated from the moment that he started doing it. People loved him for whatever reason. I never understood the Romo thing. But that's not what you're supposed to do as a color guy. You're supposed to break down what happened, not tell me what you're predicting is going to happen.
Right, but then, I still think after the play happened, he then would elaborate on it a little bit further. But at the same time, I think because it was something new, it was like the new bell and whistle that no one else had done in broadcasting that we hadn't seen, that everybody was enamored with it.
Yeah. Next up on Bad Take Boulevard, Tony Romo. He's the reason the Texans lost. So ESPN Game Day this past weekend, they all picked Texas to beat Georgia. And Kirby Smart, safe to say, took it a little bit personal.
Nobody gave us a chance. Your whole network doubted us. Nobody believed us. And then they tried to rob us with calls in this place. And these guys are so resilient. You know what I mean? We talked about intent. What was our intent when we walked on the field? Our intent was not to take pictures, not to do all the superstar stuff. Our intent, our intent was to eat.
Eat. He's a dog.
Go Dogs.
Ugh.
Brian was shaking his head.
Yeah, the whole time Brian was shaking his
There's
head.
nothing more annoying to me in sports than the
Somebody
athlete
who beats Texas.
Well, that's on the list. No, but the athlete or the coach of a highly ranked team that has lost one regular season game in the last 2.5 years. No one believed in us.
They were underdogs.
Everybody was betting against them.
Everybody,
me.
Everybody on game day.
Pat McAfee picked against you on game day.
Them, not just
Woe
Pat
was
McAfee.
you.
All of them. Saban did. Lee Corso did.
Oh, Desmond Howard picked against you too?
They all did.
Woe is you, Kirby Smart. My bad.
I hear a little
Shut
bitterness.
up.
I see defensiveness and bitterness.
Brian, bitterness
no
looks
one
so
believed
ugly
in
on
us.
you, Brian. Bitterness looks so ugly on
The
you.
pass blocking continues, just pushing and backing and pushing and backing.
No one believed in us. We're Georgia. Shut up.
They were favorite. They were underdogs.
They were technically, +4 underdogs,
Wrong
but they've
team was
lost one
favored.
regular season game in 2.5 years. No one
big
believed in
time.
us.
Someone's bitter. A lot of people got with the NFL meme tweet with Deshaun Watson got hurt. He was carted off the field. Then the NFL meme dubbed some wrestling. You deserve it. Blah 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 blah. There's a few people that got with this. There's the
Just an
chant.
unbelievable scene. Deshaun
Great
Watson
dub,
carted
by the
off the
way.
field. This was seconds ago. Just from both teams giving you more
So that's enough of that. You get the gist. NFL meme dub that you deserved it over the TV broadcast. And there were some people out there, you know who you are, like Brendan Scott, Will Kunkel, that fell for this on the internet. They fell for that. So they got, and because of that, those fellas and everybody else who fell for it, you know who you are, you made the list.
You just made the list.
You guys tried to get me with that.
Yeah, I don't know what you did, though. Like, you just kind of, pretended like it didn't happen.
No, I just pretended honestly, it did, which I didn't hear it, that I had not seen that, but I did see when they cheered.
Yeah, you didn't really.
I think Joel had his head on a swivel. I think he suspected the screen pass. We were trying to sneak by him.
I wonder why.
It was crazy, though. He didn't even acknowledge it. He just, went on with his take. I was like, oh, okay, well. He gave
Acknowledge
he gave us
me!
the cold shoulder. So an all-time bad food take. All-time bad food take. This guy who does radio in Colorado, that's all I know about him, does radio in Colorado. I saw this on the timeline today. Colorado has the best Mexican food better than California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, better than Mexico, Mexican food. Taco emoji. So Jeff Hunt.
Is this guy a chef or does he own a restaurant or is he a food
It looks like he's a host on some conservative radio in Colorado.
Would you find a restaurant that actually had something that you really, really took a liking to, but that you just decided to overly boast about and just completely go off the deep end?
I can see someone Mexican with roots here or somewhere that would come with a background in cooking Mexican food, moving to Colorado, opening a great restaurant. But that'd be one restaurant. That's not the entire state versus states that live it every single day. So, yeah, it's a bad take.
Yeah, so Jeff Hunt, you made the
You
list.
just made the list.
Although I think he accomplished what he was trying to accomplish. 37,000 views.
Ooh,
and
really?
Yeah, he got what he wanted.
A lot of animosity in the responses.
He's getting ratioed, but I mean, he farmed engagement. He kind of executed. He actually followed me after I put him on the list too, which is kind of weird. Here's a question for you though: is Texas Tex-Mex better than Mexico Mexican food?
I think that there's a specific kind of
two different.
Yeah, there's
So
a
different.
taste.
Very different.
Yeah, but there's an acquired taste for the true Mexican food.
Would agree.
As opposed to, and the same thing could be said about the Tex-Mex.
A lot of real Mexican food too, and I know this because my grandma would make this stuff when I was a kid.
And I'm Mexican.
Is right. Is very, very like it's kind of cheap food. Like a lot of these people come from poverty, right? So they have to season things up. That's why it has so much flavor. That's why it tastes so good.
Same way barbecue started.
Okay, that's weird. I didn't know that about barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue started where they would take inexpensive pieces of meat because that's what they could afford, and
What
they
part
would.
of the cow is inexpensive though?
Well, I mean, if you go far back enough, seafood used to be thought as poverty food too. But they would take these cheap cuts of meat and do the slow and low, all the seasonings to make the best they could out of these pieces of meat that they could afford.
Like if you think about it, like what's big, like rice, like easy to like cheap beans. Be careful saying that on Twitter. Like flour, all of this stuff, and the same thing with New Orleans, like rice, beans, jambalaya, like all of these things that you just have to over season to make taste good. Like people from Louisiana said that they could make an old shoe taste good. So very similar to that. But yeah, I would actually say Tex-Mex.
I prefer Tex-Mex, but I like both.
too.
I mean, Mexico, you're getting a little bit of goat, stuff like that, stuff that you're not really familiar with. The palate's a little bit. I used to like goat when I was a kid, and then I kind of grew out of it. I started to see hair on the meat, and I was like,
Oh, yeah, that'll be enough to turn me
you see
off.
a little bit of hair on the meat. Virginia wants to put Brian on the list as well for his food take, in which he said that blackberry jelly is the best.
Has she tried it?
Jelly.
Virginia, have you tried it?
I don't think Virginia's a she, but
What, Virginia's not a she?
I don't think Virginia on Twitch is a she.
I don't either.
Pretty comfortable.
Yeah,
saying that.
I think I'm pretty
just
sure
assumed
of
with
it.
the name.
Brian just called you a she, Virginia.
Well, okay.
You just made the list.
A second one for this week.
Oh, man. Mike Jones of The Athletic, he wasn't the only one, saying the Texans should be sellers at the deadline. Weird take to me. You make
Me
the
too,
list.
yeah.
You just made the list.
Bleacher Report had a best worst fit for top free agents in Major League Baseball. They list that Garrett Cole's best fit is the Houston Astros. Tell me, Bleacher Report, that you don't pay attention to the Houston Astros without.
Yeah.
I mean, although they signed the best reliever this past offseason, the most expensive reliever, and
Garrett
they also
Cole's
signed
not
the
going
most
for $95
expensive
million,
first
though.
baseman the year prior to that. And then I think it was Poor Marine. Yeah, it was Poor Marine. He puts Mapes on the list. Apparently,
You just made the list.
Mapes picks this weekend from Saturday's Bull Bleep show, he says. He had Carson Beck for throwing over 275 yards. He threw for 175. He predicted a touchdown for Matthew Golden, did not score a touchdown. Katravian Wisner, I don't know. Had him for over 58 yards rushing, actually 52. He says, Poor Marine, to fade headband boy on everything he says this week. Let's be more cautious with predictions moving forward. So I believe it's the first time that Sean Mapes is on the list.
You just made the list.
You know what I love about that, though? It proves what we've said before, that people who hate you listen twice as long. Because Poor Marine hates us, and yet he's listening to the bullpen on the Saturday.
I don't know
that PM hates us.
I don't know if he hates you.
Well,
I just don't think he likes your. I wouldn't even say
He might hate certain individuals in our group.
I know. I'm
Okay,
talking
all right.
about me since I'm the host
You
of
think
that
he hates
show.
you? I mean, listen. I think he disagrees
said he
with your
hates
take.
us.
Well, I'm a part of. Okay. Well, anyway,
I don't think Poor Marine hates it. Poor Marine sent me money once.
Did he?
that doesn't mean he likes you.
I mean, it's better the. I mean,
careful now.
If you send somebody money, they're more likely to like you than not like you.
Or you just want to be a man and
Or,
be on
yeah,
your
you just
best.
want to make sure you take care of your.
It wasn't a bet.
Oh,
it wasn't a bet. It was a go.
I don't know. Service?
No, I can't. I don't think I legally cannot say.
Oh,
because it would void the transaction between the two of us.
Okay.
So I legally cannot say.
Right. I think. Yeah, I think I got it now. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Goldfish makes the list. They're temporarily changing
Saw
their
that.
name to Chilean sea bass crackers to attract adults.
To attract adults.
I mean, it's
what
kinda,
adults do I hear? Chilean sea bass cracker sounds good. I'm gonna go grab a bag of those.
What adult other than Bobon is eating goldfish?
I love goldfish.
Okay, two.
what's
Bobon
his
and
name?
Jeremy Branham.
No, Tobias Harris.
Parents. You know who eats goldfish that are adults? Parents that buy them for your kids, and then you go into the pantry like,
That's right.
salty snack. This looks pretty good right around now.
Tobias is Bobon's best friend. They do the commercials
Really?
together.
Apparently, this is just a marketing ploy, and that it's only temporary, and that you can only order them online. But kind of funny. All right, Willa Bits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get with Willa Bits.
You just made the list.
Who made the list? Who made the list? For saying Willa Bits is great.
No,
I
it
made
was
the
a slip.
list.
It was a slip of the finger.
You made the list again.
Again, that's 3.
All right, what are you getting with the Willa Bits next? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we talked a lot between Adam and Lee and all the games that are going on about a lot of football this weekend, and maybe you're engaged in that baseball series that's going on that really no one here should care about. But regardless, if you're going to have people over to the house to watch some sports, regardless of what you're serving from a food perspective, and we talked about all the great heats that you can serve from the wings and the pizza and the chips and dips and all those kind of things. But what you serve for beverages matters too. And just like you serve beer or hard liquor, I suggest you get yourself some Stella Rosa wines. Stella Rosa wines are awesome. They have just the right amount of alcohol with all natural fruit flavors and some spice, and they will go with just about everything you are serving at your get-together, whether it be a tailgate party or a viewing party. It's going to be an extra added beverage that people are going to love. You serve it chilled, and it's easy to enjoy. You don't have to nurse it because, like I said, there's just the right amount of alcohol, and it tastes delicious with all the foods on the table. Check it out today because it's available at your local retailers as well as your local liquor stores, and there's a variety of flavors to choose from. Oh, and by the way, they're also giving away tickets to the biggest college football game of the season. All you got to do, aside from going to your local retailer and picking up some Stella Rosa wine, is go to ESPNLADreamTicket.com for your chance to win 2 tickets to the biggest college football game of the season. Stella Rosa Vines, again, found at your local retailer. And remember, enjoy it chilled and always celebrate responsibly.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Branham.
What? Who put this in the rundown? A couple of texts real quick to Bad Take Boulevard. I wasn't paying attention. That's on me. 3243-97.5 crew saying Rockets were going to dog walk the Hornets.
Pretty true.
On social, every host had the Rockets beating the Hornets. Although my score, I only had the Rockets winning by 1. So I think I was the closest.
You had them
the
winning
score
1-0.
being 1-0.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't the score. It was just them going 1-0. But, could be looked at as I was the closest. Price is Right rules.
If you're looking at it.
967, that guy did, or lady. 9673, I lived in Colorado for 16 years, and their Mexican food is garbage.
There you go.
I would agree. Ocho, I prefer Taco Bell to authentic Mexican food.
Oh, no.
I think a lot of gringos would. I actually agree. I actually think a lot of gringos would.
Why? Because you
it's
love
so
sitting on the
different.
toilet for an hour?
Real authentic Mexican food is so different.
I know it's different, but nonetheless, it's still real food. Instead of like processed food and
Who are you talking to? We eat more processed food than any real food or whole food.
But I'm saying, as much as you said,
You
it's
might
still
not.
it's still corn and rice and the chicken or the beef is still like the real instead of like processed versions of that for Taco Bell.
It's debatable. It's debatable. Depends on where you're
And there's
getting
more
your food
flavor.
from.
It is spicier, but there's more flavor.
I think there is more. I mean, I like it more, but I am who I am. All right, Willa Bits here. Brandon Willa.
And I'm Mexican.
Thank you. Right, a little delayed. He was the opposite of Laramie Tunsil trying to get a head start on a snap.
And I'm Mexican.
670 to the score. They suggested the Cubs trade for Josh Hader. So this would be one way for the Astros to get creative to shed payroll right on the hook for what, $19.5 million or whatever it is. I think it's 19.5. Here's the thing. Here's why I'm being Buzzkill Branham, kind of what I do. He has a full no trade clause in his contract. So like the Cubs, we're the Cubs. Come on, Josh Hader. Come on down. Be the new closer for the completely useless by September team in Chicago. Josh Hader, I don't think would accept that. First off, one, it's not easy to trade for a closer that's making that much money. That is a big financial commitment that the Cubs would have to make. Secondly, Josh Hader now would have to waive his no-trade clause. Josh Hader was talking all offseason and all year about how he was looking for a place to lay down his roots, to be there for a while. It was the whole reason he had the trade clause put into his contract. So the idea, whether it's from a Cub perspective, there's probably a good amount of Astro fans that would be perfectly okay with Josh Hader being traded because he is making $19.5 million and the Astros are being quote-unquote creative with their payroll. But the Buzzkill Branham element of this, Josh Hader's not going to waive a trade to anywhere, in my opinion. He's going to be here for the duration of his contract, maybe not the final year if the Astros are out of contention. They trade him at the deadline. But Josh Hader's not going anywhere, and he's not going anywhere soon.
No, I mean, when you think about it, too, as much as he probably didn't want to admit it, I think they had his old man on at a home game where I think the family all lives in Texas now, and I think that as much as he didn't want to admit it till free agency played out, he wanted to be here. I think that he liked it when he first got a taste of the organization when he was here previously, but for whatever the reason, he wanted to be as a member of the Houston Astros, and he got what he wanted. Why in the hell would you suddenly, after only one season, decide that I'm going to waive my no trade and I'm going to go to the Cubs? I mean, this sounds like a conversation for Locked On Cubs talk in the offseason, because here it just, come on, man. It's not happening.
The chances of, and look, there's never a 0% chance for everything. There's always a chance for anything. Josh Hader has a less than 1% chance of accepting a trade. I think it's that
Agreed.
low. I think it's that low.
I think that's high.
I do too.
Yeah, he ain't going anywhere. And believe me, just ask him. He's not going to take a trade. He is happy where he's at, and he's going to stick it out.
Let's play the less than 1% chance. Would you be okay if Josh Hader was traded?
Yeah.
I think it depends on a lot of things. Like, your bullpen does take a huge hit. Like, now you only have one guy that you really trust in your bullpen. Some people might not trust Hader. I think Hader's going to have a bounce back year and be fine. But if you were to trade Hader, all you have is Abreu.
Yeah, you got Abreu. You're stuck with Presley for another year.
Right. Don't trust him, though. That's why I didn't include him.
But at the same time, you do and again, what you get back and how that affects your bottom line matters. But if you can clear all that money for the foreseeable future that you had to pay Josh Hader off the books, then there are ways that you can fortify your bullpen and not be stuck with 4 more years of Josh Hader at 19 a year.
I'm in a weird spot with Hader because he didn't have a good year, and I don't believe in signing big contracts to relief pitchers. but I do think Josh Hader's pretty good. I think he had a bad year. I think that Hader will be fine. Maybe not for the entire life of the contract, but I think he's going to be fine next year after.
I hope he comes back with a vengeance. I hope that, that was just his first year in Houston and kind of getting acclimated and figuring things out, and that, he'll work on whatever he felt like wasn't working and be a different guy next year.
Maybe he'll be different if he trusts the catcher behind the plate. Maybe it'd be different if he mixed in a slider.
That might help. And then when your fastball is not being hit, don't go away from it.
Yeah, I think there's a reason he didn't throw that slider.
Oh, but that's because you're catcher, yeah.
I think there's a reason he didn't throw that slider. Would you be okay with Josh Hader being traded? 713-780-3776. And if you will, you're going to be disappointed because Hader will not waive his no trade clause. I'm not sure how anybody watched that Rockets game yesterday and says that Jalen Green was the problem. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESP. We'll get into the Rockets in a moment. 2180 later, Hater. We have Lance McCullers who can close out games for us next year. Only thing that he's closing down is Maven. It's the only thing that Lance McCullers is closing.
And he's got this new restaurant, right?
I think it's going to be open all hours, so he doesn't have to close that.
Sassy.
I think it is going to be open all day. I think I read that right.
Okay.
Yeah. I wonder if it's going to be next to Maven. Have you been to Maven? Have you tried their coffee? Is it expensive?
No, have not. Don't know.
How much do you think the coffee at Maven costs?
It has alcohol in it too, so I would obviously.
I don't think they all do.
No, but
There's
I would say that
ones.
the coffee without alcohol is probably in the $5 range.
Let's just go like a normal black drip.
Oh, well, I'd say $5.
Let's see.
I bet it matches his jersey number because it's Lance McCullers.
He's got 3 places. I forgot what jersey he wears because
It's 40.
3 locations.
43, right?
40. I think that's right. So is it $4.30, like the basic coffee?
They have a lot of food here. They have more food than I thought.
They have 3 locations for Maven?
They have their salad for all of their entrees, but they don't have their salad. Their salad. They don't have their prices for their coffee.
Are there locations including Minute Maid and Toyota Center?
So they have one on Sawyer Yards, they have one on Thompson, and they have one at stadiums, which I'm sure the stadiums
are
Minute Maid.
Yeah, Minute Maid and Toyota Center.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here's the price for the Sawyer Yards one isn't on here, but here's the price for their Thompson, whatever that is, Thompson location. Their daily drip is $3.75. That's not bad. That's about
what
market
size?
price. It doesn't have a size. I would guess probably about maybe
The
10 ounce,
medium
12
or-
ounce
yeah,
cup,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
And maybe if you go there, it's free refills. Since it's the daily drip, I might go one day, do my show prep for Maven just to get a little behind the scenes. See if he's there.
Taking the ambiance.
See if he's there. You do a little gotcha journalism. Hey, Lance, you pitching this year? And then see if he answers or if he
film it. Savvy.
You punch me in the face. But if he's throwing like low 90s, I'm not really worried about him punching me in the face. It won't hurt. All right. Sassy. Everybody, I saw a bunch of people, and this is what Rockets turn into, is like they lose a game. And yes, it was a bad loss. There's no arguing that. You're up by 18 points against a bad team, and then you find a way to lose it. You get out-rebounded in double figures. Jabari had 5 rebounds, whatever we said that it was. This is what happens a lot of times, though, when it comes to the Rockets. Well, who's to blame? And then usually if the Rockets lose, it's, Jalen Green. He's the reason to blame. What a bum. He's a bust. He's no good. I don't know how you watched that game yesterday and go, Jalen Green was the reason that the Rockets lost. And no, Jalen Green didn't have like this wonderful shooting game. 9 for 23 is below his norm. 5 for 15, though, is actually at his norm. 5 for 15 is a better 3-point shooting percentage than he had last year, by the way. It's also a better shooting percentage from behind the 3-point line than the entire team did. So you're saying Jalen Green had a bad shooting night. Well, he shot the 3 better than the rest of the team did. Also, 28 points was your leading scorer. Also, you were down by 5 points with about 1:10 left to play, and Jalen Green goes on a 5-0 run to tie it. Do I think Jalen Green had a perfect game yesterday? No, I do not. But there's not a player that I'm looking at where I'm going, Jalen Green played a worse game than that guy. Jabari Smith had 8 points, 5 rebounds. 5 rebounds is your power forward. Dylan Brooks, 2 points, 3 rebounds, 1 for 6 from the floor. Alpi Şengün, yes, was brilliant in the first half. Disappeared, in my opinion, in the second half. He was a turnover machine in the second half. He's trying to go behind the back.
Why
on
is
some
he handling
fast
the
break.
ball like that?
Yeah. So Alpi Şengün's second half I thought was bad. Fred VanVleet was 4 for 18. You got nothing out of your bench with the exception of Min Thompson, who played pretty well. But if you watch that game yesterday and you're pointing to Jalen Green as the reason that they lost, I'm thinking you didn't watch the game. I'm thinking you're looking at the box score and you're being a box score analysis.
Here's the biggest thing. The biggest thing is he's the easiest target because of the fact that he just got the contract, because people are still impatiently waiting to see what he truly can be. So they've already been highly critical of him, and they want to be highly critical again. He was part of the problem. The problem was they couldn't shoot. The problem was everybody couldn't shoot. Aside from Alpi's first half, he ended up scoring. But you mentioned VanVleet. He got his points late as well. He's got a few made buckets at the very end. But the fact is that everybody was missing shots. I mentioned how Alpi was missing layups and little 3-4 footers around the basket. They did not shoot the ball well as a team, period. And I kind of think they shot themselves in the foot and took themselves out of the offense that was working, which was more going downhill, attacking the basket, getting out in transition. Instead, they were playing like a soft half-court set where they were shooting really quickly and early in the shot clock and not really working anything else, and no one could make a shot. So, yeah, it's easy to point a finger at just Jalen and say he's the problem, but the problem was they couldn't shoot.
No, they couldn't shoot, but that's the thing. Like, how are you blaming Jalen Green? Well, he was 5 for 15. He missed 10 threes. He was 33% from downtown. You know what the rest of the team was? 29%.
I'll tell you what, man.
He was one of especially in the second half, he was one of your better options. In the second half, I thought he was your best player. in the second half, because Alpi Şengün in the second half was not the Alpi Şengün that played in the first half. Not only like 28 points, whatever, well, he's volume shooter, 28 points, 23 shots isn't crazy. Like, you would like it to be a little bit more efficient, but that's not crazy. It wasn't 28 points on 30 shots. Some of that, of course, obviously helps because he made 5 threes, but he also got to the line and he made his free throws, unlike Alpi Şengün, unlike Jabari Smith, when you had a chance of maybe making 2, missing the third, kicking it out after you get an offensive rebound to tie the game. But yeah, I just don't see how you watch the game and you're like, boy, Jalen Green's the reason they lost today. And we didn't even mention what he's doing on the defensive end. Jalen Green was a willing defender yesterday. That was a good defender yesterday.
I'll tell you, the thing that stood out to me was, of the 5 threes that he made, a minimum of 3 of them were extremely difficult shots. They were contested by 1, if not 2 guys, and he found a way to make them. I would feel better. I feel better in the fact that the ones that he missed, a lot of them were wide open. And I bet you if you asked Udoka, he would tell you, I encourage him to take that shot. And if he's open, he should take it again, because that's exactly what they're looking for. And that's what they want to get. They want to get into an offense where the ball works around so that a guy gets an uncontested, wide open 3. The shots that he was making were actually contested by 1, if not 2 defenders, and he was making them. And I think that you'll see him make that open 3 more consistently as the season progresses. The whole team has to follow suit. Fred VanVleet has got, and it was funny that we were talking about who's going to make shots. Fred VanVleet is supposed to be able to knock down 3s, especially wide open ones. He was stepping into 3s, and they weren't good, and he did not look good shooting them. I know Dillon Brooks last year had a 30+ percentage shooting 3s. Dillon Brooks is not the guy you want to consistently shoot 3s, but everybody on that floor last night was guilty of not shooting the ball well.
I'm okay if Dillon Brooks has a wide open catch and shoot 3, but he shouldn't be shooting 3s off the dribble or if they're contested. And I understand that Jalen Green missing 10 threes does not look great. I understand that that is not ideal. And there are times, like, because Jalen started off pretty good. Like, he started off the game like, okay, he's knocking down some 3s early. He's getting to the basket. He's finishing. And then he had a lull where he couldn't really buy a bucket. He couldn't buy a shot. I do wish that Jalen Green would have a little bit more sense in those moments and attack the rim more. You know, if you're going to miss, some 3s, maybe stop shooting the 3 and attack the rim. But then he was able to finish strong. So it's like, okay, it's a catch-22. If he completely stops shooting the 3 because he senses that he's not on, he doesn't have the opportunity to hit a couple of late like he did yesterday. And again, was instrumental in that little 5-0 Jalen Green run by himself in crunch time whenever he tied the game.
I think the other thing too, Jeremy, is the fact that it wasn't just the misses in people's minds that were casually watching the game. It was the fact that he had an air ball and 2 that clanked really hard off the backboard as well as the rim, that people all of a sudden got this notion he can't shoot. He's terrible. He's not making 3s because of the fact that they looked like that. And I totally agree. What do we always say if a guy that's a scorer or a shooter is having an off night? Get to the free throw line and then get to the basket. He's got the hops. He's got the hang time. He's got the athleticism. He can finish to where when he goes through those lulls where he's not making a couple of 3s, put it on the floor, put someone on your hip, whether you put him on a poster or not, get on the line, and you'll probably right the ship.
To that point, he led the Rockets in free throws, though. Like, do I want them to be more? Yes, absolutely. But he was the leader in free throws yesterday for the Rockets. Oh, he can't be missing all these 3s. Well, he shot 33% from downtown, which is better than his season average last year. Marginally, it's about the same. But the rest of the team shot 29%. So if you want somebody to shoot a 3 and he's at 33 and the rest of the team's at 29% combined, who do you want taking the 3?
I think here's the other thing, too, because a lot of people were surprised with the extension, and now they're trying to turn him into something that he hasn't had the opportunity. He's still a work in progress. He's still not a finished product. He's still learning as he goes, especially even in year 2 of Udoka, what he needs in this system and how he's going to be as successful as he can be. So just because he got the money doesn't mean he's going to be the player that a lot of people expect him to be right now. They're banking on him eventually being that player, but there are going to be nights like this. And unfortunately, it was a night like this where he still, for his sake, he still got the points. He got to the line. He did things, but the rest of the team didn't help him at all because they were worse than he was.
Yeah. And I think he's a better defender than people give him credit for. Like, people still remember the Jalen Green defense under Steven Silas. I think Ime Udoka has groomed Jalen Green to be an above average defensive player.
I think he's starting to really, now from a team perspective, again, similar to your point on offense, from a team perspective, their rotations were terrible. The ability to switch and slide and rotate was not in their DNA last night. But from him individually going from where he came from to starting to really understand the concepts of an Udoka defense, it's visible. You can see it if you just isolate on him and watch him. the fact that he's starting to understand what's expected of him on the other end.
Probably better defensively when Alpy wasn't on the floor, because now you can switch everything whenever Alpy's not on the floor versus when Alpy is on the floor. He's trying to defend the pick and roll, and then they're like sliding through, and then Alpy has to stick to his man as opposed to switching everything. I mean, it's the reason that Ime Udoka took him out of the game at the 4-minute mark.
There it is, but it's also the reason why the casuals are gonna. The next thing they're gonna go after is they can't play together, because first of all, I saw it already, because Alpy had the big first half, Jalen had a better second half. Well, that means they can't play together. Well, did you watch the entire game and understand how it was going and how no one was shooting and no one was doing the things right? And then they went away from running their offense, because that's going to be an easy, shot to take at both of them now that they both got paid. But the challenge is on the coaching staff and the offense to kind of get the best of both of them. But both of them have too much talent to say they can't play together. Guys in the league learn how to play together.
I thought they played well together in the first quarter, early second.
First half, but again, I think that's also because they stuck to the structure of the offense. And I think that they started freestyling in the second half, feeling good about themselves after they got up 18 and went completely away from the reason why they were up 18.
I think a part of it, too, is that Alpy was just bad in the second half.
He missed too many bunnies.
He missed not only that, but he's like losing the ball. He's throwing it away. Dre on Twitch mentions that the bigger issue was allowing open shots down the stretch. You're 100% right. Like, the bigger issue was the fact that their defense was atrocious in the second half. You're correct about that. And I think that the bigger issue than that was the fact that they got crushed on the glass. I just don't know how you watch the game and you're like, oh, Jalen Green was the reason they lost tonight. No chance. 8664, the Rockets issue has less to do with not having a star, Ocho, and more to do with having an imbalanced roster. These aren't championship pieces. I think it depends on who they're around. Now, the imbalanced roster spot or the roster take, I don't disagree with that a whole lot.
No, it's accurate.
They lack scoring after Alpy and Jalen, and mostly whenever Jalen's playing well.
Yeah, they got a shooter in Reed Shepherd, but he's nowhere near being a guy that you can say, well, he can step right in and he can score for us, because this is a grown man's league, and he's still growing into his body and understanding what it takes to play on the next level, having only played one season on the previous level. So it's going to take some time for a lot of these guys that a lot of people aren't patient enough to wait for. But right now, there's no doubt about it. This is not a championship caliber team. It's far from it.
He didn't say that. Though.
But I think that from a star perspective, it's going to be an interesting situation to play out, because, as Kelly Eco told us, they're kind of locked into this unit now for a while. And so you're either going to have to look for trades if you're trying to upgrade, or you're going to have to hope that the development of some of these guys allow one or two of these guys to be a third, fourth scorer on a more consistent basis.
See, I don't necessarily agree with Kelly's point that they're locked into this. If a star became available now after December, because you can't trade them yet, but if a star became available and they're not too thrilled with Jalen or Alpy, I think they'd be quick to trade them for that star. I just don't think the star is available.
Don't forget, too, you got Fred and you got Dylan Brooks. So if you need the money just to make a trade work.
Oh, they have no problem.
Yeah, they got that.
Yeah, they have no problem making salaries work. I'm actually exhausted about these star talk, though. Like, hey, they lost to the Hornets. They need a star. Okay, cool. Where can I get one?
Well,
where can I get that star, man?
Here, let me ask you this. Do you consider Ball a star?
No.
Because, see, that's the thing. A lot of people do. And you could probably, not that he's available, but you also got to get the right star. Because if you go out and get a guy like him, he's a good player on a bad team. But on a good team, I don't think he can play the way that most good coaches and good teams expect you to play. And so that's a problem in itself. At least with Udoka, you get a guy that are grooming all these guys to play the right way in a system that he wants them to play.
713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Robert in the north side. You're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Robert?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just was listening to some of the Rockets talk. I guess I want to ask a question before I make my comments. So where are you guys on Jalen Green? I'm just curious. Are y'all being patient and waiting to see, or do you have a clear idea of what you think he is as a part of the piece of the future and as a player?
I personally, Robert, the jury's still out for me. I thought this was too soon to make him any kind of a contract offer because I still think that there's too much to prove. I think there's too many things, whether it's an untapped resource or just trying to find out how high or low the ceiling is. I'm not a believer yet that he can get to the level of being a star in this league. But at the same time, I understand why the Rockets felt like they had to do it.
Yeah, I just don't think that there's any sort of risk of doing it. Like it's not that long of a deal. I think it's a tradable contract. I think it would be a player that people covet if they're having to sell a star as well. So I don't think that there was any risk there. As far as like where I stand with them, and I think where the Rockets stand, I think it's why it was a shorter term deal. Is it's kind of a wait and see approach. Like we think that he has a chance to continue to develop into more. Let's buy a couple more years to see if he develops into more. And he may like some. Like Reedy makes quotes on him. He says he's a dog. He says he works hard. He says he loves everything about him. He's a willing defender. All of these things. And he also led you in scoring yesterday. He also shot the three ball better than anybody else on the team did yesterday. He also got to the free throw line more than anybody else did yesterday. He also scored 5 in a row after the Rockets were down by 5 with under a minute and a half left to play yesterday. Like, it's just weird to me. Oh, Jalen Green's the reason that they lost. Was he perfect? No. But then people just ignore the second half that Alpi had. Like, Alpi was atrocious in the second half yesterday. Was he brilliant in the first half? Yes. Was he atrocious in the second half? Also, yes.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I just think that when you look at it too, you're right in the fact that it was a shorter term deal, and whether you believe, that they have the ability to trade him if they don't buy into him or not. There's also going to be teams that realize that they're not in the same position as the Rockets with the plethora of young talent that they have and kind of the roster that they have that would be willing to trade for him and say, I want you to be just like Ball is in Charlotte. I'm going to give you the ball, get out of the way. You're going to be a guy that I can market and put on my marquee. That's exciting. That's highlight film material. It's going to give me 25 plus a night. And really, if we win or lose, it doesn't matter at this point.
I don't think Ime is up for that, though.
No, I don't think Ime is.
Yeah.
I'm saying there are teams that be willing participants in a trade because they could get the most out of him from that perspective.
Yeah, if you do that, I think he can average 25 points a game.
Easily.
Like, are you going to win a lot of games? No. It'd be like Kevin Martin, 25, but he can get you 25 if you're giving him that kind of control and power. 3667, which high draft pick Rocket is living up to the draft pick? Jabari's probably not.
I think Amen Thompson right now is, because in a short period of time, what he's done just in year one that everybody thought he was a work in progress that was going to learn on the bench last year. He maximized his minutes. He showed you that he's got a whole lot of talent. And even what you saw last night you start to realize in a short period of time, he's already taking another step to where it's very positive in what he's brought to the table since he joined the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like what I saw from him in yesterday. He looks a little bit more confident in his shot, too. He hit one of his 2 threes, looked good on one of them. The other one, I think he missed badly. I think he might have even airballed it late. I think it was
wasn't alone.
I think it was the end of the first half, right? End of the first half, he got a little catch and shoot 3, and he just completely missed it. Or maybe it was the end of a quarter.
I don't recall that one. I just, obviously he wasn't alone. A lot of guys missed a lot of wide open looks last night.
I think he airballed it. Cam Whitmore had a bad.
God, he only played 8 minutes.
Bad 3-ball too, though. Yeah, I don't think they like him a whole lot. 0979, man, they're out there talking about superstars. Name them. Like, we need a star.
It's got to be the right fit.
Name
too.
the star. I'll wait. Name the
Superstar,
star.
available, right fit.
Yeah.
Tell me how that works.
Name me the star. I'm so exhausted of that. They need a star. Okay, tell me who. Tell me how. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. How about this head coaching hot seat in the NFL? Dable got the seal of approval, although is that always a good thing? Who is on the hot seat in the NFL? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
U of H taking on Utah Saturday, 6 p.m., TD-ECU Stadium. It's homecoming. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of a crowd at a college football game, especially on homecoming night. Tickets start at just $15. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets, uhcougars.com/tickets, or call 713-GO-COUGS to get those $15 tickets now. Come early, be loud, wear red as we pack the stadium for homecoming. Show our Cougar pride. Support the team. We're giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 4, 713-780-3776. Caller number 4, 713-780-3776. You'll go watch Houston and Utah homecoming this Saturday at TD-ECU Stadium. I'll get to the head coaching hot seat in a moment. 7560 Rockets season over under 500. Over under 500. They went 500 last
Slightly
year.
over. I'll still stick with 43.
Last night's game put such a bad taste in my mouth. I felt
just
good
one
about
game.
the season. I know, but it's an 18-point lead midway through the third against a bad team.
Yeah, but
without
you know
their
there's going to be
starters.
5 or 6 stinkers like that a year.
I put such a bad taste in my mouth. I had all this anticipation and
Brush your
excitement for the
teeth.
season, and they did that. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to do that less these days. 4106. If the Rockets want to win games, Adams will start. If they would rather build up young guys, he won't. Where's he
Stop
starting?
it.
He's starting
He's
over
not
Alpi?
starting over Alpi?
Yeah, he's not starting over Alpi. Although Alpi was pretty.
He's a guy, especially
atrocious
coming off an
second half.
injury, situationally. There's a guy that would have been good last night when they were offense was failing to set some screens, to get some rebounds because they were lacking and they were getting killed on the boards for short periods of time. You need a stop down, a defensive stop late in the game with a body that you can put on somebody that can get a board. You use him, but he's not built for playing major minutes, and he's not a starter in this league anymore.
No, he's a good role player.
Yes.
They like you said earlier in the show, they could have certainly used him yesterday when you lose the rebounding battle by 13 or whatever it was. 713-780-ESPN. Who are the NFL coaches that are on the hot seat after week 7? Uncle Barney says Mike McCarthy, his cheeks are toast. Barney with jokes, Uncle Barney. McCarthy's probably at the top of the list. Like, they're bad. They're
He
not
ain't going
playing
until the end
well.
of the year, though.
No, I don't think he'll be in season.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about a guy that still could go in season, I still think Doug Peterson saved himself a week or two by winning against a bad Patriots team, but at least, their quarterback looked good. I think that Doug Peterson is a week-to-week fluid situation, and if they fall any further back, I don't think the Jags are going to hold back in being able to get rid of him before the season ends.
Looking more into that situation, their offense has been like kind of low-key all right. It's the defense that's been atrocious.
Yeah, but
there.
it's the chemistry and,
No, I'm not
and what
arguing.
you hear about him and Lawrence, that if you've already locked into Lawrence for that length of time,
I don't know if I'd push back a little bit on the chemistry between Lawrence and Peterson. I don't
people
think
have said that it's not as bad as maybe Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, but they've been talking about the fact that they're not on the same page. There's frustration on both sides, that either both guys have had issue with the other. If one guy's going to go out of those two guys, especially if you're not playing great football, you're locked into your quarterback.
No doubt about that. I just think their defense is more of an issue than their
Sure it
offense.
is.
Like the other stuff, yeah. Like they're losing games. It hasn't been a pretty picture there. I'm wondering if they can build any sort of momentum. Like, they beat New England, whatever. But, like, can they stack a couple of wins together and buy Peterson a little bit of time? But I do think their defense is more of an issue than their offense.
But again, you're not going to fire the defense. But if you're underachieving, and still, I think they're going to look past the fact Lawrence hasn't thrown great football this year. But at the same time, if you're going to get rid of one guy, the head coach will be the guy that is the fall guy.
Other guys that are on the hot seat, according to some, Dennis Allen with the Saints.
I can see it for sure, especially because they came out of the gates hot and they beat Dallas so soundly that there was maybe a false sense of hope that the Saints are going to be in it for the division. And now it doesn't look like they're going to come close.
I wonder, though, if because they're so cheap that they just kind of ride it out with Dennis Allen.
I mean, you got your built-in excuse, right? Because Carr went down.
Carr's been hurt. You've had Olave, who's been out for a couple of games. Shaheed. I'm not really sure about the defensive side.
I'm a little surprised they locked up Kamara again.
Yeah, I was kind of curious.
Yeah, I just didn't get that.
No, I really didn't either. Like, I mean, I guess you're trying to win. Like, if you're the Saints, do I think that they can? Not really. To me, he would have made a lot more sense to trade.
Hey, you trade him, and then if you want to bring him back, cool. But at the same time, let him hit the open market, because I just don't think that a lot of teams are going to pay him.
He was also, I mean, he's had a really good year, and he's had a good year in
A lot of his stats came in the Dallas game.
No, he's had some good games. Kamara's had some good games. And, like, he's in a mediocre offense. Could you add him to a good offense and all? You know where he would, like, excel is Kansas City.
Oh, for sure.
He'd be nuts in Kansas City. But he was, like, the salary cap situation the Saints are in. Like, it gets worse and worse over the next 3 years or whatever it is. He was, like, the one player that they could have traded where it would have saved them money. So to see him then get an extension was very curious.
Because you know where else he could help? Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, in the pass game and the run game, he could help Dallas.
That would be pretty scary. Like, because I think Dak is all right. Like, I don't think he's borderline top 10. Yes, he can't win in the playoffs. Yes, you can't trust him. But you can do far worse than Dak Prescott. You get Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and then all of a sudden you throw in an Alvin Kamara. Yeah, that would be dangerous. Kevin Stefanski, hot seat. This one's weird, though, because of the whole Deshaun situation.
But again, kind of like the Jacksonville situation, they can't and they won't bench or do anything with Deshaun. So Stefanski's going to be the fall guy. I mean, they've already been looking at him, and it's like, what do you expect the guy to do when you're trying to make chicken salad out of what? I mean, it's tough that coming off the year that he had and what he was able to do with Joe Flacco once Deshaun went out, that suddenly less than a year later, he's going to be the reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he will be the fall guy. I think
by the end of the year, I think they'll move on.
I'm with you. I think they'll move on from him. Antonio Pierce, do you think he could be one and done in Vegas?
I don't. I think that as much as Max Crosby and Devontae and everybody had his back last year, I think that you have to understand, just like we've talked about with when we've been through first-year coaches here, I think that there has to be a learning curve where you say, hey, look, this is first season, year one. Mistakes are going to be made. Things are going to be learned. And I just can't see them doing that quickly.
Yeah, I really don't see it either. I think that it could make, well, maybe if you can have a top pick and then you bring in Deion Sanders and draft Shadur, I think it would have to be something that they can kind of plan out. But I don't think they move on from Antonio Pierce and then not have something super splashy ready to go.
I was going to say, the key is the caveat of a splash for a guy like Mark Davis. Mark Davis could say the same way, if we're going to draft a quarterback, then this is a time when we reset the deck from the entire image of the franchise. And Tom Brady involved, although Mayo, I don't know how he felt about Gerard Mayo, but I'm saying, I think if Tom Brady gets involved, Tom Brady's going to look for a guy that's kind of cut out of the cloth of what he's dealt with head coaches, as opposed to an Antonio Pierce.
Yeah. It would have to be something splashy. And then Gerard Mayo was one where rumors circulated.
That was weird
this week. It was like there was a guy reporting, and people vouch for the guy, saying that he's not like an engagement farmer. That's saying he was going to be fired in the next 48 hours. I think he said that Tuesday. Maybe it was Tuesday. It's like those things don't happen.
I saw you
Thursday.
tweet that, and I was like,
those things don't happen late in the week.
The first thing I looked at is how legit is this guy, because there's just no way. Something would have to be really, really amok for you to get rid of him this soon, especially if, and I saw some other people find what I brought up to you the other day, which was that Kraft had basically put into his contract that he would be the heir apparent to Bill Belichick. I don't think Kraft's moving on from that guy this soon.
Yeah, I think that they could, because I don't think he's cut up for the job. I really don't. Now, would it happen this early? I really don't. I think it'd be more end of the year. Okay, like he's going to go back and be a venture capitalist, and then you hire Vrabel, something like that. I don't see it being like in the middle of the season. But that tweet was just so random.
Yeah, it was very strange.
When is the earliest in the week that you see coaches fired midseason? Like,
The Panthers did it last year. What, week 7 or 8?
I mean,
right after a game.
I mean in the week,
like
Monday.
Monday, because
Monday.
Monday's normally an off.
It's going to be Monday.
No, Monday's usually the work day. It's Tuesday's usually the off day. Like Monday, you come in, you watch film, you give him the day off Tuesday. And Saleh was fired on Tuesday.
I thought he was fired on a Monday.
No, Saleh was a Tuesday, I'm pretty sure, because he came to work and reviewed the
You're
film
right.
on a Monday,
Yeah.
and then they fired him the next day when the team wasn't there.
I always thought Monday was the off day, but
I would have thought it was Monday, but
Monday,
certainly
Tuesday is when you
now
make
we're
the
on
move.
Thursday. There's no way they would make a firing on a Thursday of the week of a game.
Some teams you win, they give you Monday and Tuesday. But
The
Tuesday's
drastic
usually
is
the day off.
if he's bad right after a game, or else it's Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah. Like I don't recall, and I'm sure I'm wrong, and I'm sure it's been done in the past, but more times than not, when a head coach is fired in season, I can't remember a time where it's been Wednesday or later, unless it's like a bye week. Like, and find me the case that's happened. So I didn't believe that report at all.
That's the easiest time to do it. Everybody always talks about a struggling team going into a bye week is a coach's nightmare.
Yeah, you're going to fire him on a Thursday, Friday of game week? No.
That makes no sense.
Like, maybe he gets fired after this game if they lose to the Jets, You're not firing him on a Thursday, Friday of game week. I knew that report was bunk as soon as I put two and two together. 9229. What if Belichick went to Vegas and Brady became his boss? That'd be kind of funny.
That would be entertaining.
That would be hilarious. I don't see that happening. Now, what about Belichick in Dallas?
I think it's a possibility because it's a Jerry type guy. Jerry likes to recycle
Is it
those
though?
guys. It is. You think about it.
Belichick's going to want
Bill
control,
Parcells
right?
was the ultimate example of that.
Maybe Belichick, knowing that he had full control in the past, maybe he doesn't love the full control, and maybe it's like just give me the roster and I'll go coach him.
I just can't imagine
McCarthy. He went to tap a resource that had been successful in the league before. That was an older head coach. It's a very, very Jerry Jones-esque move.
Yeah, but it just feels like the way Jerry Jones talks to the media versus the way Bill Belichick talks to the media, it feels like they could not coexist in the same building.
Wouldn't you have felt that way about Parcells too? Because
Well,
Parcells was my
loved
way
to
or the
talk,
highway.
though. Parcells loved to talk.
Right,
Now,
but he
would talk
wanted to
negative,
talk.
but
He didn't
would
want
talk.
Jerry to talk.
Sure, but I there's a difference. If both guys like to talk, they'll coexist. Bill doesn't want to say
That's
a damn
not
word.
true.
Now, a lot of times, look at marriages. You have one side of the marriage that loves to talk, and you have the other side of the marriage that does all the listening.
Are you speaking from experience?
No, not really.
Okay.
No.
I thought you were pretty quiet outside of the radio show.
I am, but I talk equally as my wife. My wife gets annoyed with me as I do all the talking. So
There's no way Bill Belichick is the type of guy that's going to enjoy the Jerry Jones press conference outside the locker room door immediately after the game and all that stuff. But at the same time, Bill Belichick's not taking the job unless there's some pretty clear parameters. Parcells wouldn't have taken the job if the same things weren't discussed.
Yeah, maybe if they come to some sort of mutual agreement before the hiring is made, I could see it. I just can't see the way the two guys operate, them coexisting in the same building.
Jerry Jones isn't revealing secrets a whole lot, though. Like, he's usually just talking to talk.
I mean, he did tell during the draft, he did try to tell the world they were going to take Jonathan
But
Brooks.
what if he was bluffing there? Like, there's so many times whenever general managers and head coaches put something in the media that's a complete bluff to take the sniff off of something
I think
else.
Jerry, at this point in his life, at this age, has kind of lost the ability to bluff. He feels pretty blunt at this time.
But you look at the Dallas Cowboys, like aside from CeeDee Lamb, they're usually pretty heavy in the trenches in the first round.
They are, but if Jerry was the type to bluff, think about all those quotes that came out recently about Derrick Henry. Well, he's not a fit in our offense, and then, well, he wouldn't have a career year here if he was here in Dallas. So he's not a guy a lot that seems to mix his words. He pretty much tells you what he's thinking top of mind right away.
If you're so in love with Jonathan Brooks, he went 46th. Like,
yeah,
what
I know.
How did him saying that he likes Jonathan Brooks prevent Jonathan Brooks from being a Cowboy?
I didn't say that it did. I'm just saying that Jerry is someone that will tell you what he's thinking, give away the secrets. I don't think that meshes well with Bill.
I think Jerry just talks out of his ass. I don't
Yeah,
think.
but Bill
I don't
want
think.
that.
That, yeah, but I don't think he's going to give up.
But if Bill Belichick is chasing the all-time win record and that is his only chance to be a head coach, I think he'd be willing to accept
Sure,
that.
I agree with that. If that's his only choice, I would agree with that.
I think Philadelphia's in play for Belichick.
Yeah,
I would say the Jets would be a perfect fit for Belichick, except for he crapped all over Woody Johnson, and now that's not happening.
Talking about that
he
on
would love
recent
to
Monday
have
Night
that
Football.
defense. He's always loved the princess, and that would be the ideal landing
he
spot for
hates
him.
the
And he
Jets.
shot himself in the foot.
If you could go just roster in general,
No
and
doubt.
get rid of who the ownership is, I agree with you. But the ownership is the reason.
But
like
I
you
think
said, that
he'd be intrigued by Philly because Philly's got a lot of good defensive
no,
pieces
I agree
and
with
the
that.
receivers and all that.
I would guess, not knowing Bill Belichick at all, but I would guess that Bill Belichick's pipe dream is Philly.
I think so too.
I think he wanted Philly this past offseason, hoping they were firing Sirianni.
Yep.
I think he definitely has his eyes on Philly. I wonder how much he has his eyes on the Giants too. But Jim Mara said that he gave Dable the seal of approval, although that doesn't always mean much.
No,
especially
but
in week 7, week 8, going into week 8.
they're still taking strays, by the way, for Hard Knocks.
I know.
It's crazy.
I saw McAfee today that he was saying that he thought that Shane, what's his first name? I can't remember his first name. The general manager, Shane, was lying tomorrow when he said the Eagles were out. I don't think he was lying. I thought he got bad information.
And people were saying it looked like a fantasy football, the way they were reacting, the fantasy football draft room and the board and all that stuff. They're still taking strays for all of it.
Yeah,
but
it's going to be tough to get a team to do that again.
If you get, again, because if they move on from Daniel Jones, if you want to press the complete reset button, you want to talk, and especially when you don't have that, aside from Neighbors, do you have a lot of marketable players? Not really, but you want a coach that's going to come in and immediately make the Giants relevant to a lot of people. Belichick would be that guy.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. Percentage chance Belichick coaches in the NFL next year.
35%.
Oh, I'm at like 55, 60. I think there's
30,
a better than
I
a
don't know that
50-50
I don't know that he wants to. I think
Really?
he's,
I think he wants to.
I think,
He went
I
down
think
the road
he's
with Atlanta.
really enjoying more than he thought this whole kind of media thing where he doesn't have to do a lot of work, but he's getting a lot of
He
runs.
might do that
I
afterwards.
think he wants the record.
That's probably true.
I think he wants one more job. I think it's 55% chance because I think it's slightly more than 50-50.
Because he's really, I like the fact that he's outspoken now. He's not afraid to say things about a lot of things.
He's taking shots at Mayo as Mayo takes shot at him. It's pretty
Yeah.
fun. All right. There is a new ESPN 97.5 power ranking that is out there by some random on the internet. We got to discuss it. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, guys, but before we go to the break, a quick minute here for Underdog Sports. And wow, I took a rough loss last night. I don't know if you saw my Rockets pick'em entry, but I missed out on cashing that entry by just a half a rebound from Jabari. A half a rebound, just gross. But guess what? Every day is a new day with Underdog Sports. It's not like your season-long leagues. Your season isn't over. It starts again anew tonight. And tonight, I need a palate cleanser after that tough loss, and I'm going to get some excitement. Add on to that excitement by watching Rams and Vikings and getting some action on Rams Vikings. And if you also want to add some excitement to watching Thursday Night Football, play the Pick'em games with Underdog Sports, where you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats like passing yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and much more. So what are you thinking tonight in Thursday Night Football? You think Justin Jefferson goes higher or lower than 85.5 receiving yards? How about higher or lower than 67.5 receiving yards for Cooper Kupp? Both players are in my 7-player pick'em entry, and give me higher on both. And don't forget, while playing pick'em, that with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win. Or cash out a winning entry early by just tapping the Win Now button to cash out your entry whenever you want. And with that type of flexibility, why would you play anywhere else other than with Underdog Sports? And don't forget, it's still Boostober from now until October 27th, where you can boost your profit on all NBA entries by 20%. Underdog is literally giving you unlimited profit boosts to make your basketball pick. So download the app, sign up with promo code BMAC, that's BMAC, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, BMAC. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Some rando on the internet, on Twitter, goes by Nathan Gray. Not sure who that is, though. I think he might be a burner. He joined Twitter on May of 2022. Hasn't tweeted a whole lot, but has been tweeting recently, usually tweets in response to people. He follows 16 people on Twitter.
Okay.
He has 0 followers. Zero followers.
Wow.
Usually you pick up a bot or two.
Yeah.
0 followers, has been on Twitter since May 2022 and is following 16 people. The 16 people that he is following, 5-star in Vegas, some other betting site that I've never heard of, some guy named Lance, NFL veteran, Lance Moore. He follows Grizzy. He follows GOAT Sports Group. And then here's where it gets interesting. He follows ESPN 97.5 Houston. He follows Joel Blank. He follows Jeremy Branham, John Granado, Paul Gallant, Sacked by BMAC, Lance Zierlein, Del Olaleye, Sean Mapes, John Belmer, and Cameron Smith. So a very heavy follow towards ESPN 97.5 personalities. Was there any host that he doesn't follow? He follows all the morning show. He follows Dell and Mapes. He follows Granado. He doesn't follow Joe George.
Oh.
Curious. He follows
The
Blankers. He
conspiracy
follows
thought
me.
Blinkers.
He follows Brian. Okay, so he does not follow Joe. Interesting there. So 16 followers, or 16 following, 0 followers, doesn't tweet a whole lot.
How do you not have a
He's been
single
little more
follower in
active
2
lately.
years?
I don't know. He's been a little bit more active lately, tweeting at, us and whatever. So he came out with a ranking. He's tweeting at us now, as a matter of fact. He said, not a burner, it's a second account. Second account of Joe George? But here's rankings. He ranked ESPN 97.5 personalities earlier this week, and his basis was knowledge, personality, and vibes. Good basis.
What's the third one? Vibes?
Vibes.
Yeah, like good or bad vibes. Should we go 10 through 1 or 1 through 10?
Let's go 1 through 10.
All right, 1 through 10. At the very top of his list, Lance Zierlein. I think that's fair. Lance
Lance
Zierlein
is
being number
great.
1 is very good.
Hall of Famer.
Number 2, Joel Blank.
Look at that.
I think that's accurate. I think it's very good. In my opinion, if you're ranking ESPN 97.5 host, Blankers is top 2, and he ain't 2.
Yeah, right.
So
Look
he
at
has,
that pander bear
so,
there.
so
Yeah,
Blankers,
exactly.
Blankers is second on the list from Nathan. Congratulations on that. Don't worry if you don't get any further. John Granado's number 3. Del Olaleye is number 4. Joe George, who is the only ESPN 97.5 personality he does not follow, is number 5. So Joe cracks the top 5. Brian MacP is number 6.
That's my favorite part of this. Is
Brian
misspellings.
MacP is number 6. Number 7 is Sean Mapes. I'm number 8. Thank you. I told him that I'm extremely overrated. He has Gilbert and Josh Ennis at number 9. And then he has Paul Gallant at number 10.
Wow,
So Paul
Paulie
does make the top 10, though.
Ugh.
I responded to him and I was like, I'm extremely overrated. I think 8 is too high. He said, I would be higher but your lack of cohesiveness with your brilliant partner, Pac-Man Joel, and fan rating dropped you. So because I don't have a great cohesion with you, Blankers, I am working on that, though, Nathan. Ever since D, made me aware of that, I've been working on it. I've been seeking counseling. I talk to myself in the morning. I meditate before the show, and I say, work on being respectful to Blankers. Work on the cohesiveness.
I don't think Joe believes that. From the
I don't believe that at all. I'm trying to say, on the rundown today, did you guys have something else there on that link?
No.
I thought it was the Ewers story.
No.
Okay, I must have missed this.
I don't know how that's related at all.
Yeah, because I was like, are you guys trying to set me up on something here? Because I
we
thought
didn't
this
have
was
a
the
story.
Ewers
I
story.
don't think we had a single story about Quinn Ewers at all.
This has been on there since he came out.
It was
with
the false that he was walking away from the program.
I don't think we had that on the rundown.
No, that was
did
on
we?
Bad Take Boulevard.
Oh,
that
Take
link
Boulevard.
does
Okay.
exist. You must have just clicked the wrong.
Yeah,
link.
it must have.
Yeah, it was on there, but we didn't get to it. Yeah, so this has been on there since October 21st, which was Monday. So ever since Nathan posted this, we got to talk about this. This is good stuff. Yeah, so Lance, Blankers, Granado, Dell, Joe, Brian, Sham, me, Gilbert Ennis tied for 9th, and then Paul Gallant number 10. Knowledge, personality, and vibes. I was docked because of my cohesiveness with you, and then you were rewarded for your brilliance. So we might have to start calling them Brilliant Blankers.
This guy sounds pretty sharp.
Blankers the brain.
Overall, the more I'm listening to all this guy knows what he's talking about.
The real question here,
He doesn't know how to spell our names, or at least Sean and
but you
I.
know what? You've heard about all these brilliant minds, and sometimes other things fall by the wayside. If spelling's it,
Apparently spelling is it.
Or he just doesn't care about spelling it right, which is fine. It's the internet. Now, the question that I have, I mean, it's great to have the top 10, and I agree with it, Nathan. I agree with almost all of it. Whose burner is this?
I mean,
whose burner? He's got
Joe
following 16 people.
I don't think Joe likes me
zero
that much.
followers. Who is but you're trying to
throw people off the scent.
Oh,
and it's the only one of us he doesn't follow. And I think also putting Joe, because if you put Joe number one, that's very suspicious. But you put him right in the meaty part of you put him right in the middle. I think that's if you're trying to disguise who's coming up with the list, you put yourself right in the middle, and you don't follow yourself.
I wonder whose burner is this.
It's Joe George.
You think it's Joe?
I think it's Joe. Joe never struck me as the type of person to have a burner, but the signs from this list, both not following Joe and putting him right in the middle, scream Joe George to me.
Yeah.
You run the risk, though. You've offended the Godfather by putting him third.
It's true.
I mean, the Godfather, if you don't rank the Godfather at the top,
it's not
you
my
run
top
the risk.
10. The Godfather would be number one in my top 10. But
see the Red Weasel.
Yeah.
Just say it.
Yeah, Granado would be number one on my list.
Is there any chance that it's Blankers calling himself brilliant?
No, I don't think Joel's going to do that much internet work. In my career. I don't think he's going to create burners.
Yeah, no.
Whose burner is this? 713-780-3777.
Sam?
Nah, I don't think she would do that. She's already running too many socials,
That's true.
I don't think Sam would do the burn. Although maybe. That's not a bad guess. Kind of outside the box. I don't think you're right, but it's not bad. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Soccer Matters coming up at 6 o'clock. Glenn Davis will have Dynamo gaffer Ben Olsen joining the show ahead of their playoff series against Seattle, which begins on Monday. Also talk about El Clasico, Real Madrid and Barcelona. That'll be a fun listen. And then at 7 o'clock, Hall of Fame, Brad Gilmore in the car wreck of the day, Booker T. What do you have for car wreck of the day? A couple of texts real quick, 5737. What if that burner is a certain wonderful local news anchor? Oh, throws another name into the hat. 4661 says Brad Kellner, 100%. He does too many gummies to
Brad
do
doesn't
that.
care enough to do that.
0163 burner is Cody's Toots. Maybe. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are your car wrecks of the day? Let's go out to Ben. Ben on the HRP listener line. What's your car wreck of the day, Ben?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say I think that Nathan's list was spot on. I may have put Gilbert a little bit higher on the list, but my car wreck of the day is Paul Gallant Show every day. So I'll hang up and listen.
Well, thank you for listening to the Killer Bees, even though I'd be 9 if you're moving
that
up
was
Gilbert.
I think that was the lister.
It sounded like it. He said
it didn't look like it.
I would have put, or maybe it was just
Ben
moving
does not,
Gilbert up.
Ben's voice does not look like what Nathan looks like. It just doesn't. The way Ben sounded does not look the way that Nathan looks. Just saying.
How's he look?
Nathan?
Yeah.
Not like Ben sounds.
Okay, you're not going to describe it.
What's
All
your
right.
car wreck of the day, Blanker?
JJ Redick. JJ Redick, a day after having a press conference where he adamantly said and reinforced several times that the new basketballs used in games that the NBA was forcing them to use was the reason why the Lakers weren't making threes. Today tried to walk it back the entire way at practice, saying it was tongue-in-cheek. He didn't mean anything, and he knew he could take balls off the rack from the practice facility. No chance.
Yeah, not a great look. I'm going to nominate James Franklin standing on to the side in that awkward Penn State press conference, and also the Detroit Pistons, who had a technical foul called on them because they had 6 players on the court yesterday.
It's my boy JB Bickerstaff. What are you doing?
What do you got, Brian?
I'm going to nominate John Granado not being number 1 on that list we did last segment.
So you're nominating Nathan.
Yeah,
You're moving down
I'm
now.
going to nominate Nathan.
And Alex wants to nominate Joe's burner account. He thinks that's Joe's burner account. So there is that. What's winning?
I think it's between Franklin and JJ.
I'm going Franklin because he walked off on me one time when I asked him a question like that.
Sounds
too.
good.
You did it twice.
James Franklin, you're the winner of the car wreck of the day. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian, the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody, to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Presented, as always, by the Daspit Law Firm. On the heels of Jeremy and Joel, we're streaming ESPN975.com. The call-in number tonight is 713-780-3776. And we always love the fact that we are presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Yesterday, the Daspit Law Firm billboard, as I was driving down to Liberty High School, as both Ken Schlein and I, who's a longtime production guy here in Houston, we addressed Liberty High School students about TV, radio, commentary, production. Call-in number tonight again, 713-780-3776. Biggest athletic event, not just soccer, takes place this weekend. Real Madrid hosting Barcelona. Eyes of the world will be on this. With that, what's the biggest rivalry, and I'm saying it to you, in sports? This is a personal thing. What is the biggest rivalry to you in sports? And Brian McDonald, producer extraordinaire, I'd like your opinion.
Yeah, this is very regional. This is not, definitely doesn't have the global appeal of what you're talking about. But for me personally, in my own sports fandom, it's Texas OU in college football.
Yeah,
that is the game each year. Because the NFL, I mean, I know there are rivalries like Eagles, Cowboys, Giants. There are rivalries in the NFL. There are rivalries in the NBA. But college football, to me, is where your rivalries are most passionate. And that is the one I get up for most every year.
I love it. So Brian kicked it off there. Again, it can be your sport. It can be regional. It doesn't matter. What's the biggest rivalry to you? 713-780-3776. Now, look, we know there's intense rivalries all over the globe when it comes to the sport of soccer, but we have them in other sports here in the U.S. So if you want to give us your take on that, 713-780-3776. All right, MLS playoffs. Houston Dynamo going to take on the Seattle Sounders. It's this best of three. There's plenty of time between these games for coaches and teams to prepare. So there's a lot of interesting things going on. The Dynamo will open up on Monday night. Yeah, I know. Strange time. 8 to 10 Central Time. I will have the call local on HoustonDynamo.com. So if you want to listen to the game, you go to HoustonDynamo.com if you want the local call. We got interviews tonight. I mentioned Houston Dynamo head coach Ben Olsen will come on the show here tonight. There's a website called Sounder at Heart, which I like, out of Seattle. Nico Moreno of that website will come on the show. We'll get a little bit of a take from the Seattle Sounders. We also have Game On for 90 here tonight. By the way, a big thank you to those at Liberty High School. It was a lot of fun going down there. Got out east, and it was a delight to talk to the students and everybody down there. And we did a little interview, too, for their YouTube channel. It was a lot of fun. But anyway, hopefully we said something that was impactful. We've got the El Clasico this weekend, which is going to be pretty massive. So maybe we'll start off with some of the talk on that. 713-780-3776. So Barcelona, let's start with them, because I want to talk about both the Real Madrid and Barcelona results from the Champions League. Barcelona broke down Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich was trying to do a lot of man marking here. They broke them down in this one. 4-1 win over Bayern Munich for Barcelona and Hansi Flick. This is big. Remember, Hansi Flick used to be the coach of Bayern Munich. They are now coached by Vincent Kompany. He was in a post-game press conference and was talking about the bravery of his team. He's trying to turn things around at Barcelona. They're currently in first place. They're 3 points ahead of Real Madrid. Real Madrid is at home at the Santiago Bernabeu this weekend. It's a 2:00 Central Time game. It will be watched all over the globe. I'm not going to burn some other stuff around this game, but I do want to say that Barcelona is young, and Barcelona is living up to it now, and will have to go into that stadium and get a result. So against Bayern Munich, they get a hat trick from Rafinha. Guy's working like an animal with and without the ball. Incredibly clinical. I think he had 3 shots and scored all 3 of his goals. He was 3. I mean, That's crazy, right? I think they had maybe 4 shots in total and scored all the. I mean, the goal scoring and the timeliness of it, and the quote unquote taking of chances when you get them, obviously is important in soccer. You're going to hear every single MLS coach ahead of the playoffs, all 16 teams that are left, and they're all going to say, well, we got to be clinical. We have to take our chances when we get them on the road. You're going to hear a lot of that. And some teams are going to do well with that and others aren't. That's going to be a big piece for the Dynamo, but we'll save that for the next segment. I'm very interested to see how Hansi Flick plays it against Real Madrid. I mean, obviously they've got Mbappe, they've got Vinicius Jr., who hit for a hat trick against Dortmund. That was a 5-2 comeback victory for them. They did push higher at times, a lot of times, against Bayern to put pressure on their backs. Now, do they do that? Did they settle into a mid-block? How do they do it? And listen, nobody does one thing for 90 minutes anymore. They might spend more time defending in a low block, a mid-block, or pressing high, but everybody has to be able to apply pressure and play in the 3/3 of the field. I don't think there's any question with that for anybody. Barcelona got a goal 1 minute in, by the way. 1 minute in. Which, that's how you get off and running, I think. A lot of deep runs from them. They were making a lot of runs in behind defenses. That's another thing I want to bring up on the Dynamo game. Lamine Yamal was moving around a little bit positionally in this one. Yeah, Rafinha had 3 shots and 3 goals in 76 minutes. So they got him off the field to try and rest him. So in the standings, it's 27 points for Barca, 24 for Real Madrid. Anybody out there that wants to talk Barcelona, Real Madrid? Anybody out there that wants to let us know what you think the biggest rivalry in sports is to you? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. I think Hansi Flick is thinking about Real Madrid, and where he's going to pressure, because we saw Vinicius Jr. pick up a ball against Dortmund, go the length of the field, cut in on his right, and score from outside the 18. Unbelievable goal. I think he said something to the fans or somewhere in front of a camera. Estoy aquí. I am here. I guess that's because maybe he's not getting all the love that he feels he should be getting based on Kylian Mbappe being on the team. Mbappe has been, I think, average. This will be his first El Clasico under Carlo Ancelotti, but you got 2 great coaches here. Great coaches. And people are saying Barcelona's back because of a result like that against Bayern Munich. Flick is an incredible tactician. Ancelotti, same. I want to see if Barcelona can make Real Madrid defend for long periods. Last meeting was 3-2. It was Real Madrid at Barcelona, and Real Madrid won that game, and that helped them win their 36th La Liga title. So first place versus second, 1.1 million people when the tickets went on sale for this were waiting online to get a ticket. 1.1 million were waiting online. Okay, that tells you about the desire for people to get into this game. Lineup for Madrid against Dortmund was Courtois in goal, Lucas Vazquez at right back, Militao, Rudiger, Mendy. By the way, Rudiger got the goal that started the comeback. Rodrigo, Valverde, Luka Modric, and Jude Bellingham. Luka Modric, I was talking the other day about, we put out a little video, great video put out by the station about humility in athletes. Luka Modric is another one. I mean, he's won everything pretty much. He's older, just unbelievably humble, just like a Lionel Messi. And then you got Bellingham in the playmaking role, and then Mbappe and Vinny Jr. up front. Inaki Peña in goal, Balde, Martinez, Kubarsi. Kubarsi's very, very young center back. Kunde. You got to wonder if Kubarsi handles the big environment here. I think he can. Casado and Pedri in midfield. Fermin Lopez, Rafinha, Lewandowski, and Yamal. I don't know. What do you think of that matchup in midfield? Fermin Lopez, Pedri, and Casado against the likes of Valverde and Modric and Bellingham. Good one. That's a good one. 713-780-3776. So we'll talk a little bit more at the next segment about this matchup, but this has really got it all. It'll be a 257th meeting, and we'll talk about it and rivalry in the next segment when I give you my game on for 90 piece. Now I switch to Major League Soccer right now. So here it is now. We're in a best of three right now. The MLS has got an interesting playoff structure. If you end 8th and 9th, you have a one-game single elimination to get into the next round. So there's 16 teams left. 18 teams made the playoffs. That's a lot. I mean, if you're one of the teams that didn't make the playoffs, that's a problem. 18 out of 29? I mean, the only thing worse than that to me is, what is it, 42 teams or 44 in the next World Cup? I mean, come on. What are we doing?
I hate whenever a league has more than half the teams make the playoff. Like, it used to be the worst. I mean, the NBA was that way and still is for a long. Well, actually, it's gotten worse because it used to be 16 out of 30, but now with the play-in games, it's 20 out of 30.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
It's the way it's going.
I know.
It's expansion. It's more money. It's more content. It's
right.
more games.
That you hit it. Content, TV content. You can sell the rights. Yep.
Problem though is I don't care what they say. There are players taking off. There are coaches that can relax a little bit in MLS because there's no consequence in the early part of the year. And then the second part of the year, you kind of dial in on it. But what is happening is you are going to get less competitive games. There's less consequence, and people can take the night off. And I think you're seeing it. I think we're already seeing it and feeling it. I mean, where are we going? We're allowing players who make a lot of money to put their kids on teams. I mean, it's really not necessarily first and foremost about competition anymore. Okay, so let me get back to the best of threes. You got the LA Galaxy, Colorado. That's 2-7. Real Salt Lake against Minnesota. That's 3-6. Now, a lot of Dynamo fans wanted Real Salt Lake. That didn't happen once you got that spectacular goal from Daniel Steres. LAFC, Vancouver. So Vancouver, here's another blow to an organization. I mean, this is really poor to me. Vancouver couldn't play their home game that they won in the playoffs, the single elimination in front of their home fans, because there was another event scheduled at BC Place. Now, if that doesn't shout out Bush League and amateur and not caring about our fans, I don't know what is. So they then go to Portland, and they destroyed Portland last night. So there may have been a silver lining in this. But
do we know what the event is?
I think it was to prepare for motocross. I tried to look it up. I'm thinking they were bringing dirt in or something.
Like, if the Stones were in town, like, I'm willing to overlook that. Like, I understand that to a degree, but motocross, could that be rescheduled?
I don't know, or do you just block those dates? But, listen, that's above my pay grade. Number 4, Seattle will take on the Dynamo. We know that. The East, Inter Miami and Messi gets Atlanta United, which is the play-in team. There is a nice sidebar to that. That's Tata Martino going against the first team he coached in Major League Soccer, Atlanta United. He learned the league and the system very, very quickly, and in year 2 won the title. So he's going back up against Atlanta United. So that's a good storyline going into that one. Then you got Columbus, who's one of the favorites. Excellent team under Wilfred Nancy against the young, aggressive Bulls of Red Bulls. Harrison, New Jersey's prideful team. New York Red Bulls, they play in New Jersey. Go figure. Well, it's happened forever.
Well, it's the same with the Giants and the Jets.
This is true. That's why I quickly realized, yes, Harrison, New Jersey is where they play. You probably don't even know where that is.
No idea where that. I mean, other than it's in New Jersey, I have no idea.
Across the river from Manhattan. Great soccer area, actually. They should be drawing better. FC Cincinnati, New York City FC, and then Orlando City and Charlotte. These are best of 3 matchups. Tonight in Austin, Texas, you've got the U.S. women's national team. It's the gold medal sort of celebration tour. And by the way, if you're up there and you're in the stadium, do yourself a favor and go over to the where the little Patagonia empanadas are. Brian can attest to that. They are in stadium there, which is pretty awesome for my good friends Sebastian Abraham and Little Patagonia. They also have a restaurant out on I-10. It's an Argentine steakhouse, and the location, Little Patagonia, right here near the station. And I know a lot of the station people I've heard are going there, Brian.
I mean, why would you? It's delicious. I mean, I think my favorite's the beef, but they're all good. And I'm thinking now that's where I'm stopping on the way home. Now that you started talking about it, I could go for a couple empanadas.
Get like a dozen. You can freeze them too and put them in the oven. They come out great. But if you're at that stadium, go and hit them up. But there's a great local storyline to that, because called up to the U.S. women's national team is a local Houston area product that played her youth soccer here, Alyssa Mallinson. And she played with a youth soccer club called Challenge. We had her on the last show. We did an interview with her. The reason I did that was I was offered other players, but the reason I did that was I wanted to show off the local side of it and remind people, we in mainstream media talk a lot about the football players that go on at the college and pro level, the baseball, basketball. It's an incredible sports state. We're an incredible sports city here in and around our surrounding area. It's the same for soccer. I mean, we have people going on to do remarkable things. We've had Herman Award winners, which is the equivalent of the Heisman Trophy. We've had kids win national titles at the NCAA level and Division I, II, and III. We've had youth internationals. We've had full internationals. We have people that are going on to continue in coaching at both the youth level and player development, the college level, the pros. Eric Quill's coaching a USL championship team in New Mexico. We have assistant coaches on MLS teams. So there is a real prideful soccer community here that produces and sends off to a number of different colleges around the country players. We had 4 or 5 kids win a national title at UConn. Alyssa Mallinson played at Auburn, and I asked her in the interview about going out of state. She could have stayed in state. She had a lot of opportunity. So she went out of state, and, good for her. Great career. I hope she gets her debut tonight. In order to get her first, what they call is a cap, is she's got to get on the field tonight. So I hope she does. And at some point, we might even be able to look at the lineups here to see if she's at least available on the bench. But generally on these tours where they're celebrating the gold medal, it's a young U.S. women's national team to a large degree. There's a lot of excitement in the future with this. And they now have a real, they've gotten away from all the political stuff that occurred at the last World Cup with the team. And Emma Hayes is a no-nonsense coach in there. So that's what we have. Okay, so we're going to come back with Game On for 90. We're going to come back with Nico Moreno coming up. We're going to give you a little bit of the who here, Behind Blue Eyes. And then we'll do Ben Olsen in the final segment here tonight. So it's big weekend in the world of soccer, both internationally, and then we get the playoffs kicking off on Friday night with Inter Miami, Lionel Messi taking on Atlanta. And, of course, Messi's on fire. He's hit for a couple of hat tricks lately, 20 goals in only 19 games. It's hard not to be in awe of this athlete. All right, we'll take a break. Couple of things here real quick. Hugh O'Connor's Pub out on I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center, home of the Liverpool Supporters Group. Maybe that's one of the biggest rivalries, Manchester United-Liverpool. Also, LamontBrands.com for your Soccer Matters T-shirts and hats to benefit the 501c charity Snowdrop Foundation. I'm going to pick up some of those so that when the Dynamo come home for their playoff match, which will be a week from Sunday here at Shell Energy Stadium, I am going to bring some of those T-shirts and hand a few of those out to people, since that's potentially our last home game. Hopefully not. And Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture, DanishInspirations.com. Our great friend Jan Christensen, He did a video today sitting on an absolutely gorgeous dark leather couch, streamlined look, really, really nice. DanishInspirations.com. All right, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com, 713. Call now.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Whoa, 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 Brian, what are we doing here? Playing Pearl Jam, Seattle.
It's a great song.
It is a great song. Not a great song right now. We're playing the Seattle Sounders. Give me.
That's wow. Okay,
This is a
I
big
didn't even think about it.
If you played Nickelback, I'd be upset too. But this has a Seattle type.
Yeah,
Turn this Pearl Jam
I thought
off.
you liked Pearl Jam, so I was going to play Pearl Jam. It's a great song. I think it's an underrated song for them.
I don't like Pearl Jam right now. We're playing the Seattle
Should I
Sounders.
switch?
Get rid of it.
Okay. Any suggestions what I should go to?
Give us some ZZ Top.
All right, just a sec.
Now we're talking, baby. Now we're
talking. A little more Texas feel?
Yeah, it's a Texas feel. These guys are always in Houston. Billy Gibbons is always in Houston. Yeah, this should be played at all Dynamo games, mandatory.
Do you have a favorite ZZ Top song?
This is one of them.
This is, I was either this or Just Got Paid.
Love this one. Just Got Paid is great.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite one.
I think my favorite deep cut is probably Heard It on the X, and my friends at Cactus Music would love that I said that.
Okay.
But Heard It on the X is a great deep cut. All right. That's how you fix that problem.
There we go.
All right, I'm on the clock here. We're talking about rivalries, some of the greatest rivalries. You have your favorite rivalries. Brian told us his regional rivalry. There are great sports matchups in the world, and in football, it might be Argentina, Brazil, Germany, Netherlands, Manchester United, Liverpool. College hoops, it's UNC Duke, maybe. Ohio State, Michigan, Yankees, Red Sox, whatever you like. The point is that rivalry is a beautiful, beautiful thing, and it does not happen without two teams. It does not happen with genuine dislike for each other. That's a beautiful thing. That's competition. It brings out the best and worst. The moods of people and economies are affected by wins and losses. This weekend, the biggest rivalry of all taking place, Real Madrid and Barcelona. Nothing comes close. Worldwide, globally, this weekend, there will be more people tuned in to this match. It's the 25th meeting between Real Madrid and Barcelona. It's not the 25th. It's 200 and something plus, and it'll be at the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, which this rivalry oozes with history, tradition, indelible moments, superstars, and downright fanatical generational support. So for those of you that are soccer fans, I know you're on this. For those that aren't, consider tuning in to this weekend, and I'll tell you why. You'll experience something different. Teams are 1 and 2 at the top of the Spanish league standings. Both are coming off huge wins in the Champions League. I mentioned that in the first segment. Real Madrid over Dortmund, Barcelona thrashing Bayern Munich. Both have strikers who are coming off hat tricks. So you got two really, really hot strikers who are world-class players. Vinny Jr. for Real Madrid, Rafinha for Barcelona. You've got two of the best coaches in the world. Don Carlo Ancelotti of Real Madrid. Hansi Flick, the new coach for Barcelona, trying to turn things around there. And if that's not enough, one of the world's best players will debut in this, Kylian Mbappe, the Frenchman. He's going to get his first taste of this. It's going to be really interesting to see how he handles it. 104 wins for Real Madrid lifetime, 100 for Barcelona, 52 draws. They call it the Classic. They call it El Clasico. The world's greatest rivalry in sports, Saturday at 2 o'clock Central Time, by the sheer numbers. Every corner of the globe will be tuned in for this. And that is Game On for 90. All right. So with that, we quickly switch gears back to the Houston Dynamo MLS playoffs, Seattle Sounders. The Dynamo have never won in Seattle, so that makes this an even more interesting situation because the Dynamo somehow, I mean, whether it's penalties or what, they're going to have to advance somehow, and they're going to have to do it by winning at least once or advancing on penalties once in this 3-game series. All right, one of my favorite websites, it's called Sounder at Heart, and he is Nico Moreno. He's with that website. He joins us now. Nico, thanks very, very much for coming on the program here to talk a little playoffs.
Hey, Glenn, thanks for having me on. A huge Seattle hello to all your fan base and everyone who's listening in. Just excited to be on. And yes, I think we're going to have a very close, very tough to call 3-game series between Houston and the Sounders. I think we're in for a good game.
Yeah, it should be a great series. All right. The first thing I wanted to say, did you hear our intro or did you come after? Oh, okay, because we were playing Pearl Jam and we cut that off because we don't want to listen to Pearl Jam right now from Seattle here in Houston. But to your point, these are always very, very close games, a lot of one-goal games, a draw this year, Seattle winning 1-0 at home, although I would say they're dominant. Two of the best collective teams defensively in the league. Thoughts on the matchup?
Like I said, I think it's going to be very close. I think that these two teams almost mirror each other's in their formation, in some concepts, at least in not all offensive movements and things of that nature, but in what they like to do. Both two possession-based teams, both that have at least one of their defenders that gets really high. Houston has Darcy. Seattle has Alex Roldan. I spoke to Alex Roldan this week, and he mentioned how it is difficult to play a team that does so many things like you. The build-up is similar. So I think those two these teams can almost cancel each other out in a way. So I'm not expecting a high-scoring goal, like you said. Houston has had, saying they've struggled at Lumenfield or in Seattle is an understatement. Out of 17 games, Seattle's won 14. Houston has won 0. So I expect it to be a close game. Last time Houston was here, Seattle got the best out of Houston, but there was no Hector Herrera, no Ponce. Those two players are going to change this in the way that Seattle approaches this game pretty heavily. So I think it's going to be a good one, a midfield battle. In this one, Ovid Vargas is not going to be available. He got a double yellow. Controversial, but a double yellow nonetheless against the Timbers. So that's going to be problematic. Does João Pablo start off the Brazilian experience, someone who's been finalist for MVP of the league, or does he go with a younger guy like Danny Leyva because JP has had some issues? He's just kind of starting to get some conditioning back. So that part is going to be interesting going into this game.
Yeah, do you expect Leyva to get the start? What would you say? Where's your money lie? Leyva or João Paulo? You got experience.
Oh, see, that's a tough one because
and you got fitness with one of the guys.
And I'm sorry?
You got a fit player in Leyva, and you've got an experienced player in João Paulo coming back.
Yeah, it's tough, man. If it was up to me, Nico Moreno, I would start JP because anytime that you play a midfield dog, someone that's as experienced and good on disrupting as Arthur, and you have a quality guy like Herrera, I feel like you need someone like JP. But I feel like fitness and game rhythm is very important to Brian. That's why I would, if I was a betting man, I would say Danny Leyva gets the start. Danny Leyva is a guy that, although young, he is a very good passer. He's probably the best passer in the entire team, I would say, especially in between the lines. So when you're trying to get a guy like Pedro de la Vega going, and you got a guy like Paul Rothrock that has been so relentless, affecting the game out in the flanks, having a guy like Danny Leyva could maybe get those guys a lot more balls, a lot more service. So I think Danny Leyva is going to end up getting the start.
Okay. Well, it's good information you're giving us. We're talking to Nico Moreno of Sounders at Heart, and I recommend going to the website. There's a lot of good stuff there. By the way, Brian Schmetzer got an extended deal here today, so that's some news out of Seattle. So Raul Ruidiaz, there was supposedly some issues there, and he's already said he's not coming back. He's the all-time leading scorer for Seattle. Is there any chance you think that Brian Schmetzer potentially uses him in this 3-game set, which could only go 2 potentially?
Yeah, I think there is. I think there's a very good chance, but I need to dive deep into this because myself and Sandra Hart were the ones that broke the story about Raul Ruidiaz leaving, and obviously across a lot of sourcing, we got into the weeds of what's going on and some of the issues that were in that locker room. That's probably one of the things, some of the uncharted waters that Brian Schmetzer has kind of dealt with this 2024 season. There've been some issues with Raul and Nuhu, who were both suspended at one point, or not suspended, but at least disciplined internally, because I guess I can't really use discipline. Suspended because it was an MLS mandated.
So let me just,
issue.
Nico, let me just stop you there for a second. When you're talking about Raul Ruidiaz and you're talking about Nuhu, you're talking about guys with, pretty big personalities. I mean, Ruidiaz has had exceptional games in Major League Soccer. Nuhu's a big personality. He's represented his country in AFCON. I honestly think, part of this is it's Ruidiaz coming to the end of his career, right?
Yes, absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
So
yeah, part of it has to do with that, but a lot has to do with what you just said, right? He's a big personality. He's a guy that he's always been the face of the franchise. He's the all-time leading scorer for the Sounders. So whenever you get to that moment in time where you're not the guy anymore, it's difficult. But the reason why we ended up putting this whole story together is because there was also there was a thought from Brian's perspective, in my opinion, that Raul was going to be more of a super sub. And even at the beginning of the season, the preseason that the team did in Spain, Raul would always play with the younger guys. He was never part of the first team when he came to a lot of the preseason. So I think that there was a thought that he was going to be the super sub, which I kind of questioned to him, to Craig Weibel, because in a salary cap league, having a $2 million player on the bench is not ideal. But that's kind of what had happened. And I think that eventually, 6 months later, ended up paying its toll in that issue that Raul had with Brian Schmetzer.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's never easy when you have a star of this caliber and you're trying to phase them out of a team. And one of the ways that coaches can do that, and a lot of times the player can be absolutely effective, is a limited or changed role. And that's obviously what maybe Brian Schmetzer, and I'm not speaking for Brian, wanted here. And that doesn't always come off. That means two parties have to come to some sort of agreement. But I would not be surprised if Brian Schmetzer puts Raul Ruidiaz on, and I would not be surprised if Raul Ruidiaz would want to make a statement at all. So this will be really interesting.
And there's many reasons. One is the fact that Raul, he's not going to stay here. He needs to put his talents in display if he wants to play anywhere else. So he's dying to get a chance to obviously do that. Number two, he cares for the team. He still wants to come out on top. He still wants to show and prove that he can get this team going. And four, when he came to training, especially today, he was on point. I mean, he was a man out there for blood, couple of great goals, doing all the physical work, the defensive presence. I mean, Raul was all over the pitch today, which, as you said, was Brian Schmetzer Day at the clubhouse because he was getting extended. So Raul Ruidiaz is definitely ready, but I do fear that he's kind of being put in a position where he's not going to be able to be successful, because me and you know, Glenn, that a striker needs competitive minutes. And if you look at the minutes that Raul has had, he hasn't had more than 35 minutes since August. In one game, he had 35 minutes.
Yeah, but I would say this. I would say this, Nico, to interrupt. He's probably not going to play a lot, so he's going to be put on to produce a play to win a game, and he can do that. Nico, thank you very much for coming on here tonight. Great stuff, great information from you. I look forward to having you on again.
Thank you, Glenn. I appreciate it. Anytime, we'll be here.
You got it. That's Nico Moreno. Great stuff there from him. I like his enthusiasm, too. Sounder at heart, if you want to get up to date on the opponent. Sounder at heart. And Nico with some good stuff there. Love his passion. I mean, I could have just asked one question and let him go, I think, for the whole interview. But great stuff and great information. And, you got it directly from him. He was at the training pitch today. All right, we'll take a break here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, is always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Stay with us. Coming up next, it's the Dynamo head coach, Ben Olsen.
Bye.